Prologue, Brother and Sister. Brother and Sister. The earth shook as the claw of the colossal beast struck the ground, effortlessly crushing an entire building under its weight. Screams were heard as dust and debris shot through the streets, paired with cries for help. Hold out! Someone shouted. We just need to buy time until Lord Fourth arrives. But the Red Fox made no attempt to give them time, as the next attack followed suit. Frozen in fear, Irika stared at the incoming flood of wreckage that was too big for him to dodge. He crossed his arms in front of his face, but while he felt the shockwaves from the impacts on the ground, miraculously, nothing seemed to hit him. Surprised, he opened his eyes and saw the face of his mother. Blood was running down the corners of her mouth, and the boy realized with horror that she must have used her body to shield him from the blast. Irika, she slowly said, coughing up more blood while trying to maintain her smile. Are you all right? Was all she managed to ask before collapsing. Dad! Irika cried out to the figure standing a few feet away. Moms! Go home! The man's hoarse voice commanded. I'll take care of your mother, so hurry up and get out of here. No! The boy protested. I'll protect Mom. The ground shook from another claw swipe which thankfully was farther away from them this time. Irika, listen. You need to go home and get your sister. We're trying to restrict this thing's movement, but a stray shot might hit our house. You must get your sister to safety. But it's the parents' duty to protect their children. And it's the older siblings' duty to protect their younger siblings. Now go. Irika hesitated for a moment before nodding. His father was right. His sister was just a baby, if some flying debris hit their house she would be done for. Stealing his resolve, he turned his back to his parents and ran deeper into the village. Behind him, he could hear and feel more attacks slamming into the ground, but he forced himself to keep running and not look back. While he ran, he could see a small group of people passing him in the opposite direction. Was that the third Hokage? That was good news. If he would partake in the battle, casualties could be reduced greatly. Finally reaching the Umino estate, Irika ran up the stairs or tore open the door to the bedroom. Approaching the crib, he could see a small infant, her messy, golden hair reflecting the moonlight coming in through the window. However, despite her eyes being closed, she didn't appear to be sleeping. Instead, she was sitting cross-legged and upright, her tiny hands forming the ram hand seal as if she was releasing chakra. Irika of course knew that no 1-year-old could do such a thing. Sure, there were rare geniuses who graduated as shinobi at a ridiculously young age. But even then, there was a difference between a child and a baby. No, she was probably just copying what she had seen. As he entered the room, the infant's eyes opened. But other than acknowledging his presence, no reaction could be seen from her. Ah, are you imitating mommy and daddy? He asked in a soft voice, placing his hands on the crib's grating. The girl dropped the pose, her big blue eyes looking up at her brother. However, the moment of serenity was cut short as the Ninetales' thundering roar echoed through the village. We gotta go, he whispered, doing his best to appear calm so as not to startle her. He reached into the crib, picked her up, and hurriedly left, jumping from rooftop to put as much distance as possible between them and the monster. Unfortunately, he could only spare one hand to hold his sister, needing the other to keep his balance. He, therefore, had to drape her over his shoulder, which meant that as long as he was running away from the massive beast his sister was forced to stare right at it. He could feel the infant's body tense. She didn't scream, but that didn't surprise him. Compared to other babies he had seen, his sister was stoicism incarnate. She never screamed, making their parents for a while think she was mute. She never threw a fit and was seemingly impossible to disconcert. And yet, even she tensed up at the sight of the nine-tailed fox. But this also showed how sharp his sister was for her age. This wasn't the reaction of a baby getting scared by something she didn't know or understand. She, at least partially, comprehended the threat the beast posed. Don't worry, he assured her. Lord Third is there, too. I'm sure they will make it. He wasn't really sure, but as his father said, it was his duty to protect his younger sister. Once Lord Fourth arrives, it'll all be good. The earth shook as a giant with a long, red mane grappled the fox. Looking over his shoulder, Irika could see the head of the Akimichi clan mustering all his strength to throw the beast onto the ground, but it shook him off and got up again immediately. Countless ninjutsu were hurled at the creature, but that seemed to only make it angrier. It opened its maw, gathering immense amounts of chakra. Irika's heart almost stopped as he realized that the attack was aimed at the general direction he was in. There was no way he would be able to dodge an attack of that scale. I'm sorry, he said with tears in his eyes as he hugged his sister. I couldn't protect you. Not so fast, you moron. Out of nowhere, a Jinamao's toad dropped onto the beast and slammed it into the ground, preventing the attack. Just a moment later the fox disappeared. A massive explosion could be seen in the mountains, far away from the village. Then, everything went quiet. Irika just stood there with a blank stare, hearing nothing but the blow of a slight breeze. There was only one person who could have made such a colossal monster simply vanish. Lord Fourth arrived, Irika concluded, holding his sister in his outstretched arms and looking her in the eyes. It's over. We are safe. He spent a few moments like this before draping her over his shoulder again. Come on, Tanya. Let's go see mommy and daddy. 12 years later. Mizuki seriously betrayed the village. The girl next to him said with distaste oozing from her voice. Irika nodded. What an idiot. As an academy instructor, he had a more stable job than most shinobi. And it's not like he was at a level where he could actually hope to learn any of the jutsu written on the scroll. The only thing he could have done with it would have been selling it to someone who would have probably killed him right afterward. Irika couldn't help but smirk at the cold pragmatism his sister was known for. The now 13-year-old was standing next to his hospital bed, wearing what had to be the smallest version of the classic hidden leaf flak jacket, her perfectly polished headband reflecting the light of the lamps above them. I knew the Uzumaki brat would sooner or later pull off something more serious than his pranks. I guess the silver lining is that he only learned the most harmless technique on the scroll. Well, as long as we ignore that any other genin could have died trying to use it. He chuckled at the snarky remark of his sister. Brat. You're barely a year older than him. Age and maturity are two different things. I'd have no trouble calling someone 10 years older than me a brat if they were one. Besides, whatever point you were trying to make there, it falls flat either way. Either you take me as a standard, which then just shows that some maturity can be expected at this age, or you don't because you admit I'm an outlier, in which case there is no point in bringing up my age in the first place. He couldn't argue with that. Tanya definitely was an outlier. With a couple of special permits, she managed to graduate from the academy at the age of 5, became a chunin the same year, a genin at the age of 12, and just a few months ago, was offered a position among the Anbu. Irika mentally shook his head remembering it. His sister truly was something else. When he had found out that their parents hadn't survived the Nine Tails rampage, he had vowed to protect her. Putting all his effort into it, Irika had managed to graduate 1 year earlier than normal, and after becoming a chunin, he applied to become an academy instructor to ensure he had both a stable income and time for his sister. Only for said sister to surpass him at an age when others barely learned how to write. While cases like hers weren't unheard of, they were few and far between. The most recent examples were of course the widely known Kakashi Hatake and the infamous missing Ninataki Uchiha. Unlike the previous two, however, Tanya had declined the offer to join the Anbu and instead, to everyone's surprise, applied to become a Genin sensei. She even gave a small speech in the Hokage's office, short but quite touching, especially for someone who was also referred to as a stone-cold tactician. Still, cut him some slack. He had to grow up without his parents. So did we, in case you forgot. We had each other, Tanya. And we weren't shunned by almost everyone. We also didn't get all our expenses covered by the Hokage. But in case it sounded like that, I'm not accusing him. That caught him by surprise. You aren't? Aren't you always berating me that I'm too soft on him, especially when he pulls one of his pranks? I am, and I still stand by that. He's a childish, ill-mannered idiot who needs to learn that actions have consequences. But I'm well aware that he was tricked by someone he trusted. One might argue that he shouldn't have fallen for such an obvious trap because that is also true, but judging from what you told me, Mizuki caught him at a low point and used his emotional state to manipulate him. No, what I meant when I said I saw it coming was... With her hands behind her back, she walked over to the window. From there the playground could be seen empty for now. Of course, it was still night after all. Have you ever heard the phrase, a child not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth? Irika blinked. No. Can't say I have. But I get where you coming from. The adults shun him because they fear the nine tails sealed within him, and the kids shun him because the adults do it, without even knowing why. Yet he still loves the hidden leaf. Tanya nodded. And I won't deny the role you played in that, she said before turning to him scowling. But a reason isn't an excuse, and he is still an absolute problem child. There was no reason to dump him on me, there were literally 8 others to choose from. Hey, you wanted to become a sensei, difficult students are part of that. Besides, I think you will be perfect for him, he retorted. He knew she didn't really mean what she said. She often complained about things when it was just the two of them, but in the end, she would always prove to be a model shinobi. If your plan is to either let me beat some sense into him or break him, maybe. If he survives me, that is, she added, her wide grin almost slicing her face in half at the last words of her sentence. Irika was slightly taken aback by his sister's change in demeanor but gave off a smile nonetheless. He knew of Tanya's feats, he knew how cruel she could be if the situation called for it even though he never witnessed it himself. But he also knew that his sister had a soft side as well, as much as she was trying to hide it. So the hidden leaf's Pixie will take him under her wing. He chuckled, causing her to glare daggers at him. You know I hate that nickname. Now get some sleep, you have teams to assign tomorrow. He nodded and laid back down, wincing as his injury ached. It was mostly healed by now, thanks to medical jutsu, but it still hurt. Maybe next time, his sister called from the doorframe, try and catch a shuriken of that size with your kunai rather than with your back. Actually, there is one more thing you might want to know, he said, stopping her from leaving. As the last of his year, Naruto will be paired with the first. So you will also have Sasuke Uchiha on your team. A moment of silence followed. So not only do I get the idiot, I also get the traumatized loner. Isn't that great, giving me the most difficult team in ages for my first try? That's not what I was going for, Irika assured her. Yes, I am aware of what you were going for. But just so you know, him sharing a last name with Izumi has exactly zero relevance to me. Chapter 1, One Final Test. One final test. Sakura still couldn't believe her luck. She had actually managed to end up on the same team as Sasuke. Sure, that came at the cost of also being on the same team as Naruto, but honestly, it could be worse. While Naruto was annoying with his loud demeanor, his idiocy, and his pathetic flirting attempts toward her, he was at least not a rival in love. Putting up with the noisy boy was the preferable burden compared to having to fight for Sasuke's attention with any of the other girls. Worst of all, Inopig. Luckily, her once friend now rival had ended up in a team with the fatso and the slacker. Seeing her face go from anger to despair had been pure gold. I knew it. In the end, love always wins. As her gaze wandered to the spiky-haired boy next to her, she remembered the dialogue she had had earlier today with Sasuke. Still. Sasuke was right. I can't even imagine how it is to grow up all alone. Maybe I could try being a bit nicer to him. Alright everyone, Irika's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Now that you all had time to familiarize yourself with your new team. Well, that wasn't exactly how the three of them had spent their time. You will now meet your Jonin-sensei. He made a short pause before he continued. Remember that they are not just your teacher. Unlike me, they will also be your team leader, so you should act accordingly. Somehow, Sakura felt like he was looking at their bench. Probably Naruto, the blonde wasn't exactly known for respecting authority. She could only hope he wouldn't behave in a way to their new sensei that could cause trouble for her and Sasuke. Well then, that's all from me. Just as he said that, the door slid open and a man with a robust build and shaggy brown entered. His flak jacket was unbuttoned, which gave him a bit of a ragged look. Team 6? You're with me. 3 kids stood up and joined him as he left the room. Sakura couldn't exactly say she was impressed by the guy. Was he really a Jonin? If so, she could only hope theirs was better. Team 10, you can come with me. The next one was a guy with short, black hair and a chin curtain. Despite sitting closer to the back of the room, Sakura could clearly smell the stench of his cigarette. As Ino got up to join him, she gave Sakura an angry look, to which the pink-ette replied with a stink eye. After them, the next one was a black-haired woman, who instead of a flak jacket was wearing a white sash dress with black stripes. Team 8, please follow me. This continued for a little while, and as their team kept not getting called, Sakura stopped paying as much attention to the people entering and leaving. As more and more people left, the room grew quiet. Only Naruto, Sasuke, and she were left when. Team 7, stand. The harsh, commanding tone immediately made her snap back into reality. But all she could do after that was to look forward dumbfounded, and the 2 boys didn't fare any better. In front of them, heels together, body straight, arms behind her back, and with a look so stern you could crack rocks on it, stood a small girl with golden hair who couldn't be much older than them. And yet, she wore the hidden leaf flak jacket that you were only given if you were at least a Jonin. Was it really possible for someone of that age to be a Jonin? Was I given a team of deafs, or why are you still sitting? She barked, and before she even knew what she was doing, Sakura was standing. Why had she reacted like that? She wasn't sure why, but something about this girl felt off. However, she seemed to be the only one to feel that way. Sasuke, still sitting, gave her no reaction except for a very judging look, while Naruto chose a less quiet approach. Are you kidding me? Hey, Irika-sensei, what kind of joke is this? He shouted at the door. I'm afraid my brother already left, but if you have a problem you are free to discuss it with me. Brother? So she was their teacher's younger sibling then? You bet I have one. Everyone else got some strong-looking adult. What the hell are you supposed to teach us? And Naruto, Sakura tried to calm him down as she started to panic slightly. It wasn't like she couldn't understand him, frankly, to her, all of this was just as bizarre. In fact, her inner self was shouting the exact same things. But nonetheless, this girl who very obviously started to get fed up with Naruto was their sensei for now, and if he continued like this, she and Sasuke would definitely get in trouble as well. Remember what Irika-sensei said. She's our superior now, so maybe we should. That's even worse. Are supposed to take orders from some gal who looks like. Before he got the chance to finish his sentence, the sound of metal hitting wood interrupted him. Aku now was stuck in the table in front of Naruto. They hadn't even seen her throw it. Are you done parading your staggering lack of discipline around? Seemingly interpreting his silence as confirmation, the girl continued. Great, now listen. Your days at school are over. You are now shinobi, soldiers, and you are under my command. If you keep your mentality from the academy, it will sooner or later get you killed, either because you botch a mission or because I do it. If you think I'm kidding, I'm not. I've executed people for insubordination before and I will do so again if I deem it necessary. Sakura gulped heavily upon hearing this. Their sensei couldn't possibly be serious. Sure, she had said she wasn't kidding, but that was just to get Naruto in line, right? Right? And what about our brooder? She asked, now fixing her gaze on Sasuke. You've been pretty quiet so far, but you are also still sitting. Got anything to say? To that, the crush of almost every girl in the academy simply scoffed. This is stupid. Is it now? I have you know that age and ability don't have to be correlated, the girl answered before twisting her mouth into a smirk. Going by your personal experience, I had expected you of all people to be aware of that. With that, the black-haired boy finally showed a reaction. If the girl had wanted to tick him off, she had succeeded. Sakura got startled as he suddenly stood up and slammed his hands on the table, anger burning in his eyes. She didn't know what this was about, but the girl had clearly struck a nerve. You. However, that was all he managed to get out before she started talking again, completely unfazed. It seems I have everyone's attention now, good. Since you seemingly still haven't left the mentality of school children behind you, I'll keep this short so that maybe you can get your act together until tomorrow. While I just said that you are now shinobi, that is not completely true. There is one more test you have to pass to be fully recognized as genin, and as you are now, I honestly don't really see you passing. A few seconds of silence followed, which were then broken again by Naruto. You are joking. I most certainly am not. In fact, you could call this one the real exam because on average, only 1/3 of the candidates make it. And if that's news to you, that's because many of those who fail lack the willpower to come back to the academy. Sakura could feel herself get pale. She had worked so hard to pass her finals, she had managed to land on the same team as Sasuke, and now she was told this all might have been for nothing? Even worse, what kind of exam was so brutal that it not only had such a high failure rate but demoralized the students to the point where they didn't even bother trying again? Then what was the point of graduating? Naruto blurted out. To weed out those who aren't even worth testing. Being a ninja is no game, and there are certain standards to be upheld. Sensei, Sakura chimed in sheepishly, what kind of test are we talking about? A theoretical or a practical one? As the girl shifted her gaze to Sakura, she somehow got an eerie feeling. Practical. There are no limitations regarding weapons or other ninja tools, so bring whatever you think you might need. We'll meet at 8 AM on training ground 3. Don't be late. You didn't tell us your name. Halfway to the door the girl stopped and turned to them once more. Yes, since you made it clear that a mature conversation is asked too much right now, we will wait with that and introduce each other tomorrow. Oh, and one more thing, for this test, it's advised to skip breakfast if you don't wish to throw up. Grumbling, Naruto slammed the door of his apartment shut behind him. This wasn't how he had expected his first day as a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village to play out. He was supposed to get a new sensei, a cool and strong genin who was leagues above all of the academy teachers. While it started great, getting in a team with Sakura, things only went downhill from there. First, his other team member was Sasuke of all people. Then he got diarrhea. And finally, a small girl about their age who was even shorter than he was, and who had some very clear temper issues was supposed to be their sensei. Who the hell threw a kunao at their own comrades? He was still half convinced that this was a joke from Irika, some sort of payback for the pranks he had pulled over the years. Or was he really supposed to believe that this girl was in the top echelon of the Hidden Leaf? And yet, he felt like he knew this girl from somewhere, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But fine, if that was how they wanted to play it, he would happily comply. This practical exam was probably some sort of fight, which he had no issue with. He just hoped they would fight against her, not just each other like in the academy. Although, his promise to win against Sasuke one day was also something he had yet to follow up on. Opening the wardrobe in his bedroom, he pulled out his training doll. The old thing was pretty battered, but it was still usable and it had the perfect size. After hanging it up over his bed, he went through his cleaning tools until he found a yellow mop. He removed the shaft, stuck the swab on the doll's head to make it look like that girl, then fetched a marker and scrawled a cartoonishly angry-looking face on the fabric. Once the setup was done, he was finally able to let off some steam. He started with 2 quick jabs into the doll's torso, followed by an uppercut. Next, he jumped to its left, delivering a sideways kick into the stomach that made the doll swing back. He didn't let that happen though, as he quickly stepped behind it, using its momentum to deliver a powerful strike into the occiput. 2 kicks to the hips made it spin, which he stopped by burying his fist in its jaw, before kicking it between the legs. No, wait, his opponent would be a girl. Or did that also work on girls? Well, that was something he could find out tomorrow. He continued his training until he was exhausted. Still too aggravated to put the doll back in its place, he instead simply threw it in a corner and went to the kitchen. After starting the water boiler, he went through his stock of cup ramen. Most of them were either with miso or pork, his 2 favorite flavors, but right now, he craved something with a bit more kick to distract him from his day. In the end, he went for spicy chicken curry. He opened the cup, poured the boiling water into it, and waited. The next 3 minutes consisted of him sitting cross-armed at the table, alone in his anger that refused to subside. The Uchiha estate was empty. Just as it had been when he had left this morning. Just as it always had been since that fateful day, 5 years ago. As he opened the door, his gaze fell onto the red and white fan that was painted on the wood. The symbol of the Uchiha clan proudly hung above the entrance as if it were mocking him. Taunting him by reminding him of what once was, reminding him of what would never be again. Sasuke hated being here. Yet there were 2 reasons why he kept coming back. 1, he had to sleep somewhere. And 2, so that he would never forget his mission, his duty that he owed his family. He was an avenger. He was the one who would bring the murderer of his family to justice. Back then, he hadn't been able to do anything. He had just stood there as the monster that once was his brother loomed over the corpses of their parents. Sasuke had always admired Itachi. He was strong and capable, but also caring and kind, unlike most of his clan. That was the lie he had made everyone believe. Until the day he slaughtered every single one of them. Everyone, except for Sasuke, who he didn't even consider worth killing. He alone had been left behind. And ever since then, his hatred had been what drove him forward. He was different from the rest. He didn't just go with the flow. He had no such silly thing as a dream. No, he had a goal, to find and kill Itachi. That was the reason why he hadn't exactly been thrilled to learn that he would be in a team with 2 of his classmates. He didn't care about them, all he could see them as were dead weights. They didn't share his ambition or one of similar proportions. And that meant all they could ever do was weigh him down. And to top it all off, one of them was the dead last of the class. He was not yet ready to face Itachi. Sasuke was perfectly aware of that. It was the reason why he sought to acquire more power. The academy's teachings didn't come close to offering what he needed. It had been nothing more than a stepping stone. He needed to learn techniques only a genin could teach. That was the sort of training he was supposed to receive starting today. The true beginning of his revenge. Instead, he got faced with this haughty girl who thought so great of herself because she somehow managed to climb through the ranks. He got angry just remembering it. Angry at her, but more so at himself for falling for such an obvious taunt. Sure, she hadn't been wrong. Before his betrayal, Itachi had been widely regarded as a prodigy and genius, joining the Anbu at just 11 years old. But did that girl honestly think she was the same? Assuming that she had become a genin legitimately, she was undeniably skilled. And judging by what he had seen, that was likely the case. The way she stood and moved, showing readiness, not giving any openings. She was not on the same level as the kids in his class, that much had been obvious. But was she really shameless enough to compare herself to him? Just because she was some upstart, who at best had second-hand accounts of what Itachi had done, did she seriously believe she understood the gravity of the atrocity the traitor had committed? She could never understand the pain he had gone through, the pain that fueled his hatred. He scoffed as he went through the mansion's storage, packing everything that looked like it could be useful during whatever this exam was supposed to be. He would pass. Failing was not an option. She might think of herself as someone accomplished because of the rank she acquired at her age, and to a certain degree, she certainly was, but tomorrow, he would show her the difference between an upstart and someone with true determination. Sakura sat on her bed and wondered what kind of test would await them tomorrow. She was confident that her theoretical knowledge was top-notch. But the young sensei had announced the exam to be practical. Sure, she was proficient in the clone, transformation, and substitution technique, and her taijutsu and byokaijutsu were decent enough. But the same could be said about pretty much every other graduate. If that was all it took to pass, there wouldn't be a failure rate of 66%. Still, Sasuke was the best out of all in their class. While she did beat him in written tests, when it came to his fighting prowess, he was unmatched. She had no doubt that he would pass tomorrow, so if she wanted to stay with him, she had to pass as well. This would be a test of her love. Unfortunately, the golden-haired girl hadn't given them any specifics about the test, so all she could do was prepare herself as best as she could. Gathering her tools, she started to pack her satchel. Not that there was much. 4 kunao, plus the one that would go in the sheath on her leg, as well as 24 shuriken, 2 rolls of wire, a set of bandages, and a scroll. It wasn't a sealing scroll though, just a normal one that contained some useful instruction about a few different topics. The academy hadn't taught them how to make sealing scrolls or bomb tags, and buying them was unfortunately not in her budget. It wasn't like her family was poor. But her mother made no secret of the fact that she disapproved of her becoming a ninja, claiming it was an uncivilized profession for a lady. Her father, being a former shinobi himself, was a bit more supportive, but he had still told her that if she really wanted to choose this path, she would need to do it on her own. As such, all of her equipment was bought with her own pocket money. Well, not all of it. Back when they still were friends, Ino had frequently given her some of her stuff. In fact, prior to meeting Suzuki, Ino had been the driving factor that had helped her stay on her path. Sakura. Her mother called from downstairs. Dinner is ready, do you want some? Sakura thought for a moment. She was on a diet right now, meaning she usually skipped dinner. But if she also skipped breakfast tomorrow, she would have to face her new sensei after not eating for almost an entire day. She couldn't exactly pin it, but she somehow had an eerie feeling about the girl. From the outside, she wasn't very imposing. In fact, all 3 of them were taller than her, including Naruto even if it were just a few centimeters in his case. But still, something about her was off. She pondered for a while. Skipping 2 meals for the sake of maintaining her figure was certainly doable. But that eerie feeling refused to let go of her, so in the end, she decided that today would be a cheat day. Yes, I'm coming, Mom. As she stood up, her gaze fell on the head protector on her nightstand. As she watched the light of the ceiling lamp getting reflected off the metal plate with the leaf symbol engraved in it, she remembered the promise she had made with her friend-turned-rival on graduation day. I will pass this exam, so you better do as well, Ino. Chapter 2, Destined to Fail. Destined to fail. I was leaning against the fence of training ground 3, doing my best to try and enjoy the cup of hot instant coffee I was holding. Suffice it to say that I had more successful endeavors in my life. Yeah, the stuff wasn't great. It was bitter, but not the good, refined kind of bitter that high-quality coffee has. The cheap kind of bitter. Unfortunately, when it came to coffee, the Hidden Leaf Village didn't offer many options. Tea? Sure, that I could get on every corner. Coffee? Not so much. The only shops that sold freshly brewed coffee were those that thought people wouldn't notice if they just heated up the very same instant coffee you can buy at the store and slapped a higher price tag on it. If there was a way to get actual good coffee in the Hidden Leaf, I wasn't aware of it. Thinking back, the only time I had decent coffee since I was born in this world was when I visited the Hidden Sand Village in the Land of Wind about a year ago. As I shifted my position, a soft ringing noise was audible from my bag. It came from 2 certain trinkets, a pair of little bells that would soon shatter the shinobi dreams of 3 certain brats. The bell test had a long tradition in the Hidden Leaf. The premise was simple, tell the graduates that they needed a bell to pass, but since there were only 2, one of them was guaranteed to fail. The real test however was for all 3 of them to overcome the so-created discord and work together regardless. It's a test to show your ability for teamwork, was the official explanation for this test. Of course, once you thought about it for 5 seconds, it became pretty clear what this test was actually about. It was meant to test the kids' willingness to sacrifice themselves for the mission. Just the kind of fucked up shit you would expect from a town that rents out child soldiers as mercenaries. I took another sip and sighed. No plan survives first contact with the enemy, such went the saying. And it had proven itself to be true once more. Even if said enemy in this situation was one's own brother. 5 months prior. I was surprised when I got informed that the Hokage had requested to see me. What could he want from me? It wasn't like this was my first time meeting him, after all, he was the one I'd always get my missions from. But this wasn't a mission, otherwise, the message would have said so. So what else could he want? I wasn't idealistic enough to think he wanted to make me his successor. While I planned to become his successor one day, it was too early. I was strong compared to most, sure, but there was no way I was Hokage material yet. Was I in trouble? But my mission record should be flawless. It definitely had been as a Jonin. I hadn't been a Jonin for long, so I had only done a handful of A-rank missions so far. Had I overlooked something? Maybe I accidentally let information leak out without noticing. Was it possible that I might have screwed up like that? Or maybe one of my teammates did and I had to take the responsibility as the team leader. The third seemed to be a fairly relaxed man, but he was still a military leader. Trying to appease him could backfire if I wasn't careful. In either case, the first step had to be letting him talk. Not interrupting your superior was a basic principle. I needed to know what the exact problem was before attempting any damage control. Such were my thoughts as I kneeled before the wide desk. Besides the Hokage, there also were 2 other Jonin in the office, as well as my brother. 6 years ago, he had started to work as an instructor at the academy and also occasionally assisted with mission assignments. Maybe he would be able to leave a good word for me if this went too badly. Sure, he was just a Chunin, but connections could sometimes outweigh ranks. Welcome, Tanya, the old man greeted. Please stand. I stood up. To begin, let me say this, I must confess, saying that I had mixed feelings about you attending the academy at your age back then would be an understatement. That wasn't a good start. But when I talked to you, I could feel that you were no ordinary child. Wait, what? I couldn't recall ever talking to him prior to my graduation. Back then, you were the topic of many of our discussions. I was against many things that the others tried to convince me of, but, we don't need to repeat all of that now. The important part is that despite your young age, you managed to prove me wrong each time. You have amassed quite an impressive record, and you showed that every special exception you were permitted to was not wasted on you. Okay, now it started to sound a bit better. Maybe I wasn't in trouble after all. Ikeku and Kohari would be proud of you, I'm sure. He gave me a short pause. Did he want me to say something? He mentioned my father and mother in the classic way someone did when trying to help you overcome your grief. You've become a child your parents can be proud of and now they can have peace or something like that. I threw a glance toward Irika, but judging by his look, he didn't know what the old man was getting at either. I still wasn't completely sure that I wasn't in trouble, so the best idea would probably be to continue his thought. My parents did their duty as shinobi and embodied the will of the fire, giving their lives so we could live on. I am proud to call myself their daughter. Another moment of silence followed before the old man spoke again. That is true, he said, clearing his throat, they were great ninjas. The village was lucky to have them and sad to lose them. But enough of that. Today is about you, and the many things you achieved despite your young age. I started to like the direction in which this was going. So it seemed he had good news for me after all. Maybe a special reward? Even if you were just promoted recently, you have without a doubt proved yourself as one of our most capable Jainin. Yes, keep going like that. So, how would you feel about joining the Anbu? Shit. The Anbu were basically the Hokage's personal hit squad, and what someone from my first life probably imagined when hearing the word ninja. They specialized in infiltration and assassinations and only ever did S-rank missions. The perfect career choice if you didn't want to worry about retirement. Because your chances of living that long were slim. But that wasn't the only problem. My end goal was to eventually achieve the one position in the village a strong shinobi could have without getting sent on dangerous missions, the seat of the Hokage. I had come to terms with the fact that I would have to risk my life a few times to achieve this and be safe in the long run. But if I joined the Anbu, I would just be one of many. A nameless mask in the crowd. No chance of standing out and becoming a succession candidate. This was bad. This was really bad. Think, Tanya. How do you get yourself out of this without ruining your future plans? There has to be a way. But with what I just said about duty and this bullshit philosophy they follow, I basically blocked off all my chances to say no. Unless. Maybe. Lord Third, I would ask for permission to decline. Everyone in the room looked at me, baffled. Go figure. To them, an offer to join the Anbu was the greatest appreciation of their skill the Hokage could show them. It wasn't an offer that someone simply rejected. You ask for permission. The old man asked with a raised eyebrow. All right, time to twist this in a way that makes me look good. My heart and my loyalty are and will always be with the hidden leaf. If this is an order, I will follow it without hesitation. However, if it is an offer, I would like to decline and give another proposal. It was an offer, the Hokage clarified. You can decline without giving a reason. But sure, voice your proposal. I nodded. All I want is to do what is best for the village and to serve its people to the best of my ability. The fact that, despite my age, you consider me strong enough to join the Anbu is a great honor. However, the Anbu are specialists, the elite of the elite. I, in turn, take pride in my wide knowledge and ability in almost every field. Add to that our time of relative peace, and I believe there is another place where I can serve the hidden leaf better. I bowed down. Lord Third, please allow me to become a Jainin sensei. This time, it took him longer to break the silence. Are you sure? I'm not saying it's impossible, but wouldn't it be strange for you to teach children of your own age? Oh, so that was weird. But sending a 13-year-old on borderline suicidal missions was a-okay, obviously. Age has no bearing on that matter. I've led teams in which at the time, the youngest member was 3 times older than me. The time after the academy is the most important in the growth of young shinobi. I believe that my aforementioned skill set is perfect for giving them the guidance they need. Plus, as long as my team consists only of genin, I'll only be sent on easy and safe D-rank missions, with the occasional C rank in between. On top of that, the second, the third, and the fourth Hokage all had been Janin-sensei before ascending to their rank. Maybe the first as well, that I didn't know. What I did know however was that, now that my fighting prowess was no longer in doubt, becoming a Janin-sensei was the perfect stepping stone on my way to becoming a Hokage candidate. The look the old man gave me in response seemed almost nostalgic, and in the end, he agreed. I would become a Janin-sensei once the current school year ended a few months down the line. Present day. Back then, my plan had seemed great. What I hadn't expected was for my own brother to backstab me. For some reason, he thought it would be a great idea to give me the most problematic team the academy had seen in years. I had done my research on them, and things did not look great. First and foremost, there was Naruto Uzumaki. Without a doubt the biggest troublemaker of the three. He was known in the entire village for being a massive pain in the ass for everyone, and in the academy, he was always dead last. Admittedly, I could feel some sympathy for the kid. The entire village ostracized him because the nine-tailed fox was sealed inside of him. As if the attack 12 years ago was somehow his fault. In consequence, he became desperate for attention. But just because I could understand how he became that way didn't mean I was willing to deal with him. Irika might have had a soft spot for the boy, but I sure as hell didn't. Second, there was Sasuke Uchiha. While he wasn't the same type of noisy prankster as the Uzumaki brat, he was a whole other can of worms. He was the sole Uchiha left in the village, having somehow survived the massacre of his entire family 5 years ago. There was no way for such an event to not leave massive psychological scars on a then 7-year-old. That boy didn't need a sensei, he needed a therapist. Being responsible for someone like that could only be a nightmare. And last, Sakura Haruno. Harmless when compared to the other two, but not great either. In the academy, she always had top marks and proved to be a model student many times over, but her files and teachers' notes made one thing clear: she was a girl first and a shinobi second. This, in a sane world, would have been perfectly fine. Hair, clothes, romantic interests, those were things girls that age were supposed to be concerned with. Unfortunately, sane worlds weren't something you can expect when being X was involved, and this world was no exception. If Sakura would become one of my students, I first and foremost would have to spend a lot of time beating that attitude out of her, or she would sooner or later die in the field. If she were at least a clan child, I could have used her to form some new connections. But no, she was a civilian born. There had been so many other interesting teams. Team 10 for example consisted entirely of clan heirs, definitely no nepotism involved there, who would have been perfect to get closer to the Nara, Yamanaka and Akimichi clan. Team 8 also consisted entirely of clan children. But no, I got the team with zero relationships and the most potential for trouble. My main reason for becoming a Janin-sensei was to prove my skills in teaching and leadership. Trying to do that with this trio would just be tempting Murphy's Law. Long story short, I had no intention of letting either of them pass. Now, while the goal and core principle of the Bell test was more or less fixed, the exact execution was up to the examiner. I had a lot of leeway and I intended to abuse that to the fullest, making this test as hard as I possibly could while still being somewhat reasonable. After all, I had to make it at least look like I was giving them a fair chance, or I could get in trouble if word got out. In order to achieve that, I had talked to other Jainin who had done the Bell test before, playing the role of the interested cowherd to get some mean ideas. Tricking them into skipping breakfast was one of them. Simple, but not insignificant. If you got up early, skipping your first meal would hamper your performance, especially for children who were still growing. There were also many other things I had planned for them, all of them balanced to a point that would still allow me to excuse them with having a high standard. That didn't even seem to be something frowned upon, considering one of my colleagues, who was among the most revered Jainin in the village, never had even one team passing. In other words, delaying it 1 or 2 classes until I got some kids who were good to work with was perfectly reasonable. As long as it didn't look like I was playing favorites. Stop running into me. Someone bickered from down the path. Then stop walking so slow if you insist on walking in front of me. Naruto, stop bothering Sasuke. Hey, would you look at that, they were actually on time. Hey! Naruto shouted as he saw the girl leaning at the entrance of the training field, a plastic cup in her hands. Why are you allowed to have breakfast if we aren't? The girl looked up. First of all, I'm not the one being tested here, assuming I have to abide by the same rules as you is idiotic. Second, who said you weren't allowed to? The blonde blinked a few times in surprise at that answer. Are you kidding me? You told us to skip it. As if to underline his point, Sakura's stomach grumbled, causing the pink-ed to blush in embarrassment. Was that an order? The girl asked. Or was that a piece of advice? All three of them looked at her befuddled. Hey! The girl put down her cup and got away from the fence. You three might still be kids, but you are in the world of adults now. That includes thinking for yourself. Don't get me wrong, if I, as your team leader, give you an order, I expect you to follow it to the letter. But sometimes, there might be a setting in which we get separated and your orders aren't directly applicable to the situation at hand. In moments like these, you must evaluate your position and decide what the best course of action is. And advice is exactly that. Compare it to the other information you have, and then decide whether or not to follow it. So, let me ask you again, did I order you to skip breakfast, or did I advise you to? As she said it, Sakura could almost hear her words from the day before. For this test, it is advised to skip breakfast. She had even put emphasis on it. And all of them had fallen for it. What the girl said made sense to her though. So the test had already begun yesterday. Sakura could just hope that this wasn't already enough to fail. The girl opened the gate and gestured for them to follow her. The training ground consisted mostly of a large forest, interrupted only by a narrow pathway. It's true that eating right before a physical activity can be a bad idea, she continued her explanation as they walked. But if you got up at, let's say 6, you would have had more than enough time to digest your food. Well, your call if you want to make it harder for yourselves. They reached a wide clearing with 3 wooden posts in the middle, and even a surprisingly large river. Standing in front of the posts, the girl turned around. Now then. Just as I said yesterday, let's start with introducing each other, shall we? All right. Naruto shouted eagerly, seemingly having gotten over his frustration. Me first. I am Naruto. What do you think you are doing? The girl cut him off. Hey? You said we should introduce ourselves. No, I said introduce each other. Confused stares from all 3 were the answer. So she doesn't want us to introduce ourselves? Sakura wondered. But what else is introducing each other supposed to mean? The girl sighed, seemingly frustrated that no one was getting it. To a shinobi, few things are as valuable as information. Information can make the difference between victory or loss, or prevent combat altogether. Information can be what keeps the peace or what causes war. Information can be the reason you survive. Most high-ranking missions are either gathering vital information or killing someone to contain vital information. Information is the lifeblood of this village, and by extension, ours. It is the most central aspect of our handiwork. You've known since yesterday that I would be testing you. And since you apparently had no idea who I was, you naturally would gather information about me. Who am I, what am I known for, what skills do I possess? Gathering information about a person you are about to deal with is just common sense. So, Naruto, since you wanted to start, introduce me. Tell your teammates what you have found out about me. The boy started to stammer nervously. And what about you? He finally decided to deflect. You want me to start? Very well, the girl said with a shrug. From the left, we have Sasuke Uchiha. A standout at the academy in terms of grades and ability. Your abilities in both taijutsu and ninjutsu are exceptional when compared to the academy standards and are not limited to just the basics taught in the academy. Socially, you have close to no contacts at all, although you gather much attention around you. You are considered the most promising graduate in terms of skills, but your personality greatly reduces your potential. She ignored how the black-haired boy clicked his tongue over her last comment and without a pause turned to Naruto next. Then, we have Naruto Uzumaki. In terms of academic prowess, you are the exact opposite of Sasuke. You had the worst grades out of everyone and only managed to graduate on your 3rd attempt. You are known for your pranks and inability to take things seriously. That being said, you are known for your high tenacity and stamina. You have quite a knack for the transformation technique, albeit acquired through unorthodox reasons, and also managed to learn the shadow clone technique. The last sentence made Sakura raise an eyebrow. Shadow clone? Was that different from the clone technique they were taught in the academy? And finally, Sakura Harano. Civilian-born. Top-scoring kunoichi of your year in the theoretical department. Passable skill in terms of taijutsu and basic ninjutsu. Besides that, there is nothing noteworthy about you. Hey, my father was a ninja. She retorted, her inner self not allowing her to just take the verbal gut punch, but the girl just shrugged. Yes, a lifelong genin who survived the war by manner of being absent from the big battles and retired from active duty at the first chance he got. In case I sound like I'm blaming him for that, I'm not. He realized this life wasn't for him and changed course. Nothing wrong with that. Still, your family is very much civilian, which on its own isn't something negative, so just accept it. She crossed her arms and leaned against one of the poles. Well then, I'd say that I have sufficiently demonstrated that I did my homework. Your turn, Naruto. The boy attempted the start of a few sentences, but in the end, wasn't able to get anything coherent out. Really, nothing? Come on, I even gave you a freebie and told you I'm Irika's sister. That should be all you needed to find out my name, and from there, it's easy to find at least something. Alright then, Sakura, you're up. Your surname is Amino. Going strictly by definition, that was indeed something, congratulations, the girl quipped with audible sarcasm. Sasuke. Upon being called out, the black-haired boy simply clicked his tongue again and crossed his arms, but said nothing. Sakura could feel her heart drop. That was already the second part of the test and she was doing miserably. Sure, everything the girl said made sense in some way, but were they honestly expected to do all of this? Well, I guess the only silver lining is that Sasuke didn't do any better so far. But it doesn't seem we failed already, so for whatever comes next, I have to give it my all. Visibly disappointed, the girl turned around and grabbed her bag. For the sake of convenience, I'll at least tell you my name. I am Tanya Umino, Jainin of the Hidden Leaf and, should you somehow manage to pass the test, your sensei. The rest, well, guess you're going to find that out the hard way. While you did make it quite hard for yourself, you still have a chance to pass. She pulled 2 small bells and fastened them at her belt. These are your goal. You can imagine it as a simulated mission. I am an enemy spy, and these bells are stolen intel. Hunt me down and take them from me. You don't need to defeat or restrain me, just get a bell and you pass. Now, as you can see, there are only 2 bells, meaning at least one of you is guaranteed to fail. Sakura swallowed. That she was still able to pass was good, but the fact that there were just 2 bells was mean. Assuming Sasuke would manage to get one, she not only had to do the same, but she had to accomplish it before Naruto. Looking at the 2 boys, she could see them getting motivated as well. Naruto got all fired up and glared at Sasuke, while the latter's hardened expression displayed pure determination. Maybe she could convince Sasuke to work together with her? There is only one rule, Tanya continued. Should either of you leave the training ground for whatever reason, all 3 of you will fail immediately. Besides that, anything goes. Weapons, ninjutsu, come at me with all you've got, catch the spy before they escape to the enemy's village. As she said that, she placed an alarm clock on one of the posts. Of course, the training area is a finite space, so I can't exactly escape. Instead, I will move around the forest, and you will have to track me down before the time runs out. Should you encounter me, I will focus on defending and disengaging. Doesn't mean I won't throw the occasional punch in your direction, but my role in fights will be passive. After all, the goal of the spy is to get away. Another alarm clock got placed on a different post. However, things will change once this alarm goes off. After half of your time is up, the spy gets reinforcements. That will be simulated by me switching to offense. I will no longer try to disengage and instead actively attack you on sight. She dropped a round, marble-sized object. As soon as it hit the ground, the 3 got enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke that robbed them of their vision. Test, start. They could hear Tanya shout, and when the smoke dissipated, she was gone. Chapter 3, Objective, Pursue. Objective, Pursue. Test, start. As the smoke dissipated, Naruto and Sakura were both coughing from the unexpected assault on their lungs. Sasuke, having reacted faster than the other 2, had managed to cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve and didn't breathe in much of the thick cloud. Needing no time to recover, he quickly looked around. As expected, Tanya was nowhere to be seen. The clearing wasn't small, and despite the fact that they were standing more or less in the center of it, a few seconds had been all the young Jainin had needed to retreat into the forest. Damn it! I'll get you! Naruto screamed next to him and ran straight ahead into the woods, causing Sasuke to roll his eyes at the idiot. Just because Tanya had stood in front of them didn't mean that she had retreated backward. None of them had been able to see anything, so she could have gone in any direction. Carefully scanning his surroundings, he looked for any traces she might have left behind. He could see where she had stood, but nothing about the spot gave off any hints of direction. She certainly knew how to mask her trail, but it was hard to leave absolutely nothing behind. It had just taken her a few seconds to leave the clearing, and movement this fast would create an air current. While he assumed that whatever she had done had reduced her air resistance, it was unlikely that she had erased it completely. And indeed, careful observation showed that the majority of the vestiges of the smoke cloud had been blown to the front left of them. And since a weak wind was blowing eastward, that meant Tanya had moved to the northwest of the area. Sasuke. Just as he was about to take chase, the other deadweight on his team called out for him. Wouldn't we have better chances if we went after her together? As if he needed to pass this test so he could continue to pursue his revenge. What was her weak resolve going to contribute to that? Not to mention that they were obviously competing against each other since only 2 of them could pass. Maybe we could try to pincer her. If you really want to help me, he cut her off, don't stand in my way. Not willing to waste any more time, he ran off into the forest as well. The problem was where to go from there. She could have gone left, right, or even straight ahead, since there was still quite a bit of forest to come before the fence. Shit, I shouldn't have stopped to talk. Well, no point in crying over spilled milk. He searched the vicinity for broken twigs, scratched bark, or anything like that. Unfortunately, after 10 minutes of searching, he had to admit that the young Jainin had been very careful in her escape. There was nothing that gave him any indicator as to where she might have gone. If he had his Sharingan, then he probably wouldn't have lost track of her. But alas, he hadn't managed to awaken it yet. He did notice a tripwire though. Right, she only said she wouldn't actively fight, but she didn't say anything about traps. Gotcha. He heard Naruto scream. Are you kidding me? That idiot went straight ahead and somehow found her through dumb luck. He hurriedly followed his voice, hiding behind a tree trunk when he reached his destination. Tanya stood with her back towards him, facing his teammate. While it was annoying that Naruto had been the one to find her first, this situation wasn't all that bad. If he attacked her head-on, she would probably retreat in his direction where he could ambush her. So he just needed to not get spotted until that happened. You are quite loud, the girl noted. You know that the point of an ambush is to surprise your opponent, right? Yet, the only surprising thing about you is your absolute lack of subtlety. Then again, what did I expect from someone who runs through a forest in bright orange colors? I'll show you who is lacking here. The blonde boy sprinted towards her, pulled back his fist, and threw his weight into a punch to the face. Tanya didn't even try to react. She simply stood there with her arms crossed, as if she was waiting to get hit. Shortly after, the attack connected. Or not. Rather than striking its target, Naruto's fist went right through her, causing the blonde to lose balance and nosedive into the ground. You certainly did, she said mockingly. This time you demonstrated your lack of observation. Or just plain common sense. If I was trying to get away, why would I strike up a conversation with you? She turned around and hunkered down to him. Moron. And with that, she disappeared. So that was just a clone, Sasuke scoffed internally. But clones can't act by themselves. Since she reacted to him, the real one has to be close. Damn it. He could hear Naruto voice his frustration. Don't think this is over. He jumped to his feet and formed a hand sign that Sasuke didn't recognize. I certainly wasn't part of the standard 12. Toge Bushin no Jutsu. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a loud poof, the entire area got enveloped in white smoke. As it disappeared, it revealed dozens, if not hundreds of Narutos on the ground and in the trees. All right. The original shouted. Let's get her. With that, the Narutos jumped off in any direction, leaving a stump Sasuke behind. Was that really the same Naruto that, in the academy, hadn't even been able to create one single clone? And now, he had made countless with seemingly no effort? And that wasn't even the biggest surprise, somehow, these clones seemed to be no simple mirages. They acted on their own and also left trails behind. Meaning they were actual, physical beings. Is that the shadow clone technique she mentioned during the introduction? When did he learn to do that? Feeling left behind, Sakura stared at the spot where Sasuke had disappeared into the forest. He hadn't even considered working together. Sure, she wasn't particularly skilled in direct combat like he was, but surely she could have helped him in some way. She took a deep breath. She couldn't allow herself to be disheartened by just that. If both she and Sasuke managed to become genin, they would be a team and inevitably spend time together. She could worry about getting close to him then. For now, she needed to focus on getting a bell. But how was she going to do that? Not only was her combat prowess fairly average, but the academy had never taught them anything about tracking. Come on! Her inner self shouted. You always were top of the class, if nothing else, you know how to use your brain. While their opponent was a Jainin, this was still a test. No matter how difficult, it was meant to be doable. There had to be a way she could get this done. With both the introduction and the breakfast, Tanya had always given them some clue hidden in her words. So what exactly had she said about this part of the test? I will move around the forest, and you will have to track me down before the time runs out. Move around. While there was quite a bit of forest surrounding the clearing, it still wasn't that much. Judging by the way they had taken to get here, she could probably get from the clearing to the fence in about 2 minutes. More than enough space to hide, but not so much if you were on the run. So she could have meant move around literally, moving around the training area, circling the clearing. A trap. Of course, if she moved in circles, there was no need to chase her. She could just prepare an ambush and wait for her to come by. With her newly found determination, she turned in a direction neither Sasuke nor Naruto had gone and also ran into the forest. She chose a spot somewhat halfway between the clearing and the fence. Now, how exactly would she do this? One way would simply be to lay in wait until she came by, then jump out and try to grab a bell. The problem with this was that she couldn't cover much space. She would have to hope that her target came past exactly where she was. The alternative was a trap. While she didn't have any real experience in elaborate trap building, the tools she had with her should at least allow her to do something simple. If she wanted the bells, she needed to restrain her, so something with the wire. She looked around for a while and reached an idea. First, she took out her wire and cut off a large piece of it. She then tied one end through one of her shurikens. At one of the trees, she dug up a small hole, secured the shuriken between the roots, and buried it. After that, she took the wire and walked a few circles around the tree so it formed a noose with about 2 feet of space to the trunk in either direction and covered it with leaves. The other end of the wire got drawn to a group of bushes. Lastly, she places some particularly dry leaves in front of the noose. With that, the trap was done. She just needed to pull the wire, and whoever stood close to the tree would end up tied to it. But that was just the first step. She needed to make sure Tanya would be close to the tree. She wasn't looking for anything, so there wasn't anything she could use as bait. But she also had an idea for that. First, she walked a couple of dozen feet to the left of her trap, where she threw 2 shuriken into opposing trees and connected them with another piece of her wire. Next, she walked in the opposite direction, took out her scroll, opened it, and placed it on the ground. There weren't any seals on it, just normal writing, but she hoped someone who rushed by quickly wouldn't realize that. Once everything was set up, she laid herself in the bushes, making sure she was completely covered. The tripwire and scroll were supposed to look like clumsy attempts of a trap. If Tanya would pass by, she would surely see the dupes and try to avoid them, falling for the actual trap. That was at least Sakura's theory. There was a myriad of things that could go wrong with this, but it was the only idea she had right now. And again, this exam was meant to be passable, right? She was lying in the bushes for quite some time, though she had no idea for how long. She also thought about placing a clone as another decoy, making it look like a poorly hidden ambush. But she didn't know how long she had to wait and didn't want to waste chakra. Finally, she heard the crunching noise of the dry leaves being stepped on. Quickly, she jumped up and pulled the wire with all her strength. The line jumped up from the ground and tightened around the tree. In response, she could hear a grunt. Her trap had worked. It had actually worked. She quickly closed the distance to the tree while making sure the wire stayed taut. While she ran, she could feel a trickle of blood run down her elbow. Had she cut herself on a twig? Well, what was a tiny sting if it meant getting closer to fulfilling her love? As she rounded the tree, she could see a patch of blonde hair. Unfortunately, it had the wrong length. Naruto. Sakura. What the hell are you doing? Right back at you. You ruined my trap, idiot. For a few more moments, the two kept shouting without a pause, and therefore not understanding what the other shouted back. In the end, Sakura was fed up and slammed her fist into the blonde's cheek. In a puff of smoke, Naruto disappeared. Not a body replacement, he was simply gone. No longer having anything to hold, the wire fell to the ground. What had just happened? And maybe more important, what now? She didn't know how much time she had left, but it should still be quite some considering she hadn't even heard the first alarm yet. She touched the wound on her arm. It was thankfully just a small scratch. And it wasn't like the trap was destroyed, she could easily set it up again. With a bit of luck, Tanya was on the other side of the area right now and hadn't seen them. Then her plan could still work. Alright, let's get into position again. If I don't see her when the first alarm goes off, I'll try something else. She said that after the first alarm, she would attack us on sight. Maybe that was another clue? Then I could use myself as bait. I mean, even if she said she'd attack us, this is still just a test, right? Naruto started running as his shadow clones flooded the forest. He didn't know how much time had passed, although it felt like an eternity. Still, the training field was a finite area, so she had to be somewhere. And one clone finding her would already be enough. Then, he could gather all of them around her and just overwhelm her with numbers. As he ran, he suddenly felt something graze his ankle, followed by a clicking noise. Before he could react, the ground beneath him seemed to rise. Moments later, he found himself dangling in a net, squished beneath 3 of his clones. Damn it! He shouted once more. He kept struggling for a while, trying to reach for his kunai to cut through the net, but to no avail. With 3 versions of him stacked on top of him and all getting pushed together by the net, he could barely move at all. Not that it stopped him from trying. All of a sudden, he could feel something tugging on his mind like an old memory resurfacing. He was standing in front of Sakura, and he was tied to a tree. She was angry at him about something, but he couldn't exactly remember what. And why was he remembering something like that? That had never happened. But that seemed to be it. The last thing he could remember was Sakura's fist getting closer, then the jutsu had ended and he had disappeared. Wait, jutsu? That made no sense, he was the real one. Or was he? Was he a clone and just thought he was real? But that would mean clones would retain their memory even when dispelled. Did that mean the jutsu would always summon the same clones? Or did they transfer memories? Was that possible? Well, he was technically transferring his memory into them when he made the clones. Wait. Wouldn't that also work in reverse then? So that memory, it had happened just now, and not to him, but to one of his shadow clones. But he could remember it as if it had happened to him. How? Wait, could it be? Wiggling in the net, he somehow managed to get his hands together, summoning a new shadow clone on the ground. The clone then left, disappearing between the trees. Just a few seconds later, Naruto suddenly remembered seeing a few mushrooms behind a tree. The excitement about his new discovery made him forget all his frustration. Shadow clones shared what they saw when they disappeared. He had never noticed it before because he had never sent clones away to do something else before. This jutsu was even more amazing than he had thought. Not only that, but it gave him a new idea. He once again wiggled his hands together and released the technique. He felt the chakra he had spread among them returning as all clones in the forest disappeared. Including the three on top of him, meaning he could finally move. Oh wow, I'm so stupid. Suppressing a facepalm, he used his returned freedom of movement to reach for a kunai and cut the net open. Twisting his body as he fell, he managed to land on both feet. A grin formed on his face as he put his hands together once more. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. This time, he only created 14 shadow clones. The 15 Narutos smirked about their great plan and nodded at each other. In 7 pairs, they ran off in different directions. Should either of them find Tanya, one of them would engage her in combat so she couldn't flee, while the other would release the technique, thus telling the original her position. And since the forest was a ring around the clearing, if 4 pairs went clockwise, the 3 other pairs plus him counterclockwise, he had to find her eventually. I'm a genius. Metal struck wood as Tanya dodged Sasuke's salvo of shuriken, causing most of them to hit a tree. Most. But one of them, a slightly larger one, had been thrown a bit more to the side than the rest and kept flying. And that wasn't all, a thin, barely visible string went through its hole, a string whose ends were tied to one of the other shuriken stuck in the tree and Sasuke's hand, respectively. As soon as Tanya's feet touched the ground, he pulled, causing the bigger shuriken to change direction. He wasn't yet able to make it return perfectly as Ataka had shown him, but it wasn't needed now since his target had jumped to the side. Once the weapon was on its new trajectory, he let go of the string and charged at her with his kunai drawn. With both him and the big shuriken coming at her from different angles, the girl escaped in the only direction left. The direction he had hoped she would go. Out of the forest, into the clearing. You're quite the opportunist, aren't you? She laughed as she landed and came to a sliding halt. Sasuke had no intention of answering. It had taken him half an eternity to finally find her, and he had no plans to let her escape once again. Especially since this time, he seemed to have caught the real one. His plan had been very simple. While Naruto's brute force method of searching lacked any semblance of finesse, it was effective. Sasuke had noticed immediately that the strange shadow clones allowed him to comb through the forest rather efficiently, and since their target was moving rather than hiding, it was clear that she would sooner or later end up getting pincered. All Sasuke had to do was wait at the spot where that was most likely to happen, and just as planned, he had found her before Naruto had. Did that make him an opportunist as she said? Maybe. Did he care? Absolutely not. He would do whatever was necessary to pass this test. He threw his kunai high, making Tanya duck, and used this moment to close the distance. His attack started with a left punch she deflected with little effort, followed by a low swipe which she jumped over. He tried to use the opportunity to hit her in the air where she couldn't dodge, but she just pushed his fist down and he missed. As the exchange went on, it quickly became clear that in terms of taijutsu, despite being roughly the same age and smaller than him, she outclassed him by leagues. And judging by her smirk, she wasn't even attempting to take him seriously. No, he couldn't allow her to aggravate him. He didn't need to defeat her, he just needed a bell. Unfortunately, here her height was actually a problem for him. Had she been an adult, the bells would have been within arm's reach. But, small as she was, he had to reach down, which was hard to incorporate into normal fighting moves. Hard, but not impossible. He swung his leg in a high kick, baiting her to duck. As she did exactly that, he let himself fall back, caught the fall with his hands, and straightened his body, so that both of his feet closed in right at her face. He was sure she could dodge that, but that was exactly what he was aiming for. Once she did, he could use his momentum and reach for the bells. But to his surprise, she didn't dodge. With just one arm, she blocked, catching one foot with her hand and the other with her forearm. How did she do that? Even if she is stronger than she looks, simply catching 2 kicks like that should hurt. But she didn't even budge. And on top of that, she was now pushing him downward. How was just one of her arms stronger than both his legs? Not willing to fight a losing battle, Sasuke shifted his position so he could push himself backward and create some distance. He slid over the ground but eventually came to his feet. Fed up, he decided to play his trump card and started to weave hand signs. He needed to do quite a lot of them, but ever since his father had taught him the technique years ago, he had trained to form them as fast as he could. Finally ending on the tiger sign, he took a deep breath. As the chakra got directed into his lunges and the air in them, he used his nature transformation to give it the fire nature. Then, he blew, and as the fire chakra left his body, it ignited. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. In front of him, a massive fireball formed, the roaring flames illuminating the vicinity and incinerating everything in their path. As the jutsu ended, all the grass in a 10-foot diameter in front of him was completely burned away and the earth scorched black. But no trace of Tanya. Seeing movement in the corner of his eye, he instinctively jumped back. Not a moment too soon, as a fist went right past his face. Again needing to create distance, he continued his momentum into a backflip, then jumped high and landed on a boulder close to the border of the forest. Fire ninjutsu are popular among the shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. While they are a bit difficult to handle, they are straightforward and basically always deal damage when they hit. But you need to be careful. Once the jutsu reaches a certain size, it can block off your vision. An opponent who knows that can use that to get into your blind spot. She crossed her arms and smirked. You might catch opponents by surprise that don't expect a genin to have enough chakra for such a jutsu, but as I said, I've done my homework. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Sasuke reached for another kunai without breaking eye contact. But then, a sound interrupted the staring contest. The sound of the first alarm clock. Half of their time was over. After it was done ringing, it was quiet for a moment. Then, Tanya's smirk grew and twisted into a grin. A mad grin so wide that it practically sliced her face in half. Surprised by the sudden change in her expression, Sasuke stared into her wide-open blue eyes. Then, she disappeared from his sight. Chapter 4, Objective, Survive. Objective, Survive. Sasuke was startled for a second at the abrupt disappearance of his opponent. He tried looking for her when suddenly, all his instincts screamed danger. He quickly jumped back, and not a moment too soon. He was still in the air as he saw the small Jainin drop an axe kick from above, her heel connecting with the boulder at the same point where he had just stood. With a loud crack, the stone was split in half. But she left him no time to be surprised by her strength as in an instant she stood before him, her fist rapidly closing in on his head. Not having time to dodge, he crossed his arms before his face in an attempt to block. His success was limited though, as not only did he feel a sharp pain in his forearm where the strike connected, but the force of the impact also pushed his arms back, causing his face to get hit regardless. Sasuke was flung backward but managed to catch himself with a backflip and land on his feet. Blood dripping to the ground made him realize that his nose was bleeding. He quickly touched it. It hurt, but it didn't seem broken at least. She really meant it when she said she would attack us. What is up with that strength? Looking up, he realized that the girl had started to weave hand signs. Sasuke had to make a split-second decision on what to do. He could try and throw shuriken at her, but her eyes were locked on him. Wait, wasn't her head slightly tilted? And he was sure she could keep doing the hand signs while dodging. If he really wanted to interrupt her, he'd need to get into melee. But if he did that, he risked for the jutsu to finish and him to get it straight in the face. As the moment passed, he quickly decided to retreat into the forest and use the trees as cover. Quickly making distance, he managed to get about 3 rows of trees between them before Tanya ended her hand signs with the tiger sign. Katon, Ikibi no Jutsu. Fire release, Liquid Fire Jutsu. With a deep breath, the small girl blew a wave in his direction. The wave closed in on the woods and crashed into the trees, causing drops to splatter in various directions, but kept flowing forward with high speed and force, ripping through bushes and even shaking the smaller ones of the trees it hit. In every conceivable way, the wave behaved like water. Every way, bar one. That being the fact that, somehow, it was fire. The strange, water-like fire lit up the shadowy forest, relentlessly clinging to everything it grazed and instantly setting it ablaze. Sasuke's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the power of the jutsu the young Jainin had just released. He sprinted away as fast as he could, feeling the heat in his back until finally, there were enough trees between them to break the wave and stop the jutsu from advancing any further. Panting slightly, Sasuke finally dared to turn around. The fire was reflecting in his eyes as he stared at a massive wall of flames. Everything the water-like fire had struck was burning. Trees, bushes, the grass, somehow even the soil itself was ablaze. Sitting behind his desk, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, listened to the mission report of the shinobi in front of him. Said shinobi was a man in his late 20s, who had most of his face covered with his mask and his headband. The only parts of him visible were his right eye and his signature silver hair. His name was Kakashi Hatake, and he had just returned from a secret mission in the Land of Water. Long story short, the rumors about civil unrest were a vast understatement. Many, even among the civilians, want Yagura as the current Mizukage gone, and he is cracking down hard on them for it. Some say that ever since the failed assassination attempt on him during the last summer, his madness has become worse. And from what I could observe, it might be true. Just during the time I spent there were 2 public mass executions, both because of some unspecified treason. I've seen less Hunternin during the war than I did during this mission. But he's achieving the exact opposite of what he is trying to, and rebel cells are already beginning to form. Hiruzen glanced over to Irika, who was busy writing down everything Kakashi had said. Was there anything you could find out about those rebels? The Hokage inquired. Not much, I'm afraid. But there's a name that was dropped quite often when people talked about the topic, Mei Taram. However, I don't know what exactly her role in this emerging rebellion is. Since I couldn't move freely without raising suspicion, all I could find out about her was that she's a kunoichi of the Blood Mist. But the tensions were already quite high when I left, so I expect a full-blown civil war to break sooner or later. I see, the old man said with a nod. The Hidden Mist village had always been an outlier among the 5 great hidden villages, not least because of its practices that earned it the title of Blood Mist Village. But due to the Land of Water's relative seclusion, word didn't travel much beyond its borders and only rumors had managed to reach the Hidden Leaf. He was a bit surprised when Kakashi had volunteered. It wasn't the type of mission the copy ninja commonly went on, but the Hidden Leaf spy master had been on a different mission with higher priority anyway. Back then, Hiruzen hadn't put much thought into it, he merely wanted to know how much truth these rumors contained. He probably wouldn't have even sent someone had Kakashi not volunteered. But what he brought back was concerning, to say the least. The question was now what to do with this information. Unlike the Land of Wind, the Land of Water wasn't allied with the Land of Fire, and a wrong move could easily cause another war to break out. As tragic as the lives lost in this potential rebellion were, it was still the better alternative if the fights stayed within their borders. Make a note to the mission roster. Every mission that has something to do with the Land of Water is now at least B rank for the time being, even simple escorts. Also, instruct every Leaf Ninja who gets a mission there to not engage Mist Ninja in combat, as well as avoid any other action that could make it seem like we are picking a side in this conflict. Yes, Lord Third. Taram. I'm not sure, but that family name sounds familiar somehow. I should have Jiraiya look into her, just in case. Still, is all of this really just the Mizukage's insanity? Or could there maybe be more to it? Lord Third. The voice of Kakashi brought him back into reality. Oh, I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. The Hokage then realized that the copy ninja was pointing at the window behind him. There seems to be a fire. Quickly, Hiruzen and Irika turned around. And indeed, far off in the distance, outside of the village's walls, there was a wide, thick plume of black smoke rising into the sky. That's training ground 3 if I'm not mistaken. Irika pulled out a list. 3, that is, Tanya. That explains it. Right, the Hokage recalled. She asked whether it was fine if the forest got destroyed. It seems I may have misunderstood her question. But I'm curious about her test report. Anyway, if it's just the training area then the fire is contained, and I'm sure she has it under control. Though we might need to do some reforestation afterward, he said with a chuckle. Wait a minute, Kakashi chimed in once more. We aren't talking about the same Tanya here, are we? The Pixie? The one who broke 2 of your records? Yes, that Tanya. She is the reason why you said I didn't have to test a team this year? With all due respect Lord Third, what made you make her of all people a sensei? Well, she asked me to. That seemed to catch the copy ninja off guard. For a few seconds, he just stared into the room, his one visible eye blinking a couple of times before finding his words again. Tanya. The Tanya. Asked. To become a Jainin sensei. I admit, I was surprised, too. She had always struck me as someone who was more suited for the Anbu. But she gave sound reasoning why, and there wasn't really a reason to decline. And, to be honest, I'm curious how she will fare as a teacher. Still, just to be sure. He raised his hand, holding up 2 fingers. Immediately, a shinobi with grey armor and a hawk mask appeared in the room, kneeling in front of him. He was a member of the Hokage's personal Anbu squad that was always in his attendance. This particular one was versed in water release. Go to training area 3 and see that the fire doesn't spread. I trust that Tanya has it under control, so don't intervene as long as it stays inside the fence. Once she is done with the test, offer her help to put it out. Without a word, the Anbu member nodded and disappeared. Hiruzen was glad to see how much enthusiasm his youngest Jainin showed to examining her team, so this should allow Tanya to put more focus on the kids. Doton, Heihenbaku Hatsu. Earth release, shrapnel blast. Ebe. A startled shriek was all Sakura could get out as she threw herself to the ground. Mere milliseconds later, dozens of tiny shards of rock flew over her head. When the first alarm went off, the pink-ed had thought it to be a good idea to use herself as bait for her trap. After all, Tanya had announced that she would attack them on sight. What she hadn't expected was for the young Jainin to use ninjutsu against them. Countless sounds of wood breaking overlapped as the stones missed her and hit the forest instead. The young kunoichi flinched as splinters rained down on her, looking up as soon as it ended. What she saw made her freeze. The trees behind her had their bark ripped off while smaller branches and parts of bushes had been torn to shreds, hammering home just how deadly the technique was that she had just dodged. Wasn't this supposed to be a test? This looked more like she was trying to kill them. Her gaze snapped back to Tanya who, with a wide grin on her face, held 3 shuriken between the fingers of her right hand, and threw them at her. Sakura needed to dodge. But she couldn't. With her heart rate at 180, it almost seemed like slow motion as the throwing stars closed in on her. Yet, her body refused to obey her. The blades drew closer. Sakura. Suddenly, 2 figures jumped in front of her. It was Naruto and Naruto? The 2 Narutos caught the attack that was meant for her. They then disappeared in a puff of white smoke and the shuriken fell harmlessly to the ground. What was that? It had been just like earlier. These Narutos were clearly physical, so they couldn't be clones. Ha! Got you now. From the other side of the river, another Naruto jumped out of the forest and into the clearing. And what the hell was that, Sakura? Are you trying to get hit? He reprimanded her. His face then switched to one of confusion as he seemingly noticed the destruction behind her, but he apparently decided not to think too much about it as he shifted his focus back to Tanya. And you? Don't think I'll let you get away a second time. Forgot the rules already? We're in the second half, I'm no longer trying to get away. I guess short-term memory isn't your strong point either, she taunted. You. I'll stuff that big mouth of yours. By all means, come at me. Try your best to survive. Twisting his face in anger, Naruto formed a hand sign that Sakura didn't recognize. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 15 Narutos appeared, 8 of them grabbing the other 7 and the original by the arms and spinning them around before throwing them over the river, where they landed with a roll. Not clones, but shadow clones? What kind of jutsu is that? Is this Naruto really the dead last from the academy? With a battle cry, the 7 shadow clones charged at Tanya. The girl took out another set of shuriken and, with a flick of her wrist and not even looking, threw them at Sakura before assuming a combat stance. The pink-ed was startled at the realization that she was still the one being targeted. The attack hadn't even looked serious despite being perfectly on point. Thanks to Naruto, however, she had managed to snap out of her shock. Her hands were still shaking, but she managed to bring them together. Ramborox Dog Snake. The shuriken hit right as she finished the last hand sign, 2 slashing her left arm and 1 piercing her side. Keikawarani no Jutsu. Body Replacement Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Sakura was no longer sitting at the edge of the forest. In her place, there was now a piece of timber lying on the ground, with 3 shuriken stuck in it. A bit deeper into the forest, Sakura's legs denied her their service as the boost from the adrenaline faded. Releasing a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, the pink-ed sank to the ground, leaning heavily panting against a tree trunk and resting her head against the bark as she waited for her heartbeat to approach a normal rate again. She didn't know for how long she just sat there like a puppet whose strings had been cut. All she knew was that, after a while, she noticed blood running down her left arm. It was just a tiny trickle, stemming from an easily ignorable cut. But it showed how she had activated the body replacement jutsu slightly too late, reminding her of what had almost happened. Still, she was eternally thankful to her past self for having prepared the wood for the jutsu. She had originally planned to use the replacement to spring her trap once Tanya was close. However, she doubted she could succeed with that now. What was she supposed to do now? The trap had been her only idea for getting a bell. Did she even want to get the bell anymore? She wasn't sure. Even her inner self was quiet for once. And a part of her wanted to follow suit, simply hide until the test was over. Maybe mom and dad were right after all. Sakura. Immediately, her body tensed. She was so on the edge that she at first couldn't even identify the voice that normally would have brought joy to her heart hearing it call her name. Snapping her head to the direction it came from, she finally recognized Sasuke. He looked even worse than her, the lower half of his face was smeared with blood and his left hand clutched his right forearm, unable to completely cover a nasty-looking hematoma that had formed there. The two of them looked at each other in silence until after a few moments, the black-haired boy spoke again. Looks like you found her, too. That bell is mine. Naruto shouted, sure of his victory, the line of clones in front of him completely covering his sight of the short Jainin. Unfortunately, because of that, he couldn't see exactly what happened when the first clone disappeared. The memory of seeing the clone getting kicked in the chin hadn't even fully reached his mind as the next clone followed. Mere seconds later, 6 of the 7 clones were gone, allowing him to see her duck under a punch from the last clone before stabbing it in the stomach, making it disappear as well. You were saying? Naruto clenched his teeth in anger. The girl's attitude was seriously pissing him off. Crossing his fingers once more, he created another set of shadow clones, twice as many this time, and also followed them as they charged at Tanya. This is getting annoying, she sighed and started to weave hand signs, finishing the last one just as the first line of clones was about to reach her. Katon, Ikibi no Jutsu. Fire release, liquid fire jutsu. A wave, a literal wave of fire tore forward and swallowed every clone in its path, relentlessly clinging to each of them before it made them disappear. The real Naruto quickly realized that this wasn't normal fire. Panicking, he stumbled backward, his feet tripping over a small rock. As he fell backward, he could see the wave of flames rise above him, basking him in its light and ready to come crashing down on him. His heart skipped a beat, almost sure that he was done for when suddenly a cold wetness embraced him from behind. Ah, right, he had been standing right at the stream. Above him, he could see the fire slam into the river, but the water surface proved to be a barrier it could not pass. Bubbles rose from Naruto's mouth as he let out a sigh of relief. Now he just needed to wait for the jutsu to end. But seconds passed and the jutsu continued. As his air started to run out, he realized with horror that the flames weren't gushing over the river anymore, they were simply burning above him. How the hell did she set the water on fire? In a panic, he began to swim, desperately trying to get away from the fire. His lungs were already starting to hurt when he finally reached a point at the shore that wasn't burning. Gasping for air, he broke through the surface and pulled himself out of the water. Panting heavily, he managed to get to his feet. Only to realize that Tanya was right on the other side of the river, spinning a kunai around her finger and grinning widely. Suzuki. What happened to you? This looks worse than it is, he dismissed her. She just caught me off guard. That was only half true. Sure, Tanya certainly had caught him off guard, but even now that he would no longer be surprised by it, he still wasn't sure what to do against her. Her taijutsu was superb, she somehow was physically stronger than many adult shinobi, and this strange fire jutsu was insanely dangerous. She probably had other techniques of that caliber as well. Any doubts he might have had yesterday about whether she deserved her rank were completely gone. She had more than proven the difference in ability between them, despite being not even a year older. If I was at her level already, maybe I could challenge him. Tanya was living proof of what was possible. If he could learn under her, his goal would be within his reach. He had to pass this test. But as much as he hated to admit it, he had no idea how, even if the hunger hadn't been currently drilling a hole in his stomach. In his head, he went through their exchange again, but he couldn't recall a single opening. No, actually, there was one thing he had noticed. Wah! A panicked scream pulled him out of his thoughts. Both he and Sakura turned in the direction it came from and saw Naruto running towards them, a blazing inferno rushing after him. Great, he led her to us. Lacking other options, Suzuki and Sakura joined his escape, trying to get as much distance between them and the fire before daring to slow down. I think we lost her, Naruto panted. Boom. He hadn't even finished his sentence when hidden bomb tags on the trees around the trio exploded, causing them to fall over. The three desperately scrambled, barely managing to not get squashed by the falling tree trunks. Even when it grew quiet again they were still on the edge, ready to engage whatever came next. A full minute of them looking in all directions passed until they finally allowed themselves to believe they now had some peace. All of them sank to the ground and leaned against the fallen trees. Damn it! This chick is completely crazy. Naruto then broke the silence. I think she's really trying to kill us. But, that can't be. Sakura objected, even though she had started to think that herself. I mean, this is still a test, right? As if she was waiting for that line, Tanya's voice echoed through the forest. Oh, by the way. Regardless of whether you pass or not, if you hear the second alarm, you'll officially be the first ones to survive my test. Being alone again, I allowed myself to stretch my arms a bit before looking around the clearing. By now, almost half of the forest in the training area was burning. Fire could be scary, but when it was under control, it was kind of cathartic to watch. And I had specifically asked whether it was fine to destroy the forest. According to the Hokage, they had someone who was kind of an expert in reforestation. Scaring the kids also was more fun than I wanted to admit. My imitation of the napalm-type spell, unfortunately, consumed a lot of chakra, so I couldn't use it too often. Still, it was nice to just let loose a bit without having my life at risk. Sure, it was a bit annoying to constantly watch out that none of the three actually got hurt beyond some bruises, but that was doable. I could still feel their chakra signatures, so I could at any point intervene should something go wrong. They were currently far away from any fire, having sprung one of my explosive traps. It was a shame that you needed a Kekii Genkai to create explosions yourself, but hey, bomb tags did the job well enough. I waited a bit so they had enough breathing room to fully realize how bad their current situation was. Just one of them needed to chicken out, and then I wouldn't have to deal with them ever again. Of course, I also couldn't give them so much breathing room that they could calm down, so after a minute, I formed a new set of hand signs. Alright kids, I've spent a lot of time crafting the details in this, so I hope you can appreciate my work. Don't blame me, you chose to be here. And hey, mental scars are better than being dead. Chapter 5, Objective, Teamwork. Objective, Teamwork. Alright kids, I've spent a lot of time crafting the details in this, so I hope you can appreciate my work. Don't blame me, you chose to be here. And hey, mental scars are better than being dead. Megan, Rain no Zensen. Demonic illusion, Rhine front. A rustling noise made them tense up again. Sakura was about to draw her kunai when a small swarm of white moths fluttered past them. They eased up, relieved that it was just some insects. Guess not even bugs want to be near her, Naruto joked, and Sakura couldn't help but chuckle a bit. And then, all hell broke loose. Massive explosions, bigger than anything a bomb tag could produce, detonated all around them. They jumped to their feet and tried to run, but Sakura's feet got tangled up and she face-planted. Raising her head, she was confused as the trees were nowhere to be seen. Around them was nothing but a dead wasteland with not even a single blade of grass growing out of the soil. White smoke covered the entire area, allowing her to only see a couple of feet in any direction. A thick smell that reminded her of sulfur and rotten eggs hung in the air, and a strange, deep humming seemed to come from above. What had happened to the forest? Ah! A bit ahead, almost clouded by the smoke, she saw Naruto tangled up in what looked like a short fence made of barbed wire. That idiot! Sasuke cursed and ran to him. As he did, a whistling sound started and gradually grew louder. Suddenly, an object dropped from the sky. Sakura could do nothing but watch as the two boys got swallowed up in another explosion. No! She finally got to her feet, but as she saw the remains of her teammates, her stomach twisted and she lost all strength. No! This can't be real! No, no, no! More whistles were heard, followed by more explosions. One went off not far from her, the shockwave throwing her to the ground. Not being able to think straight, not having an idea what was happening or what else to do, she shakily got her feet and started to run, tripping and falling over more than once. Whenever she heard a whistle, she couldn't do anything but hope the explosion would go off elsewhere. Suddenly, while she ran, her foot found no ground. Falling forward, she tumbled down a short, steep slope and landed in a small flow of water. As she got up she noticed that she was in some sort of trench. Another whistle and explosion made her hunker down. Only then did she realize she wasn't sitting in water. Dead bodies piled up left and right, and the floor of the trench was covered in their blood. The hum grew louder and the whistles started again. Dirt rained from above as the explosions went off at the edge of the trench. Tears ran down Sakura's cheeks as she cowered in fetal position, her hands clutching her head and covering her ears while she begged to whoever would listen that she wouldn't get hit. Sakura! Hey! What? Her eyes snapped open and she frantically looked around. She was back in the training area, currently getting carried piggyback by Naruto, who ran alongside Sasuke through the forest. In any other scenario, she would complain that she was carried by Naruto rather than Sasuke, but right now she couldn't care less. She was just infinitely glad that both were alive. What happened? She asked, still confused, with her eyes still full of tears, and with her heart still beating like it was trying to escape her ribcage. Genjutsu, Sasuke answered shortly. I managed to get us out. What happened to your eyes? The pink-ed inquired after noticing the red irises with strange markings on them. Long story, I'll explain later. He looked back. Okay, we lost her again, he declared and both boys came to a halt, with Naruto setting Sakura back down. Sasuke's eyes looked normal again. This can't go on like this, Naruto complained. And Sakura couldn't agree more. Maybe this is the point to give up, the young kunoichi admitted. I have lost track of where the gate is, but it's enough if one of us finds it, right? She said it ends immediately once one of us leaves. What? No. Naruto refuted. I finally managed to pass the academy exam, I won't waste another year. After 2 flukes, I finally earned my headband. When Iruka gave it to me, I swore that one day I would become the Hokage and that I would never give up on my way to that goal. For once, I agree with him, Sasuke grumbled, clenching his fist. I won't let anything stop me until I've had my revenge. I will not fail. But, I mean, haven't we failed already? If even Sasuke can't do anything against her, neither can we. And next year, we know that we have to get the bell in the first half. If we have failed already, what's the point of even having the second half? She wanted to retort, but then, the gears in Sakura's head started turning. Naruto had a point. That's, actually, she said after a moment of thinking. If one leaves the area, the test ends, right? Yes, you already said that. That's weird, isn't it? The boys just looked at her, not catching her train of thought. Think about it, if we are supposed to compete against each other, if only two can pass, why are we all disqualified if one leaves the area? That makes no sense. Also, there is the entire premise of the test. If we are supposed to reclaim stolen intel, shouldn't it be more important that we get it, rather than who gets it? But, didn't she explicitly say only two can pass? Naruto reminded. Sure, but she has already misled us more than once. But every time, with the breakfast, with the introductions, and with her route through the forest, she always gave us some verbal clue on what we were actually supposed to do. She must have chosen her words with the same intention this time as well. Sasuke rubbed his chin, thinking about her words. I can see where you're coming from. You think the number of bells is just a ruse? That we all pass as long as we get them. Well, I guess it kinda makes sense. Just as Naruto said, if it's basically impossible to get to her in the second half, then why have the second half at all? That gave Sakura another idea. Yes, of course. The reason why she's going all out on us is probably to hammer home that we can't and are not supposed to do this alone. She isn't actually trying to kill us, this is to help us find out the solution. So when she said no one survived her test so far, that was just a lie as well. Naruto chimed in. She hesitated. Right, she had forgotten that part. Actually, it doesn't have to be, Sasuke retorted. I don't know about this test, but I know that in the Chunin exams, some participants die each time. So it's not that far-fetched. Being a ninja is a dangerous profession after all. The other two just stared at him. Or it's indeed just to conceal that she's trying to nudge us in the right direction. Either way, I also agree that there still has to be a way to pass, and if Sakura is right, we need to work together. And if she isn't, then getting the bells from each other will still be easier than getting them from her. That last sentence was enough to finally convince all of them. Okay, so how do we do this? Oh, I'm pretty good with the transformation jutsu. Or maybe use my shadow clones. Sasuke nodded. Yes, we can certainly use that. But we can't just charge at her, Sakura interjected. That jutsu she used against me attacks a wide area, we can't dodge that on an open field. Not to mention the fire. That made the black-haired boy think. I actually noticed something. It's not much, but she never looks straight ahead. Her head is always slightly tilted to the right. How does that help us? That's not something you do without reason. My guess is that her right eye can't see 100%. She tries to look at everything with her left eye. That means her field of view is reduced. We just need to make sure that at least one of us is always in her blind spot. We must press the attack so she doesn't get a chance to use ninjutsu. My Sharingan can also help, but unfortunately, I don't have much chakra left. I'd say I can make one more fireball and one smaller jutsu. The rest I'll need for my eyes. So, what exactly can those red eyes do? It's complicated. Let's just say I'll have an easier time fighting her with them. Naruto slammed his fist into his palm. Alright, we probably don't have much time left. Let's do this. Would you look at that, they broke out of the genjutsu sooner than I would have thought. Credit where credit is due, that was unexpected. Unfortunately, they had left the range of my chakra sense. Granted, that particular skill of mine wasn't as developed as I would have liked it to be. It was exactly the reason why I would have preferred to get the Yamanaka's child on my team. Their clan had produced many exemplary sensor nin, having a good relationship with them for sure would have gotten me away to some of their techniques. Since I couldn't risk any of the kids actually dying, all of the dangerous traps were close to the clearing where they would still be in range so I could intervene. But that also meant I couldn't exert any more pressure on them at the moment. After what I had put them through, at least one of them should be on the verge of quitting right now. And once one was out, all were out. Time was also running short for them, but it was still enough that they could theoretically make it. Maybe I should scare them a little bit more? I had said I would only attack them on sight, but I never claimed I would stand still in the second half. Random encounters can always happen, after all. Just as I had decided to move out, 3 identical chakra signatures entered my range. Shortly after, the kids jumped out of the forest and charged straight at me. Did Naruto really think I wouldn't notice that those were transformed shadow clones? Anyway, 3 weren't a big deal, so I didn't bother to use a ninjutsu. As they closed in I ducked under a kick from Sasuke, grabbed his leg, and slammed him into Naruto, while simultaneously kicking Sakura against the shin. The fact that you didn't even need to strike shadow clones in the vitals to dispel them, just hit them hard enough made them very easy to deal with. Just as the last clone disappeared, another chakra signature entered my range. Was he finally done hiding? Wait, that wasn't Naruto. Way too little chakra. Don't tell me. Katon, Senki no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. From the trees, a barrage of smaller fireballs was launched at me. Did he just use the opportunity again or was it coordinated this time? Either way, he probably expected me to dodge. Sorry, not happening. I quickly pulled out a paper tag with 6 lines of various symbols on it, all centered around a large Kitsubind kanji. I threw it in the air in front of me, then formed the ram sign to charge the seal with my chakra. The seal overloaded and burst into pieces, causing the chakra to spread and form a screen in front of me. Nin, Iten Kekai. Ninja Art, Single Point Barrier. Most of the fireballs missed, merely singing the ground a bit, while the few that would have hit struck the barrier without doing any damage. Sasuke's chakra signature came closer. So he tried to use the fire as a cover, cute. I was just readying myself as the telltale chakra signature of the real Naruto entered my range. With a side glance, I could see him holding a large Fuma shuriken. Also, he had transformed into Sakura for some reason. No idea what that was supposed to achieve, but he threw his weapon at me. I focused on Sasuke's chakra signature so I knew where he was, then I readied myself to catch the oversized throwing star. I did so with little effort, just as the Uchiha reached me, and blocked his Kunao attack with it. Wait, why did the Fuma shuriken have a chakra signature? Oh, looks like I got a bit careless. I quickly let go of the blade and jumped back. Just as I did, the shuriken transformed into Naruto, whose hand I managed to swat away before he could grab the bells. Crap! Almost! He shouted as he fell to the ground. Having created some distance, I could now feel Sakura behind me. It had been the real one all along, but because they were so close, Naruto's massive chakra signature had drowned out hers. Had that been intentional or had they just been lucky? Either way, that wasn't the problem. I could easily handle all 3 at once. The problem was that for some reason, they were working together now. What the hell? After all that? And I even gave them an easy way out. What the fuck is wrong with the children in this world? This is the 203rd all over again. Sure, something similar had happened in my second life, but for crying out loud, these were 12-year-olds. It seemed I had underestimated what growing up in this screwed-up world did to those kids. But the time wasn't up yet. I could still break their teamwork apart. I just needed to get a bit of space. I slid under Sakura's Kunao to get some distance, but immediately, Naruto came from the right. I blocked his punch and hit him in the stomach, causing him to cower down wheezing. I turned to Sakura who retreated to the left, making way for Sasuke. As the Uchiha attacked, I noticed his eyes. He had the Sharingan. So he had already awakened them during the academy but hid it. A smart move to hide a trump card, but it wouldn't help him against me. Deflecting his attack, I swiped his feet before grabbing the falling boy by the collar and pushing back with enough force that he rolled over a few times. Sorry kid, but I've fought alongside eyes like these long enough. I know how they work. They won't help you if your body can't keep up. Next came a high kick from Sakura which I caught easily. Was I seeing things or were they focusing on my right side? Did they notice my injured eye? If so, kudos to them. But I had more than enough ways to compensate for that weakness, and they weren't yet on a level where they could actually exploit it, to begin with. With a quick yank pulled the girl into the air, swung her around on her ankle, and threw her at Naruto who just got back up. The 2 kids collided and rolled backward, past Sasuke, and came to a stop between the wooden posts that held the alarm clocks. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy had gotten to his feet again and was weaving hand signs. Judging by his limited roster of ninjutsu, it was probably another fire technique. I answered with hand signs of my own, and since I needed less, we finished at the same time. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Futon, Ken no Jutsu. Wind release, Air Cannon Shell Jutsu. Simultaneously, both of us blew our jutsu at the other, the 2 attacks meeting in the middle between us. Wind and fire collided, and despite being supposed to be the weaker element in this matchup, Wind won. The air projectile punched through Sasuke's fireball, causing it to disperse, and proceeded to hit him square in the chest, knocking the wind out of him, propelling him backward, and adding him to the pile of tangled limbs that were his teammates. While the 3 were still on the ground, I walked over to the posts as well, stepping my foot at a Katsu tag that was stuck to the ground while pulling out another one, forming a hand sign before holding it up in front of me. The chakra I channeled through my hand and foot into both of them spread through the ground and air to the other 6 tags that were stuck at the top and bottom of each post. Nin, Hachiten Kekai Ninja Art, 8-point barrier. Unlike with the single-point barrier, the tags this time were part of a proper formation and didn't get destroyed. Instead, they produced a sustained membrane of chakra, forming a cubic barrier that trapped the 3 kids inside of it. I gave the trio just enough time to realize their predicament before I spoke. That was quite some teamwork. I take it you decided which of you goes back to the academy. Yeah, no one. Naruto shouted back, and the defiant expressions on the others' faces seemed to agree. Just then, the second alarm went off. The defiance disappeared from the kids' faces as they realized that the time was up. I allowed myself to enjoy the moment a bit longer before I spoke again. Well, seems like that's it, I said and took down the barrier. I could have easily told them they had failed. They had fulfilled the passing requirements, but they didn't know that. They still thought they needed a bell. In their mind, they had failed already. And I was sure having those three as a team would be the biggest pain in the ass I could possibly have in this job. But if they talked to others and word got out, I was screwed. Just as I was pondering my options, I could feel my neck hair standing up. I didn't sense anyone else, but my gut feeling told me something wasn't right. You pass. Hey! All three of them shouted in unison. Wait a moment, Sakura called, wasn't the point to get the bells as a team? So they really had figured that much out. Almost. The bells didn't matter, to pass you simply needed to work together. This test wasn't about your skills, it was about your mindset. Showing teamwork despite the prospect that one wouldn't make it, in other words, putting the team and the success of the mission above personal interest, that was the point of the test. My description of the test was a compromise between the truth and the official version. I didn't want to sound too cynical in case my words reached someone important, but I also couldn't bring myself to completely lie to the kids and just say yay, teamwork. As much as I can understand you wanting to celebrate, I couldn't. You should probably leave before the fire reaches the gate. That way. The three got up and left, bruised and battered, but too happy to care. This world was fucked up. Hey, Tanya-sensei. Sakura asked, turning around. Sensei, hey? Yup, that's what I was now. Yes. I have a question, are we really the first team that survived your test? Naturally. I left the statement hanging in the air for a while before continuing the sentence. After all, this is the first time I'm doing this. The looks on their faces almost compensated for the annoyance they without a doubt would turn out to be in the near future. Shortly after, I was finally alone. Suddenly, someone stood next to me. I had only noticed their chakra signature the moment before they appeared. It was a slender shinobi in grey armor and a hawk mask. An Anbu. And considering that he could hide from my chakra sense, at least at a distance, not an ordinary one. Well, ordinary for Anbu. And sure, my chakra sense was far from the best, but still. I knew something was off. Those kids are quite something, aren't they? He asked in a neutral tone. Indeed. Holding back almost became something of a challenge in the end. For a while, he just stood there in silence. Did he expect me to say something? Do you need help with the fire? He finally asked. Did he ask whether I still had control over the situation? It's under control, though it certainly would be faster, so I wouldn't decline it. He nodded. One after another, he conjured up a couple of rain clouds. The napalm effect of the jutsu had long but ended, only normal fire remained, so the rain could put it out rather easily. With another quick nod, the Anbu disappeared, no doubt to report to the Hokage. So he had watched the entire time. Was the third simply not trusting a first-timer? Or was this a message? It wouldn't be too far-fetched considering who Naruto was, plus, he had invested a lot of money in the boy, and Sasuke was the last surviving member of what was once the Hidden Leaf's greatest clan. Either way, good thing I decided to not fail them in the end. Now that I had a genin team, I needed to plan. The next genin exams would begin a bit over 4 months from now. If I wanted to show off my skills as a sensei, having them participate as soon as possible was a given. But they didn't just need to participate, they needed to perform well. Ideally, all three would make it, but time would show how realistic that would be. I also needed to make sure they would all survive it. The requirement to participate was at least 8 successfully completed missions, so it was best to get that out of the way first. Since the Hokage didn't seem to fully trust me yet, I could mask this as wanting to build some teamwork first, so it wasn't too obvious what I was going for. After that, complete focus on training. I would whip them in shape even harder than I did with the 203rd. I could feel an angry grin form on my face. You want me to deal with this nightmare of a team, Lord Third? Fine. Then I'll just have to be the best Jainin sensei this damn village has ever seen. Chapter 6, Boot Camp. Boot Camp. Ah, my cute little Tora. I was so worried. I cringed as I was forced to look at Madame Shijimai, the wife of the Land of Fire's Daime, as she manhandled the cat that was desperately trying to escape from its owner's embrace. Only internally, of course, openly showing this in front of a paying customer would obviously be an absolute no-go. It stood to question whether bringing the feline back to this owner constituted as animal cruelty or not. Not that I cared. They say animal cruelty doesn't wield benefits, but for the kids and me, it actually did. 8,000 RY to be exact, minus the part of the payment the village would keep. Not much considering the A-rank missions I had run for the last year had each paid up to 1 million, but then again, suppressing hostile shinobi or missing nin also bore a slightly higher risk to my life than overseeing 3 kids catch an escaped pet. After the woman whose voice didn't seem to know a volume other than deafening finally left the Hokage's office, I went over to the secretary's desk to collect my team's earnings. While doing so, I gave a quick nod to Irika who reciprocated with a smile and marked the mission as a success. 5 missions down, only 3 more to go. Thank fuck for D-rank missions, easy to do, quick to finish, and involved 0 risk to one's life. If we managed to keep this momentum, I would have almost 3 entire months for the brat's training. The Hokage was just in the process of reading a list of potential other D-rank missions when a familiar, headache-inducing voice interrupted him. No. No, no, no. I'm sick of these boring-ass missions. Find us a better one. I did my utmost best to suppress my eyes twitching. If he already insisted on making a scene, couldn't he at least do it not in front of the village's leader? Was it really that hard to comprehend how this type of behavior reflected on his entire team, including me? You idiot! Irika shouted back. Great to see how maturely my brother decided to handle this situation. It wasn't like I didn't also have the urge to raise my voice against the boy, but was I the only one who remembered that we were in front of the Hokage? You are just a... I held my hand out to interrupt him before this whole situation went completely out of control. Naruto, I said, keeping up a calm appearance. Do you know what the ranks of the missions mean? He blinked in confusion. They show the difficulty, right? Not wrong, but they also show the importance of the mission. And importance means relevance. That is especially true at lower ranks. You will be hard-pressed to find a D rank that is more relevant than any C rank. And that goes up until the S rank. We wouldn't get D rank missions if the C ranks weren't covered. With anyone else, that should have been enough to defuse the situation and allow me to save the tirade for when we were alone. Unfortunately, this was Naruto I was dealing with. Okay, but, why are we the ones who have to do the boring shit? Of course, he didn't get that he was supposed to shut up. Actually, no, now that I thought about it, this was a good chance for me to show off. Unlike most current Jonin, I hadn't lived during the Third Great Shinobi War. There was a chance that people thought I didn't understand the true gravitas of certain things due to a lack of experience. I could use this opportunity to prove my understanding to the Hokage. That meant that Naruto would get off lighter than he would have, but that was worth the trade. Boring? You should be happy that you get D ranks. Hey! Why should I be happy about all these crappy cuties? I want to do something exciting. I closed the distance between us. Are you even aware of how lucky we are to be born in this day and age? In the span of just a few decades, we went through 3 world wars. There was a time when the average genin had a life expectancy of just a few days after graduating. That wasn't excitement, it was a meat grinder. A pointless waste of human resources. And it wasn't limited to shinobi, countless civilians died, families got torn apart, and entire cities just vanished from the map. But that doesn't happen today, do you know why? Because we are no longer at war. There are still tensions, but by and large, our country is at peace. I then stepped so close that my face was directly in front of his. Do you think that should change? Do you want to go back to those times, because you believe those hundreds of thousands of lives lost or destroyed are less important than your personal excitement? The boy swallowed heavily and looked to the ground. And no. Thought as much. So be glad that you live at a time when our country is safe enough that Lord Thur can afford to give you D-rank missions and go catch that stupid cat once it inevitably escapes again. He shrank further, but before I could completely stare him into the ground, a deep chuckle brought my attention back to our superior. Wisely spoken, Tanya. However, as coincidence dictates, we actually just got in a smaller scale C-rank mission, he explained holding up a scroll. It's a simple escort on a secure route, so it would be fine as a first experience for rookies. Yees. Naruto screamed, either not aware or not caring how close to my ear he was. Ouch. But more importantly, why was the third doing this? Why would give the brat what he wanted after he portrayed a complete inability to proper behavior? I was about to step forward and accept the mission when I finally understood it. This wasn't about Naruto, it was about me. He was testing me again. Well, I guess it wasn't too surprising. I was probably the youngest Jonin sensei in the village's history, I should have expected to be met with more scrutiny. No, Naruto, not yes, I corrected him with increasing difficulty to maintain my professional demeanor in front of the Hokage, because we are not taking it. Why not? He screamed again. This kid was really dead set on saturating my demand for decibels of an entire year today, wasn't he? With the attitude and lack of situational awareness you displayed today, it is very clear that you are not yet ready for a C rank. Lord Third, please give the mission to one of the other rookie teams. Naruto seemed like he wanted to say something again, but this time, I managed to shut him up with a glare. If you as their sensei think they aren't ready, very well, the old man shrugged. His choice of words. You as their sensei, yes, he really had been testing me. Good thing I realized my mistake in time. I take it you wish to do another D rank then. Never mind, the test wasn't over yet. Although that one was a no-brainer. He was checking whether I would just go on as if nothing happened or if I would reprimand Naruto for his behavior. Then again, people tended to trip at the finish line. Not me, though. I would like to excuse us for now, Lord Third. We will come and get another mission later on. His judging gaze rested on me for a while before he closed his eyes and nodded. You are dismissed. Ha! Did I ace that one or what? I waited until we were outside of the Hokage villa before addressing my team again. So, Naruto, you are dissatisfied with the missions we are getting. The blonde gulped audibly but didn't back down. I mean, he said much quieter than before, have you looked at the stuff we're doing? This isn't ninja work. It is work that ninja are hired to do, I retorted. Therefore, it is by definition ninja work. The annoyed click of a tongue was the answer. Not from Naruto, however, but from Sasuke. Got something to say? I asked, shifting to the black-haired boy. Unlike Naruto, he managed to keep his posture. This is pointless, he grumbled. Oh, is it? Does the team have a consensus on that? Sakura was the exact opposite of Sasuke, not being able to meet my gaze at all. Well, I mean, it is kinda boring. I guess. Zero sense of duty. Well, I guess it was a miscalculation on my part. I was focused on completing 8 missions as fast as possible so I could then concentrate on training. What I hadn't thought of was that until I started with the training, and in consequence, beating sense into them, they would still have their annoying mindsets. Maybe starting the training now would alleviate the problem. Unfortunately, these kids weren't just part of an army that I could run through drills. Unlike the Empire's soldiers, shinobi were specialists who put much more emphasis on the individual. After the academy, they needed to adapt their training to their personal strengths and weaknesses. And while I had a good chunk of information about them, I needed more if I wanted to optimize my training to the point where I was sure they were Chunin material afterward. Then again, there were some basics I had to teach all of them, and this would also be a way to gauge their abilities. Alright. You are bored? Fine. Meet me at the main gate in half an hour. I am sorry for getting loud there, Lord Third, Irika apologized with a slight bow. Don't worry, Irika. I know how close you are to Naruto, and he always had a problem with authority. Hiruzen put the stack of papers in front of him to the side and pulled out his pipe. But you are no longer his teacher, he reminded him as he filled it with herbs. He then molded a bit of fire chakra, pushed it into his hand, and created a small spark between his fingers that ignited the greens. And I must say, your sister shows remarkable patience with him while at the same time not being lenient. I had my doubts due to her age, but she seems to have been a fine choice. Irika couldn't help but chuckle. Most people only know her for her reputation. But I know she has a big heart, even if she would never admit it. Hiruzen drew on his pipe and let his thoughts wander for a moment. Young geniuses rarely made good teachers, but Tanya seemed to be an exception even among exceptions. At least in terms of keeping the kids in check. When it came to her ability to nurture the children's skills, that was something only time would show. He was truly curious about how her team would develop. I wonder if she will recommend them for the next Chunin exams. I doubt that, Irika claimed, shaking his head. She might have reached that rank at the age of 5, but she knows that she's an outlier. She won't be so hasty. Irika sounded fairly convinced, and it was to be expected that he knew his sister. But Hiruzen couldn't help but notice how quickly Team 7 breezed through their missions, having completed as many as the other 2 rookie teams combined. His thoughts were interrupted when his secretary spoke up. So, Lord Third, what about that carpenter's escort? Should I call for one of the other teams or just give it to the Genin Corps? It was a good question. When the man from the Land of Waves, Tajuna, put in the request the evening before, Hiruzen originally intended to give it to Team Guy. But then again, it really was a low-scale mission. The bridge builder didn't even have a cart with him, it was unlikely that bandits would even bother. It was perfect as a first C rank. The other 2 rookie teams unfortunately didn't seem as ambitious. The first was Team 8 under Kurane Ui. They were currently on their 3rd mission, running an errand to the next village, and scheduled to return later today. Their record so far was decent, but Kurane had only been a Jonin for 2 months before getting her team, and Asuma, his son, had told him she could be quite proud. Option 2 was Team 10, led by Asuma. They had only completed 2 missions so far, and his pupils had been quite the underperformers in the academy. The 3 were, unfortunately, a far cry from the legendary Inoshikacho trio their parents were known as, and by all the fighting prowess his son was known for, he also had quite the lax attitude. Really, of the 3, Tanya's team was the one most eligible to get a C rank this early. Too bad she declined, even if he could understand her reasoning. Well, it was an easy mission, so it should be fine. It was early noon when Naruto met the rest of his team at the village's entrance. Not knowing how much time whatever they were doing next would take, he had spent the half an hour they were given to quickly slurp some instant ramen. He was curious about what Tanya-sensei had planned for them. Maybe training? She hadn't really done any training with them yet, just given them some individual exercises they should do in their free time. In his case, she told him to do the boring-ass leaf exercise from the academy for chakra control. He was so annoyed by this that he hadn't even heard what she had told the others. Hopefully whatever they'd do now was more interesting. Alright, she announced once they were complete, we'll be making a short trip. I trust all of you can do sustained running. All three nodded. Sensei? Sakura asked with a raised hand. Aren't we going to one of the training fields? No, for what I've planned, we need to get a bit further. Now follow me. She went into position and sprinted away, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke on her heels. After exiting the Hidden Leaf's periphery they turned east, following the road. They ran through forest areas and open plains, leaving the road whenever they reached a village to run around it rather than through. Occasionally, they would pass travelers and merchants, some accompanied by other shinobi while others were alone. Tanya didn't let them slow down though, so they couldn't hold any conversation other than throwing the occasional greeting. Many hours had passed when the short sensei finally stopped. They were once again in a forest, with tall trees flanking the road on either side. There was, however, a salty breeze in the air, so the sea couldn't be more than a few kilometers away. While they had learned sustained running in the academy, and Naruto also had quite some experience when it came to running away, this was the first time he had run this long. Glancing at Sasuke, he could see that he stood upright like this had been nothing, but he could see that his face was slightly red, and while he didn't breathe audibly, Naruto could see that his chest was heaving quite notably. Jerk, why do you have to act like you are not out of breath? I can see that you are. Still, he refused to let himself be one-upped by his teammate and also did his best to not have his exhaustion shown. Fixated on Sasuke, he didn't notice that Sakura didn't care for their contest and stood bent over with her hands on their knees, panting heavily. Sakura had no idea how the two boys could still stand upright. Well, from Sasuke it was to be expected, but apparently, Naruto's endurance was nothing to scoff at either. She couldn't help but feel a little left behind. So, you are too bored to do your job? Then you don't need to worry because, in the near future, your heads won't have any space for boredom. First things first, how many of you can walk on water? Walk on water? Naruto shouted next to her, and Sakura wasn't any less surprised than him. She knew that fully trained shinobi could perform incredible physical feats, but was walking on water really something that was possible? I'll take that as a no. What about this? She left the road, walked over to one of the nearby trees, and put one foot against the trunk. Then the other. But instead of falling to the ground, she simply walked straight up, as if she was still standing on horizontal ground. With the casualness of an everyday stroll, she kept going higher. When she reached a branch, she decided to defy gravity completely and stood upside down on the bark. Judging by your faces, I guess I don't even need to ask if you can do that. She dropped down, spun in the air, and landed in front of them. Groaning, she pinched the bridge of her nose. Fine, guess we're starting at zero then. We weren't taught this at the academy. Sakura tried to defend herself from the accusing tone, choosing a bit more neutral words compared to the ones her inner self was shouting. Which earned her another death glare from Tanya. We're almost the same age and I am taller, how is she so scary? So? I could do this before I even attended the academy. Which, for the record, means at the age of 4 in my case. It is an absolutely basic skill for any shinobi, not just for its utility, but it'll also improve your combat movement. The academy gives you guidance, but if you are serious about it, you go beyond that. I mean, look at Naruto's shadow clones or Sasuke's fire techniques. They didn't learn those at the academy. Sakura gulped heavily. Was she really so inadequate? Could the other teams do that already? Probably, of those who passed the final test, she was the only one who didn't come from a clan after all. Although, Tanya shifted her attention to the boys, the fact that you guys can do that but not tree climbing is its own kind of baffling. Anyway, the concept is simple. All you need to do is to channel chakra into your soles. The trick is to get the amount right. She pointed at a group of particularly tall trees without many branches. Once you reach the crown of those, we'll go to the next exercise. For starts, running will make it a bit easier for you, but it won't help you much if you can't control your chakra properly. She turned to Naruto. But since you surely did the exercise I gave you, this shouldn't be a problem, Now start. The day still has a few hours, don't waste them. And so they did. Naruto wasn't able to use enough chakra and fell down, Sasuke used too much and got catapulted off the tree. Sakura managed to do it first try. I did it. She almost couldn't believe it herself. You did, Tanya affirmed over the curses of the two boys. If nothing else, your chakra control is noteworthy. Good job. The sudden compliment from the usually stern girl brought an unexpected warmth to her chest. She then followed her sensei to another group of trees, a few steps away from the boy. Now, usually, there are 2 steps following this. The first is to walk rather than run. But that's more an exercise in core strength rather than chakra control. The other is walking on water. But that is the same principle, the only difference is that your control needs to be even more precise. Since you already have very good control over your chakra, I doubt that you need my guidance for either of those. You're doing the chakra coil exercise I showed you to increase your reserves. Every day, Sakura nodded. I can never do it longer than an hour though. That's to be expected. Even if you train, you will never have chakra reserves like Naruto. Sucks, I know, but life is unfair. Important is to get yours over the pathetic level they are now. Just add water walking to your daily training and you should have it down soon. So while we are here, I'll give you something else. You saw what happened just now when Sasuke used too much chakra. Yes. He got repelled, right? As she said the last word, Tanya slammed her fist into the nearest tree. With a deafening crack, the wood practically exploded and splinters flew in all directions. Sakura shrieked in surprise and pressed her eyes shut. When she opened them again, the tree had a massive crater in its trunk. As you can see, this effect also has its uses. In fact, it is a core element of my personal taijutsu style. But unlike climbing, not only do you have to control your chakra properly, but you also have to use enough to create the repulsive force rather than suction. Not only will that increase the force of your punch substantially, but it will also create a cushion so you don't injure yourself. However, your control alone won't help you here. Since your chakra reserves are so low, your chakra pathways are naturally very narrow and you will have trouble releasing enough at once. It'll probably take a while until you can do it, so. She pointed at the hole. Don't even try to achieve this though, that won't happen anytime soon. Just do some form of noteworthy damage without damaging yourself. Naruto and Sasuke will have a much easier time with this one was something she didn't say, but Sakura could almost hear her say it anyway. She really needed to step up. But that didn't happen on that day. All she had been able to do was shave off tiny bits of bark, and considering how often she had hit the tree that would have probably happened anyway. It was about 8 p.m. when Tanya called the exercise off. Alright, that's enough for today. Eat something and then go to sleep, we'll resume training at 5 am. But we didn't bring any sleeping bags. Sakura lamented. You won't always be able to bring enough luggage on a mission to bring a sleeping bag. And what about food? Naruto chimed in. What about it? You're in a forest. You want food, go get some. Sasuke squinted at her comment. The sole reason we're doing this so far away from the village is so that we can't return, right? It is one of the reasons. Now get going, I'll see you in the morning. With that, she disappeared. Unsure what to do, Sakura followed Naruto to gather firewood while Sasuke went for a quick hunt. She was surprised by how much the blonde knew about what types of wood were best for a bonfire, and even more when Sasuke returned with a small deer he had managed to kill. While he skinned and gutted it, Naruto emptied their weapon pouches and stuffed them with leaves to make improvised pillows. When she asked how the two knew so much, Naruto boasted that he had camped outside the village quite often when he was younger. Sasuke just shrugged it off. The deer was probably young, so the meat was surprisingly tender. Still, without salt or herbs, it didn't taste great. And for Sakura, the taste was even worse, spoiled by the knowledge that she didn't contribute anything to it. Falling asleep on the leaf-covered forest floor was difficult, but she managed. Early in the next morning, the alarm went off and signaled the start of another round of training. But as Sakura slowly opened her eyes, she noticed that her jaw felt sore and she couldn't move. Snapping awake, she realized someone had gagged and tied her to a tree. And that someone had been very thorough because she literally couldn't move a muscle. Terrified, she looked around. First, she found Naruto. He wasn't just tied up like her, but literally chained and stretched between 2 tree trunks. The faint hope that at least Sasuke got away was snuffed out as she saw his head sticking out from the ground, the rest of his body buried. Both were gagged, just like her. 5 minutes of panic and muffled shouts followed before the sound of a familiar voice brought them some calm. So, you slept out in the open, in what is potentially enemy territory, and none of you got the idea to put up a night guard? Don't complain if you get captured then. Sakura let out a sigh of relief. As much as she could through the gag. So this was just Tanya-sensei teaching them why night guards were important. Although, their restraints were very thorough. Don't look at me. You can't always hope for reinforcement. You got caught, you get yourself out. This won't be deducted from your training time, by the way, so hurry up. And the panic was back. 2 full hours did the three of them spend like this. In the end, it was Sasuke who managed to get himself out and free the others. Surprisingly, neither he nor Naruto commented on that. Neither did Tanya, who simply nodded and then continued their exercises. The training was even worse than the day before, mainly because it didn't just last a few hours, but the entire day. They were only allowed 2 times 5 minutes of break, which they each spent quickly wolfing down some of the bland jerky Sasuke had made from the leftover meat last evening. The rest of the day was pure hell, and just like Tanya had announced, the 2 hours lost in the morning were added in the evening. With the last of her strength, Sakura let herself fall down on her improvised bed, unable to move any more. Every muscle in her body ached, her knuckles were bleeding, she was drenched in sweat, and so exhausted that she couldn't fathom how she was still awake. After a while during training, her arms had become so heavy she could barely lift them anymore. Her sensei didn't care, so she had to switch to kicks instead. Not that it had done much good. Both Naruto and Sasuke had been able to slowly, but steadily increase the distance they could scale before falling down. No progress at all. Releasing the chakra at the right moment was easy, but she somehow wasn't able to release enough at once. You think she will attack us again? Naruto wondered, but Sasuke shook his head. I doubt it. This morning was meant to be a lesson, but when she sees that we have a night guard she'll leave us alone. I hope. We only have 6 hours until the alarm goes off, so 4 hours of sleep and 2 hours of watch of each. He took a glance at Sakura. No, 3 hours for Naruto and me. You take the full 6. What? No. She protested weakly. As happy as she was over the fact that Sasuke cared for her, she couldn't just dump this on them. Why not? You clearly need to sleep the most. But I'm already making no progress during training. I can't weigh you down on top of that. What are you talking about? You already breezed through the climbing part. Oh, great, they had reached the point where Naruto and Sasuke agreed on something. But what I'm doing now will be much easier for you. She insisted. Maybe, Sasuke spoke again. But for now, you are ahead of us, and even a blind guy could see that your training is tougher than ours. She wanted to protest again, but as she raised her head, the last of her strength left her and she dozed off. Sasuke's prediction proved right and Tanya left them alone this time. But if Sakura had thought the previous day had been hell, she clearly hadn't known what awaited her. Not only was she still sore from the day before, but around noon, her concentration was suddenly interrupted by a shuriken getting stuck in the tree in front of her. Behind her, she could hear another one hitting wood, followed by Naruto cursing. What the hell? Why are we switching to dodge training now, Tanya-sensei? She could hear Sasuke ask. We aren't switching anything. You keep going, and you will dodge while you do it. Always be prepared for an ambush. That day, the sore muscles got joined by countless small cuts, but at least Tanya gave them band-aids rather than forcing them to improvise again. In the early evening, they were visited by Team 8, accompanied by an old man they didn't know. They had gotten the escort mission Tanya had rejected and were apparently on their way to the land of waves. Their sensei, Kurane, held a quick chat with Tanya, and Kaiba gloated a bit in front of Naruto that they were the first rookie team to get a C rank. Naruto tried to retort, but one glare from Tanya quickly shut him up. This time, they had 8 hours of sleep to share rather than 6, but the boys once more insisted that she took all of them. Sakura felt even worse about that than the day before but was again too exhausted to refute them. The next day finally bore results. During the late morning hours, both Naruto and Sasuke managed to scale their respective trees to the top, and shortly after, as Sakura's fist connected with the tree, a 2-foot-long, vertical crack split open in front of her eyes. With an affirming nod, Tanya rallied the three around her. But before she could explain the next steps, a loud buzzing noise interrupted her. A large, black cloud of insects closed in on them and sat down on one of the trees, their formation forming a single word. Help! Bugs? Naruto asked, confused. Tanya crossed her arms and frowned. They probably belong to the Abermakid. Hope you three could recover a bit because you're about to get your excitement. Chapter 7, The Demon of the Hidden Mist. The Demon of the Hidden Mist. Hinata took a deep breath before tightening the binds around her chest area, though the result was so-so at best. It also felt more uncomfortable than usual, which probably meant they had grown again. With a deep sigh, she donned her mesh armor, pulled the grey shorts and pants over it, and fastened her satchel and kunao sheath before looking at herself in the mirror. Despite her best efforts and layers of clothing, her figure was still showing very distinctly. Why was she stuck with these useless lumps of fat? Not only were they always in the way when she trained, forcing her to deviate from the traditional form, but she was also sure her ugly body was part of the reason why Naruto wouldn't even look her way. Her crush clearly only had eyes for Sakura, and she could see why. Why couldn't she have a beautiful, slender figure like her? Some loud voices from outside the manor pulled the Hyga heiress out of her thoughts. She quickly put on the oversized jacket she had come to appreciate during her academy years, one of her few pieces of clothing that could actually conceal her form, and went outside into the bailey of the Hyga estate. To her surprise, she found her father in a conversation with Kurane, her Jainin sensei. Why did she come to her home? It was still half an hour until their agreed time to meet. Or was her alarm clock misaligned? Did she oversleep, and now she was making her team wait to the point where her sensei had to personally pick her up? Was she really that much of a failure? Don't know what Lord Third is thinking, but I cannot condone this. Oh, Hinata. Good morning. Good morning father, Kurane-sensei, she returned the greeting as the two adults noticed her presence. Good morning, Hinata. I'm here because there is a change of plans. We were given a C-rank mission. A C-rank? After only 3 D ranks? Hadn't father always told her she wouldn't get to do a C-rank until after at least 2 to 3 months of active service? And as I said, I am against it, her father insisted. She is not ready for it. Lord Hayashi, I know you are concerned about your daughter, but she is a fully trained shinobi now. Concern has nothing to do with this, I am simply being realistic. If her skills were on par with Niji, or at least up to our family's standard, there would be no issue. As harsh as his words were, Hinata knew he was right. Even when sparring against her younger sister, she always held back because she couldn't bring herself to harm little Hanabi. She could hear the elders calling her a stain on the Hyga name even when they weren't there. Kaiba and Shino, sure, those two were probably ready for it, but her? I think you are underestimating your daughter, Lord Hayashi. And besides, this is a secure route, and the client isn't even a merchant or carries anything that would make him a target for bandits. This mission will most likely be nothing but a few days on the road. There is a reason for the Hyga's high standards. We are talking about an unsealed Byakugan leaving the country, I need more than mere assurance from the Hidden Leaf's most recent Jainin to allow that. On that comment, Kurane's facial features hardened and her big, red eyes went in a deep scowl. Your opinion is duly noted, Lord Hayashi. And while I would love to hear your explanation as to why you think I would need your permission to take a ninja who is under my command to follow the orders of the Hokage, especially after you initially told me that you didn't care, I'm afraid we are a bit pressed for time. Hinata, Shino is already picking up Kaiba and we're meeting the client at the gate. So, quickly fetch your equipment and sleeping bag, I'll wait. Scared by the tension in the air, Hinata in a slightly panicked manner looked between her father and her sensei, but after a few seconds, the Hyga clan head just scoffed and went inside. Did that mean he was fine with it? So? You're gonna get your stuff? Kurane asked in a not exactly unfriendly manner, but still significantly less friendly than she had been at the beginning of the conversation. Why yes, Kurane-sensei. The day had started fairly decent for Kurane. Great, actually. Unfortunately, Hayashi Hyga had put in quite the effort to sour her good mood. While she could fully understand his concern for his daughter, at least if she was charitable enough to assume that that actually was his motive, there had been no need for him to be this condescending. Maybe she hadn't been a Jainin for a very long time. So? That didn't mean she was any less capable. However, that was an opinion seemingly not many people shared. She rarely heard it said directly in her face, but she was well aware of the gossip behind her back, how she only reached her position because she was close to the Hokage's son. Had her father not been Shinkuyui, the man who had saved countless lives during the Nine-Tails attack, people probably wouldn't have even bothered to keep the talks behind her back. She knew she shouldn't let herself get bothered by all this. As Asuma always said, as long as she herself was aware of her skills, that was all that counted, who cared what others said. After all, she had managed to finish the academy in merely 2 years, and among the ninja currently in the village, few could match her skills in genjutsu. And yet, even the support from the people on her side, like Asuma or her father, somehow sounded off in her ears. First among them, a sentence that she was absolutely sick of hearing. How 27 was quite young for a kunoichi to reach the rank of Jainin. Not for a shinobi in general. Just for a kunoichi. Sure, among the few that managed to ascend to the rank of Jainin, female ninja reached their rank on average a bit later in life than their male counterparts. And maybe, she would have even been fine with the situation, ignoring baseless rumors and being proud of her achievements, had it not been for what was probably the biggest slap in the face in her entire life. Tanya Umino. One of the youngest shinobi and the youngest kunoichi to ever become Jainin. And those were far from the only village records she held to her name. Finishing the academy at the insane age of 5, the girl had been on a genin team under Kurane's father. Back then, the then 19-year-old Kurane had actually taken a liking to the little girl. She was smart, mature for her age, and eager to learn. Kurane had spent a lot of her free time with her, often teaching her in genjutsu, a field that highly fascinated the tiny kunoichi. The time with her cute Kaoruhei had been quite enjoyable at first. But soon, it showed why people called Tanya a genius. With unfathomable ease, Tanya mastered whatever Kurane taught her. She also developed fearsome taijutsu skills, had self-taught sensory abilities, and broke the world record for the youngest person to ever create an original ninjutsu by 7 years. It was as if she was the reincarnation of a seasoned shinobi with a lifetime's experience in both fighting and chakra control, completely overshadowing the rest of her team. A team that consisted of an Uchiha and a Hyuga, for crying out loud. At first, Kurane had been slightly embarrassed by the young girl's prowess, doing her best to not get overtaken by her Kouhei. She had mastered complicated genjutsu of the highest rank, working tirelessly to improve, and finally, near the end of last year, she had managed to reach the rank of Jainin. After Tanya. Not by much, just a few months. But that was enough to make the achievement feel hollow. She knew she was being petty. She was jealous of a girl not even half her age. She should be proud of what she had accomplished and be happy for her Kouhei. But she just couldn't. Whatever happened, Tanya seemed to always one-up her, and the worst part was how casually she acted about it. As if it was simply a fact of life that Tanya was better than her. But Kurane refused to accept that. She would be the better of the two again, and for now, that meant being the better sensei. So naturally, she was thrilled to learn that her team would be the first of the rookies to receive a C-rank mission. Hayashi Hyuga had successfully dampened that. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, Hinata right behind her, Kurane aimed straight for the gate. Preferably, she would meet the client before Shino and Kaiba did. With which she actually meant, before Kaiba did. You are supposed to protect me. She could hear a rough male voice ask. You are just a bunch of brats. Your doubts are unsubstantiated. Why, you ask? Because the abilities of a shinobi override any advantage regular fighters could acquire through experience. Pfey. Do you even know how to write these big words? Am I seriously paying 40,000 RY to babysit? Now listen here, you old fart. If you think you are so great, Akamaru, and I will gladly kick your ass here and now. Yeb. The tiny ninja hound barked as Kurane finally reached the scene. Kaiba, please stop insulting the client. Oh, finally an adult. The old man complained. Turning his gaze to Kurane, his face started to redden in a way that was very likely not just from the bottle of cheap booze in his hand. That I am, the Jainin affirmed, doing her best to ignore his reaction. But while I hope you can see past Kaiba's lack of manners, you should indeed not underestimate these three. Children they might be, but each of them could easily hold their own against 10 seasoned mercenaries. Since there is no reason to expect a fight against other ninja, you are in capable hands. To that, the old man coughed for some reason. Did he drink his booze too fast? Fine, I guess. Alright kids, I'm Tajuna, the best bridge builder in the land of waves. I'm basically a VIP, so I expect super protection from you brats, got it? He emptied his bottle and started to walk. A few seconds passed before Kaiba grumbled, can I kill this guy? And Akamaru growled in approval. That would be unwise, Shino retorted. Why, you ask? Because. No I don't ask. Because that was sarcasm, you stupid, tone-deaf insect freak. Kaiba, maybe we should. Oh, for fuck's sake, if you want to say something, Hinata, don't say it at a volume where even dogs will struggle to hear you. Ebe. Come on, kids, let's go, Kurane diffused the situation with a sigh. Ability-wise, all three of her students were plenty capable. But in terms of character, they really gave her headaches. But hey, maybe this mission would allow them to finally develop some teamwork. The next 2 days on the road were rather uneventful. The universe compensated for this in the early evening of the third day by metaphorically slapping her in the face. Greetings, Kurane. Nice to see you, how are you doing? Tanya. Kurane couldn't hide her surprise as the golden-haired girl suddenly jumped out of the forest. What are you doing here? Teaching my team some basics. You are aware the village has training fields, right? Sure, Tanya shrugged, but I didn't want to make them feel like they had a way out of this. Looking past her into the forest, Kurane could see a distinct patch of orange trying to run up a tree trunk. So was she teaching them tree climbing? Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino were already able to do that. So at least in terms of skills, my team is ahead of yours. See that, Naruto? Kaiba suddenly shouted into the woods. We're the first rookies on a C rank. Suck it, loser. You can talk when you are up the tree. Tanya interrupted before Naruto managed to get a rebuttal out. She then turned her attention back to Team 8. Anyway, thanks for dropping by even if it wasn't planned. Maybe showing them what they missed out on will finally motivate them to improve on their behavior. What do you mean? Kurane asked confused. Well, you probably got the mission we were offered. I passed on it because my team refused to behave with the expected maturity. Doing her best to not let her anger show, Kurane clenched her fist. Of course. Of fucking course, they hadn't actually been the first rookie team to get offered this mission. No, she once again was second fiddle to Tanya. Also, why was Hinata staring at Tanya like that? So, we burps get going or what? Tajuna pulled her back into reality. Yeah, let's, she agreed, eager to leave the scene behind her. So, who was that brat? Kaiba chimed in, a lot less determined than her to forget the meeting, unfortunately. She took a deep breath. Don't be childish in front of your team, Kurane. That brat is called Tanya, and she happens to be one of the Jainin in the Hidden Leaf. She's stronger than you, Kurane-sensei? Hinata inquired. In some fields, her abilities surpass mine, yes. In the morning of the next day, an hour after they had woken up, Kurane noticed something. Only she did, despite having a team with abilities for tracking. A bit disappointing, but a good opportunity for a lesson. By the way, there is something I wanted to show you three. Does that have to be now? I'd like to reach our destination today. The old man nagged. It'll just be a moment. See that tree over there? The three kids nodded. Watch this. Quickly, she went through a set of hand signs. Are we supposed to see something? Kaiba inquired after a while. Since you weren't the target of the genjutsu, no. Genjutsu? Then why did you tell us to watch the tree in the first place? With a smirk, Kurane pointed behind her. To make the guy hiding in the puddle over there think I didn't notice him. You three overly rely on your natural abilities. Your senses are good, but they can be tricked. Smell, for example, can be masked by water. Kunao drawn, she walked over to the puddle. For that reason, you must always observe your surroundings. If we are still a few kilometers from the coast, there is no river, and it hasn't rained in weeks, then a lone puddle must catch your attention and... She interrupted herself and jumped back as a set of bodies erupted from the puddle. Two ninja with the hidden mist symbol on their headbands stood before her. Most noteworthy feature was the large gauntlet each of them wore that connected the two with a spiky chain. 2. So one snapped the other out of it. They are pretty well in sync considering that they masked each other's presence to the point where I only noticed one. If I want to catch them in a genjutsu, I have to cast it on both at once. Which was slightly trickier, but not really a challenge for her. She just needed to wait for the right moment for it. Team 8. Protect Tajuna. I'll take care of those two. Without wasting another second, the two mist ninja charged at her, trying to catch her in the chain. Kurane let herself fall back so the spiked metal went over her, then caught her fall with her hands, spun around, and buried her heel in the stomach of the left one, causing him to stagger backward. Through the chain that connected them, the other was therefore forced to stumble in the same direction, and Kurane used the opportunity to hook her kunao into the chain and yank the guy toward her. Losing his balance, he tried to slash her with the clawed gauntlet, but she casually pushed his arm up with her left hand, ducked under the attack, and rammed her blade into his leg. She then swiped the leg with her foot, causing him to fall down, looked out to avoid the spikes of the chain, and prepared herself to switch the attention to the first one, who she could see in the corner of her eye had gotten up and closed in on her. Now she just had to... Tsuke. Passing Fang. Suddenly, Kaiba flew in from the side, using the secret taijutsu of his clan to spin rapidly in the air in an attempt to attack the mist ninja. It stayed at the attempt as the man dodged, jerking up the chain so the spikes got caught in Kaiba's jacket. The young Inyazuka got thrown out of his technique and fell to the ground. The mist ninja wasted no time to slash at him, but at the last moment, a small hand grabbed his hood and pulled him away from the attack. Looking up, he saw Hinata, who quickly jumped back to bring her and Kaiba away from the attacker. Meanwhile, the other mist ninja had gotten up again, and despite his injured leg, he and his partner now both charged at the Hyga daughter. Only to suddenly stop dead in their tracks. Magan, Jubaku Satsu. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. In between the two, a tree rapidly grew out of the ground, its branches lashing out and coiling around their limbs like snakes, restraining them in place. It wasn't really happening, just an illusion the two were seeing. But it tricked the brain into thinking they couldn't move to the point where they actually did become unable to do so. As she walked past them, Kurane slashed their throats in a fluid motion before turning to her team. Are you hurt? Kaiba quickly checked himself, but while the jacket was torn he himself was uninjured. No, I don't think so. I am also fine, Hinata added, holding her hands over another. Good. Then, first, Hinata, you thought quickly and reacted accordingly, well done. Thanks, sensei. Second, Kaiba, what the hell was that? You were fighting alone, I also wanted to do something. Do something? Are you crazy? I didn't order you to stand back just for the fun of it. I am not just your teacher, I am also in command of this team, so if I give you an order, you follow it. She sighed. She knew Kaiba was very headstrong, but she hadn't expected it to be this bad. You are aware that you almost got yourself killed, right? Had it not been for Hinata, you could be dead now. I didn't mean to. Of course not, but it's what you get if you keep acting like that. Do you remember Tanya? The girl we met yesterday? Yes. What about her? On the first big mission that she was in charge of, she executed her own teammate because he refused to listen to her orders and therefore presented a liability for them. I'm not saying I would have done the same in her situation, but my point is that there is more than one way you can die if you don't follow orders. And that is ignoring the fact that a team can't function if everyone does what they want. To that, Kaiba's gaze dropped. I'm sorry, he apologized. Akamaru trotted over to him and licked his partner's hand, which petted him in return. Once we are back, we will focus on some team-building exercises. Which brings me to my third point. She turned to the bridge builder. Those two didn't exactly strike me as rogue ninja turned bandits. They were hired. Is there anything you want to tell us? Tajuna dodged her gaze for a moment, but in the end, he relented. He explained that his home country was currently under the thumb of a man named Gat, a shipping magnate and leader of the famous Gat company. He had taken control over all shipping routes in the country, and since the land of waves depended on the trade, he basically had it in the palm of his hand. Tajuna wanted to free his country by building a bridge to the land of fire, which had put a target on his back. But since his homeland was very poor, he didn't have enough money for a B-rank mission. I am sorry for lying to you, but I was out of options. He shrugged. I understand if you abandon me now. My daughter and my cute 10-year-old grandson will probably cry a lot if I die, but it's fine. Not your fault. A moment of silence followed, but in the end, Kurane sighed. It'll probably take a while for Gat to hire new shinobi, and we are almost there anyway. We will bring you home, and that's it. But since you lied, the mission no longer has priority. If I judge the situation too dangerous for my team, we will retreat, and we'll leave you behind if necessary. Fine, geez. And so, they kept going. In the late morning, they finally reached the coastline. A bit south from here is an acquaintance waiting for me. He will bring us over, and we can. Thud. Surprised, the group turned around, only to see that Hinata had collapsed to the ground. They quickly ran over to her. Hinata. Hinata, talk to me. But the girl only managed an incoherent mumble. Her face was flushed and feverish. What's wrong with her? Kaiba asked, panicking. This is, Shino answered and held her arm up. On the back of the girl's right hand, there was a tiny cut, almost healed already. Kaiba took a quick sniff. Poison, he concluded, but I don't know what kind. I also smell some form of ointment. Kurane clenched her teeth. This had probably happened when she had saved Kaiba. Stupid girl, why didn't you say anything? She hissed. I can help her, the young Aberme claimed calmly. As he did, a couple of tiny bugs scuttled down his hand onto hers and chewed the cut open. My bugs will remove the poison. But it'll take a while. And since it's already been in her for a while, moving her would be a bad idea. Then concentrate on that, Kurane nodded. Kaiba and I will be on the lookout. Say if you need anything. Everyone did as told. Shortly after, she noticed Shino send a cloud of his insects somewhere. Scouting? Even though she had told him Kaiba and her would do that. She really needed to get her team's ego trips under control, but for now, she let him focus on Hinata. Zabuza was sitting on a reasonably comfortable couch, stretching out his legs. It would be a relatively stress-free day, were it not for the annoying man standing in front of him. Your men failed. Gat hollered. You better do something about it if you want to see your money. Stop bitching, Zabuza answered after a few seconds of silence. The old man won't come here alive, I'll make sure of that. You said the same thing when you sent the two brothers after him. How I am. Gat stopped talking as the long, heavy blade of the massive executioner's sword Kyubikaribch was pointed at him. I am not like these two. There is a reason they call me Demon of the Hidden Mist. Hours passed as Zabuza waited at the coast of the Land of Waves, standing on top of the unfinished bridge. At his feet was a cage containing a small snow bunny he could use for a substitution if necessary. Below him, the mist was so thick you could barely see the water, but that didn't change anything for him. To Zabuza, the mist was like an extension of his body, there was no way he would miss someone passing through. And yet, no one had come. Haku. Out of nowhere, a small, masked figure appeared next to him. Yes. If they haven't come yet, they got delayed by something. We're going over. He grabbed the cage, jumped down onto the water, and ran towards the land of fire, Haku right behind him. As they closed in on the mainland, he could feel his itch getting stronger. It had been ages since he had a good kill. If they could take out the demon brothers, then they for sure would be worth painting his blade red. Although, a kill he would enjoy more would certainly be Gat. Not that the guy would put up a good fight, but he annoyed Zabuza to no end. Unfortunately, his options were sparse since he had to flee the Hidden Mist village following his failed assassination attempt on the Mizu cage. If he and Haku wanted to be safe, they needed to travel further east, and for that, they needed money. Something Gat had a lot of. And his name was all he had left. If he killed his employer, getting money would become even more difficult. They reached the shore and followed the road north until he could see a group of people in the far distance. Go in position. Don't interfere unless I give you a sign. Haku nodded silently and vanished. Getting underwater, Zabuza swam closer to the group and poked his head out of the water, hidden by the mist. He saw a man, his target, a woman, and 3 children, one of them lying on the ground. The latter 4 all seemed to be shinobi. The woman was probably the one who had taken out the demon brothers. Zabuza didn't recognize her, but then again, as a missing nin he hadn't been able to update his bingo book for almost a year. It's almost evening, are you done soon? The old man asked impatiently. No, I will still need a while. Why, you ask? Because I only know the theories of this technique, this is the first time I'm actually doing it. A rushed job would just make things worse. Besides, the woman chimed in, we wouldn't even be in this situation if you hadn't lied about the mission, so I would be quiet if I were you. So the demon brothers had managed to poison the kid, lucky. And lying about the mission probably meant the kids were all genin, so he only had to look out for the woman. They also had a dog, so the other kid was probably an Inyazuka, but that was no problem. Using water release, he coated his body in a thin layer of water to mask his scent before surfacing and forming a set of hand signs. Time to demonstrate why he was called the master of silent killing. Nin, Kirigaku no Jutsu. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. The mist got thicker and spread from the water onto the land. The woman noticed first something was wrong, warning the rest although it was pointless. The Inyazuka kid tried to focus on his smell, not yet knowing it wouldn't help him. He effortlessly passed both of them, reached the old man, and raised his blade. Before he could attack, roots erupted from the ground and slung themselves around his body, preventing his attack. Aren't you underestimating me? The woman asked as she grew out of the ground behind him and stabbed her kunai into his neck. Right back at you, Zabuza answered as the water clone, seemingly trapped in a genjutsu, dissipated. The woman spun around and Zabuza swung his blade, not at her, but at the kid with the dog who was still too focused on his sense of smell. The woman quickly tackled him away from the attack, but while that saved him, it also earned her a large cut along her stomach. Kurane-sensei. The kid screamed in panic as he finally noticed him. Ah, so that was her name. Kaiba, stand back. Kurane ordered. Or, better yet kiddo, run back. Zabuza smirked as he attacked him again. Kurane jumped in front of him, this time able to deflect the slash with her kunai while her left arm clutched the bleeding gash in her abdomen. Using the momentum, Zabuza continued the swing. The old man was too far away for a killing blow, but not too far away to receive a nasty cut over his chest. Ah! Shit! Kaiba, take Tajuna away and protect Hinata and Shino. Do not attack this guy. Do you really think you are in a condition to fight me? He mocked. I don't care, I will not let you harm them. She hissed through clenched teeth. Still pressing her arm against the wound, she brought her other arm down to form a hand sign. If nothing else, her tenacity was commendable. Kazumi Jaishin no Jutsu Mist Servant Jutsu. Dozens of copies of her grow out of the ground, slowly closing on him. As he attacked one, it splattered into black sludge and immediately reformed. Zabuza recognized the technique. It was a simple genjutsu meant to confuse the opponent and conceal the real attack. Not very menacing, but with her injury that wasn't surprising. After all, it was difficult to muster the concentration necessary to cast a high-ranking jutsu if your guts were about to spill out. Not taking any chances, he swung the executioner's blade in a wide arc, cleaving through the illusions. In the second they took to reform, he could see nothing. Kurane was gone. I see, he chuckled and kicked behind him, hitting the injured Kunoichi square into her wound. She screamed in pain as another gush of blood splashed onto the ground. This might have worked against someone else, but I am the master of the mist. My senses won't be tricked so easily. He made an overhead strike which she tried to deflect again, but then he changed the angle at the last moment so she had to block instead and got forced into a bind. Her knees gave in as she tried to push the much larger weapon back, the tensions in her body no doubt making the wound worse. Why don't you just give up? Just let go and it will all be over. No more. Suddenly, the hair on the back of his neck stood up and he immediately jumped back. An eerie feeling made his body tense. Something was here. Something tried to use his mist against him. And to make matters worse, it did so well enough that he couldn't pinpoint its location. He quickly put his blade on his back and activated the substitution technique he had prepared the bunny for. Mere seconds later, a blade pierced his back had he changed places with the animal Haku had placed down a bit away. Who was that newcomer? Where did they come from? And, most importantly, what now? Should he retreat? Or should he just go for the old man and be done with it? The mist was still thick, so he could. Kukiyos no Jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. Before he could finish his thought, a powerful gust of wind blew the mist away, leaving him exposed. But the new arrival seemingly had no plans to give him time to assess the situation. Futon, Tekton no Jutsu. Wind release, Amor piercing air bullet Jutsu. Following his instinct he shifted his body and raised his weapon, hiding behind the wide blade. Too quiet pling. Later, he felt a stinging pain in his left arm. With a quick glance, he noticed 2 fist-sized holes in his weapon and the ground behind him, as well as one in his arm. So it had indeed come from above. Ignoring the blood dripping down his left arm, he looked up. High in the sky, there was a small girl with shining golden hair. Clinging onto her was a mastiff-sized, white poodle moth. The way it sat on her back made it appear as if the large, silken wings came straight out of the girl's shoulder blades, while the fuzzy legs draped around her body looked like a scarf and belts. Air bullets so fast and sharp that they can't be blocked, and those wings and hair. I see. My bingo book isn't up to date, he called out to her, so it is nice to finally have a face to all the rumors. Well met, Pixie of the Hidden Leaf. Chapter 8, The Pixie of the Hidden Leaf. The Pixie of the Hidden Leaf. Now that the mist was gone, my bird's eye view allowed me to get a better grasp of the situation at hand. Judging by the massive cleaver, the opponent was Zabuza Momokai, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist and an infamous missing nin. This was certainly not a C-rank mission anymore. Something was definitely going on here, but that was something I could concentrate on once the fight was over. A bit in the distance, the old man they were escorting was wounded on the ground with the Inuzuka boy next to him. The Haiga girl was also unconscious, seemingly being treated by the Aberme who had sent us the distress call. Lastly, there was Kurane. Still standing, but hunched over, arm pressed on a heavily bleeding cut in her abdomen. The heavy downpour mixed mud and blood with water, washing it away in a red stream so dark it was almost black. The wheezing breaths could be heard even through the patter of the rain as I stood next to the body, its upper half at least as everything from the abdomen down was missing. Dark blue eyes met my own as the light of life in them slowly died down. I ignored the memory flaring up. Now wasn't the time for that. While I had been able to forge a number of connections over the years, Kurane was still one of the few close friends I had in this world. Having her die here was not in my interest. Shifting my body in a certain way, I gave Kairiga the cue to stop beating her wings and the 2 of us went for a dive. Shortly before we reached the ground she spread them again into a pull-out, blowing a strong gust that created an air pillow to catch the fall. Buckling my knees to soften the impact, I landed in front of the injured Kunoichi, eyes fixated on her adversary who was currently standing a bit further away close to some bushes. Fall back, Kurane, I got this. Since I couldn't risk taking my eyes off of Zabuza, I couldn't see her reaction. What I could hear though, or, to be exact, not hear, was the absence of verbal confirmation. I suppressed my urge to sigh. I understood that she was worried about me, we were facing an A-rank opponent after all. But she risked bleeding to death if she kept fighting. And it wasn't like I couldn't hold my own. Well, I guess it's normal to underestimate people you don't want to see getting hurt, so no offense taken. Kurane, you are no help with your wound. Fall back and stop the bleeding, now. She hesitated again, but in the end, I could hear her move away from the scene. Finally. I understood that she had basically seen me grow up, but we were equals now. There was no need for her to be this protective of me. As soon as I could feel her chakra signature join the kids, I went into action again. Until now, both Zabuza and I had locked eyes, waiting for the other to make the first move. Now, I decided to take the initiative and threw a handful of shuriken in his direction. He answered by blocking them with his comically large blade and sprinted toward me, dragging the cleaver behind him. I jumped up and Kairiga immediately took the cue, taking the 2 of us up into the air before the massive weapon impacted the ground where we had been mere moments earlier. Scared, Pixie? Zabuza shouted in a mocking tone, and it took my all to not cringe at his remark. I had been given many names and titles during my time at the Empire, Ace of Aces, Rusted Silver, Devil of the Rhine, but no, the one that had to follow me into this world was the one I had hated the most, Pixie. And yes, I was aware that I now had literal pixie wings. The irony wasn't lost on me. Unfortunately, flight wasn't really a widespread ability in this world. There were some rumors about it, but I hadn't yet been able to imitate the flight spell as a ninjutsu. So for now, the moths of the Great Dormudashudo tree had been my best way to recreate it. Not only had I during my second life found great joy in flying, but the tactical advantage it brought was also simply undeniable. Maybe one day, I would be able to convince the Moth Queen to be less stingy about the summoning contract. If I could create some sort of aerial ninja squadron for the hidden leaf, even in peaceful times, just the purely logistical advantage it could bring would be enormous. And I would have one more accomplishment to my name that would bring me closer to the furthest back line, also known as desk. As I gained altitude, I noticed that Zabuza handled his blade solely with his right hand, while his left arm hung down limply. It seemed like my initial attack had taken it out of commission. A good start, but it was better not to underestimate the guy just because of that. I knew little about his abilities, so for start, it was best to probe a little and force him to show his hand. I pulled a scroll out of one of the pockets in my flak jacket, opened it, and held it in front of me. Kairiga. Gust. Yes, Lady Tanya. The moth on my back answered in her slightly distorted, whispering voice. Figuring out how to use my moth summons for aerial combat had been quite the challenge. Their queen had told me that they hadn't formed many contracts in the past, and most of their contractors hadn't exactly been very creative. If they had made use of their wings at all, they had simply ridden them by standing on their back. Way too restrictive and not in the slightest suited for the agile fighting style I was aiming to recreate. But unfortunately, just by sitting on my back, my partner didn't just become my wings. She couldn't read my thoughts after all. At least not yet. According to the Moth Queen, there was something called Sage Mode that would open new possibilities, but whenever I asked her to elaborate on the topic further, she simply stated that I wasn't ready for it yet. So instead, I had to find another way of communication. And I did. It took years of dedicated training, but by now, Kairiga was able to pick up even the slightest movement from me and immediately knew exactly what to do. I had trained with her sisters as well, after all, only idiots put all their eggs in one basket, but with none of them was I as much in sync as with Kairiga. However, that only applied when it came to movement. For ninjutsu, we had agreed that it was easier to stick to verbal commands. Just like the one just now. Filling her wings with chakra, Kairiga blew a powerful gust of wind forward. At the same time, I dispelled the seal in the scroll, causing the item sealed inside it to spill out. Said items looked like a cross between kunai and dart but were actually something else entirely. They were called flechette, one of the first aerial weapons the humans in my first life had developed once they had taken to the sky. Meant to be dropped rather than thrown, they could gather enough momentum to punch through metal helmets. The ones I had introduced to this world were actually a new variant. Made with the same technique used to forge kunai and shuriken, they were even stronger than the original. Thanks to Kairiga's tailwind, the pile of flechettes spread over a wide area before raining down as a devastating hail of metal spikes. Zabuza immediately recognized the danger and sprinted away towards the coast, twisting his body and barely managing to avoid the barge as he did. He then answered with a handful of big, curved-bladed shuriken that had a higher range than regular ones. And credit where credit is due, he actually managed to throw them far enough that they could reach me despite my altitude. Of course, reaching and hitting were two different things and the increased maneuverability that flight provided me with made dodging a trivial matter. Though it seemed like this was just meant to be a diversion anyway, as soon as my eyes found him again, Zabuza had reached the shore and was in the middle of weaving hand signs. While his left arm wasn't suited for combat anymore, his left hand seemed to still work well enough for at least that. He wouldn't try the mist again, I had shown him that it was useless against me, so this was likely an offensive water jutsu. Did he think his chances of hitting me with that were any better? Suden, Suiri Dan no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. No, he didn't. The water behind him rose, formed into the shape of a serpentine dragon, and shot forward. But not at me. Seemingly coming to the conclusion that trying to hit me was too annoying to be worth the effort, he had instead targeted the kids. Immediately I went for another dive, forming hand signs as I fell. Staring into the maw of the water dragon, I slammed my hand onto the ground just before it reached me. Doton, Heihan Bakuhatsu. Earth release, shrapnel blast. The earth exploded, tiny shards of rock shooting forward, shredding the water dragon and destroying the jutsu. All that was left to hit me was harmless rain. Wings dry. I quickly confirmed. I am not Itoshika, Lady Tanya, Kairiga answered, sounding almost insulted at the insinuation that she might have not shielded them properly. I abstained from remarking that being safe was better than being sorry. In the distance, I could see Zabuza popping a pill into his mouth. Presumably either a blood-increasing pill to compensate for the wound in his left arm or a soldier pill. Both meant that I shouldn't bet on time winning this battle for me. I also couldn't risk him targeting the kids again, meaning I needed to do two things, get him as far away from them as possible and stay on the ground. I jumped forward and took off, but instead of ascending I soared over the grass, quickly closing the gap to my opponent. Zabuza also had started to move again, but I wouldn't let him get close. Kirega. Boost. Futon, Kyodega no Bakuff. Wind release, wind blast of the great moth. On my command, Kairiga pulled up and dropped me. She then unleashed her strongest wind so far and I got into a certain pose, allowing me to ride the blast even faster than Kairiga could fly. As I almost reached my opponent, Zabuza swung his blade again, but I had no intention of taking the hit head-on. Shifting my body a bit, I lost enough altitude so my feet could reach the ground. I immediately focused chakra into my soles so I would stick to the earth, molding earth chakra to increase the effect, and then dropped down flat so the remainder of the wind blast went over me. Any whiplash I would suffer from this was easily ignored due to the number of times we had trained this maneuver. The blast hit Zabuza square in the chest and threw him out into the sea. I quickly got up again and followed, the chakra in my feet allowing me to sprint over the water. As I ran I pulled out another scroll and unsealed the weapon in it, reaching my opponent just as he got up. He tried a side swing which I deflected upward, then followed his momentum with a kick I ducked under. Afterward, I went into the offensive, pressing the attack to force him further away from the rest of the group. His movements were a bit sluggish, but he managed to deflect my blows. Kenjutsu, the art of sword fighting, was definitely his forte. But it was just as clear that he was used to handling his weapon with 2 hands. Capitalizing on this advantage, I exerted enough pressure to make him retreat further until he managed to deflect my blade and followed up with an overhead strike. However, my chakra sense had already told me that Kairiga had caught up to us again. Just as the blade came down she attached herself to me again and pulled me back with a quick wing beat, water splashing up as the attack missed me. "You sure are gutsy to challenge one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist to a kenjutsu battle," he said in a half-mocking half-pissed tone. "I'm sure I can take on half of one," I countered, raising my weapon and switching to a different combat stance. "Pa. I'm still more than enough to. Is that a shovel?" I grinned. Shinobi, well, people in general, were simply too narrow-minded to appreciate the beauty of simplicity. Why should I bother with a fancy sword if a shovel could achieve the same things and more? Not to mention the amazing advantage of getting underestimated, as this guy was about to learn the hard way. I charged forward again. We traded blows once more, but now that I had my wings back, my fighting style changed drastically, and he wasn't able to keep up. Soon enough, he made the mistake I was waiting for. Leaning into his diagonal strike, I brought up my shovel, channeling wind chakra into the special, chakra-conducting metal the head was made of, and struck his blade in the center. Confused, Kaiba looked around as the mist was suddenly blown away, but calmed down once he sensed 3 familiar smells coming closer. "Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura." He called out to the 3 as they reached him, which Akamaru underlined with a happy yap. All 3 looked pretty exhausted, but right now he was thankful for any help they could get. "What are you guys doing here?" "Shino called us," Naruto answered and turned to the Aberme, who was still crouched over Hinata a few feet away. "How did you do that thing with the bugs?" "That's his clan's secret technique," Kaiba explained before Shino could. "But when did you do that?" "Some time ago." Kaiba was quiet for a second, expecting Shino to make his usual follow-up. "What? No lengthy explanation." "I'm concentrating." "Anyway," Sasuke chimed in, "what is the situation?" "Ah, right. Hinata got poisoned, but Shino is already treating her. Kurane-sensei is fighting the scary guy. The old man took a bad hit." He pointed at Tajuna who was half leaning half lying against a tree half consciously at best, breathing heavily, a blood-soaked bandage over his chest. "I bandaged him, but he doesn't look good." Sasuke went over to him and took a quick glance at the wound. He then took his kunao and cut the cloth open. "It's too deep, a simple bandage won't do. All of you, hold him down, this will hurt him." "What are you planning?" Naruto asked. "Just do it." The severity of the situation drowned out any potential argument. Naruto and Sakura each grabbed one of his hands while Kaiba sat on his legs. Sasuke quickly formed some hand signs and held up his kunao. "Katon, Raika no Jutsu. Fire release, Dragon Fire Jutsu." A thin stream of fire flowed over the kunao until the tip was glowing red. Without hesitation, Sasuke brought the hot metal onto the wound. Tajuna jerked with a pained outcry as a sizzling noise became audible and the air was filled with the smell of burned flesh. Akamaru whined and pressed his nose into the ground while Naruto, Sakura, and Kaiba barely managed to hold him still. Finally, the wound was cauterized, and Tajuna collapsed into unconsciousness. Sasuke applied a new bandage while the rest did their best to not throw up. Just as he was done, Kurane joined them, barely standing upright anymore. "Kurane-sensei." Kaiba definitely didn't shriek. He knew she had gotten injured earlier, but due to the mist, he hadn't seen how bad it was. "What about the other guy? What the hell happened to you?" Naruto joined him in his shock. "Tanya keeps him busy," the older Kunoichi spat, hobbled over to the same tree Tajuna was leaning against, and slid to the ground. "You?" she growled, looking at Sasuke. "Do that thing with the kunao again." He complied and gave her the heated blade. Kurane cauterized the wound herself, gritting her teeth, but making no sound. Once she was done she demanded a medical kit, sewed her wound close, and applied bandage. While she was tending her wounds they could hear a loud splash in the distance. As they looked in said direction, they could see Tanya zooming at the other guy with blazing speed, forcing him further away. Do you think she's got this? Naruto asked concerned. Kurane made a dismissive noise but then sighed. She probably does. But you look out. Before either of the kids could react, she jumped to her feet and threw herself in front of them, shielding them with her body. Confused, it took them a second to see a couple of senbon sticking in her body, most notably the two in her throat. Her crimson eyes went wide before they lost their light and she collapsed. Kaiba rushed to her and tried to shake her awake, but Akamaru's sad whine told him the reality of the situation. With trembling hands, he put 2 fingers on her carotid artery. She's dead. Panic spread among the faces of the genin, but before anyone could say anything, they noticed a figure standing a couple of dozen feet away. He had long black hair, wore turquoise combat gear, and a white mask with the symbol of the Hidden Mist Village on it. I do not wish to kill you, he said calmly as he walked closer. But I will if you insist on standing in front of his target. Step aside and I shall leave you be. You bastard, I'll rip your head off. Kaiba screamed as he went on all fours. His bared teeth grew into fangs and his fingernails into claws. Akamaru jumped next to him and swallowed a pill Kaiba tossed over. With a loud bark, a puff of smoke surrounded him as he transformed into a copy of his master. With the drastically increased speed gained from the technique, the two rushed at the mist ninja, but he easily evaded them and the two flew past him. Naruto, much slower, sprinted after them. Naruto, wait! Sasuke tried stopping him, but the blonde didn't listen. Damn it, that idiot is going to get himself killed. He grumbled as he turned to follow. Sasuke, what should we? Sakura started, her voice slightly shaking. The Uchiha gritted his teeth. You protect the old man. I'll stop those morons from dying. He commanded and ran off. The mist ninja ducked under Akamaru's claw swipe, grabbed his arm, and landed a palm strike in his side that made him tumble away. In the same movement, he kicked Naruto in the stomach so he stumbled back, then caught the approaching Kaiba and threw him to the ground. The Inyazuka managed to catch his fall, rolled backward, and came to his feet, just as Sasuke reached the group. The genin now had the mist ninja surrounded from 4 sides. Not that it seemed to faze him. Don't just blindly attack him. Sasuke shouted to the others. His taijutsu is better than yours. The white mask turned to him. It seems you refuse to back down. I do not wish to kill you, but I have a duty to fulfill. So be it. His body then dissipated into a flush of water. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and cursed himself for not doing so sooner. Kaiba quickly sniffed the air and spun around, causing the rest to notice the real one standing behind him. Unfortunately, they were too late, and the opponent just finished a set of hand signs. Hiton, Maki Hysh. Ice release, demonic mirroring ice crittals. Water rose from the wet grass and froze into a person-sized rectangle of ice. Not just once, but dozens of times, until the boys were surrounded by a dome of ice mirrors. They were trapped. The mist ninja then stepped into one of the mirrors, seemingly leaving the third dimension behind him as he became one with the flat surface before appearing as an image inside the mirror. Sasuke clicked his tongue. That couldn't be good. To expect the unexpected was one of the core tenets every shinobi was taught. However, the unexpected was a flexible term. First, there were unexpected things that shouldn't happen but still had a feasible probability of happening anyway. In this case, that would be Zabuza's opponents suddenly getting reinforcement despite being far away from any outpost. Secondly, there were things unexpected to the point where no reasonable mind could be expected to predict them. In this case, that was someone challenging his Kyubikaribch with a shovel. And third, there were things completely unexpected. In this case, the shovel winning. Not against him, against his sword. Like a hot knife cutting butter, the head of the Pixie's shovel sliced the top half of the blade cleanly off, making it fall into the water and sink into the deep. The fraction of a second Zabuza needed to process what had just happened earned him a jump kick to the chest so hard he could feel at least one rib breaking, adding another stinging source of pain to the one in his arm. It hadn't been long after his defection from the Hidden Mist that he had heard rumors of a kid genius from the Hidden Leaf, with golden hair and wings that earned her the nickname Pixie. Many of the things said about her reminded Zabuza of his own childhood and piqued his interest. Suffice it to say, his curiosity was more than sated right now. The little girl was undeniably strong, and the extra mobility that the oversized insect on her back provided was really getting annoying. If she hadn't had teammates he could use to pressure her into staying at ground level, her ability to fly would have definitely made her the most irritating opponent he had ever faced. But even without that, he had to begrudgingly admit that there was a reasonable chance of him losing this fight. Fortunately though, she had forced the battle so far away from the shore that she didn't realize that Haku was about to finish the job while she was still occupied with him. Zabuza himself couldn't see what was happening over there, but he didn't need to. He knew Haku's skills were far above any group of genin, so as soon as he had given him the secret sign, the bridge builder was done for. He just needed to prolong this fight until he had completed his task, then they could take the Pixie 2-on-1. Or flee, if that was the better option. While he was yearning for a good kill, there was no point in throwing his life away. He coughed. Just where did that annoying itch in his throat come from? Was that a side effect of the blood pill? He didn't have time to ponder over it though as the girl threw a handful of kunao in his direction. He dodged to the side and charged at her with the remaining half of his blade. But then, he noticed something. The girl's left hand was still stretched out, and as the fingers curled, he noticed thin threads of chakra coming from them. Looking behind him, realized that the kunao curved in the air and were now coming back at him. Kogutsup, Rainma Notsum. Puppet art, Rhine Devil's Claw. In the last second, Zabuza was able to pull his weapon around and block the kunao. Capitalizing on the moment the girl flew at him again. He tried to swing his blade at her but could feel it getting jerked to the side. Too late did he realize that she had used the last attack to attach the chakra strings to his own weapon and was now manipulating it. All he could do was twist his body to dodge the slash of her shovel, but while he managed to avoid a fatal hit, he couldn't prevent a deep cut in his chest. Grunting, he let go of his trusted blade and jumped back. The girl used her chakra threads to pull it to her, but the moment it took her to catch it was enough for him to create distance and start weaving hand signs, powering through the numb pain that made his left arm almost completely unusable. She decided to retreat a bit, not knowing that it was futile against this jutsu. Suden, Daibakufo no Jutsu. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Water rose in front of him, then shot forward in a gigantic vortex. It was by far his strongest ninjutsu, and so wide that even she wouldn't be able to avoid it. And even if she could, he had aimed at the shore. This technique had a long range, if she dodged it the others would be hit. Out here on the sea, you got no earth to capitalize on the elemental disadvantage. What are you going to do now, Pixie? Kairiga. Dust. Yes, Lady Tanya. Katon, Ikibi no Jutsu. Fire release, Liquid Fire Jutsu. Futon, Kyodega no Hokorikaze. Wind release, Dust Wind of the Great Moth. The girl spewed a wave of strange, water-like fire. Stoked by the wind jutsu the flames got much stronger, and some form of dust particles in it created a dust explosion, increasing the jutsu into a widespread inferno. Despite its size and elemental advantage, his waterfall was completely swallowed by the literal tsunami of flames. Overcoming his surprise not a moment too late, Zabuza cancelled the chakra flow in his feet and sunk under the surface. Roaring flames rushed over him and, despite seemingly having no fuel, kept burning brightly. When he had first heard rumors about flames that could burn even water, he had thought them to be an exaggeration. Now he knew better. He needed to end this. A bit ahead, he could see the remains of his weapon. He swam down, grabbed the handle, and then kicked against the water to rise up again. Behind the girl, he broke through the surface and slashed at her with the shortened blade, cleaving her cleanly in half. He grinned. After all this, she had been too sure that the fire had ended him. Except, something was wrong. There was no blood. Before she even hit the water, the two halves of her body dissolved into a swarm of small moths that fluttered at him, swarmed his arms, and pulled them to the sides, making a rope-like formation that held his hands apart. He tried to fight against it, but somehow, the moths were stronger than a chain of iron. What? How? Did you think Kairiga was just a fancy pair of wings? He could hear her mocking voice from seemingly everywhere. You were too fixated on me and forgot you had two opponents. This is a genjutsu. Zabuza realized too late. Damn it! Naruto shouted angrily as another senbon pierced his arm. All of them had caught several of them already, the worst being Kaiba who couldn't move his right shoulder anymore. Any attempts to break out of the mirror prison had been futile. Sasuke's fire couldn't melt them, and whenever Kaiba and Akamaru managed to break one, it repaired itself instantly. And while the mist ninja hadn't landed a fatal hit either, it was only a matter of time. Sasuke ignored the two and concentrated. The guy was able to move from mirror to mirror faster than anything he had ever seen, but his Sharingan should be able to catch him regardless. If he knew where he would come out next. Shit! Kaiba cursed as another needle got stuck in his leg. The lingering sound of movement had been faint, but Sasuke managed to somewhat hear the direction. He focused everything on his eyes, trying to get as many mirrors as possible in his field of view. There! As the mist ninja came out of another mirror, Sasuke managed to intercept him. The kick caught their opponent by surprise and he got thrown out of his jump but managed to catch himself with a backflip before disappearing in a mirror again. But now, Sasuke knew where he was. Focus, guys! He called for the others. Stay close together, we can do this. Seconds passed as the three waited for the next attack. But suddenly, the mirrors crashed to the ground and the mist ninja was gone. They quickly looked back to Sakura, but both she and the old man seemed fine. Did that guy just bail on us? With a grin, I took note that Zabuza was now trapped in Kairiga's genjutsu. Time to end this. But before I could get to him for the finishing blow, someone entered the range of my chakra sense. Just a moment later, they were already at me. I quickly raised my shovel to block the attack and stared into a white mask. "A hunter nin? What the hell?" And the surprise didn't end there. Still in the bind with me, the hunter nin used his other hand to form hand signs. "Wait, you could do that? I never heard about that. Or was it just for this specific jutsu? A special technique maybe? Hihutsu, Sensatsu Suish. Secret jutsu, 1,000 flying water needles of death." As he jumped back, I got surrounded by countless spikes of water. I quickly opened one of the pockets in my flak jacket, pulled a bunch of kitsutags out, and threw them in the air. With a chakra thread from each of my fingers, I put them into position and pumped chakra into them. Kogutsup, Juten Kekai. Puppet art, 10-point barrier. A prism-shaped barrier formed around me, protecting me from the attack. While it did, I could feel the two chakra signatures gain a lot of distance. That hunter-nin was fast. I turned to the shore where Suzuki seemed to be waiting for me. There was little point in pursuing the two, not to mention that it would get dark soon, so I decided to return to the kids. Once I reached the coast, they were in my range again. Their chakra was a bit unsteady but otherwise fine. "We got attacked," Suzuki noted as I left the water. "The other J-nin is dead." "Kurane?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "I can still feel her chakra though." "Hey." As we grouped, I could see the kids kneeling around Kurenai's body. I got next to her and quickly checked her vital signs. "Thought as much," I mumbled and carefully pulled the needles out of her neck. Instantly her body jerked, sucking in a deep breath. Her former dead eyes rapidly looked around before she lost consciousness, her breath steady. "Fake death," I explained as I applied some band-aids, not needing to look to know the kids were all staring at me. "A rare art. So that guy really was a hunter nin?" "Kairiga." "Yes, Lady Tanya. Take Kurane to the Hidden Leaves Hospital." "As you wish." With that, she hopped down from my back and grabbed onto Kurane's waist. "What about those two?" I inquired. "Both received emergency treatment but should see a doctor soon," the Abarame kid answered. "Why, you ask?" "Because." "I see." I performed another summoning. Two more moths the size of Kairiga appeared, one orange and the other yellow. "Shreka, take the girl and follow your sister. Idoshka, you do the same with the old man." "As you wish, Lady Tanya." "Righty-ho, Tanya." On that comment, the yellow moth earned a dismissive look from the orange one. "What? And you wonder why mother doesn't allow you at her court? So, what now?" the Inuzuka kid asked once the improvised ambulance was gone. "What do you think? Entering the land of waves right now is too risky, we're going back. Set up camp and treat your wounds. Also, check yourself for poison. I'll go and collect my flechettes. Tomorrow we run." "Hey, Tanya-sensei." Suzuki inquired as the others went to work. "What was that thing you did at the end of the fight?" "It's called Kogutsu no Jutsu, the puppeteering technique. A secret jutsu from the hidden sand village meant to compensate for their lower numbers. I'm not good enough with it to fight with an entire puppet, but it has other applications." "Wait, why do you know a secret technique from the hidden sand?" "Long story." As the camp was set, I turned my attention to the other kids. "Alright, so you got attacked by that hunter nin. Which could have ended badly. All reports had claimed Zabuza worked alone, but it was still careless to go so far away that I couldn't sense them anymore. Having my genin team die under me within a month was unacceptable. I need details." "He was after the old man," Naruto said and crossed his arms. "He also said something about not wanting to kill us," Kaiba added. That made sense. And it explained the fake death. His target was the bridge builder. Killing Leaf Ninja could cause political issues that the Hidden Mist couldn't afford amidst a civil war. But why would a hunter nin be after some guy in the land of waves? Was he secretly backing the rebels? But that didn't explain why he would protect Zabuza, a missing nin he was supposed to kill. Unless... What else? Shino then recalled a conversation with the client about the mission regarding the GAT Corporation. I pondered about it for a while and also remembered the intel about the civil war that had come in not long ago. That was it. With these new details, I now knew what was going on. The next morning we started running. The exhaustion from the fight and the previous training prevented maximum efficiency, but the day after, we reached the Hidden Leaf. I sent the kids home and quickly contacted the hospital. All 3 patients were safe but still unconscious. Neither waking up meant the Hokage was still waiting for the report, which I gave him right after. "A hunter nin? Are you sure?" "Yes," I affirmed. "And I think I know the reason." The Hokage gestured for me to continue. "I'm listening." "I believe we accidentally uncovered a ploy from the land of water to conquer the land of waves. They know they can't openly annex it since that would raise the attention of the other 4 big nations. This is where the GAT Corporation comes in. In reality, GAT is just a figurehead, the company is secretly owned by either the Hidden Mist or the Waters Daime. The embargo stopped all foreign trade that doesn't go through his company, and once the entire country's economy depends on him, they will have enough leverage to install a puppet government. He thought for a moment before answering. And do you have an idea why they would want to do that? Wave is right at our borders, that opens a lot of possibilities. Either way, the bridge would destroy that plan because GAT could no longer control the country economically. That's why they want him gone. But they can't send their own shinobi to do it, that would give them away. Why missing Nin, though? Easy, they aren't really missing Nin. The assassination attempt last summer was staged to make the story believable. Zabuza is still loyal to the Hidden Mist but acts as if GAT hired him. I mean, we all know the stories about the 4th Mizu cage. What are the odds that someone who fails to kill him will live to tell the tale? Not to mention that the Hunter Nin wouldn't let him escape. But speaking of Hunter Nin, why did that one intervene? Zabuza is one of the 7 swordsmen. With civil war on the horizon, or maybe even broken out by now, the Mizu cage can't afford to lose him. That Hunter Nin was probably a recent change in plans, meant to oversee the situation. They wouldn't assume a poor bridge builder could hire someone who posed a threat to Zabuza, so once he was about to die, the Hunter Nin had to make a judgment call. He probably thought that it wouldn't be enough to give them away. He was wrong, I added with a shrug. I see. Thank you, Tanya, I will see if I can confirm your theories. If you are right, we must decide carefully how to proceed. It's unlikely that we will take action soon, so for now, you are dismissed. Yo, Naruto. Iruka greeted the blonde as he met him on the street. Oh, Iruka-sensei. Tough mission. You got no idea. Want to tell me over some ramen? Oh. Sure. The two went over to Ramen Ichiraku and sat down at the bar. Say, Iruka-sensei. Tanya-sensei is your sister, right? Naruto asked after they had ordered. Yup. Are you sure? Iruka chuckled at his remark. Yes, I am sure. How was she? Oh boy, where do I start? I'm home. Kaiba called as he entered the Inyazuka estate. The loud barking of Kuromaru greeted him and Akamaru. Kaiba's mother, Tsum Inyazuka, followed right after her dog. Already? How was your first C rank? He shrugged. Client lied, things went south, mission got cancelled. He took off his gear and dropped on the couch. Say, Mom, you wouldn't happen to know a Jainin that looks like a little girl? His mother raised an eyebrow. No, but I know one that is a little girl, in case you mean Tanya. Tanya. Hannah, his sister, chimed in peeking in from her room. I didn't know she made it to Jainin, that's amazing. Wait, you know her? No? I went to the academy with her. Well, for a while. Remember my scar? Kaiba shuddered. How could he not remember that his sister's torso looked like it had been torn open? That was her. 3 broken ribs, ruptured stomach, punctured lung. Almost killed me, she explained with a bizarre chuckle as if she was recalling a fond memory. Ha, she was so cute back then. Probably still is, haven't met her in a while. He stared at his sister with an open mouth before he found his voice again. Can you tell me a bit about her? Sure. Chapter 9, Money and Flowers. Money and Flowers. The girl sitting behind the counter looked up at the figure looming over her. He was a tall man, clad in a black cloak with red clouds painted onto it, the long sleeves and the banded collar completely veiling him from the neck down. His face was equally concealed, a grey hood combined with a black face mask hiding it almost entirely. The only things visible about him were his dark green eyes with the blood-red sclera, right below the headband that identified him as a ninja of the hidden waterfall village. However, there was a deep, horizontal slash going through the metal, as if he had crossed out the symbol. Can I help you? The girl asked, trying to downplay her nervousness. I am afraid we are full at the moment. But feel free to rest at our bar, the local sake is very renowned. I'm looking for someone, the man answered with a rough voice. A woman called Shijima. Last name Hai, though I doubt she uses that one right now. She should look something like this. He pulled a drawing out of his sleeve and showed it to her. As he did, the girl could see strange black markings on his arm, as well as a ring on his middle finger with the kanji for north engraved into it. The image itself showed a beautiful young woman with black hair and a forehead protector with the hidden sand insignia. Haven't seen or heard of her, sorry. The man's eyes narrowed, but in the end, he turned around and left, finally allowing the girl to release the breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. Another dud, Shut up, Kaizui. Kakuzu grumbled as he left the hotel. Just admit that you lost her trail already, his partner continued in a mocking tone. Kakuzu clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Calm down. You just got a new partner, don't kill him already. He was already irritated enough, he definitely didn't need his partner's antics right now. Unfortunately, while Kakuzu considered himself to be a logical person and a pragmatist, whenever he got too agitated he tended to have violent outbursts that the targets of his anger rarely survived. 2 of his partners had already died at his hands, and Kaizui was on his best way to becoming number 3 if he continued like that. Alas, getting new partners frequently meant being paired with the newest member of the Akatsuki. And those tended to be quite full of themselves, which meant they annoyed him quite easily. Truly a vicious cycle. We haven't lost her, he countered as they walked. We know that she came to this town, so either she is still here or she went somewhere from here. Someone must have seen her, we just need to find that someone. Which means that right now, we don't know shit. In other words, we lost her trail. You're always free to help unless the concept of pulling your own weight is too high for you. Kaizui started until he seemingly remembered that he shouldn't shout delicate information in the middle of a lively town. I joined you guys because you promised me a chance to kill Yagura, he hissed. Instead, I got sent on some pointless errands, and now I'm following you first through the desert and now the woodlands, chasing behind some ominous kunoichi, just because she might have some information about a guy I don't even care about. Much to Kakuzu's annoyance, the former mist ninja was partially right. They were wasting a lot of time on this search that could have been spent in a much more profitable way. Just because she apparently knew something useful according to Sasori's spies. They hadn't even come across any bounty that would have made this ordeal worthwhile. Unfortunately, orders were orders. Intel is important, Kakuzu retorted, hoping to finally shut Kaizui up. Akatsuki's current endeavor is still in its infancy, so we need a lot. Fighting a Jinkriki is no mere bounty hunt. I don't give a fuck about Sans Jinkriki. And I already gave you all the information you need about Yagura. Tarame's little rebellion is the perfect opportunity, if we miss our chance. Yes, you told us. And as soon as there is a plan, you will know. But deals go 2 ways. Goods and price, that's how transactions work. If you are unwilling to pay the price, you won't get the goods. And now shut your mouth and help me find someone who saw our target. Unfortunately, they had no luck. Even as the sun went down, no hints about the kunoichi reached them and they went to rest in the outskirts of the small town. The next morning, they finally found a lead. A traveling merchant claimed to have met her on his way. Looked a bit different than in the picture, but the hair color fits and she called herself Shijima. Met her while she took a break. Shared some of the meat she hunted with me, gave her some of my fruits. That girl in trouble. Not if she doesn't do anything stupid. Did she say where she wanted to go? Nat, said it's a secret. All I know is that went north at the crossroads. Wait, so she didn't come here? Kaizui chimed in. Not if she didn't take a detour. Kakuzu did his best not to look at his partner, fairly certain that Kaizui was making a face right now that would make him kill the guy. Going after the only hint they had, they left the town and went north, traveling through the forest before reaching a meadow. Near the main road, 2 corpses lay in a pool of dried blood, their equipment identifying them as shinobi from the hidden mist village. Each had a single, clear cut along their throat. Kaizui gave both a quick glance. I think I remember those 2, the former mist ninja recalled. They were subordinates of Zabuza, but I don't remember their names. I do. Xu and Miizu, also known as the Demon Brothers, Kakuzu added as he picked up the bodies and flung them over his shoulder. What are you doing? Those 2 have a 500,000 RY bounty, what do you think I'm doing? Kakuzu deadpanned and went back on the road. You're joking. I don't joke when it comes to money. Didn't you just rant to me about the importance of doing our task? Money is equally important, Kakuzu stated as Kaizui caught up to him. Any organization needs it to persist, ours especially. We're not close enough to our target that every minute counts. I'm still the one responsible for Akatsuki's finances, and there is a bounty station close to here anyway. Sure, they aren't worth enough to actively hunt them, but I'm not going to ignore money that is just lying on the ground. Too bad Zabuza wasn't with them, that would have been a bounty. Kaizui seemingly wanted to retort, but a voice from behind interrupted their banter. You got to be kidding me. I'm sorry, Tanya-sensei. I didn't have to go when we started. That's why you always whatever, just hurry up. If this happens again we won't stop. Following the voices, they saw 3 kids standing at the edge of the forest, a boy with black hair and 2 girls, one blonde and one with pink hair. All 3 were looking into the woods. Unbelievable, the blonde growled and shook her head. She then turned around, facing the Akatsuki duo, and positioned herself in front of the other 2. The way she moved made clear that she had already noticed Kakuzu and Kaizui long before. It also signaled that she was ready to fight the 2 if necessary, confidence not born from childish arrogance, but from experience. The girl had a presence many seasoned shinobi failed to put forth, and it somehow felt familiar. However, upon seeing them, she seemed surprised and relaxed. "Kakuzu?" she asked. "Is that you?" Even relaxed, her guard was still up in a passive way. The messy, blonde hair, the icy blue eyes, the demeanor, so that's why she felt familiar. "It's been a while, kid." "Indeed." She gestured for the other two to stand back. The other kids seemed confused but didn't question her. While both seemed to be roughly the same age as her, it was clear that she was leagues above them in both skill and rank. Had she made it to Jainin, perhaps? She had already been way above Genin level when he met her years ago, so it was feasible. Now that he thought about it, last year, there had been quite some noise about the achievements of a young Jainin from the Hidden Leaf, one whose description fit the girl like a glove. "You earned yourself quite the name since we last met, kid." "I'm just serving my village," she countered with a smile, though Kakuzu knew what she really meant by that. The girl was like him in many aspects, and S-rank missions paid well. Not nearly as well as the high-level bounties he collected whenever he could, but you needed the right contacts for that. And who knew, maybe in a different life, he earned his pay just like she did. After all, it hadn't been Kakuzu who had betrayed his village. They had betrayed him. "And I see you picked up some garbage. Are you planning to make me join those too?" she asked with a dark grin. "That would be a waste. You barely started out. Give it a few more years and your head is easily worth 5 times as much." Her grin widened. "Oh. I'll see you then, I guess." "No doubt." He turned around and resumed his way, Kaizui following after a moment of delay. He had been honest with his assessment. Sure, your head being worth 8 million RY on the black market was quite the feat for someone that age, but judging by the potential he saw in her, it was clear that her prize would only go up. He could have killed her right here and there, but she was an investment. One he would gladly reap when the time was ripe. Kakuzu was thankful that his partner had been quiet during the ordeal because the quick exchange with Tanya had done wonders for his mood. There was just something about her that resonated well with him. She was aware that he was a bounty hunter. She knew she had a growing bounty. Therefore, she had no delusions that he would come after her one day. But just like him, she understood that it was just logical that he would follow the money. He could respect that. Who knew, maybe she would be able to take out one of his hearts when they finally clashed. If so, hers would certainly be a worthy replacement. "You got a soft spot for kids now. You're pushing it, Kaizui. Ever heard of the Pixie of the Hidden Leaf?" His partner blinked. "No way. That pipsqueak? How old is she?" 13, I think. I've met her once, 7 or so years ago." "Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you say you don't remember people that don't have a bounty? You can't tell me she had a bounty when she was 6. "I said I usually forget people that aren't worth any money. There are exceptions. She proved herself to be worth remembering." The mashup of aromas basically hit me in the face as I entered the small building bordering the Yamanaka estate, one day after our return. Being one of the great old ninja clans of the Hidden Leaf, the Yamanakas had a great deal of influence in the village. Today, however, I wasn't here with any of that in mind. Well, not primarily, I wouldn't waste an opportunity should it present itself. No, today, I was here as a customer. Besides their prowess in the intelligence-related part of ninja work, the Yamanaka clan was also known for their flower shop. I did my best to ignore the overwhelming fragrance and walked to the counter. It was early in the morning, the shop had just opened, and the register was handled by a girl about my age. She had blonde hair and blue eyes, both in a much lighter tone than my own. She sported a long ponytail, combined with a single, half-sided bang that almost covered her right eye. Since I had done my homework, I obviously knew her. Ino Yamanaka, the heiress of her clan. It did surprise me that she helped out in the shop. I had expected her to be either training or on a mission. Something I would have also preferred doing right now, but unfortunately, the Hokage had requested me and Team 7 to stay within the village border for the time being, so we could come quickly should he call us. I had no idea why that meant that we couldn't even go to the training field, but orders were orders. Seeing our possibilities limited, I had given the 3 kids some exercises they could do at home. For Naruto and Sasuke, they should try and stand on the wall for as long as possible to improve their control. To Sakura, I gave a routine meant to widen her chakra coils so she could release more chakra at once. Both were baby steps, unfortunately, but it was better than just sitting around. Then, in about an hour, we would meet and I'd see what could be done in the biggest place that was open to us, namely the garden of the Uchiha estate. But while we certainly could do something, what I had in mind was detailed, personal, and simply not achievable with just an amped-up version of regular training done during downtime. Their training plans for the Chunin exams were almost complete, and I needed at least 2 months to realize them. There were some things I could already do in between missions, but for the main course, I needed to act uninterrupted. And I would not send them there if I wasn't sure they weren't ready for it. As much good as it would do for my reputation to make them shinin after just a few months under me, I would just send them to a pointless death if made them take the exam prematurely. Alas, just 3 more D ranks were asked too much right now. Good morning, you are quite early. How can I help you? Ino greeted me with a cheerful smile. Good morning. I would like to purchase a bouquet centered around poppies. Bouquet? Any further specifications or price range? Unfortunately, my knowledge in terms of flowers runs slim. And I could only hope that it was different for her. Then again, if she grew up in this environment and her parents trusted her enough to run the shop, it should be fine. Even if I knew nothing about flowers, I could see if someone knew what they were doing, so if she were to disappoint, I could still ask for an adult. And money is no issue. As long as its center is made of poppies, I trust your expertise. She grinned and crossed her arms. That you can, I'm amazing, after all. Well, that wasn't a promising start. Then, however, her attitude seemed to shift as she made a more businesslike face. But in all seriousness, poppies are an interesting choice. Many don't like them as they are often seen as a symbol of death, forgetting that they can also represent consolation, peace, and remembrance. But they are a bit tricky for a large bouquet. You can't combine them with pompous flowers like roses, it doesn't fit their style. She took a set of the red blooms before walking to a different section. If the poppies are supposed to be the centerpiece, we need something subtle that supplements them without hogging attention. I know you said the price doesn't matter, but our best guess here is probably to just go with some field flowers. Let's start with some marguerites, the white will highlight the poppy's red. Then, to add some contrast, a few cornflowers should do the trick. Not too many, just that we have some sprinkles of blue among the white. And I think we should leave it at that. Adding others wouldn't do it any good, less is more in this case. It also fits the theme. Cornflowers represent unity, tenderness, and hope. Marguerites on the other hand stand for innocence, protection, and truth. Peace surrounded by protection and hope. A nice combination, don't you think? Okay, maybe this girl did know what she was doing. Were you my senior? She asked as she added some seemingly generic green, tied the bouquet together, and walked back to the register. Because I don't recall seeing you at the academy. That's because I had already graduated by the time you entered. So you finished early, hey? Wait, how do you know when I entered? That's 345 ryo by the way. Well, I did my research on all of my potential students, Ino, the informality in this world was still a bit strange to me. Except for a few dignitaries, pretty much everyone called each other by their first names, even when combined with an honorific. Oh. You got me at a disadvantage there though, you are? Wait, students. I put the money, the exact sum, on the counter and nodded. Yes, allow me to introduce myself, Tanya Umino, currently Janin-sensei of Team 7. How old are you? 13. The Yamanaka era stared at me for a solid few seconds, giving me enough time to prepare myself for the inevitable outcry of bewilderment that followed shortly after. Ino already was a loud girl when she talked normally, but now she got really loud. Why you kidding me, right? Ino, what happened? Seemingly attracted by his daughter's shout, Inoichi Yamanaka rushed in through the back door. Oh, good morning Tanya, he greeted once he saw everything was all right. I responded with a respectful nod. Well, wasn't that convenient timing? I had only managed to meet the Yamanaka clan head a few times since achieving my rank and never had a chance to properly network with him. She might have not become my student, but his daughter could still be the perfect bridge for that. On top of their status, their clan also put a lot of focus on the social aspects of shinobi work, so having a good connection with them could prove invaluable. Of course, I needed to be patient about it, so better not be too pushy. You know, wait, so she really is a Jainin? Inoichi laughed. Yes, Tanya is the youngest shinobi to ever become Jainin during peace times. Maybe she'll. The opening of the front door and the appearance of new customers interrupted him. Slowly, the shop started to become full. I have occupied enough of your time, I said my goodbyes. Ino, I might not be your sensei, but feel free to seek my help if you need it. I am always happy to teach promising students, should my schedule allow it. Which likely wouldn't happen anytime soon, but it was the message that counted. Checking the clock, I confirmed that I still had more than enough time to do what I had initially planned when I came to the flower shop. After all, friendships needed to be nurtured, and visiting a hospitalized friend with wishes for quick recovery was just common courtesy. While the usefulness of flowers for that purpose was questionable to me, it didn't matter as long as the other side liked them. Which should be the case. After all, I had already found out a while ago that poppies were Kurene's favorite flowers. Wait, just a second. She called after me, quickly apologizing to her current customer before she rushed over. You said Team 7. That's Sasuke's team, right? Yes. I hope you won't try anything. Suzuki is mine. I blinked, desperately trying to answer her in a way that wouldn't instantly kill all chances of further interaction. I can assure you that I am professional about our student-teacher relationship and that I have no such endeavors. Asuma Sarutobi sat next to the hospital bed, eyes heavy from a lack of sleep. Around the bed stood multiple medical instruments and equipment whose names he didn't know or care about. Somehow, he didn't even feel the effect of not having had a cigarette in 3 days. No, all that was on his mind was the woman in front of him. It had been the middle of the night when she had arrived. It was hard to miss since the giant insects that had brought the 3 injured hadn't cared to use the main gate, therefore triggering the alarm barrier that surrounded the village. The issue was quickly resolved as they were clearly not attacking, and every Jainin knew that the moths were summons of Tanya. Asuma had escorted them to the hospital and stayed there ever since. He had only left Kunna's side once, after the doctors confirmed that her condition was no longer life-threatening, in order to buy her some flowers for when she would wake up. Lost in thought, he glanced over to the vase. It was a bundle of red poppies, her favorite, though they already started to wilt. He needed to get new ones soon. Hinata had already woken up the next morning and got discharged after a few checks. Asuma had hoped for some answers from her, but apparently, she herself didn't know what had occurred. He hadn't seen her since. 2 days later Tanya arrived, and he finally learned what had happened. He didn't meet her himself, but the doctors told him a few details she gave them, and that the other 2 kids on Kurene's team were unharmed, which was good. But it didn't change the situation at hand. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, he looked back at the broken form of his childhood friend, no, of the woman he loved. All the time he had been vague about it, to everyone, to her, even to himself. Whenever someone had hinted at or joked about the 2 being a pair, his answer had been an awkward denial. Or, if she was present, a dumb joke. But now, being a shinobi was a dangerous profession, especially if you had a high rank. Asuma was obviously aware of that. He knew he could die any day. He knew his colleagues could die any day. He had seen many of them die. And yet, seeing her like that was simply something else. He made up his mind. When she woke up, he would be honest about his feelings, both to her and to himself. She deserved it. The sound of the door opening pulled him out of his thoughts. Good morning, Asuma. I see that I am not the only one wanting to wish her a quick recovery, a girl's voice greeted him. Tanya, he recognized without turning around. She stepped closer. You look tired. Haven't slept much. He then saw that the young Jainin carried a bouquet with her. You can put the flowers in here, he stated, taking his poppies out of the vase. Are you sure? They have wilted anyway. I was planning to get new ones later. I see. Very well then. By the way, I didn't meet a doctor on my way here, you wouldn't happen to know anything about her condition? All I heard yesterday was that she will likely survive. It was clear that Tanya was worried about her. Well, it wasn't surprising. The girl had been close to Kurane ever since her graduation, looking up to her like a big sister. Although recently, Kurane always seemed to get tense whenever Tanya was present or became the topic of conversation, whatever that was about. Probably some girl's thing. Not that it was important right now. Yes, he confirmed, but besides that, it's not looking good. Fake death alone is something you would need at least 10 days to recover from. Combined with the fact that she was almost gutted and lost a lot of blood, it took a heavy toll on her body. Just getting her body back to basic functionality will take a while, let alone do ninja work again. Thankfully, her current position is one she can fulfill while recovering. After all, she can train her team even without participating herself, and I speak from experience when I say that she is a capable teacher. Maybe it was his tiredness getting the better of him, but despite the mood, he couldn't help but let out a quick laugh. I guess you would know, hey? Hey, what do you say, should we take care of her trio? She raised her eyebrow at that question. Taking 7 people on D-rank missions sounds excessive. I'm not talking about missions. I meant that, when either of us trains with their team, we could take hers with us as well. You know, give them something to do. Just until Kurane can leave the hospital. She pondered a while before nodding. Yes, I see your point. In fact, I was planning to meet my team in half an hour. However, 7 people could be a bit much for our limited space. Why not go to the training fields? Lord Third requested me to stay within the village so I could immediately answer should he summon me at a moment's notice. Regarding the hidden mist, I assume. Asuma couldn't suppress a scoff. As if the training fields are that much farther. So typical for that geezer. He opened the nightstand, pulled out a piece of paper, made a quick note, and stamped his seal on it. Show this to the guards at the Sarutobi Manor and they will let you in. There is a large underground training facility, feel free to use it. Will Lord Third be fine with this? Bah, forget my old man, he lives in the Hokage villa. Literally, he is basically never home. In that case, I owe you for this. She grinned. Let's make them greet their sensei in top condition, shall we? Leave something for me, he answered, smiling at the girl's eagerness to help her friend. Chapter 10, Double Training. Double Training. Air whizzed over her head as Hinata ducked and evaded the thrust. Believing to see an opening, she pressed the attack, but her opponent's other hand pushed both her arms to the side, followed by a palm strike that hit her square in the chest. She felt the air getting knocked out of her lungs as she was flung backward, hit the ground, and rolled over twice before finally coming to a halt. The young kunoichi managed to get her arms under her body and prop herself up, still gasping for air from the hit she just received. Get up, her father commanded. Hinata took a deep breath that threw her into another coughing fit, but she was able to get back on her feet, albeit with shaky legs. She readjusted her stance and raised her hands, thick veins bulging out around her eye sockets as she once more activated her Byakugan. Since her release from the hospital, her father had been adamant that she needed more training. It was the first time in a long while that he trained her personally, and he was harsher than before. Though the latter, she could understand. She had made a stupid mistake, allowing herself to get poisoned during her first real fight, resulting in her being a burden for the rest of her team. She truly was a disappointment. She didn't exactly know what happened after she passed out. Kaiba's retelling of the events had been messy, to say the least. All she knew was that they were saved by Team 7 and something about a guy with mirrors. Granted, she hadn't really paid much attention after realizing that Naruto had come to her rescue. Once she had heard that, a warm feeling had spread in her chest, and her memory of everything he had said after that was kind of blurry. Her father had also forbidden her to take on any further C-rank missions until her skills were up to his standard. Not like she would be able to do so anyway until Kurane-sensei got out of the hospital. Considering the last time the two had met, she didn't even want to imagine how that confrontation would go. As the next round of their spar was about to start, Kei Higa entered the training hall. Lord Hayashi. He called out with a quick bow. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we received message that Hinata is expected at the Sarutobi Manor. When? Her father asked with a frown. ASAP. The Higa clan head sighed, deactivated his Byakugan, and left his combat stance. We will continue once you are back, he declared to Hinata before leaving. She quickly grabbed her equipment, threw on her large jacket, and followed Kei to the main entrance. She wondered why the Sarutobi clan called for her. If the request came from the Hokage, wouldn't he rather call her to his office? As the two walked in silence, Hinata realized she didn't get the chance to talk to him since her release. Kei. Yes, Lady Hinata. I'm sorry. To that, her former caretaker and bodyguard during her academy days raised his eyebrow questioningly. For what? For failing. For disappointing everyone. Kei seemed taken aback for a moment but then closed his eyes and shook his head. Lady Hinata, while I don't know many details, from what I heard you faced off against opponents far stronger than you should have on a C-rank mission. When we got the news that you were hospitalized after getting poisoned, I was worried sick about you. But at no point was I disappointed. He smiled. And your father might not seem like it, but I know he was just as worried. Really? Wasn't he angry? K's smile grew into a smirk and he chuckled. Oh, don't get me wrong, he was absolutely furious. Not at you though. Before she could ask what he meant by that, the two of them reached the main gate, and Hinata, to her surprise, found a girl with pink hair waiting for her. With a nod, Kei left them alone. Sakura? She asked confused. Hi there, Hinata, her former classmate and now fellow genin greeted her and started walking, seemingly expecting Hinata to follow her. She quickly did so, doing her best to ignore Sakura's slender figure she was so jealous of. Which was difficult considering the fact that she had a 360-degree field of view. Were you also called over? She asked in an attempt to distract herself. We were actually meant to meet for training, but for some reason, Tanya-sensei told us to get you guys. Naruto and Sasuke are getting Shino and Kaiba right now. At the mention of the name, Hinata stumbled and almost fell over. There it was again. At first, when they had met Team 7 on their way to the Land of Waves, she had simply been surprised that their Jonin-sensei didn't seem to be any older than them. Also, for some reason, the blonde girl had looked familiar to Hinata, but she couldn't recall from where. But then, Kurane-sensei had called her Tanya, and her heart had almost stopped. Hinata only knew of one person with this very unusual name, and only through mentions by either her father or the elders. And neither of these cases had been in a positive context. Hey, are you alright? Why yes, I'm sorry. Say, what is your sensei's last name? Domino. She's Irika-sensei's sister. Funny coincidence, hey. Hinata didn't answer. That was the final confirmation she had dreaded when she had asked the question. Tanya Umino. The one who, according to the elders, had killed her cousin Nichien. Not just was responsible for his death, Killed him. Nichiren had been a member of the branch family and a couple of years older than her. Unlike Niji, who was her direct cousin, Nichiren was a bit more distantly related. That combined with the age gap meant that she hadn't spent much time with him, but the two had still met occasionally. Then, when she was 5, she attended his funeral. She didn't understand clan politics at that age, but even she could feel the anger that had spread among the clan at the time, an anger that exceeded mourning the dead. Oh, shut up Kaiba. Did you forget who had to save your ass? Stop making such a ruckus, Naruto. Suddenly being pulled out of her thoughts, Hinata realized that they had reached their destination. Kaiba and Naruto stood across from each other, the latter holding his head, while Sakura was next to him with an angry expression and her fist raised. Shino and Sasuke quietly stood next to them. Let's just go in already, the latter commented with an annoyed sigh. Still unsure what was going on, Hinata followed the group as a man whom she assumed to be the groundskeeper led them to a stairway downward and finally to a door. Behind it, the 6 genin found an impressive, arena-like structure, with an open field in the middle and multiple tools, training posts, and practice targets lined up on the walls. It was about the same size as the academy's training field, except it was underground. You're late. A stern voice greeted them. There she was. Back when Hinata had first met her, her demeanor had given her an intimidating aura. Now that she knew for sure who the blonde was and her gaze was directed right at them, she almost felt like she was suffocating and had to actively remember to breathe. It didn't matter that they were almost the same age, or that the blonde was the shortest of the bunch. To Hinata, it felt like she was a mouse staring into the eyes of a giant snake. By 2 minutes, sensei. Naruto retorted defensively, but the girl was having none of it. As I said, late. So let's make this quick. While Kurane is at the hospital, Asuma and I agreed to take turns training together with Team 8 so they don't fall behind. For starters, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, you 3 do the warm-up I showed you. I'll be with you in a minute, I just need to quickly assess what I'm working with. The 3 nodded and started their exercises. Hinata then almost felt her heart stop as Tanya's merciless gaze focused on her. Hinata Hyuga, right? The Hyuga daughter tried to affirm, but her voice got stuck in her throat, and after 2 very uncomfortable seconds of her standing there with her mouth half open, she pressed her lips together and hastily nodded. If Tanya was confused by her reaction, she didn't let it show. Instead, she took on a certain combat stance. All right, show me where you're at. Hinata's eyes grew wide as she recognized the stance. Why, you know the gentle fist style. She blurted out, her surprise drowning out her angst for a moment. Yes, Tanya answered bluntly as if she had just been asked whether water was wet. I can't utilize it properly since I lack the Byakugan, and I can't replicate the more advanced techniques that would require using all Tenketsu, but I studied it thoroughly. In fact, some of my personal techniques are inspired by it. Now stop gawking and start already. Suppressing her befuddlement, Hinata took a deep breath and activated her Byakugan. Immediately, she could see the difference between Tanya's chakra reserves and the rest of them. Except for Naruto, of course, his reserves were in a different league entirely. For a second, the two stood across from each other with mirroring stances. Then Hinata attacked. Starting off with a palm strike of her right hand which got deflected, she then ducked under the retaliating hit before following up with her left hand. Tanya dodged with seeming casualness. Okay, stop. Tanya called after a few more blows got traded. What is up? You're moving wrong. Was there a mistake? She usually was good at figuring out errors in her stance in hindsight, but this time, she hadn't noticed anything. After all, they had just started. That's not what I'm talking about. Seemingly for no reason, Tanya interrupted herself. Then, so quickly that they could barely follow her movement, she drew a shuriken and threw it behind her. Sakura shrieked in surprise as she received a shallow cut on her left arm. Just because we are in training does not mean you can drop your guard. I already told you to always be prepared for an ambush. Team 8 collectively gave the young Jainin a blank stare. At least, Hinata assumed they all did, with Shino it was hard to tell. Tanya however ignored them and simply continued. Where was I? Right, your movement. Your form isn't bad, but when I compare you to the Hyugas I've seen fighting before, looking at you feels like I'm watching a left-handed trying to write with their right hand. To that, Hinata just blinked in confusion. I don't think I understand what you mean. Then I guess we know what you will be working on today. I don't yet know how much time together we have, so for now we should focus on things Kurane can easily take over when she recovers. Polishing your basics and ironing out your weaknesses will be the start of that. Next, Shino. Unlike Hinata, Shino wasn't tested physically. Instead, Tanya asked a lot of questions about his insects and how he usually incorporated them into his fighting style. Hinata didn't pay much attention and instead tried to figure out what Tanya meant when she said her movement didn't feel right. Lastly, it was Kaiba's and Akamaru's turn. I'd say I'm already pretty good when it comes to my family's techniques, he stated with a confident grin. Oh? Then I guess your dog also knows the human imitation. Naturally, Kaiba answered, but Akamaru's underlining yap didn't sound as sure. Tanya raised an eyebrow at that reaction, causing Kaiba to awkwardly scratch the back of his head. Well, he still needs a soldier pill to use it. Overestimating yourself is an easy way to get you killed. You know that, right? His grin disappeared. But before he could say anything, Tanya threw another shuriken at her team. Hinata gasped as the blade nicked Naruto's calf. Hey! Stop! Dropping! Your guard! I didn't. If you hadn't you would have dodged it. She growled and turned back to Kaiba, who seemingly deemed it the best course of action to not react to that. Anyway, back on topic. While soldier pills can help you in a pinch, it is not good to rely on them and they should never be your plan A. If he can't do it on his own yet, see if you two can make it as a tandem jutsu. She had barely finished her sentence when suddenly, Naruto stood next to them. Hinata had been too distracted to notice him coming and could feel her face getting hot at his sudden closeness. What was that? Don't tell me you teach them a new jutsu while we are stuck working out. Tanya just groaned and pinched the bridge of her nose. If you eavesdrop at least do it properly, don't just jump in because you heard a buzzword without context. No, I wasn't going to, actually, why not? She quickly clapped her hands to get the attention of Team 7. Enough warm-up for now, we're doing a quick side lesson. Everyone gathered once again around Tanya as she started to explain. Alright, tandem jutsu. Right from the start, there is no official term for it that I'm aware of, so that's just what I call it. You are free to call it partner jutsu or whatever else. Also, this is not something you can effectively use in combat, but it's good to know the possibility exists. And finally, this is not one specific jutsu. It just means that a jutsu is performed by two people rather than one. And there are multiple different ways to achieve that. You know that you can use the transformation jutsu to transform somebody else alongside you as long as that person opens their chakra to you and doesn't resist it, right? All 6 nodded. Good. What I'm about to explain to you follows a similar principle. Sakura, Sasuke, put both your palms on each other's. Immediately, Sakura's hands shot up. Hey, why does he get to do it? Naruto interrupted once more. Because unlike you, those two have the chakra control to pull it off. Now shut up and listen. Sasuke, hands on Sakura's. Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance, but in the end, his palms rested on his teammates. Good. Now, Sakura, do you know any fire release jutsu? The pink-ed asked, seemingly slightly absent-minded and with slightly reddish cheeks. Oh, no, I don't. Do you know how to mold fire chakra? No. Good. Now, both of you, do exactly what I say. Step 1, focus your chakra into your palms. Sasuke did as asked, though Sakura seemed to have trouble concentrating. Sakura. Tanya sounded calm, but her voice oozed so much malice that made Hinata almost jump back. The discomfort she had felt around Tanya might have temporarily disappeared, but now it was back in full force. I met Ino earlier this morning. This is just supposed to be a short side lesson, if you can't do this, I'll call her over and make her demonstrate it. Almost in an instant, Sakura's eyes took on a look of pure determination, and just for a moment, Hinata felt as if she saw Tanya smirk. Great, moving on. I now want you to try and feel each other's chakra. Get in sync with each other. Imagine your chakra like a swinging pendulum, and then attune your own to the same speed as your partner's. Both of them closed their eyes, furrowing their brows in concentration. Out of curiosity, Hinata activated her Byakugan to observe their chakra networks. It was interesting to watch, seeing how both tried to synchronize their chakra flow. It was clear that both had good chakra control, especially Sakura. The problem was that, since both tried to do so, whenever they got close, they forgot that the other was doing the same and overcompensated, shooting past their target. Should she say something? Would they even want to hear her opinion? Maybe she should. Whoa, are you alright, Hinata? Before she realized it, Naruto's face was directly in front of hers. Immediately, her heartbeat tripled and her head felt hotter than it had ever before. She tried to say something, but only an incoherent stammer left her mouth. What was she even trying to say in the first place? She tried to remember but found herself unable to form a clear thought. Sensei, I think something is wrong with Hinata. She looks like she's in pain. That's her Byakugan, you idiot. Kaiba interrupted the blonde. The veins bulge out when she activates it. Her what? The Hyuga clan's jutsu, Tanya chimed in without turning around. It gives her eyes special abilities, similar to Sasuke's Sharingan. You can ask her later, now be quiet. Naruto went back to where he had stood before, and Hinata barely managed to calm down enough so she wouldn't faint. Just then, Sakura and Sasuke opened their eyes again and nodded. Good, Tanya continued. Now, Sasuke, make it so your hands form the hand signs for your fireball jutsu together with Sakura's hands. Besides that, do the same as you normally do, except you make Sakura use it. You also need to give her some of your chakra since she alone doesn't have enough. Sakura, you just need to open your body to Sasuke's chakra and make the hand signs together with him. It took a while for the two to go through all the hand signs, probably because Sakura wasn't familiar with them, but in the end, they managed to form each one with no mistake. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Suddenly, Sakura started to hack, coughing out bursts of fire that made Sasuke jump back to evade them. As you see, Tanya started explaining, by working together with a tandem jutsu you can use techniques you normally wouldn't be able to. But it should also be obvious why this is not usable in combat. It is normally used for complicated utility-type jutsus that both partners are not able to use on their own. Of course, even if your partner does most of the work, if the jutsu requires certain movements like blowing you still have to do that yourself, as you just saw. Why didn't you say that at the start? Sakura asked sheepishly. Because now you will remember it. Alright, side lesson over, now I want all of you to stand at the wall and give me 50 crunches. The 6 genin gawked at her. What, did you think I'd let you off with being late? If one of you falls off, all of you will have to start over again. Now get it over with so we can start the real training. As the group went over to the wall, Hinata's 360-degree vision let her see Tanya pull out a handful of kunao. Many heads turned as the third Hokage stepped through the halls of the hospital, but he ignored them. While he usually loved to interact with his citizens, right now he had more important matters at hand. He kept walking past the white walls until he reached a heavy door at the end of the hallway and opened it. Behind it, he was greeted by a windowless room that, after he had closed the door again, was illuminated by nothing but a single lamp on the ceiling. It was a special, soundproof room meant for sensitive conversations with patients who couldn't leave the hospital yet. Inside was a single bed, occupied by an old man with a muscular frame and tan skin. Upon seeing Hiruzen enter, he frowned. So now you show up. What is all this? He tried to turn his body a bit, but groaned in pain and clutched the injury on his chest. They just pushed me over in this, what even is this supposed to be, a cell? I wouldn't know because no one tells me what in the world is going on. The third's face hardened. Good to see that the fact you almost caused the death of 3 children with your lie doesn't faze you. The girl who got poisoned is fine by the way, in case you actually care. Despite the sarcasm in his words, his tone made it clear that he was not up for jokes right now. The old bridge builder's gaze fell at the accusation, but he didn't budge quite yet. What do you want? He asked in a lower voice than before. Yes, I lied about the details. But you already took my money yet I am still here, doesn't that settle it? That's not what I'm here for. I'm here because I want to ask you some questions. I already told that woman all I know, talk to her. I will, as soon as she wakes up from the coma saving your life put her in. The last vestiges of stubbornness left Tajuna's face and he didn't give another retort. Hiruzen stepped closer to his bed. I am not in the mood to play games, Tajuna. You will either answer my questions truthfully, or I will let someone from the torture and interrogation department do the questioning for me. Make your choice. What do you want to know? Under the Hokage's questions, Tajuna once more recounted the events that happened to his country, and how Gat's company took control over the entire shipping industry. Most of what he said matched what Tanya had heard from Kaiba and Shino, though it appeared as though he simply assumed greed to be Gat's driving factor. However, the way he described how the magnate used his economic power to slowly get the entire land of waves under his control matched Tanya's prediction perfectly. Do you know anything about Gat working for the land of water? Hiruzen asked once Tajuna was done. The bridge builder shook his head. No, why? Is that important? Forget it, just a thought. One last question, when exactly did he arrive in the land of waves? Tajuna scratched his beard. That was at the end of last spring. Early June, I think. The Hokage's gaze grew dark. Early June. That was the exact time the supposed assassination attempt on the Mizukage failed and Zabuza Mamakai was declared a missing nin. The dates matched too well to be a coincidence. As out there as it first sounded when he had first heard it, Tanya's theory was adding up. Chapter 11, Burdens of a Sensei. Burdens of a Sensei. Hinata was aware that harsh training was necessary if one wanted to meet certain standards. She was by now used to it, always trying to use it as an opportunity to improve despite her own inadequacy. Today, however, she had learned just how different two seemingly similar training philosophies could be. At home, training, if not alone, consisted mostly of sparring, which went on until her father called them off. She often had some light bruises afterward, but the pain subsided after a day. Tanya's training was completely different. Her approach wasn't as hands-on, taking more of a guiding role, but in return, she was completely relentless. On top of that, she kept insisting that something was wrong with Hinata's gentle fist style, and the fact that the young Jainin seemingly couldn't figure out what exactly seemed to annoy her to no end. The Hyga daughter had tried her best, one because she felt bad for hogging her attention even though she was trying to train all six, and two because Tanya's gaze made her feel very uncomfortable. As the training progressed it slowly became better, but she couldn't help but feel constantly on the edge regardless. The girl's overwhelming presence combined with what Hinata knew about her was simply too much. It was close to a miracle that she didn't faint from the mental exhaustion. Normally, training together with Naruto would have been a dream. But the two had barely interacted, if at all. Add to that Tanya being there, and the dream had become a nightmare. And mental exhaustion was far from the only one she felt at the end of the day. While she was used to merciless training methods, never had she trained to the point where her body was completely unable to take any more exertion. In the end, a single sentence echoed through the training facility. "That's enough for today, make sure to be on time tomorrow." Kaiba and Naruto grumbled some complaints as they let themselves fall on their butts, but didn't voice them too loudly. Sasuke leaned with heavy breath against the wall, Sakura panted as she fell to her knees, and even the normally stoic Shino had to get a hold. Then, Tanya left them alone, and as soon as she was gone, Hinata's knees gave out. She barely managed to catch onto a nearby training post to prevent herself from collapsing to the ground. Since the tension had now left her body, she too felt the full brunt of exhaustion that her teammates and her fellow genin had slightly earlier. Almost unable to catch a breath, she just stood there hunched over for a while. By the time she became aware of her surroundings again, the others had already left. With a sigh, she exited the Sarutobi compound, and once on the fresh air, she noticed two things: 1, night had already fallen, and 2, she was hungry. Very hungry. They hadn't stopped for a lunch break, and while the mental pressure Tanya had caused her had suppressed it, it now hit her full force. She'd better hurry home and get something to eat. As fast as her exhausted feet allowed, she made her way back. Which, granted, was not very fast. Her eyes also hurt, never before did she have her Byakugan active for such a long time. Her chakra reserves were so drained that she wasn't even sure if they would fully recover until tomorrow. On her way, however, a smell hit her nose. One that she was very familiar with: cinnamon. The next seconds were almost like a haze, and before she realized it, she stood before a display of cinnamon rolls, drooling. "You want some, young miss?" The man behind the counter laughed. Sorry." She hurriedly apologized, whipping her mouth with her sleeve. "Don't worry, I'll take it as a compliment. I was about to close for today, so I would have to throw those out." "A shame, really, they might be a day old, but they are still good. Are you hungry? I can give you one for half the price. I'll reheat them free of charge if you want." "Yes. You I mean, if it's fine, I'll take them. Warm please." "All right, how many?" "1. 2. Hinata wordlessly put some money on the counter. The man cocked an eyebrow before doing a quick count and realizing Hinata wanted them all. "I'll heat the oven, give me a second." The reheated rolls were indeed almost as good as fresh ones, and Hinata eagerly wolfed them down. A slightly cozy feeling had spread from her filled stomach when she finally reached her home, though it instantly disappeared upon running into her father. "You were gone for quite a while. What did the Sarutobi clan want from you?" "And nothing. Tan Team 7 wanted to train with us while Kurane-sensei is at the hospital. We were allowed to use the training ground of the Sarutobi estate." Mentioning Tanya-sensei in front of father is probably not a good idea. "I see. I am expected there tomorrow as well." Her father closed his eyes for a moment before answering. "Fine. But I will test you afterward. If I find your progress is inadequate, your time is better spent here." "Why yes, father." Do you have a moment?" He gestured for her to continue. "See, can you watch and tell me if I make any mistakes?" She quickly went through a few of the katas Tanya had made her do all day. It was difficult, exhausted as she was, but 2 or 3 quick moves were somewhat manageable. "Your form is a bit sloppy, as usual," her father concluded once she was done. "But no real mistakes." "Why?" "Oh, just to make sure." So, he didn't notice any mistakes either. Just what in the world did Tanya-sensei see? It was a question she didn't manage to ponder over for long. As soon as she fell onto her bed, the exhaustion from the day combined with a freshly filled belly made her fall asleep almost instantly. "And you are sure it is true?" Hiruzen crossed his arms at this question. Across from him sat Koharu Udadan and Homura Mitokado, his 2 former teammates and now his advisors. "Not completely, no," he clarified, "but the circumstances add up too well to simply dismiss them, so we must at least consider the possibility. Homura's permanent scowl got even deeper than usual. If it is true, then we must act. I wouldn't care whether or not the Mizukage really went crazy if he stayed on his own soil, but if he tries to annex a country right at our borders, no matter how insignificant the land of waves is, we cannot ignore that. Did Jiraiya manage to find something out already? Koharu inquired. According to his last report, not much yet. They did announce a death sentence to all who side with the rebels, but aside from some bounties and a lot of huntermen on the streets, there doesn't seem to be an open civil war just yet. The potential of it being true is big enough of a risk to warrant action, Homura argued. True, Koharu agreed, but if Mist really is behind this, they did this rather cleverly. If we just help the land of waves without demanding payment, it will look like we are the ones trying to take them by making them indebted to us. And Stone is just waiting for an excuse to attack us again. The Hokage leaned back and pondered over this for a moment. While he wasn't so sure that the Tsuchikage really was as much out for blood as Koharu was portraying him to be, she was right about appearance. They weren't allied with the land of waves, alliances were bilateral after all, and Wave didn't have any military in the first place, so stepping in with seemingly no reason to do so would cause problems. Unless we somehow manage to expose the land of water as the mastermind behind Gat's actions, we would need to be hired in order to go against him, he mumbled more to himself than to the other two. And the land of waves can't afford that. How exactly is that an issue? A rough voice called out. In the doorframe stood a scarred man with half his face covered in bandages. His cane clacked against the floor as he walked over to the trio. Danzo, Hiruzen greeted him. He hadn't called him to this meeting, but that was a fact his old friend never really cared about. If it is so important how it looks, Danzo continued unperturbed, then you just have to make it not look like anything at all. Simply send a squad of Anbu to take care of it. According to the report, Zabuza Momokai got grievously injured in his fight, so they could easily kill this Gat without ever being seen. One single hunterman won't be able to stop them. Since you apparently read the report, Hiruzen countered, you should also be aware that Gat is likely to be just a figurehead. I am. But that doesn't mean they can replace him on a moment's notice, especially with a civil war on the horizon. Killing Gat will give us more than enough time to devise a plan for how to continue. Hiruzen's face hardened. Continue? You are not suggesting that we should partake in the rebellion. There are arguments to be made for either side. Yagura is without a doubt a troublesome character, and removing him would solve a lot of variables. But if his sanity is not as lost as the rumors suggest, he could also be useful. Be it the fourth Mizukage or the potential fifth, having either indebted to us could prove to be invaluable. Helping rebels overthrow the current Mizukage would aggravate the other nations even more than helping the land of waves unasked would. Not if the hidden mist shows aggression to us, first. But it hasn't. Yet. Danzo's last word hung in the air for a moment while the two looked at each other quietly. After a few seconds, it was Homura that broke the silence. Danzo makes some good points. Who knows what else they are plotting that went unnoticed? The Hokage sighed. The fact that the plot in the land of waves was just a hypothesis for now no longer seemed to be part of the discussion. From his experience, there was no point in continuing the meeting for now. Their opinions wouldn't change, so it was time for him to make a choice. Even with Zabuza out of the picture, we don't know enough that we can afford to be hasty. For now, we will wait and see how the situation develops. To that, Danzo merely scoffed. Your unwillingness to act quickly and resolvedly will one day be your undoing, Hiruzen. He left, and the two advisors followed suit. Finally alone, Hiruzen began to stuff his pipe. While he didn't agree with Danzo's militant attitude, not everything he said was wrong. But before he made a final decision, there were two more opinions he wanted to hear. In the last moment, Shino was able to pull his arm out of the way of my kunao, making it harmlessly bounce off the wall behind him. The next one, I threw at Kaiba, who tilted his head slightly too late and received a shallow cut on his cheek. Ah! Shit! The Inyazuka cursed, making his small dog wince. Then, among the people outside of the training hall, one certain chakra signature rapidly closed the distance to us. Shortly after, the doors flung open and revealed an out-of-breath Hyga girl. I'm, Oppo, Lojis, she panted. 5 were on time, I noted without turning around. But number 6 was a whole 15 minutes late in return. If we add it up in total, that's worse than yesterday. Hey? Hinata? Kaiba asked, seemingly having smelled her. Despite me not telling him so, he took off his blindfold and earplugs. Oh well, I had an entire day to make him regret that. Took you long enough. He growled. I overslept. I am sorry, she apologized meagerly. Interesting, going by her school records, that might have been the first time she overslept ever. Maybe something had happened after training yesterday? No need to be sorry, I answered. Those two already are. Noticing the kunao on the floor and the many cuts in Kaiba's and Shino's clothes, she gasped. B because of me? B but I was the one late. If you are on a mission and are unable to follow the time schedule, the ones suffering because of it will most likely be your teammates. As a shinobi, you are responsible for more than just yourself. Just because you bear all the guilt of a mistake doesn't mean you alone are affected by the consequences. Anyway, let's start the real training. The last sentence I called loud so Team 7, currently busy with warm UPS, heard me as well. Wait. Why are we the only ones being punished? She is the one who was. Kaiba's rant ended abruptly as another kunao hit the wall right next to his ear. Unlike the previous ones, however, this one didn't bounce off. It instead embedded itself deep into the stone, causing cracks to web out from it and making some shards fly off. Quit your yapping, I growled at the boy whose eyes had become wide, or I will make you detect incoming kunao just by smell all day. Not that it was far off from what I planned anyway. The nose of an Inyazuka was a great asset, after all. The kid's one was exemplary when it came to detecting, that much he had already shown yesterday. What proved to be more difficult for him was to pinpoint incoming attacks precisely enough to fight them. Sure, he smelled the kunao coming, but that was useless if he couldn't make out where exactly they were. He would be at a huge advantage if he could do it to the point where he could basically fight blind and deaf. For example, many genjutsu didn't bother to go after your sense of smell. My goal was to get him there by the end of the day. His sister Hannah had been far more receptive when we had trained together at the academy. A shame she couldn't finish the same year I did, which was, admittedly, mostly my own fault. Maybe she would have even been our third teammate. She would have definitely been better than the brat we got stuck with instead. Shino would be training something similar, but instead of his nose, I wanted to make his insects communicate through touch with him. In theory, he already could do that. I primarily needed to increase the speed at which he could receive information from his bugs. All in all, the kid was highly capable and would probably have the basics nailed by the end of the day. Starting tomorrow, the three would be with Asuma, and I would probably advise him to focus on team building because these kids definitely needed it. Granted, so did my team. While Team 7 had improved in that regard, they were not yet at the point where it would like them to be. Alright, back on topic. We're doing individual training today, I announced as I put my hands together. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, 3 identical copies of me appeared. Kaiba and Shino, you come with me, the first clone declared. Sasuke and Sakura, with me, the second one called out, which made Sakura grin and slightly blush. I seriously needed to beat that love-struck schoolgirl attitude out of her. Naruto, the two of us go over there, clone number 3 directed the blonde boy. And you stay here with me, the real me finally said to Hinata, which made her flinch. Had she been lost in thought? I didn't know you could use shadow clones as well, Naruto pointed out with a mixture of awe and disappointment. Most Jonin can, the clone explained. But no one else can use them the way you do. The reason why shadow clones are considered a dangerous technique is because it spreads the chakra out among the clones. Just making one clone cuts my combat power in half. They are meant to be used as reconnaissance, not as troops in battle. Naruto cocked his head. Meaning? To say it in a way even you will understand, my clone said and rolled its eyes, if any other genin had tried to do what you did that night, it either would have not worked, or they would have spread their chakras so thin that it would have killed them. Killed. He almost shrieked. Yes, there is a reason why this jutsu is only taught to Jonin. It can kill the user. But considering your nigh infinite chakra pool, it's not something you need to concern yourself with. Now let's get started. Meanwhile, Shino and Kaiba got further trained in their detection skills, while Sakura and Sasuke received some tactics training. In the afternoon, I had some team-building exercises planned for all of Team 7. Okay Sasuke, what's up? My clone asked shortly after they began. I'm paying attention, he answered dismissively. I know, that's why I haven't yet thrown a shuriken at you. But you still pay less attention than usual, so spill the beans, or that changes. Those guys we met on our way back, he finally said after a defiant look. Kakuzu? What about him? He is just an old acquaintance of mine. I don't know the other, probably his colleague. He was a missing nin. Yes, but not of the hidden leaf. As long as he doesn't act against the land of fire or an ally of us, he is not our enemy. On the contrary, as a bounty hunter, he has probably killed more missing nin than any other shinobi. He also told you he would kill you once your head is worth more. My clone sighed and pinched the bridge of its nose. Sasuke, I know humor is a foreign concept to you, but even if you don't know how to laugh, at least learn to recognize a joke if you don't want to embarrass yourself. And now back on topic. That only left my real self and Hinata. You're moving better than yesterday, I concluded after a few katas. Really? Why was she always so tense? And for some reason, her stutter seemed to become worse when she talked to me. Was she that bad with authority figures? It's still not right, but I think I can see the issue now. Titania sensei? When you said my M movement was W wrong, didn't he find any EE errors? I asked my FF father, he didn't he either. Wow, look at that, she got out 2 whole sentences. You would think someone of her status would radiate more confidence. I didn't say your movement was wrong, I said you were moving wrong. Your form itself didn't have any real mistakes. But as I said, I think I got it now. Take that bulky jacket off for a moment, I need to confirm something. She hesitated, but in the end, she complied. Why did her entire team wear those unpractical things anyway? It wasn't padded, so it didn't even offer any real protection. Under it, she sported a pair of simple dark grey pants, a shirt of the same color, and, judging from the edges I could see peeking out of her collar, the common mesh armor many shinobi wore under their clothes. She hung the jacket over the training post when suddenly, she stopped. Then, with an eep, she crossed her arms in front of her chest. What now? I forgot my B-binds, she almost whispered. Do you always wear binds? She nodded. Did a doctor give them to you or did you do it yourself? Myself. I felt like a light bulb popped up over my head. That was the problem. Problem? She asked almost panicked. Yes. The reason I couldn't find out what was wrong was because 2 things were wrong. Without one, I now could see your other issue more clearly. No more binds from now on. But. Her arms tightened around her breasts as she tried to make herself even smaller. I hate these. I sighed. Look, I get that your chest is big for your age and that you don't want it to restrict your movements. But amateurishly used binds will restrict you even more, not to mention the damage they can cause when they aren't put on correctly. It would be better if you just accept the extra weight and learn to move with it. I mean, the Akimichis deal with much more body fat and they're doing quite alright I would say. That's not it. She mumbled so quietly I almost couldn't hear her. Speak up, girl. That's not it. Suddenly, Hinata was standing upright, fists clenched. I don't want these useless lumps of fat, I don't want this ugly body. But when I see delicious food, I can't help myself. And that all instantly goes into my breast again. I am sick of it. She panted after her outburst, and I massaged my temples in an attempt to stop the incoming headache. Fucking hell, does every kid in this generation need a psychiatrist? Going by what she had said, it either sounded like severe body insecurities, an eating disorder, or a mixture of both. Great. Besides her breasts, there was rarely any fat on her body, and while her arms and legs were a bit thicker than Sakura's, I knew for a fact those were muscles. But I could recall hearing that merely pointing that out didn't do anything in these cases. There was also the fact that looks should be of secondary concern at best to a shinobi, but I doubted pointing it out to her in this state would achieve much. If I manage to become Hokage I'll make regular psychiatric check UPS mandatory for all shinobi. Is there even one in the Hidden Leaf? Well, one thing after the other. I promised my comatose friend to take care of her team, and I will deliver on that. And what exactly makes you think your body is ugly? In the first place, weren't big breasts usually seen as desirable? I mean, I would be glad if mine stayed as non-existent as they were now, they would only be in the way and I couldn't give 2 fucks about sex appeal. But her issue was the opposite. Her gaze fell to the ground. It's obvious. And Naruto only has eyes F for Sakura. I wish my body was as pretty and slender as hers. Or why? Why yours? I gave my utmost best to not stare at her with my mouth agape. Naruto. This girl had a massive crush on Naruto of all people. How? And because he was crushing on Sakura, she viewed that body type as a beauty ideal. Which was twice ironic because I had already heard Sakura saying that she wished her breasts were bigger. Arg, all of this was just meant to show off my capabilities as a sensei and my ability to handle responsibilities to the Hokage. Where did all this pointless teeny drama suddenly come from? I needed to get this idea out of her head, otherwise, she would end up restricting herself to the point where it surely would get her killed one day. But where should I even start? How do you address such an issue? Doesn't that normally need an expert, a lot of time, and grappling with the... Hang on, maybe I can solve this with shock therapy. Naruto. Come here for a moment. The boy came jogging over, and it didn't even take a second for Hinata to put her jacket back on. Yes, sensei? Do you want me to spar with her? I'm down for it. No, I want you to show us your sexy jutsu. Come again. You heard me. Several seconds passed, in which he confusedly eyed both me and an equally confused-looking Hinata. And this isn't some trick to make Sakura hit me, right? Sakura is occupied, she won't see it. But I could call her over and tell her to do it if you don't get on with it already. Okay, he said while defensively weaving. Warak no jutsu. Sexy jutsu. With a puff of smoke, Naruto transformed into an adult, female version of himself, completely naked. And I had to give it to him, considering the fact that he was making this person up, he had put a lot of attention to the details, meticulously crafting a woman that was no doubt attractive. Hello, a female version of his voice called seductively. I already knew about this due to my research, but I could see why in the heat of combat, something like this could throw you off, even if it was just for a second. After all, a second could make the difference between life and death. So while this technique perfectly encapsulated Naruto's character, it was possible to use it strategically. Alright, so the point of this is to transform into a sexy woman, correct? Yes, the female Naruto answered, clearly not used to not having any kind of reaction to this. In other words, this form is sexy by your standards, correct? You think not? Just answer my question. Yes, obviously, or else I would have made it different. And that includes the chest. Well boobs are hot. Thank you. That would be all. In another puff, Naruto was again a kid, a boy, and, thankfully, clothed. So, what was that all about? Nothing important, continue your training. With another confused look, Naruto went back to my clone. I then turned to Hinata who was currently red as a traffic light and completely petrified. There. Can we get back to your gentle fist now? Shikaku Nara watched his son raise an eyebrow as he placed his rook on 5h. What, were you expecting me to go for a fourth file rook? The Jainin commander asked with a laugh. Shikamaru just shrugged. Asuma-sensei always does it, guess I got used to it. How troublesome. Shikaku smiled. His son's attitude had given him worries when he started his shinobi career, but thankfully, his Jainin-sensei managed to connect with him in a rather unique way, shogi. Seeing that Asuma was occupied at the moment, Shikaku had decided to take it upon himself to make his son do something other than watch the clouds. Shikamaru made his next move, and he was about to answer when suddenly, a tiny bird landed on the shogi board. Tied to his back was a small scroll. It seems Lord Third needs me, he confirmed after a quick read. We can continue later. No need to hurry, Shikamaru yawned and went back to his resting spot on the grass. Reaching the Hokage villa, Shikaku entered the office with a quick bow. Good evening, Shikaku, the Hokage greeted him. A situation arose to which I would like to hear your opinion. What he heard next made his eyes go wide. A potential plot of the Hidden Mist Village, so devious that it would have never come to light under normal circumstances, had it not for some lucky coincidences. Once the Hokage was done, Shikaku thought for a while. Well, I'd say we first need to try and confirm whether or not this plot is actually happening or if these things are just coincidences. If that isn't possible, we must find out what the exact situation in the Land of Waves is. Should we then decide that we need to intervene, the easiest way would be to find a way for that bridge builder to acquire enough money to pay for an S-rank mission, without the money being traceable back to us. The door opened again. You wish to see me, Lord Third? Well, if he didn't know that voice. With a smile, he gave Tanya a slight nod for a greeting which she answered likewise, both doing so quietly to let the Hokage speak. Tanya, it is about the Land of Waves. After discussing the topic with my advisors, I am currently deciding on how to proceed. As the one who discovered all of this, I would also like to hear your opinion on the matter as well. With the Land of Water as well or just with the Land of Waves? She asked without hesitation. Just the Land of Waves for now. Well, the main issue is money, or the lack thereof. If Tajuna had money, he could buy whatever services are necessary to solve the issue. And the best way to acquire it would be to ask Tajuna's investor. Investor? Shikaku asked surprised. The Hokage hadn't said anything about an investor. Yes, considering a large bridge needs a lot of materials, it wouldn't be unfeasible that he has an investor. Since the bridge would massively increase trade, he would get his money back through a small tax all merchants that cross the bridge have to pay, less than they would have to spend on a ship. Having invested a lot of money already, said investor would naturally want to see the bridge completed, and therefore be willing to loan Tajuna the money he needs. Or hire someone himself. And there is such an investor? The Hokage inquired. None that we would know of. Shikaku couldn't help but laugh as he realized what his young colleague was getting at. Well, we can't know everything about everyone, he joined in on her spiel. But do you have an idea who could take on the role of this investor? The golden-haired girl grinned. Well, as coincidence dictates, I recently met an old acquaintance of mine. An independent businessman who knows a profitable deal when he sees one. Chapter 12, A Failure. A failure. With 6 people sitting shoulder to shoulder, the small ramen stand was at maximum capacity. Which was something Sakura wouldn't complain about if she were sitting next to Suzuki. On the contrary, that would have been quite nice. But she wasn't. Her love had taken the seat next to Shino, while she was stuck between Naruto and Hinata. At least her other teammate didn't bother her as much as he used to. While she would definitely never respond to his pathetic flirting attempts, the time they spent together had allowed her to warm up to him a bit. Today had not been as physically exhausting as Tanya-sensei's training usually was, but in return, it had been all the more mentally tiring. She basically had no time to enjoy the fact that it was only her and Shizuke together because their young sensei had constantly given them an assortment of increasingly difficult mission scenarios to which they should formulate tactics. And of course, whenever they got too focused on their task, they would get attacked the moment they dropped their guard. By now, each of her arms and legs had multiple band-aids on them that started to itch. Each cut was so shallow that it barely qualified as a scratch, but every single one symbolized an attack that could have killed her. After the first few, Tanya-sensei had started to put them up against each other, placing them in scenarios where both were enemy team leaders about to clash, compared the strategies, and whoever's strategy trumped the other would win. The final score was somewhat even, with Shizuke having a few more wins, and many versions where both of them lost due to some form of outside variable. Unfortunately, her own score wasn't so close to Sasuke's because both had been comparably good. No, both had been comparably bad. Sakura had undoubtedly the highest amount of book knowledge in her year, but strategizing combat scenarios was something she never had any experience with. Shizuke on the other always had a good understanding of what he would do, his problem was that he didn't utilize his theoretical team enough. Sakura couldn't help but wonder if that was how he saw her. Just some extra he didn't know what to do with. And a part of her could understand it. Her performance during their missions so far had been lackluster compared to his or even Naruto's. This had been the most glaringly obvious when they went to help Team 8. All she had been able to do was stay behind with the old man. And she just stood next to him. She couldn't even help him because she neither knew first aid nor any useful jutsu for this situation. Actually, she didn't know any technique except for the basic academy stuff. The last 2 days had kind of hammered home that she was the only one among the 6 who didn't have any special ability to her name. Were there maybe ninjutsu that could heal? Maybe Tanya-sensei could help her, even though she dreaded what would happen if she asked the merciless girl for solo lessons. Then, in the late afternoon, a message from the Hokage had called for Tanya. The golden-haired girl had decided to end the training there and instead gave the 6 of them a new task: go and eat dinner together. There was general uncertainty about what that was supposed to achieve, but no one complained. The only issue was where to go. Sakura, now that she had a couple of mission payments in her pocket, had opted for a somewhat finer restaurant that she had wanted to take Shizuke to anyway. Shizuke on the other hand didn't care. Naruto loudly declared they had to go to Ichiraku, Kaiba voted for the steakhouse, Shino suggested a salad bar, and Hinata threw a cafe so sheepishly into the ring they almost didn't hear her. In the end, they had decided to draw lots, and the ramen bar won. She sighed. Ramen really wasn't what she normally ate. Tanya-sensei might have been very clear that she needed to ditch her diet plan ASAP and rather than reduce her calorie intake, she should burn them through more training, but that didn't mean she needed to jump to the other extreme right away. Checking the menu, she went for a chicken-based one to pick something not too heavy. Sakura. A meek voice came from her right. Yes. She responded, surprised that the quiet girl initiated a conversation of her own volition. Do you think I would look good with T-twin tails? Where did that come from? Well, I guess even a shy girl like Hinata is a girl in the end, Sakura thought with a smile. Well, I'm not sure if that would fit your facial shape, she tried to answer diplomatically. Of all hairstyles, how did she get to twin tails? But if you want to go for a different style, why not start by growing your hair out? Longer hair would give you more options. I can give you some tips if you want, though just wearing it straight would probably look good already. The blue-haired girl didn't answer right away. Do you not like that style? And no, it's just, forget it, I'll try it. It got quiet again between them, or at least as quiet as it could be if one sat next to Naruto arguing with Kaiba about something pointless. Well, this didn't go as I had hoped, but since Hinata already started, might as well hold some small talk. Sakura had never spoken much to Hinata, but it wasn't like she had anything better to do. And she was curious about something anyway. Say, Hinata, just out of curiosity, why do you wear your headband around your neck? I know my way of wearing it is a bit unorthodox as well, but I have my reasons for it. What about you? A specific purpose or just a style choice? I am not sure if I should. Well, simply put, my family is separated into the main clan and the side clan. I can't go into too much detail, see clan secrets, but it's something like a tea tradition for main clan members to not cover our foreheads, Hinata explained with her gaze dropping. The pinkette cocked her head. But with your hair like that, it's covered anyway. I can know. Sakura didn't quite understand what she was getting at, but the food arrived and she decided to postpone the conversation. Light. A bright light blinded her, making her squint before carefully opening her eyes again. Slowly, Kurene's eyes got used to the brightness and she started to see again. White. A ceiling? Then, as her brain finally woke up fully, the memory of what was happening flared up. Her muscles tensed as she tried to jump to her feet, but a sharp pain shot through her body and she fell back down. Everything hurt, and yet, simultaneously, her entire body felt numb somehow. Her attempt of a pained groan died in her dried-out throat and turned into a dolorous cough. How long had she been out? Finally becoming aware of her surroundings, she looked around. It was early evening judging by the light, and she appeared to be in a hospital room. That was a good sign, right? All the pain meant she was alive. Lifting her blanket and pulling up her hospital gown, her arms felt so weak that she almost couldn't do it. She took note of the huge, stitched wound that ran across her abdomen and already started to scar, thanks to the assistance of medical ninjutsu she assumed. That had been close. Because of the hit she took right at the start, all she had been able to do was stall for time. And then, somehow, help had actually appeared. Tanya. She sighed mentally. As much as the thought that Tanya of all people had saved her left a bitter aftertaste, she wasn't petty enough to let it make her ignore the facts. Had her young colleague not arrived, she would have died there. Plain and simple. Maybe the kids would have been spared, but there was no guarantee for that. Would the whole ordeal have gone differently if she hadn't gotten injured to save Kaiba? If Hinata hadn't been poisoned, taking both her and Shino out right from the get-go? If she hadn't fallen for the water clone? Maybe. But that didn't matter, because that wasn't how it had happened. What she did know, however, was that she had an axe to grind with the old man as soon as she could stand again. Coughing again, she decided that she really needed some water now and looked around in hopes of finding some within arm's reach. That was when she finally noticed the bouquet on her nightstand. It wasn't big, but quite beautiful nonetheless. Its center consisted of red poppies, her favorite, laid on a bed of white with some blue sprinkled in. Who had left that there? Probably Asuma. He was the only one who knew about her favorite flowers. How sweet of him. And the flowers surely would survive half an hour or so without water. Wait, was she seriously considering drinking flower water right now? Before she could contemplate whether or not she was actually desperate enough for water due to it, the door opened and a man entered. A man she knew quite well, even though he was lacking his typical cigarette, his hair was a mess, and he overall looked like he had seen better days. Asu, ma, she croaked, unable to lift any more than her head. Hearing her voice, he stared at her for a second, before snapping out of his stupor and rushing over to her bed, kneeling next to her. Kurane. Oh, you are finally awake. Careful, don't try and move too much, your body still hasn't recovered from the fake death. Fake death. Who in the world had put her under fake death? And why? Right, you need to hear this. You've got no idea what you and your team stumbled into with this mission. Sure. Ah, sure, 1SEC. He jumped up and hastily fulfilled her request. The two shared an awkward moment when they realized she didn't have the strength to reach for the glass, let alone hold it, and that Asuma had to assist her with drinking. With anyone else, it would have felt humiliating, but with him, it somehow felt fine. Quite comfortable, actually. She felt safe. Panting as the glass was empty and her mouth finally didn't feel like sandpaper anymore, she let her head fall back into the pillow. Thank you for the flowers, by the way. They are beautiful. Glad you like them, but those aren't from me. The ones I bought have already wilted. In fact, I was just out getting new ones, he said and underlined it by lifting a bundle of poppies. Nothing else mixed in, just a whole lot of poppies. Kurane couldn't help but chuckle. Right, that fitted him way more than an intricate bouquet. It didn't make it any less sweet. In fact, it was kind of adorable. But who else could have done it? No one else should know her favorite flowers, and poppies weren't exactly popular. Maybe. Those are from Tanya, Asuma completed his explanation before she could finish that thought. Just hearing the name immediately made her tense up, something she instantly regretted as her muscles protested. How? Even back when she was on good terms with the girl, they had never talked much about personal interests. Why did she know it? She took a deep breath. She needed to think about something else. And thankfully, there was something else Asuma had said. If your flowers already wilted, how long have I been out? About 4 days. F4, NNGHH. Careful, don't try and sit up yet. Not that Asuma's warning had been necessary, her body had already reminded her of it. She really needed to control her impulses. Fake death alone could take over a week to recover, and she lost a lot of blood on top of that. If you're worried about your team, don't be, he continued. I've got that covered. They'll be in top shape when you can meet them again. I'll also tell them you're awake when we train together tomorrow, they will want to visit you, too. I see. Thank you. No need. No, I'm serious. I am, too, he clarified. There is literally no need to thank me because I didn't do anything yet. I'll only meet them tomorrow, today, and yesterday was Tanya's turn. Come again. So, this is it? Kaizui asked, and his tone alone already made it clear that Kakuzu would need to hold himself back. After 3 more days wasted on the road, they finally found another clue that had led them into this forest. Yes, he grumbled. This is where she was seen last. Unfortunately, this seemed to be a dead end. They knew their target had entered this forest quite some time ago, and none of the surrounding farms or villages had seen her leave afterward. There is nothing here, though. I'm aware. There was no trail, nothing. Sure, she was a shinobi, so if she didn't want to, no civilian would see her leave. But she didn't seem to care about that so far, so why should she now? She had been over a week ahead of them, there was no way she knew they were after her. Actually, wait, something is here, Kaizui suddenly stated, much to Kakuzu's surprise. The former mist ninja closed his eyes and formed a dog hand seal. Yeah, I knew it. There is water running below us. So what? Too fast, too thin, and too parallel for an underground river. Feels more like pipes. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed. Pipes meant a structure built by humans, so if it was below them. Doton, Shikad no Jutsu. Earth release, tunneling jutsu. In front of him, the earth broke open and a circular sinkhole formed, pushing the ground further down until the sound of stone shattering could be heard, accompanied by the creaking of metal. Subtle, Kaizui commented, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Shut up. The two jumped down the hole and landed in what seemed to be a squared tunnel. It was only dimly lit, save for the new light source that was the new entrance. Water ran out of 2 burst pipes and slowly started to cover the floor. Kakuzu grunted, grabbed the metal, and squeezed them shut with his bare hands. Yup, that's definitely not nothing, Kaizui concluded in his annoying tone. But then again, he was the one who had found this structure, so Kakuzu simply ignored him this time and started to move. The structure was quite large, an entire system of tunnels hidden right under the forest. Most rooms were mundane, either living quarters, storage rooms, or cells, though none of the latter was filled at the moment. The entire place reeked of death, a smell originating from the remaining rooms that didn't fall under any of the first 3 categories, laboratories, each filled with stranger stuff than the one before. Kakuzu might not be a biologist, but many of those test tubes definitely contained human parts. Especially eyes. It was almost absurd how many eyes they saw, some whole, some damaged from experimentation, some riddled with seals as it seemed. A part of him wondered if he should just take the notes lying around to try and sell them on the black market. The issue was that he didn't understand what was written there most of the time, and he knew scientific notes were worthless if incomplete. And then, they finally found her. At the end of a rather big room, she was bound to what looked like a slightly tilted operating desk. Bandages covered her eyes and her constitution had clearly suffered from whatever she had been subjected to down here. As they entered, she raised her head. Is someone there? She asked with a slightly panicked voice. Shijima hi. Kakuzu confirmed, even though he was quite sure it was her. And her reaction to the name proved him right. Whwa, who are you? You are not him. Are you one of his goons? At least she won't run away anymore, Kaizui quipped, which seemed to confuse her even more. Are you from Sand? Look, I know you probably won't believe me, but you must listen. We have been tricked. It's a lie, all of it. It's all him. I don't know what exactly he is planning, but it's something with the Chunin exam. I know this sounds like I'm just trying to save my skin here, but it's real. We have to tell the others. Lord Kazekage. My, someone is chatty today. I recall you coming here on your own accord, did you already forget that? The 2 Akatsuki turned to face the newcomer. In the doorframe stood a lanky man with long, black hair and a face so pale it was almost completely white. The only colors on his skin were the purple markings around his yellow, snake-like eyes. His voice immediately made Shijima clamp her mouth shut. May I ask what brings you to my humble abode? He now turned to the 2 Akatsuki in a mocking tone, or what you want from my failed experiment, Kakuzu and... I'm afraid I didn't get your name, but I assume you are new at Akatsuki considering that you are Kakuzu's partner and seemingly still alive. Kaizui tilted his head. Who's the albino? And what is he talking about? Oh my, did they not tell you? I see you are still as obnoxious as ever, Orochimaru. Kakuzu now joined the conversation. Hey? Wait, the Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin. The title is somewhat overblown. But what is real are the 100 million on his head. Orochimaru laughed. And I see you still only care about the one thing, Kakuzu. Besides money, there is nothing in the world you can trust. As you so graciously demonstrated. Well, you can't expect me to ignore a beauty like the Sharingan if a set is right in front of me. But rest assured, I do not care about Ataki anymore. I have found a new, better target. Too bad you'll never get it. As he finished his sentence, Kakuzu raised his right hand. The lower arm detached at his elbow end, guided by a mass of black tendrils coming out to the stump, shot forward, his fingers grasping the throat of the Sannin and squeezing. But instead of getting its windpipe crushed, the body in front of him dissolved and crumpled into a pile of mud. Well, we got what we came for, let's just. Ignoring his partner's suggestion, Kakuzu finished a set of hand signs and slammed his palms flat on the ground. Doton, Chidkaku. Earth release, moving earth core. The entire underground facility quaked as the earth started to shift. Like a massive trapdoor, everything around them seemed to break open and swing upward. The ceiling cracked, light flooded the room, and Kaizui instinctively grabbed the operating table to not fall over as the floor got pushed upward. Meanwhile, the forest around them got leveled and trees collapsed left and right, the tectonic movement tearing the hideout apart. But the former waterfall ninja was far from done. Katon, Zokoku. Fire release, intelligent hard work. A small orb of fire shot forward, and Kakuzu immediately formed the next hand signs. The orb touched the ground a bit further away, suddenly erupting into a massive firestorm, the same moment as the next jutsu was ready. Futon, Achugai. Wind release, pressure damage. Densely compressed air exploded into a spherical tornado that caught the previous fire jutsu and fused with it into a blazing inferno. The wind amplified the flames to such a degree that the emitted heat caused the trees to burst into splinters from the evaporating water in them before the fire could even reach them. Meanwhile, the flames rolled out in every direction, rushing tightly over the ground and incinerating everything in their path. When the jutsu finally ended, the forest was gone, and nothing but a smoldering wasteland remained. Only two places had been left untouched. One was the center of the storm, a small circle where Kakuzu and Kaizui stood next to Shijima. The other was a single, thin strip of land, which had gotten shielded by what looked like a large, metal gate with a demonic grimace engraved in it. With a rumbling noise, the Rashman sank back into the ground, revealing an unharmed, still smirking Orochimaru. You truly have the finesse of a rhinoceros in a porcelain store, Kakuzu. Yeah, seriously, what the fuck was that? Kaizui agreed, grabbing his partner by the shoulder, or at least attempting to do so. But as soon as he touched him, the black cloak with the red clouds on it fell to the ground, empty. What happened? The blindfolded and bound Kunoichi asked disoriented. Are we outside? Milliseconds later, black tendrils erupted from the earth below Orochimaru, but in a snake-like movement, the Sennin twisted his body out of their grasp and hopped back. Kakuzu jumped up from the below the ground, just as Orochimaru pointed his hand at him. Senii Jashu. Hidden shadow snake hands. From his sleeve, 3 large snakes shot forward, coiling themselves around the airborne Akatsuki and opening their maws, ready to sink their fangs into him. But before they could, his skin turned pitch black like charcoal, and the snake's teeth bounced off like on solid rock. Metal reflected the sunlight as all 3 snakes got cut in half. Their bodies had not yet hit the ground when Kaizui already stood in front of Orochimaru and swung his ninjat again, this time directly at him. The Sennin opened his mouth, his multiple meters long tongue wrapped around Kaizui's wrists, lifted him up, and flung him through the air, but the former mist ninja managed to twist his body around and landed on his feet. Raiden, Jian. Lightning release, false darkness. A singular bolt of lightning, shot by Kakuzu who had finally gotten the dead snakes off of his body, hit Orochimaru in the back and pierced straight through his torso, leaving a smoking hole behind. Capitalizing on the moment, Kaizui closed the gap between them in an instant, swung his ninjat, and sliced their opponent cleanly in half. The cut-up clothes fell to the ground, a mass of snakes wiggling out of it, but no body. I would love to stick around more, but I'm unfortunately quite busy. Hastily turning around, the two found Orochimaru standing next to Shijima, holding the frightened Kunoichi's head tightly with one arm, while his other hand removed the bandages around her eyes. For a second, the two Akatsuki could see her irises shimmer. Then, accompanied by a startled outcry, prismatic beams shot out of them in a wide cone. Blinded by the light, Kakuzu instinctively crossed his arms in front of his head, but the limbs almost didn't follow his orders. A paralyzing numbness spread out through his body as his chakra was thrown into complete turmoil. Using ninjutsu like this was impossible, he barely managed to keep standing upright. Not bad for a failure, hey. He could hear Orochimaru's voice from somewhere. A far cry from the Sharingan, but it has its uses. Kakuzu grunted. Something like this would not be enough to stop him. Pushing through the paralysis, he moved 2 of his extra hearts into his elbows, allowing his arms to move again. Detaching them once more, the black tendrils swung the limbs at the point where the voice was coming from, but they hit nothing but the empty ground. Finally, his main body was able to move again and he assessed their surroundings. Kaizui had fallen to the ground and was only now getting up again. Orochimaru was gone, and so was Shijima. After weeks on the road, they had exactly as much as they had at the beginning of their journey, which was exactly nothing. Weeks wasted for literally nothing. Kakuzu could feel the rage boil up inside of him. Someone, probably Kaizui, was about to die unless something happened that quenched his anger within the next 5 seconds. And curiously, something happened indeed. Said something took the form of an orange moth, big enough to rival the size of a large mastiff, that landed in front of him. Lord Kakuzu? Lady Tanya wishes to meet with you to discuss a business proposal she is sure will interest you. Chapter 13, To Change the World. To change the world. Up. Sasuke thought, raising the rake high above his head. Breathe in. He thought, taking a deep breath. Down. With a muffled impact, the rake dug into the soil. Pull. He pulled the rake towards him, plowing the ground in front of him. Breathe out. He breathed out. Step. He took a step back. Up. He thought, bringing the rake once more over his head. He repeated the process, again and again, as he already had been doing all morning. Next to him, his 2 teammates were doing the same. After the training they had done together with Team 8, he still didn't get what that dinner together was supposed to achieve. Their sensei had decided that it was time to go on missions again. Yesterday they had been sent on a short errand, and today they were helping on a field. D-rank missions were really starting to annoy him. They were a waste of his time. C-rank missions would at least allow him to gather experience, but this? Pointless. He had no idea why Tanya-sensei was so obsessed with them. Over the last week, it had appeared as though she would finally start prioritizing their training, but no. Just after a few days, she was right back at it. Breathe in. To be fair, the young Jainin was determined to make this one not as pointless as it could be. Instead of just letting them do how they saw fit, she had turned it into an exercise and made the 3 of them adopt a certain rhythm. Especially Naruto had trouble with that at the start, but by now, all 3 were actually somewhat in sync. Tanya stood beside them and paid close attention that it stayed that way. Down. Teamwork. Not long ago, that word was not part of his vocabulary. Dead weight, that was all he could see the others as. But after spending time with them, especially after the training camp that had gotten cut short, he started to adopt a more nuanced view of his 2 teammates. Pull. Sure, Naruto was still loud and obnoxious. But his determination and his refusal to accept himself failing a task was admirable. He would of course never surpass Sasuke, but he might one day develop into someone Sasuke wouldn't mind standing side by side with. Breathe out. And Sakura, well, she had at least reduced the number of her annoying advances. Also, now that he was finally no longer surrounded by all the other girls in his class as well, now that she was no longer one of many, she was actually much more tolerable. And while she lacked raw skill, she was a hard worker, and her knowledge and chakra control were nothing to scoff at. He could still remember vividly how he had accidentally pushed himself away from that tree trunk, only to look up and see the pink-et sitting on the highest branch on her first try. Not that this meant he had any plans to respond to her advances, but he wasn't bothered by her presence. Step. He knew it was a topic he would have to think about eventually. After all, rebuilding his clan was one of his 2 big goals. He couldn't do that without finding a wife. But killing his brother came first, and that was something he had to do alone. This was his revenge, the others had nothing to do with that. But for that, he needed to become stronger, which was exactly why he hated wasting his time. Up. Starting a new cycle once more, he couldn't help but throw a sideways glance at his sensei. The golden-haired girl truly was an enigma to him, but one thing about her was indisputable, she was strong. Incredibly strong, despite being barely older than him. And so far, she had probably only shown a small fraction of her arsenal. It was a shame that he hadn't seen most of her fight against that missing nin from Mist. Breathe in. And she was a capable teacher. As much as Naruto wouldn't get tired of insisting that she was crazy at least when she wasn't around. If she was, then there was the proverbial method to her madness. Sasuke hated to admit it, but if she hadn't pushed them to their limits during the bell test, none of them would have passed. She could play a key part in his revenge. He only wished she would stop being so obsessed with D-rank missions. Dow. Within the motion of sticking the rake into the soil once more, his eyes opened wide and he quickly ducked, Tanya's coup now flying over his head. To some degree, he could understand her point that a shinobi must never drop his guard, and he had been able to avoid her blades better lately, but his pulse still shot up each time she attacked them out of nowhere. However, he also knew that she would get angry if he'd let that make him fall out of his rhythm, so he quickly resumed his work. She didn't comment any further and neither did he. Pull. For just a second, Sasuke imagined how it would be if she were to end up as the mother of his future children. It happened subconsciously, he had no idea why his brain did that. Consciously, he could never think of it. Well, to be fair, her strength would certainly be a great asset to the renewed Uchiha clan. But on the other hand, it would also mean he would have to spend the rest of his life with her. Actually, did he? He didn't know much about him, but Suzuki had once heard that the man he was named after, Suzuki Saratobi, had had multiple wives. If it was for the sake of his clan, no, that thought didn't sit right with him. Breathe out. Still, he had great difficulties imagining Tanya-sensei as anyone's wife. Or as a mother for that matter. Would she be more lenient than she was as a teacher, or would she be even harsher? Would the kids turn out like her? Would they share her hair color? Now that he thought about it, blonde hair was rare in the Hidden Leaf. The only others he could think about were Naruto and the Yamanaka clan. The latter had a much lighter shade though, closer to sand when compared to Tanya-sensei's more golden hair. Actually, wasn't the fourth Hokage said to have blonde hair? But, no, she couldn't be. Right? Step. In unison, the three realized they had reached the end of the field. Almost done, Tanya commented. One more line each. As they went into position, Naruto quietly grumbled something that sounded like you're free to do something yourself. Not quietly enough for their sensei to not hear him though. Rather than complaining, you should make sure that you don't fall out of sync with your team, Naruto, the golden-haired girl reminded him with a wide grin on her face, twirling a kunai around her index finger. Naruto gulped, realizing what he had just brought on himself. The three were just about to start with their final row when Tanya called for them to stop. Looking up, they noticed her holding a piece of paper with a satisfied look on her face. Change of plans, something important came up. You three can go home, I'll report to Lord Third later and give you your money when we meet next time. But, we aren't finished, Sakura pointed out. Instead of answering, the young Jainin pulled out a scroll and unsealed the object stored within. It was a shovel. Suzuki had already known about it, having seen her holding it after her fight with Zabuza, so he wasn't as surprised as his teammates. It still confused him, why would anyone decide to fight with a shovel? Ignoring the confused looks, Tanya stuck the tool into the dirt. A faint shimmer around the metal told Suzuki that she was channeling chakra into it. Then, with a quick yank, she pulled it back up again, and the ground followed. Similar to when you sent a wave through a rope, the soil got thrown into the air, broke apart, and turned over. In just a second, all three remaining rows were done. There. I'll call you again when I get our next mission. 1 hour after I had departed from my team, I could see the Hidden Leaf village whiz by below me. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, I rushed to quickly reach the Hokage villa. Objectively speaking, there was no need to be in such a hurry. Whether the Hokage would get the news I carried now or in half an hour made literally no difference. Looking at it that way, my current rush was nothing but a pointless waste of energy. Why did I do it regardless? Easy, I was pissed. Of course, of fucking course, as soon as it looked like things were going according to plan again, this had to happen. I didn't know if this was once again being X's doing, or if this was just this world being itself, and right now, I didn't care. Right now, I needed to report this, and then find a way to vent. Finally reaching my destination, I ran up the stairs and knocked on the office door. Upon being called in, I entered and knelt down in front of the desk. None of the aides were there at the moment, so it was just the two of us. Lord Third, I have news. I would ask if Team 7 finished their mission, but I doubt that would warrant such a hurry. What is the matter, Tanya? It is as you say, Lord Third. Although we did indeed finish the mission. But more importantly, the Akatsuki answered. When I had met Kakuzu to pitch the idea that his organization, the Akatsuki, would buy the bridge so that Tajuna could afford to hire them, and forge some documents that made it look like they had invested in the project from the beginning, he seemed interested but said he needed to discuss it with his leader first. So far, so good. I hadn't gone into too much detail about the entire plan of the Land of Water, just that the Mizukage was likely backing GAT, which had suddenly made Kakuzu's partner much more approving of my proposal for some reason. After all, this was of no relevance should the bridge get finished. Once it was done, the Land of Waves would no longer be dependent on their harbor and the Land of Water would lose their means to pressure them into submission in secrecy. Now, 2 days later, he had contacted me again. My contact said there was some discussion, but in the end, their leader agreed. Everything else will be discussed with Tajuna since officially, the Hidden Leaf Village is not involved in this matter. The Hokage nodded. Good. I also looked through some of our past spy reports if we had any information about Akatsuki. There wasn't much, only that they are a group of mercenaries that do whatever they get paid for. But they have an interesting range of customers, even the Tsuchikage is said to have hired them a few times. On the other hand, even if you can vouch for one of their members, there are still too many questions for my taste. I think we can trust that they will be able to resolve this matter, but further affiliation with them should only happen if necessary. As you wish, Lord Third. I mean, as I said, as far as the Hidden Leaf is concerned, we weren't involved in this matter. But that is unfortunately not all the news I bring. Coincidentally, my contact was able to acquire a piece of information he was willing to sell. I had a bad feeling, so I took the initiative and bought it out of my own pocket, and I believe I made the right call. I stood up. He didn't know many details, but apparently, Orochimaru is planning to do something during the upcoming Chunin exam. The old man visibly tensed up, and understandably so. Orochimaru was the most infamous missing nin of the Hidden Leaf and an incredibly dangerous man. I only knew about him from reports, but going from what I had read, he was the kind of person that would make Development Chief Engineer Adelheid von Skugel look sane in comparison. While exaggeration was always a possibility one had to consider, the fact that I could even draw that parallel already spoke volumes. Do you know anything beyond something? Unfortunately, not much, I said and shook my head. There was of course the possibility that Kakuzu didn't tell me everything he knew, but what would he gain from that? Unless Akatsuki was also planning, no, that made no sense. I pulled out the scroll Kakuzu gave me and put it on the table. This is all the information he could gather. The usually gentle expression on the face of the third Hokage darkened as he took the item. So, after all these years, he is on the move again, he grumbled, more to himself than to me. Maybe we should, no, cancelling the exam is probably not a good idea. We know too little, and nothing would stop him from simply waiting for the next one. If we are prepared for him, we can use the opportunity. He closed his eyes and shook his head. Apologies Tanya, I trailed off there for a moment. You acted correctly, and you will of course be compensated for your deal. I doubt I must say that this matter is to be handled with absolute secrecy. Of course, Lord Third. Good. I will consult my advisors and will also meet with the Kazekage. We will discuss how to proceed, but for now, assume that the exam will happen as planned. He leaned back in his chair and began to stuff his pipe. You plan on having your team partake, do you? I pondered on the question for a second. Not only because I wasn't immediately sure how to word my answer, but because I actually had to think about it for a second. This morning, it would have been a clear yes. The point was whether or not the new information would change my stance on the matter. It certainly would be a massive boost to my reputation if my very first team would collectively become Chunin after just 4 months under me on their first attempt. But more important would be that they survived. So, was the risk now too high? Then again, it wasn't like Orochimaru was going to partake in the exam, that thought was obviously ludicrous. He likely had some high-profile target and wanted to use the exam as a distraction. With security tightened, there was little direct risk for the genin. I guess I did make it a bit obvious, Lord Third. That you did, he chuckled. Do you think they are ready for it? No. No. He asked, the immediate answer making him raise an eyebrow. They are not ready. Yet, I clarified. That is precisely the reason why I wanted to finish the required 8 missions as quickly as possible. You could just train them in between missions though. Not the way I planned. I see. I'll be looking forward to seeing how they turn out under your tutelage. I already got his attention, nice. Then I don't want to delay your plans. Just this morning we got a C rank that would make a perfect number 8. C rank. Meaning we won't be done today. Then again, entering the exams with only D ranks probably wouldn't be good. They got some field experience when we went to rescue Team 8, but a regular C rank mission that doesn't go south would also be valuable for them. And as long as it's not an escort to another country, it shouldn't take too long. It's an escort mission, a merchant who is traveling to the land of bears. Damn it. I have a variety of spices with me, so if you want to enhance your dinner a bit, I can sell them to you at a discount. Zun offered with a wide grin. He was a man in his late 50s, and the merchant Team 7 was currently escorting. His brown hair and beard started to have patches of grey in them, but years of pulling his cart had left him with a rather toned build. Naruto was ecstatic. After all these menial tasks, they had finally gotten a C rank on their own. And unlike Kaiba, he wouldn't need to get rescued. It was now the first evening of their trip, and they were currently in the process of preparing the camp. So, is this your first time escorting someone? Naruto crossed his arms and sported a smug grin. Maybe, but don't worry, uncle. Nothing will happen to you. Because you are looking at the next Hokage, believe it. The old merchant let out a heartfelt laugh. Oh? Then let's better hurry before I can't afford you anymore. Jokes aside, I've been on this route many times. I think I got protected by more kids than adults at this point. Trust me, I know better than to underestimate someone who wears a leaf sigil on their forehead. I'll never forget that girlie from 8 years ago. Absolute pipsqueak, but more ferocious than a bear who got kicked in the balls. Kid could tear a grown man 6 times her weight limb from limb. And I mean that literally, wasn't a pretty sight, he recalled with a mixture of laughter and shudder. Ah, right, I guess that happened, Tanya-sensei suddenly chimed in, making Zun's eyes go wide in realization. No way, you are that girlie? Haha, guess you always meet twice. I was surprised when I didn't see an adult. Does that mean you're a big shot now? In some way, She shrugged. Congrats. What about the other two? Did they race up the ladder as well? Unfortunately, they didn't get the chance. I'm the only one left. The only one left? Did they quit being shinobi? Naruto wondered. Oh no, I'm so sorry. What happened? One got backstabbed by someone she trusted, she explained in a voice that was difficult to read. The other died on a mission he wasn't qualified for. Shit, that was what she meant. They are all dead, except for her sensei maybe. I had no idea. Backstabbed by someone she trusted, is that why she insists that we must never drop our guard? Maybe I shouldn't have just shrugged her off as some crazy chick. And a mission he wasn't qualified for, that must be the reason why she doesn't pull any punches during training. He concluded that he might have judged the young sensei too hastily. 5 more days passed, but while they were constantly on the lookout, nothing happened. Are escorts always this boring? Naruto complained as they once more prepared their camp. Yearning for action, hey? Zun asked with a wide grin. Well, I guess. Congratulations, Naruto, Sakura deadpanned. You just told the client that you wished someone would target his life. Just so we could protect him. Didn't you say bandits were a common occurrence outside of towns? They are, but that doesn't mean you are guaranteed to meet some as soon as you leave a town, Tanya clarified. Depending on your route, your chances are between 5 and 15%. Before you say something, consider how many people are on the road each day. That is a high risk. We actually passed some, or at least a group that could have been bandits, judging by the fact that they were hiding yesterday around noon. What? Why didn't you say anything? Because A, I wanted to see whether either of you three would notice them, and B, because we are bodyguards, not road patrol. Our top priority is and must always be the client. As long as they don't attack, they don't concern us. Sasuke, who was by the way the only one who noticed them, understood that. He kept quiet but was prepared for an attack. Just as you two should have. He threw an angry glance at Sasuke, who simply smirked back at him. Naruto was about to yell and throw a punch at him but got interrupted when Sakura switched the topic. But why didn't they attack? Tanya tapped her headband, her fingernail making a slight clink. When it hit the metal. Not all bandits are equally stupid. Some know that even a child could take them 10 to 1 if they wear this symbol. Bands that have rogue ninja in their ranks, those are the ones you need to look out for. Starting from the next day, they started to see changes in the environment. Slowly, the forests consisted of less and less hardwood, while the softwood started to increase. The land of bears was much smaller than the land of fire, so after crossing the border, it didn't take long until they reached Zun's destination, a small town on top of a hill. Hey, what's that? Naruto asked, pointing at a strange mist in the far distance. That's the Devil's Ravine, a canyon filled with poisonous gas, Zun explained. Behind it, you will find the Hidden Star Village. Whoa! Can we go there, Tanya-sensei? Of course not, why would we? I never talked to ninja from another village before. Well, unless you count the guy who attacked Kaiba and the others. And that won't change today. Now let's wrap this up and then get back on the road. We still have a few hours of daylight, and I plan to use them. Wait. Sakura chimed in. Aren't we at least spending the night here? No, I have something planned for you and want to go back as quickly as possible, Tanya stood her ground. She then turned her attention to Zun so he could sign the mission scroll. Can't we at least take a quick shower? Pocketing the scroll, Tanya sighed. Sakura, do you know what you do when nature calls in the middle of combat? Holding it. No, you crap your pants and then you keep fighting. Not showering for a week or 2 is hardly the worst thing you'll do as a shinobi, so get used to it. All three got quiet. Eventually, Naruto broke the silence. I think you smell great, Sakura. He tried to cheer her up, but the pink-et merely groaned. Without a civilian with them, their traveling speed greatly increased. By the time the sun finally hit the horizon, they were almost at the border again. While they were once more preparing for the night, Tanya suddenly raised her voice. I know you are there. I advise you to come out and not try anything funny. Relax, I'm not an enemy. A voice answered. A young man, maybe 19 or 20 years old, appeared between the trees. His long, brown hair was tied into a ponytail, while the shorter cut bangs hung into his face, stopping right above his narrow, green eyes. His most notable features were the forehead protector with a sigil in the shape of a star engraved in it and the gas mask hanging on his belt. He stepped out of the bushes, or hobbled, to be exact, since he had a wound on his right foot that was bleeding quite heavily. Who are you then? Tanya questioned. The name is Hanran, ninja of the Hidden Star. You're from the Leaf, right? Yes, we are on our way home. Figured. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a first aid kit with you? What kind of shinobi doesn't? Tanya asked and rolled her eyes as she tossed him some bandages. I had one. Lost it when that damn bear blindsided me. Okay, in that case, what kind of shinobi loses to a bear? One that is too full of himself and gets careless, Hanran admitted as he sat down on a tree stump to tend his foot. On that note, I hate to trouble you more, but could you maybe help me reach my friends? Our base is close, just a bit far with this injury. I can offer you some beds and a tent in return. Let's help him, Tanya-sensei. Naruto immediately insisted. He would get a chance to talk to a star ninja after all. We would have stopped here anyway, it's not like we're losing time, Sakura added. Tanya threw a look of suspicion in Hanran's direction, but after a few seconds, she sighed. Well, I guess we can't exactly turn a blind eye if an ally of the leaf needs help. And so, they departed, with Naruto and Sasuke each giving Hanran a shoulder to lean on. After a few minutes, they reached an encampment surrounded by a high wooden fence and guards at the entrance. Is this an outpost? Something like that, the star ninja explained to Tanya. With Hanran vouching for them, they were let in with no issue. Inside the fence were multiple large tents, as well as a multitude of shinobi walking about, all wearing star headbands. As they entered one of the tents, 4 additional beds were carried in. They were small and simple, developed to be easy to take on travels before being comfortable, but they beat sleeping on the forest floor any day. Even if the tent was now rather cramped. Since I messed up my hunt, all I can offer you is rice, Hanran laughed. But together with their own rations, they were able to make a meal that was at least okay-ish. After dinner, Naruto bombarded Hanran with questions. The star ninja was fun to be around, and the two kept talking until Tanya insisted they went to sleep so they could get back on the road early in the morning. All in all, Naruto had a great evening. In the middle of the night, a loud bell tore him out of his sleep. He shot up in his bed, as did Sasuke and Sakura next to him. Tanya was already standing and fully equipped, while Hanran was getting out of his bed and reaching for his weapons. We're being attacked, their sensei stated in a matter-of-fact manner. The three barely had time to grab their gear as a wind jutsu blew their tent away and exposed them to the fight. All assumed a combat stance next to Hanran, as 3 figures landed across from them. They were Star Ninja. Shit. As Hanran cursed, Naruto looked around. Battles raged everywhere in the encampment, but every shinobi he saw wore a star on their forehead. What in the world was happening? What are Leaf Ninja doing here? One of the 3 asked confused. Who cares, they are just some kids. If they are with them, they are an enemy. That earned him a knock on his head by the guy in the middle, seemingly their leader. Open your eyes, idiot. Those aren't just some kids, that's the Pixie of the Hidden Leaf. Hey? Wait, are you serious? His question was answered as Tanya let out a sigh. I really can't escape that nickname, can I? Once the name fell, the mood among the Star Ninja immediately changed. The 3 across from them visibly tensed while Hanran seemed hopeful. Were you hired by these people? The leader of the attackers asked. No, Tanya answered truthfully. Then I hereby offer you the right of the bystander. We accept, their sensei confirmed after thinking for a second. Much to Hanran's anger, apparently. What? He shouted and spun around as far as his injury allowed. Damn it, I should have known it. Without any warning he jumped at Naruto, kunai drawn. Too surprised, the blonde couldn't react in time, but before the attack reached him, bomb tags came flying and stuck to the star ninja's body. Guided by chakra threats, he got pulled back and flung high into the air. Kogutsub. Puppet art. Tanya-sensei, wait! Naruto shouted, but it was too late. The golden-haired girl clenched her outstretched hand into a fist. Rainma no Haji. Rhine Devil's grasp. High up in the sky, the bomb tags exploded. What little remained of Hanran rained down on the trio of attackers who looked quite intimidated. All Naruto could do was stare blankly at the fate of who he thought had been his new friend. A stray drop of blood fell on his cheek. To reiterate, we claim the right of the bystander. The leader nodded and raised his voice. Everyone. The Leaf Ninja have no part in this. Get your stuff, kids. We're leaving. Perplexed, the 3 genin got their bags and followed Tanya. Naruto had no idea what was going on anymore, but despite the heated fights all around them, no one attacked them and they reached the gate unscathed. What is the right of the bystander? He finally managed to ask. Who knows it? Sakura's hand rose, albeit not as enthusiastically as normally when an academic question was asked. Go on. The right of a bystander can be seen as a form of gentleman's agreement, the Pink Ed explained. It means that 2 fighting parties acknowledge that a third party is not part of the fight and let them retreat from the battlefield in peace. It is a tradition that supposedly originated from the samurai in the land of... Wait, so we are just leaving? Naruto interrupted. He couldn't believe it. People were dying right behind them. Precisely, Tanya affirmed and stepped through the broken gate. But, we have to help them. Didn't you say they are our allies? Help who? What? Which side should we help? Can you even say who belongs to which side? Naruto looked back. He couldn't. Wherever he looked, Star Ninja was fighting Star Ninja. The corpses that started to litter the camp all were those of Star Ninja. But Hanran was so nice to us. And then he tried to kill you, she reminded him, pointing at a cut in his jacket just barely not deep enough to reach his skin. He gulped as he realized how close of a call it had been. His sensei sighed. What did I say is the most valuable thing for a ninja? Information, Sakura immediately answered. Exactly, and right now, we have a critical lack thereof. Yes, the Hidden Star Village is our ally, but we have no idea what is going on here. Maybe we'll find out eventually, maybe we never will. Either way, picking a side now can only make things worse. But, Naruto stuttered, trying to come up with a rebuttal. But that sucks. Yeah, get used to it. That's how the world is. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks. Noticing his sudden halt, his teammates also stopped and turned around. Fine. If that's how the world is, then I have to change it. He clenched his fist and pointed it at Tanya. I swear, here and now, that I will become Hokage, and that I will give my all to create a world that doesn't suck. Change the world, hey? Tanya asked with a neutral expression. Many before you proclaimed that their goal. And their graves bore witness to their failure. If you shout that loudly, you should be prepared to back your words up. I will. If no one succeeded before, that just means that I have to be the first. I never go back on my word, believe it. Because that is my mind. Chapter 14, Fear and Pride. Fear and Pride. Careful. Don't worry, Asuma, it's fine. I feel a lot better already. That was a lie if Kurane ever told one. After days of lying still in her hospital bed, she finally had enough feeling in her limbs to move again. The catch? With the feeling also came an excruciating amount of pain. Being upright again for the first time since her return to the village, she slowly hobbled forward on her crutches, every joint in her body aching as she moved, but she gritted her teeth and powered through it. She needed to move around or else it would be bad for her muscles, but she was still weak from the fake death, and the scar on her abdomen also didn't grow tired of reminding her that it was still there. Next to her, Asuma followed her with his arms slightly raised, ready to catch her should she fall. She had a feeling that deep down, he saw through her act. Don't overdo it, okay? Just start slowly, and tonight, we'll go for a nice dinner, just the two of us. How does that sound? Kurane smiled. It sounded great. They were barely out of the hospital when her senses rang alarm, but her body was too slow to react when something white and fluffy collided with her face. With the help of her crutches, she managed to remain standing, and shortly after, it climbed over to her shoulder. With a happy yip, it started to lick her cheek. Akamaru. She finally realized. Sorry, I couldn't stop him, Kurane-sensei, he was just too excited to finally see you again, Kaiba apologized as he lifted his dog off of her. We're sorry we never visited. But every time we were free you were already asleep, Hinata explained. Had her stutter improved? She also wasn't standing hunched over anymore, and it was also the first time Kurane saw her without that baggy jacket she was usually wearing. Yes, we didn't have a lot of free time on our hands over the last few days. Why, you ask? Because. It's fine, Shino, don't sweat it, she assured him. Honestly, I'm just glad that you are all fine. Especially you, Hinata, is everything good? Yes, Shino had already managed to get rid of most of the poison. I just needed to rest a bit. That's good to hear. Well then, as you can see, I'm not yet at the point where I can take you on missions, but that doesn't mean that I can't do anything with you. If that disaster of a mission had shown her one thing, it was that she had been too content with the kids' skills and had neglected to turn them into a functioning unit. I will do my best to recover as fast as possible, and I will do what I can until then. So how about you bring me up to speed on what you were doing the last couple of days? Yes. All three said in unison, although Hinata and Shino did so obviously more restrained than Kaiba. Still, to her surprise, it seemed like their chemistry had improved notably. We're finally back. Sakura proclaimed when after the sustained sprint Tanya had put them through, the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village came into sight. Normally, Naruto would have shouted the same thing even louder, but today, he was quiet. The memory of what had happened in the Land of Bears 2 days prior was still present in his mind. But it also reinforced his resolve to fulfill the promise he had made in that moment. They hadn't reached the village quite yet when Tanya suddenly called for a halt. Before we separate, the young sensei addressed them, there is one more thing we need to discuss. About 2 months from now the Chunin exams will be held in the Hidden Leaf Village. Instantly, she had Naruto's attention. Now, usually, you cannot enter the exam unless you have been a genin in active service for at least a year. However, there is an exception, if your genin sensei gives you their recommendation, you can bypass. Yes. Naruto couldn't stop his excitement. The weight on his mind was like blown away at this point. The Chunin exams. Finally, he could take the next step on his way to becoming Hokage. You're going to recommend us, right? She had to, why else would she bring it up? And who else would be qualified if not? Obviously I won't, Tanya sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Hey? Why not? All of you, be honest. Do you think you are ready for the exam? Heck yeah I am. She didn't comment on that and instead looked at Sasuke. The black-haired boy's gaze hardened. Yes, he stated determined. Tanya then shifted her attention to their last teammate. I don't know. Sakura seemed less enthusiastic for some reason. 2 yes and 1 maybe. Then let's put that to the test, shall we? A test, hey? Fine, bring it on. I'll show you that I'm ready. Tanya walked a bit away and explained her test. Alright, the rules are simple, come over and touch me. I will not dodge, run away, fight back, or use any jutsu. If you can do that, you pass, and I will recommend you no questions asked. That's all. Naruto asked confused. That's all. How the hell is that a test? Where is the catch? Looking at his teammates, both Sakura and Sasuke seemed equally confused. He threw a suspicious gaze at their sensei, but Tanya just stood there straight, arms behind her back, eyes closed. Ready. All three went into position, preparing to charge at the golden-haired girl. Then, suddenly, her big, blue eyes opened wide. She changed to a broader stance, spread her arms, bent forward a bit, and let an almost impossibly large, mad grin slice her face from ear to ear. Come at me. Naruto, who had just been about to start running, stopped dead in his tracks. He felt a wave of heat and cold wash over him simultaneously, he started to sweat like a river, and he sensed a massive pressure being exerted on his mind as if he feared for his life. Breathing became so difficult that he had to gasp for air. He should know that he was in no actual danger, but the part of his brain responsible for rational thought was currently knocked out cold. But there also was something else. Somewhere, deep in his mind, there was a part of him that refused to give up. He gritted his teeth so hard that his jaw started to hurt and clenched his fist. With shaking legs, he raised his right foot and took a step forward. It almost felt like he was fighting a storm, but he pushed through and with great effort managed to take another step. That's enough. Tanya returned to a neutral expression, and in an instant, the pressure vanished. Naruto stumbled from the sudden relief but caught himself. His heart rate was still at 180 though. I must admit, you did better than I expected, Naruto, his young sensei commended him. To be honest, I'm surprised that you are the one still standing. He was confused about what she meant by that when he suddenly noticed a putrid smell. Looking to his side, he saw that Sakura had collapsed to her knees, and the remains of her half-digested rations were in front of her on the ground. Sasuke was faring slightly better, as he had only fallen onto his butt, Sharingan active, but still breathing like he had run a marathon. What the hell was that? Naruto finally found his voice. You said you wouldn't attack, what was that genjutsu then? That wasn't a genjutsu, Sasuke panted and deactivated his Sharingan. That was pure killing intent. He's right, Tanya affirmed. What you just felt was no illusion, it was simply fear. You know how you can sometimes feel an attack coming merely by intuition? That is your battle sense, a byproduct of your training that will get better the more experience you gather, letting you feel the killing intent directed at you. But if your mind isn't strong enough to withstand the sensation, it can trigger the more animalistic parts of your brain and make you lock up in fear. She put her hands behind her back and started to pace around them. Fear is good. It keeps you alive. There is no shame in retreating when you are outmatched. On the other hand, if you let your fear control you, it will be your undoing. It seems Naruto has better strength of will than you too, but better than the rest doesn't mean good enough. None of you can overcome your fears so far, yet you think you are ready to be Chunin? Laughable. Her killing intent is strong enough to cause this. I take everything back, this chick is absolutely batshit insane. She stopped and focused her eyes on the trio. During the bell test, while we have a lot of freedom, there are certain things we are not supposed to do. While part of your genin team, we are to look out for you. But in the Chunin exam, the gloves are off. No one will keep you safe, and your death will be a real possibility. Is that clear? All three nodded. Now, obviously, I wouldn't have brought up the exam if I didn't have any plans for it. You aren't ready, I stand by that, but the exam isn't tomorrow. I can only recommend you if you have 8 or more successful missions to your name, a requirement we now have fulfilled. From now on, we will do in-depth exam preparation. If, and only if I deem you ready afterward will I recommend you. Be prepared, because starting tomorrow, every second will be training. With an uneasy feeling, Sakura watched her two teammates go their ways. Despite Tanya's harsh words, Naruto was visibly pumped, and even Sasuke wore a determined smile, a rare sight. It looked cute. But that wasn't what was on her mind right now. Looking back at everything they had been through together, it was clear that Sasuke's skills were great. And were it not for his childish demeanor, she almost wouldn't recognize Naruto as the dead last class clown from the academy. But she herself, was she really Chunin material? Going back to a thought she had pondered over for the last weeks, she took a deep breath and made a decision. Tanya-sensei. The young sensei, who had been about to leave, halted and turned towards her. Yes. I know you probably have our training already planned out, but, could increase mine a bit. The young Jainin cocked her head. Where did that come from? It's just, when we're on missions, I'm always the one who does the least. I see how Naruto and Sasuke develop and I'm scared of being left behind. I don't want to be someone they have to look after. And that is your reason? Yes. Are you fucking kidding me? What? Sakura was taken aback by her sensei's sudden outburst. She had apparently angered her, but she didn't understand how. That is your motivation? To not be a burden on your team? If so, there is an easier way to achieve that. Follow your father's footsteps and quit. Being a ninja is not some sport where you just have to do your best. It is a fight for your life, and ninja with such weak willpower only awaits one thing, death. Was she right? Was that really all her resolve amounted to? Should she really quit like her parents always wanted her to? Of course not. Her inner self shouted. Tell her, girl. That's not what I meant. Then what is it? She recalled the paralyzing fear she had felt when Tanya-sensei released her killing intent a few minutes ago. The feeling of absolute powerlessness when she had thought Kurane-sensei was dead. And how she wouldn't have even become a ninja if Naruto and Sasuke hadn't rekindled her resolve. I don't want to be afraid anymore. I want to be someone who never has to turn her back on others. Someone who never can't do anything about a situation because she reached her limit. Someone my friends can rely on. Some who can proudly call herself a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. She didn't realize that she had started shouting halfway through. Once she was done, Tanya-sensei went back to her usual neutral expression. Fine. But I still have to ask, are you sure? Because I already planned to not pull any punches, and it would be more than enough to make you Chunin material. If you really want me to one-up that, you are not in for a good time. I know. No, you do not. I'm not joking, Sakura. I have seen grown men break under my training. Sakura gulped. And, the ones who didn't break? Those who pulled through. The golden-haired girl took her time to answer. When she spoke again, she almost seemed nostalgic. Those became formidable. They turned into great soldiers. Men I was truly proud of. Then I am sure, yes. A wide grin appeared on Tanya's face. Very well. Go home and get everything sorted, because you won't see the village again in the next 2 months. Sakura followed her sensei's advice and reached her house shortly after. It was early in the evening and judging by the 2 pairs of shoes she saw after opening the door, both her parents were already home. I'm back. She called, making her mother peek into the corridor. Sakura. Oh, finally, I was. Her greeting got interrupted as she suddenly recoiled. Oh boy, you need a shower. Sakura couldn't help but chuckle at the reaction. Even if she felt a bit gross, Tanya-sensei was right that it would be better if she got used to it. Yeah, I was on the road for a while. I don't even want to know how my hair looks right now. Unfortunately, her mother didn't see it quite as humorous as she did. I told you being a ninja was a barbaric profession unbecoming of a lady. Just look at it, or smell yourself, is this really what you want to do with your life? You're still young, with a mind like yours, you could easily. Mom, Sakura interrupted her. Don't. Please. She went upstairs. It wasn't until she was sitting in a hot bath, enjoying the tension from the last days finally leaving her body, that it hit her, she had just interrupted her mother. Sure, the Harano household sometimes had disagreements, especially when it came to her career as a shinobi. And occasionally, the arguments got heated. Especially when the arguments were about her career as a shinobi. But she couldn't recall ever interrupting her parents during that. More so, while her mother had still been speaking, she had felt herself get surprisingly angry. Yes, she could get worked up quite fast sometimes, but just now she had been about to get legitimately angry. Is Tanya-sensei starting to rub off on me? She wondered aloud. She left the bath soon after, feeling both clean and refreshed. Dinner will be ready in an hour, her mother told her as she walked through the living room. Her tone was mostly neutral, but Sakura thought she could hear a very faint bitter undertone that made her feel a bit bad. Maybe she should apologize? For what though? Well, she had been a bit rude. And? She started it. So, her father chimed in from the couch, either oblivious to the subtle tensions or just simply ignoring them. How was the mission? We were a bit worried since you were gone for quite a while. Want to tell us about it? Sakura eyed the man who had always been just barely more supportive of her career choice than his wife. His question made her remember the guy Tanya had exploded. No, she really didn't want to talk about it. Her inner self shuddered just thinking about it. Externally, she merely shrugged. Nothing happened on the mission. We literally just walked the client to his destination in the land of bears, that was it. Technically true, the entire mess with the star ninja only happened once the mission was over. I'll be in my room. Once upstairs, Sakura quickly prepared everything she would take with her. Once done, she decided that the rest of the hour before dinner was more than enough time to already start with her solo exercises. Though just as she thought that, she realized Tanya hadn't given her any. So far, whenever they had parted ways, Tanya had given each of them something to do until their next meeting. But this time, she had merely told her to get everything organized. Unlike Naruto and Sasuke, she didn't live alone, so other than telling her parents, there wasn't really anything for her to do in that regard. In other words, she now had time free. She could just relax a bit, but to the current her this kind of felt like a waste of time. In the end, she opted to simply go with her morning routine. Sitting down cross-legged in her bed, she closed her eyes and concentrated on the chakra flowing through her body. It was an exercise meant to widen her chakra coils, allowing her to use more chakra at once in the short term and increasing her overall amount in the long term. And as far as she could tell, the 2 months she had so far spent with Tanya-sensei were starting to show results. She was no sensor, so she couldn't feel the chakra in others and didn't have a reference for how much chakra was normal, but she did feel like she was slowly but steadily improving. She was probably still lagging behind though. How had Tanya-sensei said it when she had shown her the exercise? The best time to start with this was 4 years ago. The second best time is now. Sakura chuckled slightly. She had no idea where her sensei had heard such a phrase, but it was a good one. But it wasn't important right now, so she focused on the exercise again. Time practically flew by and shortly after, her mother called her for dinner. It was fairly normal, but after many days of nothing but rations, granola bars, and occasionally hunted game, it was a very welcome kind of normal. And considering Tanya-sensei's announcement, she would likely not have this kind of normal for a while again starting tomorrow. Well, I guess that is part of being a shinobi. Lost in thought, she was already finished with her meal when she realized that her mother had been talking, who knew for how long. Probably not directly with her, otherwise she would have realized that she wasn't listening. And never know how long it will take. But at least you are home for now. Actually, Sakura corrected, I'll depart again tomorrow. And I won't be back for 2 months. 2 months? What in the world are you doing this long? Isn't it a bit much to accept such a long mission right after returning? Her father added. Sakura shook her head. It's not a mission or anything like that. That seemed to calm them down a bit, but their expressions now showed confusion. Then, what are you doing for 2 whole months? Training. Tanya-sensei wants to make sure we aren't getting distracted while she prepares us for the Chunin Exa. Absolutely not. Sakura's mother shouted no, screamed furiously, surprising the pinkette. Sakura, do you even know what you are talking about? Her father was quieter, but no less appalled. There is a reason why I never made it past Genin when I was still active. This isn't just some simple test like in the academy, you could literally die there. I know, that's. Then why would you throw your life away like that? Her mother didn't let her finish. If you for whatever unfathomable reason have to insist on following this barbaric profession, you could at least do the safer aspects of it. I'm not throwing my life away. Sakura hadn't wanted to become loud, but she was starting to see red. Why? She had accepted that her parents wouldn't support her, why couldn't they just accept that this was the path she had chosen for herself? Tanya-sensei explicitly said that she wouldn't let us take the exam unless she was convinced we were ready for it. Hence the 2 months. Didn't you say your sensei was barely older than you? I was fine with it when you were chasing cats, but why in the world would I trust the opinion of some brat over my daughter's life? If looks could kill, the one Sakura now gave her mother absolutely would. Yes, Tanya had her antics. Depending on the circumstances she could be cruel, merciless, or downright sadistic. Frankly put, Sakura was scared of her. But paradoxically, she also felt safe whenever she was with her sensei. When push came to shove, Tanya had proved her competence time and time again, and her skill and her achievements were nothing short of awe-inspiring. Over the course of the last 2 months, despite her wariness toward the golden-haired girl, Sakura had come to admire her greatly. Tanya-sensei isn't a brat, she is one of the strongest genin in the village and an amazing woman. That might be, her father said after a few seconds of silence. There sometimes are cases of young geniuses. But that doesn't make them good teachers. Aren't you afraid that she will overestimate your abilities and send you into something you are not ready for? I know you are smart, but you aren't like those prodigies from the clans, you are just an ordinary girl. Her mother finished. What would you guys know about my abilities, it's not like either of you ever cared. And Tanya-sensei is a great teacher. She is highly capable, knows more than the academy teachers combined, and always makes sure that we are up to her standards. Fuming, Sakura stood up and walked to the stairs. She needed to get out of there before she said something she would later regret. You stay here, young lady, I am not done. But I am, Sakura countered without turning around. I will leave early in the morning, so you will likely be still asleep. Sakura Haruno, you will sit down this instant. You will not go on this trip, and you will not partake in the exam, I won't allow it. You are. For the first time in her life, Sakura could feel her anger literally boil over. She was about to scream an answer when she noticed something strange. Why had her mother suddenly stopped talking mind-sentence? And why was she suddenly staring at her with wide eyes? Actually, scratch that, why could Sakura even see her mother's face? When had she turned around? Why was her arm stretched out? Why was there a kunai stuck in the dinner table? Wait. Wait. The realization hit her like a bag of bricks and made a wave of chills wash over her body. Cold sweat started to form as she felt her heart beat heavily in her throat. Shit, what had she done? What in the world had overcome her to throw a kunai at her parents just to shut them up? Well, not at her parents. She had thrown it at the table between them, and her Byokaijutsu was by now good enough that the chances of her accidentally hitting either of them were exactly zero, so it was basically just. No, that wasn't the point. She needed to salvage the situation, quickly. Painful seconds passed in absolute silence while all three members of the Haruno household just stared at each other frozen in place. Why wasn't Sakura saying anything? Finally, her body moved. Not her mouth though, but her legs. The room was still quiet, all that was heard were her steps as she slowly walked over to the table and pulled the blade out of the wood with a quick yank. She still wasn't saying anything. She put the kunai in the sheath on her leg. She had always used to take it off when she was home, she hadn't noticed that she was still wearing it. Then again, why should she take it off? It wasn't like someone who wanted to attack her wouldn't do so just because she was at home. She was a shinobi, she had a duty to always stay vigilant. Why was she thinking about that now? She still needed to apologize. She turned around. She still hadn't said something. She started to walk, deafening silence her companion. She had to say something. She reached the stairs. She had to say something. She stopped. She opened her mouth. I'll see you in 2 months. Chapter 15, Royal Assistance. Royal Assistance. The sun was just about to peek over the horizon when Team 7 met their sensei at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village. The boys seemed enthusiastic to varying degrees, but Sakura still had a bad aftertaste from her last conversation with her parents. Still, she was determined nevertheless. She would go through whatever Tanya had prepared for her and then ace the exam. Tanya noted their presence with a mere nod before gesturing them to follow her. A bit away from the road, in a small clearing in the forest, there was a complex-looking seal drawn onto the ground. Each of you, stand in one of the small circles and drop a bit of your blood on the seal, Tanya instructed as she nicked her finger and put it to the ground. Unsure about the purpose, the 3 genin followed suit. Then, they just stood there. A few minutes passed, but nothing happened. Sakura knew Tanya-sensei had to have a goal in mind with this, but something had to happen, right? But the golden-haired girl simply stood there in her part of the seal. She could see Naruto getting increasingly fidgety and almost felt him winding up to a barrage of questions when suddenly, the group got enveloped in a puff of white smoke. Sakura felt like someone had tied a rope to her feet and now flung her through the air like a flail. Her stomach rebelled and her head spun wildly. Gyaku Kukiyos no Jutsu. Reverse Summoning Jutsu. After just a fraction of a second, it was over and her feet once more stood on solid ground. Somehow, she managed to power through the vertigo and remain standing. I welcome you and your disciples, Lady Tanya, a distorted voice greeted them. Looking up, Sakura could see the huge, white moth sitting before them that Tanya had summoned during her fight with Zabuza. Thank you, Kairiga. Please inform your mother that we have arrived. The moth made a gesture that could have been an insect's attempt at a nod or a bow and fluttered off. As Sakura's brain caught up, she was able to take notice of her surroundings. They were still in a forest, but not the one surrounding the village. The trees were strange, consisting of thin, long trunks, and instead of proper treetops, they seemed to just have a set of 4 to 6 gigantic leaves growing out of them. She couldn't see it clearly though as everything was bathed in a thick mist. What had just happened? How had they gotten there? Whoa, what is this place? She heard Naruto more exclaim than ask. Tanya put her arms behind her back and turned around. Welcome to the great YoujoSenki tree. The home of the moths. Tree? This is an entire forest. If you refer to these. She spread her arms, those are offshoots growing out of its roots. She then walked up one of the offshoots, and the trio followed her. All four ended up on a leaf so massive that it was more like a large carpet and easily held their weight without so much as bending slightly downwards. Then, they saw it. In the distance, right in the center of the misty forest was an absolute behemoth of a tree, big enough to dwarf a small mountain. Its crown was so high up in the sky that they couldn't even see it. It took some convincing to allow you guys to set foot here, so behave. Do what I do, and whatever happens, don't say anything. Why not? Naruto, I'm serious. You will be as silent as a falling leaf, or I will make you silent. If I have to rip your vocal cords out to achieve that, I will do it. I can get you through the exam without them. What would have been an obvious hyperbole with anyone else saying it made Naruto shut up immediately, the only other sound coming from him being a heavy gulp. Sakura and Sasuke didn't even attempt to say anything, it was clear how serious Tanya-sensei was about this matter. Jumping from leaf to leaf, they traveled closer to the tree. Sakura noticed that it was further away than she initially thought, meaning the thing was even bigger than it looked. They only closed in halfway. Though. After that, Tanya abruptly stopped and knelt down. The three genin were confused for a second but almost immediately felt a bit of the young sensei's killing intent leak out, reminding them of her instructions. They hectically knelt down as well. I offer you my greetings, Your Majesty, she said with a submissiveness that was completely off of everything they knew about the golden-haired girl. Sakura wondered who she was addressing, but that was answered momentarily when a heavy, distorted voice reverberated over the area. It probably came from the tree, but Sakura couldn't see the one speaking. Welcome, little Tanya. We take it that these are the children she has taken under her wing. That they are, Your Majesty. I humbly request your assistance as we have discussed. There is no need to do so, little Tanya. We are merely granting her that which she has earned. Sakura didn't even want to imagine what would happen if she tried to call her sensei little Tanya. In the corner of her eye, she could see Naruto shaking, probably giving his best to hold back his laughter. They all knew what would happen if he were to let it out. Suddenly, a fine, silvery dust flaked down from the sky, setting down on Tanya's body for a moment, before it rose up again and formed two clouds. Soon after, the clouds solidified into two identical copies of their sensei. This marks one of her two privileges. She may use the other as she wishes, but she should not forget it. I won't, Your Majesty. She shall stay diligent, little Tanya, and one day, she may earn her entrance to our court. My deepest thanks, Your Majesty. The voice grew silent. After a few more moments, Tanya and her two clones stood up, making the three genin finally dare to move again, and they jumped to their feet. What was that? Naruto immediately blurted out. The Moth Queen, the ruler of this place, Tanya explained. But enough of that. We've done plenty of team-building exercises, so now I want to focus on your individual skills, both physically and mentally. 2 months is not a long time though, so I want to maximize our efficiency. But I can't permanently sustain 2 shadow clones without reducing my own capabilities. We on the other hand, one of the clones continued, can be sustained by the Moth Queen indefinitely as long as we remain here. Which means each of you will have my undivided attention, the other clone added. Now, here is the plan, the original Tanya spoke again. Naruto, Sasuke, you will stay here with a clone each. Sakura will come with me because her training will require us to switch locations a couple of times. Questions? What was the queen referring to at the end? Sakura asked. I meant questions regarding training, but fine. While my contract allows me to summon her children at any time, summoning the queen is something she only allows those that are granted a rank at her court. But while you work your way up there, you can earn certain one-time privileges. This is one of them. The other I will save for emergencies. These moths are so cool. Naruto exclaimed. Can we summon them, too? Theoretically, yes, but not for now. She turned around and pointed at the titanic tree. She only lets you sign the contract if you can make it to the top. And that is not something that can be achieved in 2 months, assuming you even have the skill to do it. But back on topic. She pulled out 2 scrolls and opened them. Each seemed to contain a seal similar to the one they had used to get here, albeit simpler. She instructed each of the boys to charge the seal with their blood and chakra, then they separated. Tanya's clone led Naruto to a point where a root had broken through the earth, the part above ground alone being bigger than a house. Water was seeping out from beneath it, forming a pond that fed into a small stream. This place was truly fascinating, but it was difficult to focus on that. He was way too pumped to learn new things to pay attention to something else. It was also hard to forget how the Moth Queen had called her a little Tanya. He wondered how the one behind that voice looked. So, what cool new ninjutsu are you gonna teach me, Tanya-sensei? The girl put down her bag and rolled her eyes. For the record, you can't just solve your many problems by slapping more ninjutsu onto it. For comparison, most nin master one technique and know a handful of stuff beyond that. Knowing one thing really well is better than knowing 10 things a bit. If you just stockpile whatever you come across, you'll end up as a jack of all trades, master of none. Wait, so, you're not going to teach me new jutsu? That's not what I'm saying. Then what you saying? I'm saying I know my shit and you don't. And now shut the fuck up and listen. Naruto instinctively recoiled. Either the clone wasn't as good as the original when it came to suppressing her killing intent, or she had done it on purpose. Neither implied something good, so he quickly went quiet. Let me explain the issue in a way even you will understand. From her bag, she pulled out a tea set and filled the kettle with water from the pond. She then placed the cup on a flat rock. Imagine this cup is a jutsu you wish to use, and the water is your chakra. To perform the jutsu, the cup must be filled completely. You're following so far? I'm not dumb, Tanya-sensei. We'll see. Now, if Sakura uses ninjutsu, it looks like this. She poured water from the kettle into the cup and stopped at the exact moment it was full. For Sasuke, it looks like this. She emptied the cup and filled it again, but this time, she stopped slightly too late and the cup overflowed. Wait, so you are saying that Sakura is better than Sasuke? If we're only talking about chakra control, then yes. Sakura wastes almost no chakra. But she also has much less than the average, so Sasuke still can perform much more jutsu than she can, even if he wastes a bit. But back to my main point, if you use ninjutsu, it looks like this. She now took out a bucket, filled it with water, and dumped the entire thing over the cup, knocking it off the rock. This is also why you could never create a proper clone, by the way. But I never had that problem with my shadow clones. Yes, because that jutsu functions differently. As I already explained. Back on topic, we will first iron out your weaknesses, and then focus on a few things you are good at. Be glad that chakra exhaustion basically is a non-issue for you. We'll start by tackling both your lacking taijutsu and your bad chakra control. Can I maybe later try and climb the... No. Now, step 1, transform into someone, I don't care who as long we're talking about a human. Unsure what this would be for, Naruto thought for a second to use his sexy jutsu, but that didn't seem to faze Tanya in the slightest. Well, she was a girl, but even from women it usually provoked some reaction. A hot dude maybe? He knew he was walking on thin ice with this, but she had literally said he could take on whatever form he wanted, so she couldn't really get angry at him for it. Then he had an idea. Henge no jutsu. Transformation jutsu. In a puff of smoke, he turned into a copy of Tanya, albeit with a few changes. His version has half a head taller, lacked the flak jacket, but instead showed off much more notable curves. Her reaction was, not what he expected. Rather than anything specific, she seemed to get rather thoughtful for a second. He thought about making a comment about his new form, but that would really be pushing his luck, so he decided against it. Alright, here is what we'll be doing. To improve your control over your chakra, you will stay transformed during the training, switching looks on occasion. No matter the situation, when I look at you, you will be transformed. Doesn't have to be something big, changing your hair color or something like that is fine, too. The important part is that the jutsu is active until you can keep it up subconsciously. By doing this simultaneously with your other lessons, your chakra control will improve over time. Oh, and just to be clear. She twirled a kunao around her finger. Should the concentration you spend on the jutsu make you underperform, or should your concentration break for whatever reason and dispel the transformation, that will be your problem, got it? Naruto gulped and nodded, starting to regret the form he chose. Sasuke and the clone went to a spot without many roots that could probably be called this place's version of a clearing. While he didn't exactly show it, this space was highly intriguing to him. The moths Tanya-sensei had summoned so far, while strong, weren't exceedingly powerful as far as he could tell. Their big strength was the utility of flight they provided her with. But even if they hadn't seen the Moth Queen, he could tell that she was something else if she even made Tanya behave like that and didn't even allow someone like her to summon her yet. The tree itself was also fascinating. He had heard stories that shinobi who had a summoning contract could also let themselves be reverse summoned to the realm of their contracted spirit animals, but seeing it was something else. The seal and the blood had probably been there so the moth could summon him and the others without a contract, though seals weren't something he knew all too much about. It was once more a reminder that their young sensei hadn't even remotely revealed all of her arsenal to them, and he was ready to suck up everything she was going to show him. Activate your Sharingan, the clone said in a way that sounded more like a statement than an order. Sasuke complied. To Tomo already. Alright, we can work with that. How much have you used them so far? Not much. You should have. Your eyes are a powerful tool and a great asset, and we will dedicate a good portion of your training to them. It will also help you with learning new things, but keep in mind that you can only copy techniques you would theoretically be able to use on your own. For example, you wouldn't be able to copy any of my wind release techniques since you haven't learned how to use the wind element yet. And while you might be able to use the fire element, you still couldn't copy my liquid fire jutsu because your chakra control, while good, is not on the level you need for this technique. Regardless, they will make things easier. Sasuke couldn't say he liked to hear the pride and legacy of his clan being reduced to a mere tool, but didn't voice his displeasure. For now, let's start with something simple, a warm-up for your eyes so to say. Take a good look. Tanya stuck a bomb tag to the ground and ignited it. Before it blew up though she tore it off and scrunched it up. The paper gave off a hiss, but that was it. To the blank eye, it would have looked quite simple. But Sasuke had seen the details. The motion had been as precise as it had been quick, injecting chakra exactly at the right spots to disarm the ignition formula. Did you see it? Sasuke nodded. Good. Before he could react, she pulled out another bomb tag, stuck it to his chest, and ignited it. Your turn. So, this is our training spot? Sakura asked curiously. Tanya had announced that they would switch locations a couple of times for her training. She wondered what she had planned. Currently, they were on top of a mountain. In the far distance, she could see the village. The journey had been rather quick thanks to Tanya-sensei's moths, but Sakura had to admit that she had expected flying to be better. It was likely due to the circumstances. Unlike Tanya, who had clearly been in control of her flight, Sakura had merely been luggage to the insect. Maybe one day, she could attempt to climb the tree and form a contract herself. Tanya-sensei didn't say it was impossible, just that they couldn't do it in the current time frame. For the first part, yes. The view is nice. It's a bit nippy though. Only during the day. It will get much colder at night, Tanya explained and extended her hand toward her. When Sakura grabbed it, she was surprised. You are so warm. That I am. What can you tell me about moving the chakra in your body? Chakra flows in the body through the chakra network, also called the Kairakukai, the pink-et recalled like she was reading from a book. This had been one of the earliest lessons in the academy, and she had thoroughly memorized it. On this network are certain points called tenketsu, from which the chakra can be used. But while it can be concentrated at any tenketsu, it can only leave the body through the ones in the hands, feet and mouth. Correct, although you missed one detail. The Hyga can release chakra from any tenketsu. Really? Yes, but that's not relevant right now. What I'm doing right now is spreading the chakra evenly within my body and then imbuing it with the fire element to keep myself warm. For something on this level, you don't need an elemental affinity since it's not at a point where it can be called a nature transformation. In other words, it doesn't matter whether or not you have a fire nature. Now, coming you your first lesson. Sorry to interrupt, Tanya-sensei, but isn't this my first lesson? That's why we're in a cold area, right? That's why we're here, yes, but this is not your first lesson. That's what you will be doing while we're on the first lesson. I'm not sure I understand. If this wasn't her first lesson, why was she showing it to her? Then let me be clear, Tanya explained with a grin. We start with your first lesson, and during that, you will also figure out on your own how to keep yourself warm like this. If you don't figure it out by sundown, there will be a high risk of hypothermia, so you better hurry. And be careful to not run out of chakra until then, would be quite pointless otherwise. Good luck. The Hokage's office was quite full at the moment. Across from Hiruzen stood multiple Anbu, including the Anbu commander, as well as Shikaku Nara and a currently very angry woman called Anko Mitarashi. So, the bastard is finally on the move again, she spat. Do we know it for sure, Lord Third? Not definitively. But Tanya claims that her source is trustworthy, so we at least can't ignore the possibility. For just a second, the anger in Anko's eyes got replaced by a look of terror and she recoiled slightly. She got a hold of herself again right afterward, but for some reason, merely mentioning Tanya's name always seemed to make her uneasy. Unfortunately, she always refused to elaborate when asked. Well, at least she was able to mostly keep her composure this time. I have already sent word to the Kazekage, he added. While Raza voiced doubts about the validity of the source, he agreed that it was better to be cautious. He will assist with the security measures and will send an increased delegation with his genin. Speaking of which, Shikaku chimed in, something about all of this rubs me the wrong way. If he really wants to make a move against the village, why during the Chunin exam? Maybe he thinks sneaking in will be easier among all the guests. The Anbu commander suggested. No, Anko countered. With that perverse jutsu of his, he could walk past our censornin any time, he wouldn't need a distraction. He could stand right next to us and even I wouldn't recognize him if he doesn't want to. And I can think of a lot of reasons why not to do it, Shikaku continued. Since we rarely issue missions as the host, pretty much all of our ninja will be in the village. On top of that, we have all the Jainin senseis accompanying their teams from the other villages, and during the last event, the Kazekage himself and a large portion of the Sand Ninja will also be here. I honestly can't think of a worse time to try anything. It only makes sense if the exam gives him a unique opportunity that outweighs all of that. And what would that be? I don't know, that's exactly my issue. My other idea would be that he leaked the information intentionally to make us focus on the wrong date, but it's not like we'll be any less on guard on other days than normal because of this. Not to mention that we never worked with the Akatsuki before, so Tanya's contact wouldn't have been a reliable channel for him. Lastly, there is, of course, the possibility that the informant was slightly off and we aren't actually the target, Sand is. They actually would have reduced manpower, especially during the last round. But that's on them to evaluate, and if the Kazekage doubts the validity of our source, there isn't much we can do for them. Hiruzen had to agree with his Jainin commander, what he was saying made sense. But at the same time, not responding to this risk also wasn't an option. He was the reason why his former student was still out there, and he had a duty to make up for his failure. Just what piece of the puzzle were they missing? Sakura thrust out her hand into the balloon she had tossed up, but rather than popping, it simply bounced off of her fingers. The sun was about to set, and her fingers and toes already were numb from the cold. Focusing her chakra in any part of her body was easy, but spreading it evenly under her skin wasn't, even if she weren't forced to multitask. The balloon was already the third exercise they went through, not counting what she had to figure out by herself. And during all of this, she had to ration her chakra to still have something left for the night. Suffice it to say that she was already quite exhausted both mentally and physically by now. Another attempt on the balloon failed, it just deformed for a second before the air pressure inside forced it into its round shape again. Hang on. Maybe she was going at this the wrong way. She ignored the balloon for a second and tried something new. Rather than manually spreading her chakra everywhere, she instead focused on her core and pushed her chakra away from it so it spread on its own. It worked. Now she just needed to mold fire chakra. Which she had never done and had no idea how to do it. No wait. When they had trained together, Suzuki had performed a fire jutsu for her. If she could just recreate the feeling, she would. She instinctively tilted her head and dodged a kunai that came from behind. Back on topic. Fire needed fuel. Maybe if she imagined her chakra like that? When Suzuki had used the jutsu for her, he had first focused the chakra in the stomach, then in the lungs. The latter was for the jutsu itself, so maybe fire chakra was created in the stomach? And while she couldn't decipher hand signs entirely, Suzuki used the tiger seal for all of his fire techniques, so maybe. A soothing warmth spread through her body and brought the feeling back into her limbs. She had done it. It had taken her almost the entire day, but she had figured it out on her own. Not bad, Tanya commented. I'll be honest, I didn't expect you to get it without any hint. We may be switching locations sooner than planned. Guess I'll better send notice to the medical nin. Medical nin? That was a rank Sakura hadn't heard about yet. Yes, ninja that specialize in medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu? Is that ninjutsu that can heal? Indeed, it is. It's no replacement for regular medical arts, but it can be life-saving on the field and highly accelerate the natural healing process. You know, for someone who always acts like a walking encyclopedia, your knowledge of ninjutsu is severely lacking. Sorry. But, does that mean I will learn medical ninjutsu? Wasn't the plan. Medical ninjutsu requires extensive knowledge and studying, otherwise, it'll do more harm than good, and there are other things I gave higher priority for the exam. But if you keep up that speed, we might be able to squeeze in the most basic basics. Memories of her feeling of helplessness during the rescue of Team 8 flared up and stoked Sakura's motivation even further. No matter what Tanya-sensei threw at her, she would surpass her expectations. But, something didn't add up. Hang on, sensei, if it wasn't the initial plan, why are we meeting a medical nin at our next location? Because you will need one, Tanya stated like it was obvious. She then quickly ran through a set of hand seals and vanished into a swarm of moths. Seconds later, Sakura heard a whistle that brought back really bad memories, followed by an explosion not far away. Next step, Tanya's voice echoed through the illusion, keep up the warmth while breaking out of my genjutsu. And don't forget your other task. Sakura's short-lived sense of accomplishment vanished. As would become a common occurrence in the next 2 months. Well, how was that? Naruto asked proudly as he finished the katas I had shown him. It was weird to hear my own voice talk to me like that. I had no idea what he was trying to accomplish by transforming into an imagined older version of me, though I doubted I would look like that in a few years. I certainly hoped I wouldn't, assets like that would only be in the way. That didn't mean that, under normal circumstances, I would just let what he was doing slide, he would definitely reap what he was sowing there. But right now, instead of stoking my anger like it usually would, seeing him like this let my thoughts wander somewhere else. The transformation technique really was one of his forte. One needed a clear image for the transformation to work, and even then, it was easy to get the details wrong. But Naruto not only had no issues with that, but he could also easily modify the transformation or make up entirely new people from scratch, something many ninjas struggled with. It was one of many contradictions about the supposedly dead last from the academy that I noticed, but now I had an idea for the reason behind it. And if I was right, I would need to change my tactic a bit. I would also be quite angry because it meant a lot of headaches of mine could have been avoided. But I needed to confirm it first. Acceptable, my clone answered. Give me a second, then we keep going. My clone held up its hand and a small moth landed on it. Well, small relative to the others, it was still large for an insect. The clone gave it an order along with some chakra and sent it off. A fist connected with Sasuke's shoulder and made him stumble backward. I told you to keep your Sharingan active. Tanya's clone barked. I'm out of chakra, Sasuke panted, but a punch in the stomach threw him back and made him collide with a tree. Your enemy won't care about that. Now use it. In an instant, she was in front of him again. In a last-ditch effort, Sasuke tapped into whatever reserves he could find inside of him and activated his jutsu. It flickered to life for just a fraction of a second, but it allowed him to see through Tanya's attack and tilt his head to dodge. The fist connected with the tree and broke off a large piece of bark. See? Was it that hard? His sensei asked with an evil smile. Sasuke didn't answer, he just slid down the tree and released the tension in his body. He had no idea what time it was, as the tree seemed to be perpetually surrounded by the same hazy twilight, but right now he didn't care. He was just glad to finally get some rest. Or so he thought. Next step, how to act when you run out of chakra in mid-combat. Now get up, we don't have much time before your chakra exhaustion kicks in. And after that, we'll go back to battle tactics while you recover. A sudden knock pulled Iruka out of his sleep. Tired, he quickly threw some clothes over his pajamas and opened the door. Tanya. He greeted his sister surprised. I thought you said you would be gone for 2 months. Good evening, brother. And yes, I said that. This is just a clone. I require your assistance. Okay, you know it's the middle of the night, right? If I didn't I would have gone directly to the academy. The academy? Yes. Now go get your keys, I need to see Naruto's files. Despite the late hour, Tanya managed to catch Iruka's curiosity. He led his sister to the academy building, unlocked the door, and led her to the teacher's room. Tanya quickly took the files she was looking for and started reading. Her face hardened as she did so until she angrily closed the folder. This has to be a fucking joke. She quietly mumbled. What do you mean? The girl slowly turned her head to him. You know, people can be very susceptible to biased information. That's why propaganda works, after all. And while I'm very good when it comes to spotting it, I'm unfortunately not entirely immune to it. You see, Naruto's files paint a very clear picture. Pathetic grades, constant troublemaker, abysmal skills outside of strength and endurance, and while beginning his education earlier than most, he needed 3 attempts to finish. And I allowed myself to be swayed by this picture. But here is the thing, that's just half of what I have been seeing since. Naruto may not understand clear explanations, but once he can picture a topic he has close to no trouble with it. He has seemingly no fine control, but then he makes better transformations than most Chunin. I can almost see his brain walking away when I try to talk with him about battle tactics, but in an actual battle situation, he is suddenly quick-witted and shows surprising ingenuity and out-of-the-box thinking skills. He is somehow both talented and not at all at the same time. Okay, and, your point. Iruka knew that Naruto wasn't someone whose values were more underlying, but that didn't change his performance at the academy. My point is, Naruto is definitely not the sharpest tool in the shed by any stretch of the imagination, but not to this degree. His problem in the academy was that he was forced into a setting in which he couldn't function properly. So, tell me, dear brother, how the hell did none of you notice that the kid shows signs of ADHD? He has. Yes, damn it. That's of course no excuse for all the trouble he caused, but maybe it wouldn't have come to that if the only teacher who cared for him wasn't the one with the least experience. Do you have any idea what I could have done, to what level I could have brought him by now if I had known that from the start? His sister was pissed, but Iruka could fully understand her. While her words hurt, they were all true. When Naruto had entered the academy, it had been the same year he had started teaching, and Iruka himself had only been 16 at the time. He had always tried to empathize with Naruto and didn't join in on the hate others showed him. But if Tanya could notice it this quickly, had he failed his student? Then, what now? Well, I know what I'll be doing, adapt my training plan ASAP and try to somehow make up for the time that could have been spent more productively. Though I'm not really sure how, it's not like he can split himself in four. She paused, and Irika could almost see the proverbial light bulb lighting up over her head. Actually, wait, he can. It couldn't be used for physical training, but in terms of control and skills, training like that would be suicide for anybody else, but with his chakra reserves and endurance, it could work. What are you talking about, Tanya? Nothing. I'm leaving, I have to hurry. What do you mean, didn't you say you're a clone? Halfway through standing up, the clone halted. A solid few seconds passed, then, without further comment, clone Tanya dispelled herself and vanished. Irika couldn't help but chuckle. I knew you would be the right choice, Tanya, he said with a wide smile into the empty room. A/N, with Naruto's schizotech setting, I wasn't sure whether or not they would know what ADHD is. Their medical field seems pretty advanced though, so I decided to give it to them. It's not very consequential since Tanya has modern-day knowledge anyway. The only difference would be Irika not knowing the term, but his internal thought process wouldn't be too different since he would just assume that he was lacking for not knowing. Chapter 16, One Final Lesson. A/N, heads up, there is a paragraph close to the end that might be a bit graphic. One final lesson. With an annoyed groan, Gat put the last stack of money into his safe and slammed the door shut. The amount of cash he kept in there was small compared to his assets in total, but it was a notable sum that wanted to be taken care of. After all, one should always have a bit of liquidity on hand. And he did enjoy doing it in principle. But unfortunately, sorting through the banknotes, organizing them in neat stacks, and recounting it all to make sure his books were correct was an absolute pain when you only had one arm available to achieve that. He threw an angry glance in the cast that went all the way down to the fingertips of his left hand. He would get back at that stupid brat for breaking his arm. And the tall guy as well. He had spent a fortune hiring him, only to then see the oh-so-mighty demon of the hidden mist carried back beaten and unconscious by that boy that accompanied him. At least he had managed to stop that stupid bridge builder from entering the land of waves, but he was still alive. And now, he had gotten a report that the old man was on the move again, while Zabuza was still recovering. How the hell did that guy even have enough money to hire another escort? But he couldn't have much left. In that sense, that demon getting injured worked out well in the long run. In his weakened state, even a cheap escort might be enough to power him out, and then he could have his men kill him. The bridge builder would die, and he would save a lot of money. He would have loved to finish him right now, but he couldn't risk it while that guy was still alive. From downstairs, he could suddenly hear loud noises. A fight? Did one of his mercenaries get drunk again? But it was lasting a bit too long for that. Rolling his eyes, he grabbed his cane and went to check on the commotion, the two goons who had been standing guard at his door following behind him. Halfway there, a gross smell suddenly assaulted his nose. Bah, what's that? Careful, boss, one of the two mercenaries warned. That's the smell of blood. You open the door. The man nodded, drew his weapon, and opened the door to the hall, just in time to see another one of the mercenaries being bisected. The hallway was filled with cut-up corpses, and in the middle of the massacre stood Zabuza. His left arm was still bandaged, but otherwise, he seemed to have recovered. The brat who looked like a girl stood close to a wall. What the hell are you doing? Gat screamed, and the two men at his side pointed their weapons at Zabuza. You should put that away, the former mist ninja warned the goon. Or else you might end up like your colleagues. We had a contract. Gat took the word again, both appalled and furious. The bandaged man looked at him, making the magnate flinch. Contract? Those clowns were never mentioned in our contract. One of them was being annoying, so I made him shut up. Then the rest reacted stupidly to that. Hardly my fault if they are suicidal. Besides, they are much more useful like that anyway. There aren't many animals with as much iron in their blood as humans. To underline his point, Zabuza raised his blade, and Gat could see the blood on it got absorbed into the metal, causing it to regenerate. The formerly broken cleaver was almost entirely whole again. The magnate gulped, but he had to take back control of the situation. Who cared if 10 replaceable goons were dead? He had many more. Fine. Anyway, your target is on the move again. You better not fail me this time. I won't. That girlie will not catch me off guard again. Girlie? I don't know if it's the same guys again, and I don't care for any personal vendetta of yours. Just make sure the dies this time. I've been lying around for too long anyway. And with that, the two ninja went on their way. Gat watched them leave from the window until he could no longer see them again. With them gone, a good portion of the tension in his body finally left and he went back to his office. He really should prepare to get rid of the guy. But as soon as he was upstairs, the next surprise was already waiting for him. In his chair, feet on the desk, sat somebody. It was a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it, and a headband similar to Zabuza's, except his mist insignia seemed to be crossed out. Had Zabuza called in another of his missing nin? But why hadn't he said anything? And why would this guy be in his office? Also, why was he twirling a stack of banknotes around his fingers? With a side glance, Gat noticed that his safe was missing his upper part as if it had gotten cut open. Heya! The man greeted him and tossed the money away. Sorry about your purse, I thought you maybe had something interesting stored there. But I guess he wouldn't employ someone that stupid. You probably burn your orders once you read them, hey? Only makes sense, after all. What the hell was that guy blabbing about? Who the hell are you? Gat asked from behind his two guards. The name's Kaizui, the man said, seemingly not caring about the swords pointed at him. Can you imagine my surprise when I heard of this little plot you're pulling here? I knew Yagura was a bastard, but I didn't expect him to be this sneaky. What the hell are you talking about? Still wanna play dumb? Well, fine by me, orders are orders after all. I know that too well. Although my coming here wasn't exactly the plan. Oh well, Kakuzu can handle himself. And I couldn't just pass up this chance. Suddenly, the two men flanking Gat collapsed to the ground. Appalled, he saw a shuriken stuck in each of their heads. He hadn't even seen the guy throw them. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm pissed at Zabuza that he's still working for the guy, I honestly expected more from him. But I didn't want to waste any time with him and risk you getting away. Sure, you weren't technically part of the mission, and I know you're just a figurehead. You'll still make a great messenger, though. Or message, I guess. I mean, can you imagine Yagura's face when I send him your head? When he learns that all his efforts were for nothing, that whatever he wants from this tiny country, he can't have it. Too bad I won't see it. But hey, look at the bright side, if he learns that you failed, he would have killed you anyway, and much slower than I will. Suddenly, the man no longer sat in the chair and was instead right in front of him. Before Gat had any chance to react, the blade of his sword glid through his neck. In his last moments of consciousness, as he could see his headless body fall to the ground, he still had no clue what this guy had been rambling about. This wasn't supposed to happen. The Land of Waves was simply meant to be a secure base for his more obscure businesses. And he had planned for everything. Just where had he gone wrong? 2 months later. Kurane watched Kaiba raise his hand, giving the team the command to stop. The three genin came to a halt with Kurane standing a few steps behind them. She had finally recovered fully, and after a week of built-up exercises, she felt more or less back to her old strength. Until then, she had only been able to oversee the kids while they trained or did D-rank missions, but considering how the last C-rank went, she didn't want to risk something going wrong without being 100% sure that she would be able to defuse the situation if necessary. But that didn't mean the time she had needed to recover had been spent unproductive. And that was why she had decided that for this mission, she would let them take the reins and only interfere if necessary. The task was to locate and bust a small bandit camp close to the border to the Land of Rivers. Kaiba had immediately taken on the role of team leader, but that didn't surprise her. And so far, he hadn't done a bad job. He was still charismatic, but notably less hot-headed than he used to be, and also seemed to respect that his teammates simply had a different character than him rather than insulting them for their demeanor. Earlier, Kaiba had Shino locate the camp with his insects, then had them wait until nightfall to approach, while continuously making sure that he and Akamaru would sniff out any potential scouts that could notice them. So far there hadn't been any. Okay, we now should be about half a kilometer away. Hinata, can you see how many there are? The girl nodded and activated her Byakugan. It's indeed just a small camp, she spoke after being quiet for a few seconds. A couple of tents and a simple fence to keep animals away. I count 6 people sleeping and 2 standing guard. Hinata's change during the past months had been the most notable. Her stutter was completely gone when she was focused, and only occasionally appeared in normal dialogue. She also stood more upright instead of being hunched over all the time and seemed to have started growing out her hair. She was still a shy and quiet girl, but she no longer was a nervous wreck. She also had her jacket open now, reminding Kurnai a bit of her friend Anko, which was funny because character-wise, Anko was the exact opposite of Hinata. Though a clear difference in style between the two was obviously the fact that Hinata wore a black shirt and pants underneath, not just mesh armor on blank skin. There was just one tiny twinge in her mind that she couldn't ignore. She had always tried to be a good sensei and provide guidance, both before and after her hospital visit. But it was very clear that the changes in the kids had been jump-started during said visit. In other words, the only real options were either Asuma or Tanya. Of course, the top priority was to achieve the best outcome for the 3 kids. She had a duty and responsibility again, they weren't just tools to show off her own skill. But it was hard to ignore that whatever she achieved from here on out was an addition to a foundation built by someone else. Alright, let's go. We'll quietly take out the guards, and then the rest will be easy. Reaching the camp unseen was no challenge thanks to the forest providing cover. Shino started to prepare a swarm of his bugs while Kaiba went down on all fours. Jijnin, Shikyaku no Jutsu. Imitation Beast Ninja Art, 4 Legs Jutsu. The attack began. Shino's bugs swarmed the first guard and filled his mouth to prevent him from screaming. At the same time, Kaiba, whose jutsu had made him take on some more animalistic traits, charged at the other guy. He didn't care if he was seen since he knew he would reach his target before he could react. And he was right, pouncing on the second guard and getting him into a chokehold. But before he lost consciousness, he managed to hit the bell next to him. It was just once, but it was enough to wake the others. Realizing this, Shino and Hinata dropped their stealth and charged the camp as well. Kaiba and Akamaru had already managed to knock out another guy. The rest came crawling out of their tents, but groggy from their interrupted sleep, they weren't serious opponents. Shino, with no intention of hiding behind his bugs, attacked together with them, using some as a diversion to blindside one of the bandits with a kick to the head while the rest swarmed another, eating away his chakra until he collapsed. Which didn't take long considering he wasn't a ninja. At the same time, Hinata got attacked by 3 at once. Rather than preventing getting surrounded, she simply let them come before avoiding all of their attacks in one fluid motion and hitting them with her flat palms so quickly that wisps of chakra could be seen like a trail that followed her movements. That move was new. The entire assault didn't even take 2 minutes, with all 8 bandits now being down. Not bad in total, Kurane complimented her students, but you had a few hiccups. For example, had you waited a bit longer, the guy Kaiba attacked would have walked further and hadn't been close enough to the bell to ring it. Yes, sensei. By the way, what was that stance you used there at the end, Hinata? Didn't look like your usual gentle fist. It wasn't. I've been experimenting a bit lately. Then you came up with it yourself. That was certainly unexpected. To think that the girl who had apparently always struggled to live up to her stuck-up clan's satisfaction would dare to vary that ages-old fighting style. Yes, Titania-sensei said, to master a fighting style, I can't just copy it, I have to make it my own. She said that was the second reason my movements felt so uncomfortable, I was too desperately trying to imitate the exact stances that I couldn't adapt them to my own capabilities. She also said something about an age-old dispute between the philosophy of becoming your teacher versus freeing yourself from your teacher, but I didn't really understand what that had to do with East and West. Tanya. Of course it was you. Once again, you surpassed me without even trying, didn't you? No, I have to think about Hinata for now, I doubt this is something she can talk about with her family. They'd probably see it as a violation of their oh-so-sacred traditions and shun her even more. I might not be all too familiar with the gentle fist style, but I'll gladly look at what you came up with if you want. Maybe we can work something out together. Thank you, Kurane-sensei. Hey, I can't recall ever seeing her this happy. Still, the fact that she didn't come to me with this from the start means I'm still lacking as a sensei. At least she didn't outright go to Tanya instead. No, stop it, this isn't about her. Although, now that I think about it, I haven't seen Tanya and her team for quite some time. I wonder what they're doing. Sakura closed her eyes and spread her arms, feeling the wind rushing by. On her first flight, she had simply been luggage, but since she had gotten closer to Itoshika, it felt closer to actually flying rather than just being carried. And it felt great. She could fully understand why Tanya loved it so much, even if the young Jainin would never admit it. But the faint smile she subconsciously displayed whenever she was soaring through the air was unmissable up close. The yellow-fuzzed moth was less regal than her sisters, which made her much easier to talk to. She wouldn't say that she had formed a bond or anything like that with Itoshika, but it felt much more like working together than just being carried. Over the course of the last 2 months, the moth had frequently brought her to different locations Tanya had used for her training. Most of the time she used the local, sometimes outright hazardous, environment to teach her one thing and always simultaneously something else, giving her not a moment of rest. To call the past 2 months torture would have been an understatement. More than once had Sakura wanted nothing more than to simply quit, occasionally to the point that she had even started crying. Not that Tanya had cared. But each time she had managed to remind herself of her goal, what, and who, she was enduring all of this for. And in the end, she managed to power through. In the forest surrounding the Hidden Leaf Village, they landed and Tanya dismissed the 2 moths. Readying to meet the 2 boys again for the first time in 2 months, Sakura used a nearby puddle to take a quick look at herself. She certainly had changed. The most obvious thing was her clothes. The first damages on her original clothing had simply been ignored as they were alone all the time anyway, but it eventually reached the point where they simply didn't function as clothes anymore. Too far away from any chance to buy new ones, Tanya had summoned some larvae to make a replacement from their silk, and mumbled something about wishing the Moth Queen had more understanding for capitalism. Sakura had simply asked for something similar to her old stuff, but the Moth children had taken some creative liberties. Her black undershorts were more or less the same. Her dress on the other hand now had a slightly darker shade of red and was a bit longer, with high slits to minimize any impact on her freedom of movement. The torso portion now had some padding, which together with the mesh armor Tanya had given her to wear underneath provided a decent amount of protection. There were also some hidden pockets that allowed her to carry some ninja tools in addition to her normal belt satchel and leg sheath. The formerly white outlines of her dress were now silver in her back, rather than a plain circle, now sported an emblem showing a stylized insect wing. On top of that, Tanya-sensei had stocked up Sakura's previously limited arsenal, giving her more weapons and an assortment of explosive tags. She took a deep breath and looked at the village gates in the distance. At face value, 2 months weren't all that long. But to Sakura, it felt like she hadn't seen the village for an eternity. Meanwhile, Tanya suddenly groaned and pressed her hands at her temples. Tanya-sensei. Are you all right? Sakura asked startled, almost activating a mystical palm jutsu on reflex. Yes, yes. I'm just getting 2 times 2 months worth of memories, that's a bit taxing. Getting upright again, she pulled out 2 scrolls, opened them, and threw them to the ground. Both had the same complex sealing formula written on them, each centered around a large person kanji. It didn't take long until the scrolls started to convulse, the center rising like it got pulled up. Sakura could feel a large amount of stored chakra getting released as the seals activated. The chakra sense was about the last thing Sakura had expected to learn. It was a skill that seemed to be purely associated with sensor nin, but Tanya-sensei begged to differ. Due to Sakura's excellent chakra control, the young Jainin had been adamant that she should at least learn a rudimentary sensor skill, emphasizing that it could prove to be a great asset for their team. In a puff of smoke, Suzuki appeared from one of the scrolls. Optically, he looked almost the same as at the start of the training, except for slightly longer hair that, as always, looked like there had been an attempt to make it look decent. From the edge of his collar, she could see that he was now also wearing mesh armor underneath. On a second glance, she also noticed that he also had a new outfit, his shirt now being black. So she wasn't the only one who had gotten new clothes, although his had notably less creative liberties. But his presence had changed drastically. He had never been a slouch, but now, he practically oozed pure confidence. From the other scroll appeared, a girl. Her long, blonde hair was tied to pigtails, her smooth skin interrupted by whisker-like markings on her cheeks. Wait. Naruto. Heya, Sakura. The girl greeted cheerfully. Whoa, you look different. Me. What about you? What about me? Oh, whoops. Another puff of smoke, and the Naruto she knew was there again. But one glance was still enough to tell he had changed as well. Didn't notice I was still transformed, hehe. Did I look cute? Idiot, Suzuki commented, but unlike before, he sounded more amused than annoyed. Bah, you're just embarrassed because I made you blush, admit it. Suyu, the black-haired boy said with a voice dripping with sarcasm. Bizarrely, their interaction felt both the same and different than before. They were clearly still the same people, but, well, calling it more mature would have been the wrong term, but it felt less like childish bickering. Of course, if her own experiences were anything to go by, both of them had only found this version of themselves shortly before coming here. She herself definitely had been an absolute mess from the training before she reached that point. So anyway, Sakura, what's with the genjutsu? The casualness with which Naruto asked the question caught her off guard. He hadn't even asked if she had an illusion active, that much seemed to be a given. And, well, he was right. She was masking her bodily odor. The fact that Tanya had trained her to see such things as trivial when on duty didn't mean she had to make a bad impression when not. At least he had just noticed it and didn't break it. Why the confused face? Her sensei asked the pinkette. Did you forget you're not the only one I trained? Yup. I even got special training. The blonde boy proclaimed proudly. You mean you needed special training, Tanya corrected. But anyway, all of you did well. I'll be honest, I had some doubts, but each of you met or exceeded my expectations. Then you will recommend us now, right? Naruto asked with a cocky grin. I will not. The silence following her immediate answer was deafening and weighed so heavily that the 3 genin almost felt like they had no air. What do you mean? You said you'd recommend us if we're strong enough. And just now you said we exceeded your expectations. I thought I told you to listen closely. I never said anything about strength, I said I'll recommend you if I think you are ready for it. In terms of pure ability, all of you are easily Chunin material now. But that and being ready are 2 different things. Which is why the training isn't over yet. I booked training field 6 for today, get there and familiarize yourself with each other's abilities. We'll meet at the Hokage Villa at 5 p.m, I have one more lesson for you. Punctual on the minute, the 3 arrived at the meeting spot. With a nod, I guided them to follow me, curious looks on their faces. I assumed they were all wondering what the promised final lesson would look like. And I knew for a fact they had no idea what was coming for them. I admit, what I was planning was a bit much, both for regular soldiers and definitely for children. But this fucked up world required fucked up methods. While I didn't care much for the three on a purely personal level, I still absolutely hated the concept of sending kids so young onto the battlefield. The last 4 months primarily served the goal that, starting tomorrow, the Hokage would be impressed by my skill as a teacher, mentor, and leader. But today I would tear off the band-aid that could get the three killed if ignored. It had to be done. Should they become Chunin, and they definitely had good chances, then the team would be dissolved and I would no longer be their sensei. In other words, this was my last chance. We reached an unassuming building with no windows and entered without knocking. The people walking about ignored me, already knowing I would be coming. The three kids carefully looked around, appearing to be slightly uncomfortable in the claustrophobic environment. In a plain hallway illuminated with nothing but dim electric light, I knocked on a door. Yes. A rough voice answered from the other side and I entered, the kids following. Inside, we were greeted by a man with a face so scarred his age was difficult to estimate. A bandana with the leaf emblem covered his head, his body was clad in a long, black jacket, and his hands were covered in black gloves. His desk was filled with loads of paperwork. Tanya, he greeted me with a nod. Sorry, I still got some stuff to prepare for tomorrow. But the room is ready, just go downstairs and, do you still remember how to get to your special room? Yes. Good, then from there it's 2 doors to the left. Just tell me when you're done so I can send someone to clean. I will. Thank you, Ibiki. No big deal. Following his instructions, I quickly found the room he was referring to when he said my special room. I wondered how often they had used it since. It had certainly proven to be effective back then, but I hadn't been here again after I had won my bet. What is this place? Naruto asked much later than I had expected. This is the TNI department, I explained. A part of our work not many shinobi get to see. T&I. Torture and interrogation, Sasuke translated before I could. But I had already anticipated that of the three, he would be the one who would have at least heard of this place. Correct. Although I'm honestly not sure why it is called torture and interrogation. I opened to door Ibiki had described. Since down here, these two words are more or less synonymous. The kids let out a shocked gasp. Inside the room, tied to a pole each, stood 3 people dressed in rags. Although hung might have been a more apt description, as their chains were the only things keeping them upright, their bodies clearly missing the strength to do so. All 3 were blindfolded and their mouths hung open weakly, but the way they breathed showed that they were still conscious. The one on the left was a woman who had her head shaven cleanly, showing the multiple holes that had been drilled in her skull. Her broken fingers had turned purple and were bending at unnatural angles, and the dried streams of blood coming from under her toenails didn't leave much to the imagination of what had been done there. The one in the middle, a man, was missing a good portion of his teeth, and his exposed torso was riddled with burn marks. The last one, another man but older than the first, didn't seem as badly injured at face value. But the clearly self-inflicted wounds told me they did indeed still use my special room. Going by experience, these injuries only showed a portion of what had been done to them down here. Mental attacks didn't leave as clear marks after all. Who are these people? Naruto eventually asked with a shaky voice. Enemies, I simply replied. Just because we're not at war doesn't mean there is total peace. There are those who wish to steal delicate secrets or weaken us from within. Those might not be open battles, but dangerous threats that need to be dealt with nonetheless. But unlike a bandit trying to ambush you, those people can't just be fought and be done with. To properly deal with the threat, we need to know it. But of course, they don't just tell us, unless they get incentivized. And that is what the TNI department is for. I crossed my arms and turned to face the 3 kids properly. There are a few things learned from this. Can you tell me why I brought you down here? It was quiet for a while. In the end, Sakura was the one who spoke first. As a reminder, she said. Shinobi work can be gruesome. For the greater good of the village, we may have to do terrible things. Correct. What else? A warning, Sasuke added. Should we get caught on a high-ranking mission, this could be what awaits us. I nodded and looked at Naruto next, but he just showed a blank gaze. Then let me tell you, I broke the silence again. These 3 told us what they know. But that doesn't mean we can set them free. The knowledge they acquired is too dangerous, and their deeds must have consequences. The only peace they can hope for is death. I tossed 3 kunao to the kids, each catching one with little effort. Their brains, however, took slightly longer to catch up. Wait, why you don't want us to? Sakura finally stammered. You must learn to kill, I stated sternly. Not just in the heat of battle as a consequence of a too strong attack, I'm talking about the conscious decision to end a life. Just like each of your blades and every jutsu in your arsenal, so is the act of killing itself a tool, one that must be utilized properly. You shouldn't grow to enjoy it. You don't even have to get used to it, even though it would be better. But either way, you must be able to recognize when it is necessary, and then do so without hesitation. That is my final lesson for you. Chapter 17, The Most Important Thing for a Ninja. The most important thing for a ninja. Next to the Jainin headquarters stood an elongated, rectangular building with a kind of podium on one end. On the slightly raised ground stood a desk before a banner with the leaf symbol and the kanji for fire. The place was meant for occasions when the Hokage wished to address a large number of shinobi, such as now, who wouldn't all fit into his office. Usually, this meeting would have just been for the Jainin sensei, the academy teachers, and the exam proctors, but today, every single Jainin and Takubitsu Jainin the village had to offer was gathered. Even the Anbyo captains were here. Kurane let her eyes wander through the room. It was actually her first time being here for an official occasion. Her gaze halted shortly when it reached Tanya. 2 months had passed since she had last seen the girl, and she couldn't help but wonder what she had been up to. No genin mission could take that long, right? Now then, the third Hokage called for attention as he sat down behind the desk. The next genin exams are about to begin, on the first day of the 7th month. We have been unable to gather any intel that confirms whether or not Orochimaru is really planning something, so we will simply tighten the security as we have already discussed. He held up a slip of paper. The other villages have applied all of their teams that will participate, and some, like the genin from the Hidden Sand village, have already arrived, as my grandson was able to confirm. Following his gaze, Kurane noticed that their leader's gaze was momentarily fixated on Ebisu, causing the Takubitsu Jainin to shuffle uncomfortably. Had something happened? Now, to all Jainin sensei, you can later get the registration forms for your teams from my secretary. But before that, Asuma, Kurane, Tanya. Your teams have only been genin for 4 months, but as long as they have completed 8 missions, they can enter the exams with your recommendation. Does either of you wish to nominate their team? The crowd made some room so the 3 could step before the Hokage. Tanya was the first one to speak. The Tanya led Team 7, Sakura Harano, Suzuki Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. I, Tanya Umino, nominate these 3 to the Chunin exams. Kurane clenched her teeth. Honestly, it shouldn't surprise her. But still, no, the kids had worked hard to earn this. She had no idea what Tanya's team had been up to for the last 2 months, but there was no way Team 8 wasn't at least equal to Team 7 by now. The Kurane led Team 8, Shino Aberame, Hinata Hyga, and Kaiba Inyazuka. I, Kurane Yi, nominate these 3 to the Chunin exams. The tension suddenly left her body as she heard a chuckle to her right. Asuma, having taken a deep pull from his cigarette, breathed out a cloud of smoke before speaking. Why not? The Asuma-led Team 10, Koji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. I, Asuma Sarutobi, nominate these 3 to the Chunin exams. So all of them, that's rare, the Hokage noted. Alright then. Please wait a moment. Turning her head, Kurane noticed that Irika had stepped forward. I apologize for interrupting, but... Tanya, please rethink that. Just because they fulfill the minimum requirement doesn't mean they are ready. Naruto isn't like you, it is still too early for them. The young Jainin's eyes narrowed as her gaze fixated on her older sibling. The entire room had gotten quiet and for a while, the two just stared at each other in silence. Then, the golden-haired girl closed her eyes and breathed out. Your concerns are noted, brother, she simply said and vanished in a puff of smoke. So she had been a clone. Just where was the real Tanya? Baffled, the academy teacher now turned to the Hokage. Lord Third. Unless there are damning circumstances, if their sensei nominates them, I have no reason to refuse it. But... Irika, Asuma addressed him calmly, putting a hand on his shoulder. I get that you are concerned for your students, but you got to trust our judgment on this one. He then pulled him closer and spoke more quietly. Only Irika and Kurane could hear the next part. You were the one who gave them their headbands. Worry about the ones you are teaching now. Kurane just rolled her eyes and went back into the crowd. For once, she had to agree with Tanya. She hoped their genin would meet in the finals. The alarm was quiet, but by now, Sakura's sleep was so light that it was more than enough to wake her up. It was still very early in the morning and she didn't want to wake her parents. Yesterday, after they had executed the prisoners at the TNI, Tanya-sensei had given them their registration forms to fill out, and then they had separated. Sakura hadn't gone home right away though. Of course, she needed to sort things out with her parents sooner or later, but right now, she really didn't have the nerve for it. Also, she needed to focus on the exam. Therefore, she waited until late at night to return and sneak into her bedroom, and now, she left the house again without encountering either of them. She would sort things out with them. After the exam, buying a quick breakfast from the baker, she went to their meeting spot near the academy. She was, of course, far too early, so she decided to kill some time meditating on a tree branch. Hours passed until a young boy approached, staring intensely at her from below. Judging from his age and chakra, he was an academy student in his first or second year. His attempt at hiding, however, was so poor that she didn't even need her chakra sense to notice him. She ignored him at first, but after a while his constant staring started to get irritating. "Can I help you with something?" she asked without opening her eyes. Why you noticed me? How was I supposed to not notice you?" He went quiet for a second before starting to laugh for some reason. "Hee, as expected from Big Bro Naruto's teammate, I guess." "Oh, so he knows Naruto? I didn't know he was good with young children." "Say, sis, you often hang out with Big Bro Naruto, right?" "Well, as you correctly pointed out, I'm his teammate, so yes." "Are you his girl?" "In his dreams, maybe." Though his pathetic flirting attempts had decreased lately. Realizing that the boy wouldn't leave her alone anytime soon, she sighed, opened her eyes, and hopped down from her tree branch. For just a moment, she thought she was looking at a panda cub. However, in reality, the boy had a massive black eye that covered almost a quarter of his face. He also had multiple other bruises, the worst ones covered by band-aids. "Are you alright? What happened?" "Nah, forget it, sis. A few days ago I ran into some asshole, but I took him on like a man. Anyway, where is Big Bro Naruto? I haven't seen him since like forever." Seeing how chipper he was, she concluded that things were looking worse than they actually were. Sakura sighed in relief that the boy seemed to be fine. "We were out training. The Chunin exams start today, and we're participating." "Really? Whoa, as expected from Big Bro Naruto. Then I better not disturb him, huh? Can you tell him to kick ass in the exam?" "Oh, I'm Konohamaru by the way. So he is named after the village." "Konohamaru, haven't I heard that name somewhere before?" "Sakura. Alright, then you kick ass, too. Bye." And with that, he ran off. She wasn't completely sure what to make of her conversation with him, but in the end, it wasn't all that important right now. Eventually, her teammates arrived. Sasuke was more or less the same as always, but Naruto was fairly stern and much more reserved than usual. "I met Konohamaru," Sakura said after they walked for a while in silence. "He wishes you luck." Hearing that, he brightened up, but as he was just about to say something, he was interrupted. "Good to see that none of you got cold feet." To their surprise, the trio spotted their sensei waiting for them in front of the academy building. "Ha, you don't need to worry about us, Tanya-sensei." Naruto insisted with his mood now visibly improved. "I know. Now tell me again, what is the most important thing for a shinobi?" "Information," all three said in unison. "Exactly. Remember this, and you will be fine. Oh, and one more thing, whatever happens, don't panic. All of you are well prepared, utilize your abilities correctly and you should have no trouble. Now go. Don't disappoint me." "Yes, sensei." Lee was just about to move as he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Where are you going?" his teammate asked with a stern face. "Our plan was to not stand out in the early stages." "I apologize, Niji. But a man must do what he must do." "What?" "Forget it, Niji," Tenten stopped him with a mixture of a chuckle and a sigh. "Let's just get to the real classroom." What was further spoken Lee didn't hear, as he had already darted off. He had only been able to see a small glimpse of the beautiful face framed by the elegant veil of pink hair when they had just walked past the fake classroom without saying anything, but he already knew that this meeting had to be fate. And on top of that, she was accompanied by one of the two big challenges he had set himself for this exam. He couldn't let this opportunity pass. On the third floor, he finally caught up to them. "It seems you didn't fall for their illusion," he called the trio out. "Who the hell would fall for it?" the blonde boy said and cocked his head. "All they did was change the sign. We could still see it was the second floor by looking out of the window. And we can count stairs." Lee nodded. "True, those guys weren't very thorough with their trick. Anyway." He changed into a battle stance. "Sasuke Uchiha. Fight me." The black-haired boy raised an eyebrow without saying anything. But Lee wouldn't be swayed by his coolness. "I am Rock Lee of Team Guy. And I wish to test the results of my training against the supposed genius. And also..." He switched his gaze to the beauty in the dark red combat dress and gave her a wink. "Hey! You are an angel," he stated truthfully and blew her a kiss. "I swear that I will always protect you." The pinkette blinked in surprise, but then blushed and looked away. "And now just wait a moment." Sasuke finally talked. "Just because you're good looking doesn't mean you can just flirt with her." "Oh? Is she your girlfriend?" "And not really," the girl stated, still blushing. "I see, so that's how it is," Lee said with a smirk. "Then let us see whose love burns stronger." Sasuke wasted no time charging at him, but Lee easily evaded his attack and countered. Kanahasan. Leaf Whirlwind. In a series of fast kicks, Lee quickly overcame his opponent's block and ended up digging his right heel into Sasuke's cheek. The Uchiha was flung backward and crashed into the wall, falling unconsciously to the ground. While Lee had expected this result, it was much easier than anticipated. Honestly, it was a bit disappointing. Wow, you are so strong. Though instantly, these thoughts vanished as his angel ran towards him. I can't believe how easily you handled him. I might be no genius, but hard work will always surpass raw talent. Then you must have trained a lot to be this amazing. Well, I guess. That is so cool. I wished I could be on your team instead. We still have some time until the exam starts. Why not use it to get to know each other better? The pinkette looked to her feet with flushed cheeks. That sounds wonderful. Then, let's go somewhere more private, shall we? A sharp pain in his left foot made him jump. Looking down, he saw a large tortoise with a leaf headband biting his ankle. Master Ning Game. What has his sensei summon doing here? Had he been watching him? But why did he bite him? Why are you, wait, where is? He looked around, but his angel was nowhere to be seen. Neither were the other two. Fool, Ning Game mumbled as he left. What exactly did you show him? Sasuke asked as they reached room 301. I'm not sure, Sakura answered truthfully. This genjutsu shows the target what they hope to see, so I can't directly influence it. Tengokumi no Jutsu, the paradise viewing technique. Apparently, Tanya-sensei had developed this reversal of the hell viewing jutsu herself, stating that sometimes, false hope was more useful than fear. Sounded to me like bushy brows thought he was flirting with someone, Naruto pointed out. Hopefully not with me. Those eyebrows and his hairstyle, ugh. The thought alone made Sakura shudder internally, even though on the outside, she suppressed it. The classroom was chock full. Some people they recognized, like Team 8 or Team 10 further at the front. Thankfully, Ino hadn't seen Sasuke yet, but many were foreign, with headbands from villages all over the continent. Whoa, Naruto marveled. Just how many are that? If we include you, 153. The trio turned around to see a silver-haired boy who seemed to be a few years older than them. He had large glasses and a leaf headband, seemingly reading from a card in his hands. 87 from leaf, 30 from sand, 21 from rain, 6 from grass, 6 from waterfall, and 3 from sound, to be exact. He looked up from his card. Or at least it will be once everyone is here. Wow, you like numbers, hey? You could say that. I am Kabuto Yakushi, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I know. And you two are Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. I've done my research on all participants. Never hurts to be prepared, after all. Naruto blinked. You know, our sensei would probably like you. The famous Pixie. I'm honored you think that, but I'm honestly nothing special. Truth be told, this is already my 7th attempt. I'm starting to think I'm doomed to the Genin squad forever. Only if you give up. Keep trying and you will succeed eventually, believe it. Kabuto chuckled. You sure have your way with words, Naruto. Oh, so you are Naruto. Another team had just entered the room and one of them, a tall boy clad in black with heavy kabuki makeup and a strange bundle on his back, approached them upon hearing Naruto's name. Judging by his headband, he was from the Hidden Sand Village. Yup, that's me. Naruto affirmed, rubbing his nose with a wide grin. Seems like you have already heard of me, hey. Not really. That annoying brat just wouldn't stop crying your name, so it kinda stuck. Didn't help him, of course. And honestly, you don't seem all that special. Guess his brother isn't all that great after all. Wait a minute, Sakura stepped forth as the things he said started to click in her head. Don't tell me you were the one who beat Konohamaru Black and Blue. Oh, is that his name? Wow, someone has a pretentious father. Anyway, he was the one who ran into me. That twerp can be glad I didn't kill him, considering how annoying he was. You did what? Naruto screamed at him. You fucking bastard. Seething with anger, the blonde charged at the sand ninja. His opponent made a quick hand movement and Sakura could feel chakra exit his fingertips in thin threads. That's Tanya-sensei's puppet jutsu, she realized. Right, she said it originates from sand. Naruto noticed his attack as well and jumped backward, evading getting caught. Nice reflexes. Too bad the midget didn't have those, would have been at least more interesting. I will. Stop. Sasuke quickly caught Naruto's arm and prevented him from going at the sand genin once more. We aren't allowed to fight yet. What would Tanya-sensei say if we get disqualified before it even starts just because you fell for some cheap provocations? Naruto grumbled something but ended up silently conceding the point to Sasuke. And you, Suzuki then addressed the still grinning boy from sand, his Sharingan flaring to life. Once we are allowed to fight, you better pray that you won't face us. The two went quiet for a few seconds, but their face-off was cut short when in a large puff of smoke, at least 24 figures appeared at the front of the classroom. Quiet down, everyone. The chatter in the room died down. Turning around, Sakura recognized Ibiki, the man they had met the day before at the TNI. So that was what he meant when he said he still had things to prepare. He was one of the proctors. Now get your number and go to your assigned seats so we can start the written test. She could see Naruto blink in disbelief. The what now? Under normal circumstances, the first part of the Chunin exams could be considered a break for the Jainin sensei. But the circumstances weren't normal. So instead of relaxing in the Jainin headquarters, we had to help with the increased security measures. Since I had some sensor abilities, I was, just like the dedicated sensor Nin, placed at a strategic point to be on the lookout from there. I was partnered with Asuma, who was, as always, smoking a cigarette. Annoying, but not as bad as the constant cigar cloud I had to walk through whenever I was called before the general staff in my previous life. So, how concentrated do you need to be for this? He asked after a while. Can we talk on the side? Had I not been talking to the son of the Hokage, I would have probably told him off. But I was, and hence I didn't. We aren't in a busy sector, a conversation would be no problem. Is it important? Nah, just wanted to kill a bit of time. The first test should have started by now. Did you know Ibiki is the first proctor? I heard so, yes. Makes me almost feel sorry for some of the kids, he chuckled. But not ours, judging by your words. Asuma shrugged. Ino is way too confident to get intimidated by him, and she'll pull the others with her. So the Yamanaka girl had established herself as the leader of her team. That might be good to know at some point. But you probably know his methods better than I only heard of them. I never worked with him like you did. What did you call that thing you invented for him again? White room torture. A very underestimated method for those who never saw its results. Though I didn't invent it, I just translated the concept into reality and tweaked it so it works on hardened shinobi. Plus I wouldn't even have done it had it not been for that stupid bet. Pretty sure that falls under inventing. Anyway, what about your team? How do you think they will do? I have prepared them as much as I could. They are well equipped for each of the tasks, so they should be fine. As long as Naruto doesn't panic during the written test. Naruto wanted to cry. A written test? Why the hell was there a written test? What did that have to do with his skills as a shinobi? His brain seemed to have gone into lockdown, he couldn't make sense of any of the questions. How much time had passed by now? Whatever happens, don't panic. All of you are well prepared, utilize your abilities correctly and you should have no trouble. Right, that was what Tanya-sensei had said. What were the tricks she had told him again if he couldn't concentrate? Step 1, picture yourself being calm. Alright, easy enough. In his mind he conjured up an image of himself being calm, sitting at the desk. He knew all the answers, and he confidently wrote them down. And then, he suddenly was Sakura. Why? Well, she more or less embodied the attributes he tried to imagine right now. Oh, screw it, then he was simply picturing himself being calm while having transformed into Sakura, because why not? Next step. Step 2, find something in your field of view that's easy to see. Whenever your mind starts to wander, use it as an anchor to return to reality. The guy in front of him wore his headband backwards, the rain insignia basically staring at Naruto. Good enough. Okay, now carefully read the questions again. They said it's a team test, and Sakura will probably ace it. As long as I can get at least one right answer so I don't get disqualified, we should be fine. Let's see. Decrypt the following text. And no biggie, I just need 1 point, what's the next one? Line B is the greatest possible distance Shinobi A can throw a shuriken from tree C on an elevation of 7 meters. Within the resulting circumference. What? Shit. Arg, damn it. I still have no idea. What now? The strange 10th question was staring at him. This question will be revealed 45 minutes after the test begins. Should I just wait and hope I can answer that one? But what if I can't? Arg, why didn't you prepare us for this, Tanya-sensei? Actually, yeah, why didn't she? The young Jainin had insisted they were ready for anything, and crazy bitch or not, she was nothing if not thorough. Yet in 2 months of super intense training, never once did they focus on academic knowledge. Something about this isn't right. Come on brain, think back. What did I overlook? You have 10 points. Each wrong answer costs you a point. We'll have our eyes on you guys. So each team has a total of 30 points. Getting caught cheating costs you 2 points. This week, Shio Ramen is 30% off. No, Topic, rain symbol, focus. But as he was looking at the headband in front of him, he noticed something white reflecting in the convex metal. What was that? He risked a quick glance to the side. Oh, Hinata was sitting next to him. He had been so nervous about the test he didn't even notice. Wait, those bulging veins, was her Byakugan active? Was Hinata of all people cheating? Even worse, she had a way to do it where she wouldn't even get caught. Getting caught cheating costs you 2 points. What is the most important thing for a shinobi? Information. Fortune and above, pretty much every mission will in some way involve gathering information. Were they meant to cheat? Was that the real test? He suddenly noticed some bugs flying around. A few rows over, Akamaru was quietly yapping. Was that Morse code? Then the bugs were probably Shinos. Aku now flew past him and hit the table behind him. We caught you 5 times. You're out. So the guy behind me lost all his points. That's why they only deduct points if they catch us. But doesn't that mean it's fine if I get caught as long as I get all the answers at once? But how do I do that? Sasuke could likely use his Sharingan in some way, and Sakura probably knew the answers regardless. But what could he do? Stealth had been one of the points Tanya-sensei had trained with him, and he would say he was decent in it. But most of his skills in that regard were pointless when he was already under watch. Crap, if I had known this beforehand, I could have just left a shadow clone outside. Is there any way to get their eyes off of me? As if on cue, the asshole from Sand asked to go to the toilet. One of the examiners chained him to a leash and led him outside. Okay, so that wouldn't work either. But then what? Oh, maybe if he used his new Naruto, an almost inaudibly quiet whisper reached his ear. You can look at my answers. It was Hinata. She would share with him? Just like that? Had this happened a few months prior, he would have probably thought this to be a setup from Kaiba to disqualify him. In the academy, Hinata had always struck him as some weirdo, but by spending time training together, this perception had changed drastically. She was shy, sure, but she wasn't bad to be around. Maybe she really just wanted to help. But the examiners were watching them like hawks, they would definitely see that. If he copied one answer after the other, no way that would only cost 2 points. Worst case, she would lose points as well. But how to tell her that? Hang on, couldn't Hinata also see in a 360-degree angle around her? He quickly grabbed the pencil and wrote on the desk, tap the table if you can read this. Her fingernail hit the wood with a quiet talk. Do you have all the answers? Talk. Would it be okay for you to get them again? Talk. Looking at your sheet is too risky. I drop a smoke bomb, then you switch our sheets, okay? Talk. Perfect. With that, he had a plan. He could drop the smoke himself, even if that would cost him points. He'd still have 7 left. And Hinata shouldn't lose any points with her Byakugan, right? That would really suck if she lost points because of him. Either way, he wanted to try and get it with no points lost. He quickly erased his writing, then he crossed his fingers under his desk. Sorry, Random Rain Ninja. Kage Bushin Henge no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Transformation Jutsu. Standing on the table, his shadow clone appeared already transformed into the rain genin in front of him. Before anyone could react, he threw his smoke bomb down and vanished the moment after. Naruto and Hinata were still close enough to get enveloped as well. Everyone seemed confused, some yelled at the rain ninja, but Naruto ignored it. A filled-out answer sheet lay in front of him, with Hinata's name on top. Oh well, not like they would check the sheets at the table. Hinata immediately started writing again, though without her Byakugan. Had she memorized everything already? If so, that was impressive. 10th question, here I come. Ibiki watched as Anko led the genin to the second part of the exam. When the room was empty, he took down the banner that the eccentric woman had used for her grandiose entrance and began collecting the answer sheets. They weren't all that relevant, but they could give some points when it came to the decision of whether someone would get promoted or not. A few minutes earlier. Does anyone else want to quit? Ibiki asked. I'll say it again, if you stay and answer the 10th question wrong, you can never take this exam again. Yeah, just get on with it already. I'm done falling for your tricks. Ibiki eyed the noisy blonde. He was one of the kids who were with Tanya yesterday. Usually, the ones that stayed for the 10th question were simply confident in their abilities, with a handful that would call his bluff. But he certainly hadn't expected to get called out openly for it. There were more teams left in the room than normally, but it was clear that no one else would quit now. Alright then. All who stayed, pass the first test. He reached the place where the boy had sat and took his sheet. Hinata Hyga, wait, that couldn't be right. He went to the next one. This sheet read Naruto Uzumaki. Ah, I get it. So the smoke really was him. That was quite the advanced technique he pulled there. But to think that Genin from different teams would work together in this situation. I figured Tanya's kids wouldn't be normal, but I guess this year has more than just 3 interesting rookies. A/N, we reached the exams. Now, due to the nature of this arc, Tanya will obviously have a bit less screen time here. But even if she isn't with the trio, the consequences of her actions are. Admittedly, the written exam ended up being longer than planned. I didn't want to skip the first task altogether, but I also didn't want to rehash stuff, so I did my best to focus on the things that went differently from canon, hence no Sasuke and Sakura POV during the written test. It was pretty much the same for them. This is also the plan for the second task, though much more things will change there. Chapter 18, Fight for the Prize. Fight for the prize. Orochimaru could barely contain his grin as he signed the agreement form. Or, well, not Orochimaru. Right now, he was Shiora of the Hidden Grass Village. It truly was a challenge not to give in to his amusement right now. Seeing Anko, his former student, put up a tough act as the second exam proctor to try and scare the kids was just too delicious. Like this whole ordeal with the waiver, as if the village suddenly cared about the lives of the children they so gladly threw away in any other scenario. He had been tempted to exchange some quick barbs with her, but considering that pretty much every shinobi in the entire village that ranked Chunin or above was looking out for him, he refrained. While he knew that none of them would be able to detect him through his vanishing facial copy jutsu, little Anko knew about this technique. Acting too suspiciously could give him away. When he found out that they were expecting him, he momentarily feared for his plan, but thankfully, they didn't know enough to stop him. What annoyed him more was the fact that he had no idea how they had found out. Especially because they knew so little, since it meant they couldn't have captured and interrogated one of his men. He had to find what this reliable source was, but for now, he just had to make sure he wasn't found out too early. For the same reason, he had disposed of the corpses of the real Shiora and his team rather than leaving them somewhere for them to find later as he had originally planned. He didn't mind if they eventually found out he was here. But he couldn't let it happen before he got to his prize. After that, he didn't care. Once the paperwork was done, he was given a scroll marked as Earth. It wasn't terribly relevant which one he got, after all, he had no plans of finishing this task. But if Sasuke had a heaven scroll, he could use it as bait. The signal for the start of the second task was given and they entered through gate number 16, which was immediately closed again and locked behind them. From now on, none of the examinees were allowed to leave the so-called Forest of Death for 5 whole days. 5 whole days where no one would bother him. Go find them, but do not attack, he ordered his 2 henchmen disguised as Shiora's teammates, who nodded and rushed off. A tiny snake climbed up his leg and torso until it reached his ear and began to whisper. So Sasuke really had gotten a heaven scroll. Lucky him. He then noticed that someone was hiding in the trees nearby. Some other team trying to ambush him? Whatever, he didn't care for some spares. Another, bigger snake slid out of his sleeve and quietly disappeared into the bushes. Not long after, he could hear muffled screams that died down quickly after. It didn't take long until they found the location of his prize. It was time to get started. Now he could finally have some fun. He had no intentions of wasting time to achieve his goal, but then again, time enjoyed was hardly time wasted, was it? Doton, Moguragaku no Jutsu. Earth release, hiding like a mole jutsu. With a quick hand sign, he sunk into the ground, slithering through the earth until he reached his target. Where are you going, Naruto? He could hear Sasuke's voice from above. Well, there aren't exactly toilets in the forest. One of the spares answered. Then do that here. What? Ew, is that what you're into? Hadn't taken you for that much of a pervert. You are the only pervert here, Naruto. The other spare shouted. That, and an idiot, Sasuke added. Look, I like this as little as you do, but we're in what is basically hostile territory. We could get attacked at every moment, and we have no allies here. Remember what Tanya-sensei taught us, splitting up is asking for trouble. Now hurry up. Oh, eager little Sasuke. Nervous already? Yet he had no idea what was coming for him. Alright, one more thing before we start looking for other teams. Naruto, you always carry some empty scrolls, right? Yup, why? Let's make fakes. If we meet someone we can't win against, we'll throw it at them and run away, Sasuke explained his plan. Silence followed, so they had likely started to make the copies. Looks pretty good, the female spare said after a while. So, who takes the real one? You, Sasuke decided instantly. Most people here have heard of me, and if they don't know Naruto, they still see how he acts. From us 3, you're the most likely to get underestimated, so I doubt anyone will expect you to have it. Alright, let's kick some ass. Well, that was as good of a cue as any other. Time to act. Above him, the wind started to bellow, and the 3 kids screamed in shock as they realized they were getting attacked. Orochimaru cancelled his jutsu and rose back above ground, still shrouded in the dusk the wind jutsu had blown around. His two teammates came to his side. "That's enough, I'll take care of them myself," he told his two henchmen. "Feel free to find someone else to play around with, but leave us alone." The two gave an affirming nod and left while Orochimaru himself jumped up onto a branch of one of the massive trees that formed the almost primordial-looking forest. From his elevated position, he could see that the kids had stuck closely together, seeking cover behind an angled earth wall that certainly hadn't been there before. So one of them is an earth release user. Likely not Sasuke, he's an Uchiha after all. Now, how do I want to do this? Noticing something behind him, he quickly jumped off the branch with a somersault. As he did, he could see the blonde boy in orange clothing, his heel connecting with the tree where Orochimaru had stood just a millisecond earlier. Upon impact, the wood burst into pieces. Is that her? No, this wasn't the technique of his former teammate, not even a weaker version of it. He could tell from the way the boy had moved that whatever he did functioned vastly differently. But while whatever he did would never be able to level an entire castle like she could, it was still more than the average genin could produce. Orochimaru quickly threw a shuriken at him, causing the boy to vanish in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Feeling a flaming heat coming closer from behind, he made another, even larger snake come out of his sleeve and quickly wrap around him. The fireball impacted mid-air, searing off the reptile's scales and charring its flesh, but Orochimaru himself remained unharmed. He then twisted around in his fall, put his feet against the dying animal, and jumped off of it, landing on an oversized root that coiled a few dozen feet into the air. Once he landed, he turned around, looking at the three kids down in the ground. "Not too shabby, I must say," he admitted. "Maybe this will be fun after all." The kids' faces hardened, seemingly annoyed that he was still talking down on them, figuratively and literally. Well, they probably still thought he was on the same level as them. How cute. Time to correct their error. "You want this, don't you?" he asked, holding up his earth scroll. He then opened his mouth, pushed the scroll down his throat, and swallowed it whole. Looking at the disgusted faces of the three, he couldn't suppress a grin. "Then for this battle, let us put our lives on the line." He grabbed his face with his left hand and pulled down the skin under his left eye. Simultaneously, he stopped suppressing his killing intent and let his bloodlust run rampant. His grin grew wider as he focused his gaze on the kids, directing all of his murderous thoughts to them. It lasted just for a moment, but to them, it likely felt like an eternity. Their eyes were wide open and they panted heavily, surely now realizing the difference between them. In the end, they were just kids after all. Although, on a second look, their reactions seemed a bit lackluster. He had certainly given them a scare, but he had expected more. "Who is that guy?" the blonde boy finally asked. His killing intent might be stronger than Tanya-sensei's. And that was definitely not what he had expected. It seemed like their Janin-sensei was unorthodox by Leaf standards. To test the waters, he threw some kunao at them, but they dodged them so effortlessly and with minimal movement it almost seemed instinctual. Either they had recovered quickly or hadn't allowed their fear to overwhelm them in the first place. Yes, this might actually end up being fun. Katon, Karidan. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. From his mouth, a concentrated projectile of fire shot forward. Instantly, the blonde boy jumped in front of his team and raised both hands, holding some form of tag in each palm. Nidin Kekai. Ninja Art, 2-point barrier. The tags got torn apart, creating a translucent veil of chakra in the process. When jutsu hit the barrier, it burst into a blast of flames, but while it knocked the boy off his feet, all three kids remained unscathed from the fire. Orochimaru used the flames as a cover to get closer, but the girl still managed to notice him. As soon as the fire dispersed, she jumped over her teammate and threw a punch. Orochimaru's lower half turned snake-like, and with inhuman flexibility, he evaded the attack and coiled himself around her body. Before he got the chance to do anything else to her though, some force pulled him off of her. At the same time, the blonde boy attacked him with his kunao in hand, but Orochimaru softened his arm and wrapped it around the boy's hand, flung him around, and made him crash into Sasuke, who had just been about to pounce on him from behind. As they rolled over the ground, Sasuke attempted to hit him with a handful of kunao, but he simply let his body fall into a pile of snakes that slithered away and then reformed again on the large root he had stood on earlier. Just as he did, a giant snake as tall as a building broke out of the ground behind him. He didn't order it to attack yet and had it stand back, merely glaring at the kids until he ordered it otherwise. The kids regrouped and then flinched as they saw the giant reptile. Orochimaru crossed his arms and gave them a challenging smirk. "We give up." He cocked an eyebrow at Sasuke's declaration. "Hey? Hang on, are you serious?" the blonde shouted. "This guy is too strong, Naruto. The test just started, we just need to get a new scroll from another team." Sasuke then pulled out the heaven scroll from his satchel. Here. Take it and then leave us alone. Oh, cute little Sasuke. It was kind of adorable how he tried to get him with his little trick. And what, pray tell, am I supposed to do with a fake scroll? The boy flinched. I know the girl has the real one. Now, are you willing to part with that one? The kids grew quiet and he ignored his urge to snicker. He could attack them again at any point, but this was just too entertaining. Sakura, Sasuke finally said. Give him the scroll. But Sasuke. Do it? The girl was startled at his outcry, but in the end, she pulled out the real heaven scroll and threw it up to him. A smart choice, Orochimaru commended, balancing the item in his palm. Prey can get a chance to escape its predator by distracting it with a different meal. Unfortunately for you, I don't actually care about. The rest of his sentence was cut off as the scroll in his hand detonated. The concussive force of the blast almost knocked him to the side, but he managed to catch himself without falling from the root. Still, the explosion blew his right arm cleanly off, and he could feel the mask of his vanishing facial copy jutsu melt under the emitted heat, the disguise now being little more than a charred flab of skin that covered most of his face save for his eye. His real, yellow, snake-like eye stared into the thick smoke that enveloped him. Did you seriously rig your fake with explosives, Sakura? Yes? Wait, don't tell me you didn't. They were Tanya-sensei's gift, when else are we going to use them? With a swipe of his remaining arm, he dispersed the smoke and instantly had their attention again, coupled with disgusted looks as they saw what remained of what they assumed was his face. I guess that means you noticed me spying on you, he mused. Well, you didn't exactly try to hide your chakra signature, the pinkette answered. Oh? Is she a censor? That's rare for Genin this young. Before anyone could say more, the blonde boy formed a hand sign and summoned a large Fmishuriken into his right hand. I didn't see him pull out a scroll. Does he have a storage seal on his skin? Orochimaru himself had done some research in that direction, but he didn't know someone else had the same idea. Or that said someone had succeeded. Naruto, wait. But the boy ignored Sasuke and threw. Not that it made much difference, from this distance, dodging was trivial. Orochimaru merely ducked and the weapon embedded itself in the tree trunk behind him. I said wait, damn it. Act or not, I meant it when I said this guy is too strong. Look at him, Sakura blew him up and he doesn't even care. Sasuke's eyes then focused on Orochimaru again. You. If it's not our scroll you're after, then it's me, right? You want me? Orochimaru merely sighed. Come on, Sasuke, are petty tricks really all you can do? I'm not trying to trick you. The boy insisted. He then took out all his weapons and threw them to the ground before stepping closer. It is clear that we can't defeat you. Promise to let my comrades live, and you can have me. I see, that's how it is, Orochimaru mumbled. He then threw a kick to the side. The genjutsu broke, the fake Sasuke vanished, and he could see the pinkette who had snuck up to him barely managing to dodge by leaning backward, following into a backflip to gain distance. Senii Jashu. Hidden shadow snake hands. 4 snakes shot forth from his sleeve, forcing the girl to jump down from the root to escape them, cutting off the head of one of them with her kunai while she fell and avoiding the others. As she did, he noticed that she wore an insignia he didn't recognize that resembled an insect wing on her back. Had a new clan been founded in the leaf? No, Kabuto would have told him that. But if that Sasuke was part of the genjutsu, then where is the real one? Looking around, he quickly found the answer as he saw the boy standing on a branch 1 tree away. He had his Sharingan active, glaring at Orochimaru with the beautiful red eyes he so much desired. His hands were raised up into the air and above him, 10 Fmishuriken hovered, strung up on chakra threads. The puppeteering jutsu? Ah, so that's how he pulled me away earlier. Well, now things are getting interesting. Sjin. Manipulating attack blades. He threw his hands forward and the large blades began to spin, closing in on Orochimaru from multiple different angles. Dodging would likely be annoying since Sasuke could redirect them. A side glance showed him that the weapon the blonde boy had thrown earlier had, in fact, not been part of the genjutsu, it was still sticking in the tree. He pulled it out with his remaining hand, spinning it and readying himself to block the remote-controlled blades. But just as he did so, the Fmishuriken suddenly transformed into a clone of the blonde boy that grabbed his hand, flung himself up, and crossed his legs over his shoulder to create an arm lock. A transformed shadow clone? So no storage seal after all. But it was already a weapon when he summoned it. Did the girl mask it with her genjutsu? Or is he able to summon those clones already transformed? Oh well. Even if he tried to restrain his arm, one shadow clone of a 12-year-old wasn't so heavy that he couldn't move. He would simply use the clone as a shield then. He raised his arm in front of him, but mere milliseconds before the first Fmishuriken struck, each of the 10 transformed as well, burying Orochimaru under a pile of clones that clung to his body with all their might. With an annoyed sigh, he initiated a jutsu to destroy the clones. By the time he realized that all of them had bomb tags stuck to their torsos, he was already enveloped in an explosion so strong that it tore the root apart. With a deep breath, Asuma inhaled the last part of his current cigarette. Guard duty already wasn't very exciting, but guarding a sensor on duty was about as boring as it could get. He of course understood that it was important, but that didn't change the fact that it was boring. He flicked the butt away and rummaged through his pouch for his pack of cigarettes when Tanya suddenly spoke. "Good evening, Kakashi." Asuma looked up, and shortly after, his colleague appeared, accompanied by a teenager Asuma didn't recognize. "Yo," the copy ninja greeted the two and Asuma reciprocated. "I take it you are here to relieve us?" Tanya asked the teen. "Why yes ma'am." "Well, yes and no, I guess. It's now Kikoi's turn in Sector 8, and his range is big enough to cover this area as well. I'm Nishi, 16. I joined the sensor team half a year ago. I'm supposed to use this opportunity to get some experience, so I guess I'm closer to a second set of eyes here. Or, technically it's not eyes, more like..." Kakashi placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and he stopped talking. "I think you got your point across, just do your thing." "Ah, why yes." As Nishi went into position, Kakashi rolled his visible eye and then looked at him and Tanya again. "Well, that's that. But I'm also supposed to remind you that the first day of the second task will end soon and that all Janin-sensei are supposed to wait for their team in the tower from here on out." "Alright, then we'll see you in 5 days I guess." Asuma affirmed. "Yes, until then," Tanya added, and the two left. Once the girl had passed Kakashi, Asuma could see him throwing a strange glance at her, but he elected to ignore it. Once they exited their post, they ran up the wall of the next building and jumped over the rooftops towards the Forest of Death. "Wanna grab a quick bite before we go there?" he asked shortly after they started to move. "We were called, so we shouldn't waste any time," Tanya refuted as he had already more or less expected. "Though I admit to being hungry as well. My place lies on the way if you don't mind an nigiri from yesterday. If it's no problem for you, sure." He of course would have preferred homemade nigiri from Kurane, but oh well. Once they reached it, Tanya unlocked the door, let him in, and vanished into the kitchen. Asuma didn't want to snoop around, so he simply looked at the things he could see from his position while he waited. Numerous scrolls laid open, showing notes and seals scribbled onto them. Was she researching something? A new seal, maybe? "Here," Tanya said as she returned and handed him a rice ball. "Thanks. By the way, what's that over there?" he asked, pointing at the other table in the room. On it, there was what looked like a metal pipe that had been cut open, with loads of sealing formulas covering the inside. "Just an experiment," she stated with a shrug. "Though I've been pretty busy with my team, so haven't made much progress lately." "Making a new ninja tool for yourself." "That's how it started, but I think I found someone who will be able to utilize it better, so maybe it'll be a gift instead. Though that'll require some changes. Anyway, let's go." "Right. Hey, by the way," he asked as they went back on their way, "do you think any of our teams made it already?" "Possible, but unlikely. The Forest of Death is 20 kilometers in diameter after all. Though it depends on how many teams made it through the first test I guess." "Yeah, makes sense. And how do you estimate our kids' chances?" "Team 10's skill set is perfect for ambushes, so they just need to play their cards right." "True. Guess it depends whether or not Ino listened to Shikamaru. As for Team 7, I assume you have no doubts." "It would be foolish to be certain of their success, but I doubt they'll face an opponent they can't deal with one way or the other." Sakura panted as she watched the charred torso of their opponent hit the ground, his legs having gotten blown away in the explosion. Her heart rate was high, and that was not just adrenaline from the previous fight. Her hands trembled, and she didn't even want to imagine how she would have reacted if this had actually been their first kill. As bad of an experience that had been, she now was really glad that Tanya-sensei had taken them to the TNI when they came back. They could have tried to use the genjutsu to run away, but that snake could make that difficult. It had been a split-second decision to go into the offensive, but Suzuki had probably made the right call. He's dead, right?" she asked, carefully eyeing the gigantic snake. But the limbless animal showed no signs that it intended to attack. Hopefully, it would stay that way now that its master was gone. "Don't think too much about it, Sakura," Suzuki stated. "That guy was out for blood, he didn't exactly leave us a choice." "So, Naruto chimed in, "who gets the scroll from him?" She shuddered. "Right, the grass ninja had, for whatever reason, swallowed his scroll. Was it even usable at this point? I must say, whoever taught you did so well." The trio froze as they heard the voice and stared at the corpse in disbelief. Two pale hands appeared from the jaws of the dead grass ninja and stretched it open far beyond human limits. A head appeared, then a torso, and finally legs. Too shocked to say anything, Team 7 watched in silence as their opponent somehow stepped out of his own mouth, sticky with mucus but otherwise unharmed. Even the arm Sakura had blown off earlier was back. His face looked different though, devoid of any color save for the purple outlines of his snake-like, yellow eyes like the one she had seen earlier. That's probably his real face. Then the other one must have been part of some kind of transformation jutsu. A very gross one, Sakura thought as she suppressed the urge to gag. I do have a question though, what is that taijutsu style you use? I can see elements of the Uchiha style in Sasuke's, but the rest I have not seen before, and it looks too refined for something some kids came up with on a whim. What do you care? Naruto barked at him. I may not look like it, but you could call me a scholar of sorts. My goal is to eventually learn every jutsu there is, so if I see a technique I don't know, I naturally get curious. Sakura narrowed her eyes, trying to estimate whether or not the guy was serious. But if he was, biding time might allow them to come up with a new strategy. It's called Imperial Fist, she eventually answered. You likely don't know it because our sensei invented it only a few years ago. She developed the basis while she was still at the academy, and then mixed it with elements from Gentle Fist and other things she picked up. I see, interesting. He then held his hand above his headband. When he lowered it again, the grass insignia had been replaced by the one of sound. But as fun as it was, I'd say I've played around enough now. The snake attacked. The three barely had enough time to jump away before its head crashed into the ground, the shockwave throwing Sakura off course and causing her to tumble for a moment before she caught herself. She had lost sight of her teammates and they were too far away to sense them, but she could hear a dull impact and a gargling noise. Naruto. Sasuke. Do you really think you have enough leeway to worry about them? First, she felt his killing intent. Then, she could feel his chakra. And then, her body froze. Kanashibari no Jutsu. Temporary paralysis jutsu. She couldn't move a single muscle. Completely petrified, all she could do was watch as he walked into her field of view and drew closer. The snake hissed loudly behind her and she heard Sasuke grunt in pain. Her opponent smirked and twirled a kunai around his finger before slowly pointing it at her. The blade came closer, but she was still frozen. Leave Sakura alone. Suddenly, despite its low range, her chakra sense got completely overwhelmed. Naruto already had massive chakra reserves, but now, they seemingly had somehow increased exponentially. It was as if the entire area was flooded by his chakra. Thwack! Just as their opponent looked in Naruto's direction he was already in front of him, burying his fist in his face. He then expelled more chakra from his hand in a single blast than Sakura had in her entire body. The upper half of the sound ninja got completely obliterated while the rest of his body crumpled into mud. When Naruto looked at her, she could see that his azure eyes had turned crimson with slit-like pupils. What in the world? Wait, mud? Behind you! She wanted to scream, but her mouth was just as immovable as the rest of her body. An inhumanly long tongue broke out of the ground, wrapped itself around him with lightning-fast movements, lifted him into the air, and slammed him head-first into the soil. Naruto's shirt slid up, or, well, down from this position, and revealed a strange seal-like formation on his stomach that Sakura hadn't seen before. I see. So he is the Jinchuriki. The what? The rest of him came out of the ground as well and ran through a set of hand signs. Chakra flickered at his fingertips as he pressed his hand on the seal. Gaji Fin. 5-element seal. Naruto wheezed, then his body went limp and he fell unconscious. The chakra Sakura had felt disappeared, and suddenly, she couldn't sense any chakra in his stomach area, as if there was a black hole in his chakra network. However, she noticed that she could move her fingers a bit. The jutsu is starting to weaken. Hang on, Naruto, I'm coming. The grass ninja suddenly dropped Naruto and recoiled his tongue, preventing it from getting cut off by Sasuke's kunai slash as the boy jumped at him. But in the same movement, he brought up his leg and dug his knee in Sasuke's abdomen. You seek power, don't you? I can give it to you, he purred. He grabbed his arm, pulled him up, and sunk his teeth into his shoulder. The scream Sasuke let out was so full of pain that it almost hurt her physically to hear it. No. Finally breaking through the jutsu and being able to move again, she quickly rushed to aid her teammates. Noticing her, the sound ninja simply let Sasuke fall to the ground and jumped on the head of his snake which lifted him up. Sasuke fell to his knees and clasped the spot where he had been bitten. Sakura quickly positioned herself between the two boys and their opponent, but the sound ninja merely smirked. Then, he held up a heaven scroll. When had he? The scroll burst into flames in his hand. This wasn't one of the fakes, it was the real one, and he destroyed it in front of her eyes. This should make things a bit more interesting, he said. My name is Orochimaru. Sasuke, if you want to see me again, do your best and survive. The snake carried him off. As soon as she was sure he wasn't turning around, she rushed over to her teammate. Shizuke. Shizuke, what's wrong? That bastard did something, Shizuke, you must stay conscious. Let me take a look. She barely managed to pry his hand away. At the spot where Orochimaru had bitten him a strange mark had appeared, somewhat resembling the tomo of Sasuke's Sharingan. He put some form of mark on you. I can feel it disturbing your chakra. That had to be the understatement of the century. His chakra network was in such a state of absolute chaos that she feared it might be life-threatening. Just from being close to him, she could feel his body temperature rise drastically. She had to do something, but she had no idea what. What could she even do? Was there maybe a way to cut the mark off from his chakra flow? Her gaze wandered back to Naruto. His stomach still felt like a chakraless pit of nothingness. Shizuke. When that guy put that seal on Naruto, did you have your Sharingan active? Ugh. Did you have your Sharingan active? Did you look at him? Why yes. Do you think Shizuke, stay with me. Focus on my voice. Do you think you can copy it? My chakra. Right, with his chakra in such disarray, there was no way he could use a jutsu. Then we'll do it together. Like Tanya-sensei showed us. Use the jutsu through me. Shizuke didn't answer, but he managed to weakly raise his right hand. Sakura quickly put her left palm onto his. Trying to synchronize their chakra flows was an absolute nightmare under these circumstances, but she gritted her teeth and powered through. Tanya-sensei had always praised her chakra control, now it was on her to live up to that. Okay, I'm ready. Are you still with me? He once again didn't answer, but he started doing hand signs with her and she mirrored his movements. He moved slowly, and she could almost see his consciousness slipping away from him. Once their hands formed the last seal, Sakura began to see flickers of chakra on the fingertips of her right hand. Suddenly, Shizuke screamed even louder than before. Black spots started to appear around the mark. Shizuke, the thing is spreading. I think using a jutsu activated it somehow. Then do it already. Alright. Without further hesitation, Sakura pressed her fingers onto his skin. Gaji Fin. 5-element seal. As she applied the seal, she could feel her chakra getting drained, but the black spots couldn't spread beyond her fingers and eventually retreated back into the mark. Shizuke went limp in her arms, but she could feel his chakra calming down. She laid him down next to Naruto and quickly checked their vitals. Although unconscious, both boys' breath and heart rates were calm, and Sasuke's temperature began to normalize as well. Sakura could feel a huge wave of relief wash over her. For a while, she just sat next to them, but eventually, she noticed the forest growing darker. Night was about to fall. As she looked at her teammates, she couldn't help but remember their first training camp under Tanya-sensei. How her endurance had been so bad that the two had reduced their own sleep time just so she could recover. She stood up. She was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and placing the seal had drained most of her remaining chakra. But she had to ignore that for now. The two boys were counting on her. Naruto, Shizuke, rest. It's my turn to stand guard. Chapter 19, I Stand Guard. I Stand Guard. The trees in the forest of death were massive. While they obviously couldn't hold a candle to the great Dormyo-Dajudo tree, each one was easily big enough to dwarf a building and sported a wide crown. And so, when the sun rose on the second day, it brightened up only slightly at first. However, those slight changes were still enough to tell Sakura that she had gone through the night. Her eyelids were heavy. While she hadn't moved much, what she had done over the last few hours could hardly be called resting. While she had been able to drag the two unconscious boys to a place with more cover, they were still somewhat in the open. If she had more chakra left, she could have used her newly learned earth release to improve their position. But placing the seal on Shizuke had drained her, leaving her with just barely enough to avoid chakra exhaustion. When Tanya-sensei had announced that she would teach her a rudimentary chakra sense, she had believed it to be a waste of time. Now, she wished hers was on the same level as her sensei's. Because then she could be meditating now, being vigilant through the chakra sense while recovering. Alas, she could only sense chakra a few meters in each direction, so she had to put all her focus on her surroundings. And while she had gotten a bit of chakra back by now, it wasn't much. Combined with her tiredness, the situation wasn't optimal. In the corner of her eye, she could see something move close to the ground. By the time her brain fully registered it, her kunao had already found its target. A startled squeak was the response, and as she turned her head, she saw a dead squirrel, lying impaled a couple dozen meters away. A barely conscious part of her sleep-deprived brain told her that she should feel sorry for the poor creature. And yet, she didn't. Sakura sighed. At least there was no one actually attacking them. Like she had done often during the night, she checked the vital signs of her teammates. Both's breaths were calm and their heart rates were normal. She just needed to keep it up until the two regained consciousness, and then they could. Boom. Startled by the sudden explosion, the tiredness was temporarily forgotten and she jumped to her feet. Sakura drew another kunao, just in time to deflect an incoming set of senbon. In the smoke of the explosion, she spotted 3 silhouettes. Pretty observant. Not bad for someone who was up all night, a female voice taunted as the figures stepped out into the light. The one who had spoken was a girl with long black hair, maybe 1 or 2 years older than Sakura. The others were 2 boys, one with spiky black hair and one covered in bandages who stood hunched over. Unifying feature among the trio were their snake-patterned pants and their headbands sporting the music note. And here I went through all the trouble to make sure the bomb tag on that tree rat had the right color, she continued. They used the squirrel as a living bomb? It didn't seem to be a summon though. In that case, they would have needed a way to direct its movement to me. A genjutsu, maybe? If so, I must be careful. The biggest question was how she should play this. She was tired and hadn't been able to recover much chakra, so taking them head-on likely wasn't a good idea. While she could power through the tiredness for a while, that had been part of her training after all, ninjutsu was pretty much off the table. Genjutsu wasn't very costly, so that would be an option, but it wasn't a great tool 1 versus 3. There was also the issue that outside of some speculations, she didn't really know much about their abilities, and they were still too far away for her chakra sense. Stalling for time was another option, though she couldn't be sure Naruto and Sasuke would be ready for combat the moment they woke up. Escaping, on the other hand, would require her to carry both of her teammates, and there was little chance she could get away from 3 pursuers doing that, definitely not in her current state. She could tell them they already lost their scroll, but would they believe that? Hang on, I think Naruto still has his dupe. Alright, you win. She called and lowered her kunao. The bandaged boy leaned forward in his hunched stance and fixated his one visible eye on her. Cute, he deadpanned. Now wake up Sasuke, I want to fight him. He is in no condition to fight you, Sakura countered. Without breaking eye contact she made a step backward, crouched down, and pulled the fake scroll out of Naruto's satchel. There. Take it. She threw it over, but rather than catching it, the bandaged boy merely swatted it aside. I don't care about this stupid test. I am here for Sasuke. Now step aside. They don't care about the test? Why are they so fixated on Sasuke? It's just like wait, those headbands. Are you with Orochimaru? The trio flinched upon hearing the name, staring at her with widened eyes. The reaction told her everything she needed to know. So you are. The spiky-haired boy cracked his knuckles. You know what, girl? I don't know where you heard that name, but Doso's offer is off the table. I'll kill you, and then those 2. Sakura didn't answer and merely went back into her fighting stance. The girl and the spiky-haired boy immediately charged at her. The bandaged boy, Dosu, quickly grabbed his teammates by the collar and pulled them back, saving them from the explosion that blew up the ground at the spot where the 2 had been not a moment earlier. You are free to try, Sakura finally said, smirking at the trio. Now that it was clear that a confrontation was unavoidable, the Pink-et recalled one of the many lessons Tanya-sensei had instilled into them. The perception of someone's strength can be at least as decisive as their actual strength. Therefore, appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak, the golden-haired girl would say to them. The way she said it sounded like she was quoting someone, but Sakura wasn't able to find any records of someone saying that. Either way, Sakura was currently tired, outnumbered, and lacked information about her enemy. She wasn't out of options and she also still had her traps, but her current positions probably still counted as weak. In other words, time to pull out some acting skills. You laughed earlier that I was up all night, but it looks like you didn't consider what that means. I literally had the entire night to prepare this battleground. So, congratulations on being able to dodge the first one. Although, to be precise, Dosu, right? You were the only one to actually notice it. I wonder if you can save them quick enough next time again. The trio stared at her with visible surprise on their faces, but after a couple of seconds, they returned her smirk back at her. Oh. The girl asked. Zaku, I think someone is getting cocky. Seems like it, yet. Sakura raised an eyebrow as the boy, Zaku, crouched down and stuck his hands into the ground. Did he maybe have an earth-based sensory skill that would allow him to find her booby traps? Zanka. Decapitating airwaves. Like a balloon filled with too much air, the forest floor between Sakura and the sound trio bulged up and then burst open. Chunks of soil got blasted into the air, together with all the explosive traps she had laid out. A couple of them got triggered by this and detonated, but no one was close enough to get hit by the blast. Hate to break it to you, but we're not like the weaklings you can find in your sorry excuse of a village, Zaku kept going from behind the smoke cloud. As the trio then jumped over the crater, Sakura threw her kunao upward. Most of the bomb tags Tanya-sensei had gifted to them had been used for the traps on the ground, but not all of them. Her blade hit the trigger on one of the tree traps she had originally prepared for ambushes from above. Explosions echoed through the treetops and the sound ninja, realizing what was happening, hectically scattered in order to avoid getting crushed by the massive branches that fell down on them. Sakura could see Zuko fire more blasts of air to protect himself, while Dosa somehow made one of the wood pieces burst into splinters. But the important part was that each of them had dodged in a different direction, and the girl was now pretty close to her. Even better, she was currently with her back to Sakura, so Pink-et quickly closed the distance to seize her chance. "Kin, look out!" Dosa warned his teammate, so that was her name. But it was too late, and while his path was still obstructed by branches, Sakura had reached her opponent, grabbed long, black hair before she could turn around, and yanked her backward. In the same motion, she raised her left foot and dug her heel into Kin's stomach. Aside from all the new things Sakura had learned in the past 2 months, taijutsu had also been a big part of her training. But Tanya-sensei didn't just teach her Imperial Fist style, no, one of the more basic lessons, ironically, was when to not use taijutsu. Having mastered a fighting style allows you to be more decisive when exchanging blows. But it's a guideline, not a rulebook. Finesse is good, but sometimes you just need plain old brutality. So should you manage to get a hold of your opponent, forget all form, stances, and whatnot. Just do whatever you can to beat the crap out of them. Kin had only been able to let out a rasping wheeze before Sakura stood in front of her, grabbed her head with both hands, pulled her down, and smashed her knee into her face with as much strength as she could muster without wasting precious chakra. If you get your opponent into a daze, then you created an opportunity you must quickly capitalize on. Keep them stunned by aiming for the head. If their resilience isn't high enough, you don't have to worry about their arms, they won't be able to use them against you. Focus on the head. Either as long as you can or until they stop moving. Without hesitation, Sakura brought her knee up again. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. It was then that she saw movement in the corner of her eye and shortly after felt someone else enter her sensory range. When her knee connected for the 5th time she let go of Kin's head, causing the sound kunoichi that get knocked back and fall to the ground. She then quickly turned to focus on the new arrival, blood that wasn't hers running down her leg. Dosa reached her, but he wasn't particularly fast and performed a wide overswing with his gauntlet arm that was rather easy to dodge. She leaned her head back to evade the amateurish-looking move and was about to counter when she suddenly noticed a lot of chakra gather in the gauntlet which then moved towards her. Sakura hastily changed her trajectory and managed to graze the underside of the arm with her hand. In the same moment the gathered chakra got expelled through the gauntlet's holes. Ejecting chakra through her palm she caused Dosa's wrist to get knocked upwards. The move was expensive for her drained reserves but caused most of the strange attack to miss her. She unfortunately lost her balance, but before she fell backward she managed one more kick, forcing Dosa to dodge and create some distance between them. By the time she hit the ground, her eardrums hurt like hell and her head was spinning. So you noticed the sound at the last moment, she barely heard Dosa musing through the ringing in her ears. "I must admit I underestimated you. As will Kin when she wakes up." Sound? So that's what he was doing with his chakra there. If that had hit me full force, my eardrums probably wouldn't have survived that. Finally getting around the fallen branches, Zuko stepped next to him. Met, her fault for letting herself get caught, he shrugged as he pointed his palm forward, and Sakura could see a hole in the skin of his hand. Not wanting to give him the initiative, she threw some shuriken at him. Zanka. Decapitating airwaves. A wind blast burst from his palm. As it hit the shuriken, its trajectory got reversed and it shot back at her. Realizing she wouldn't get up in time, Sakura braced herself for the impact of both the blast and the blade, but instead, something grabbed her and pulled her away at the last moment. "And who are you now?" she heard Dosa ask, almost annoyed. Sakura scrambled to her feet as soon as she touched the ground again and was surprised as she recognized the newcomer. "I am the beautiful green beast of the hidden leaf, Rock Lee." He then glanced at Sakura. "I was wondering what all these explosions were about. Sorry that I'm late." "Late?" Sakura asked, slightly confused. "Well, as I said, I will come to your aid whenever you are in trouble. I may have been talking to an illusion at the time, but the words still left my mouth. And a real man stands to his word." Sakura wasn't sure if that line was supposed to sound cool, but right now she didn't care. The break in the flow of the battle had made her body calm down a bit, and now her suppressed fatigue hit her with full force. With heavy eyes, she sunk to the ground. "Thanks, Lee. Sorry about the genjutsu by the way. I hold no grudge. I let myself get caught up in the moment and acted without thinking, which wasn't very cool. I realize that now," the older genin assured her as he stared down the sound ninja, ready to move as soon as they did. "In that case, can you buy me? I don't know, 20 seconds or so." Lee smiled and gave her a thumbs up before loosening the bandages around his arms. "I'm sure I can do more than that, don't worry." "Okay, but be careful. The guy with the gauntlet attacks with sound, so don't just try to dodge his punches. And the other can shoot air blasts. Noted. Do whatever you're planning, I'll protect you with my life. Without waiting any further, Lee attacked the two remaining sound genin, the bandages from his arms fluttering behind him as he attacked. Sakura meanwhile closed her eyes, went into a meditative pose, and did her best to ignore the sound of Lee fighting for her sake. She then guided chakra into both her brain and her central nervous system. Something rumbled loudly and the ground vibrated, but she couldn't let herself get distracted by it. After the earlier exchange, her chakra levels were now pretty dire, but if she wanted to keep fighting, she couldn't avoid spending some. The technique she was preparing thankfully didn't require much, almost nothing in fact. But the application needed to be precise. Omote Renge. Front Lotus. A loud swishing sound, followed by a dull impact. She ignored it. A mistake in performing this technique might cause her to mess up her body, so it wasn't a good idea to perform in combat. Hopefully, Lee could handle those two until she was ready. You better thank me, Dosu. She heard Zuko shout. Yeah, that still hurt like hell despite the air pocket. What a terrifying technique. But now it's my turn. On that, Sakura could agree. Jikijin, Kakakasei. Self-illusion, hyper-arousal. Artificially forcing her brain into action, all tiredness was blown away as Sakura's body got flooded with adrenaline. Her eyes shot open and she jumped to her feet, just in time to see Lee stumble backward, narrowly avoiding Dosu's punch. The result was just as bad as she had feared. Blood started to run out of his left ear and he fell to the ground, puking out his breakfast. Dosu raised his arm for a finishing blow. Sakura quickly threw two shuriken at him, and while he noticed and blocked them, it at least distracted him from Lee. She ran towards him, and he reciprocated. Up again, hey. Zuko taunted her from the side and raised his hand. Want me to deal with her? His teammate didn't answer. Meanwhile, Sakura and Dosu had almost reached each other, and the sound ninja stretched out his arm ready to swing. His tactic was simple yet effective. Once opponents know of the threat his gauntlet poses, they would naturally become cautious of it. And since near misses are still hits for him, a cautious opponent is probably the easiest to deal with for him. Time to throw caution in the wind then. Not that she had many other options, drawing out this fight wasn't in her interest. The artificial adrenaline rush wouldn't last forever, and the suppressed fatigue would soon catch up to her. Sakura then recalled how Tanya-sensei had dealt with multiple opponents during their bell test and got an idea. They too entered each other's reach. Without stopping or turning, Sakura threw another shuriken at Zuko. Dosu swung. Zuko, as predicted since he already had his hand aimed at her, fired another air blast at her to return the shuriken back to the sender with interest. Sakura, deciding to spend another portion of her limited resources, ejected chakra out of her solace, accelerating her forward rather than backward. Now inside of his swing, much closer than Dosu had likely anticipated, she grabbed his collar and threw him to the left before he could redirect his sound waves. The wind blast plus shuriken meant for her now instead struck the sound genin in the back, catapulting him away with a pained groan while shielding her from the brunt of it. Capitalizing on the moment of confusion, Sakura quickly charged at Zuko. The vestiges from his attack threw her off slightly, but he didn't seem able to use his technique in rapid succession, plus he was still stumped from what had just happened. When he finally managed to pull himself together and raised his arms again, she already was in front of him. Grabbing both his wrists, she pulled him into a headbutt, adjusting the angle so the metal of the headband she wore like an Alice band hit him in the chin. He was unfortunately a bit shorter than she had estimated, so she hit his mouth instead. Well, good enough. She let go of his arms for a follow-up attack, but right at that moment, 3 senbon came from the side and she had to dodge. Damn it, letting go of his arms was a mistake. I could have used him as a shield. Well, her primary mistake was that she hadn't noticed Kin regaining consciousness. You bitch, you broke my nose. The sound Kunoichi screamed with a stuffy voice, her blood-smeared face twisted in anger. More senbon, with bells tied to them, came flying her way, forcing Sakura to retreat. Zuko spit out some blood and also locked eyes with her again. Lee, how are you doing? She asked as she noticed her ally shakingly standing up. Not great if I'm honest. I feel like the whole forest is spinning. Sorry, I thought I could take one of them out, but his teammate saved him. It's fine. You wouldn't happen to have a spare kunai? I'm out. He nodded and tossed one over, a bit off since his sense of balance was still disturbed, but she still managed to catch it just in time as more senbon came flying her. As she blocked, she noticed Kin had actually thrown 2 sets. The first had once again bells tied to them, the second hiding in the first's shadow. Twisting her body, she barely managed to dodge, but her shoulder still got grazed. Damn it. I hope they aren't poisoned. Wait, why am I still hearing bells? Kin wasn't throwing any new senbon, it was the previous ones that were still ringing. Looking around, Sakura noticed thin threads tied to each little bell. The ringing created a continuous sound, and slowly, she could feel the entire area fill with chakra. Shit! Realizing too late what was happening, Sakura's head started to painfully throb. As she looked, both Kin and Zuko seemed to suddenly stand everywhere. She quickly formed the ram sign. Kai! Release! Nothing changed. Her opponents still seemed to be everywhere, and robbed of her sense of direction, she couldn't dodge as another pressure wave crashed into her side and threw her across the forest floor. Not only that, it also felt like her entire skeleton rattled and shook as she got hit. Why can't I break out? I could always break out of genjutsu during training. Hurts, hey. She heard Zuko taunt her from seemingly everywhere. I can not only use pressure but also sound waves, and the result changes with the ratio of the two. That one could have shattered your bones if you had been closer. But by all means, keep trying to break out, Kin added, though she could barely hear her as the ringing of the bells kept piercing her ears. Makes it all the more satisfying. Sakura gritted her teeth and stood up again, and a stinging pain shot through her calf as a senbon pierced it. It won't work though. Want to know why? Instinctively, Sakura jumped to the side, dodging something that impacted the ground at her previous position. Because the sound of my bells isn't attacking the chakra flow in your nerves, it's causing a blur between your associative cortices. In other words, this isn't really an illusion, it's more akin to a hallucination. You can't break that. So that's why the release isn't working. But that also means she can't control what I see with exact precision. In other words, one of them is real. Well, in that case, thanks for not obscuring the view to my triggers. She shouted and threw Lee's kunao up. She didn't actually have another trap ready up there, but they didn't know that. And considering what had happened the first time, she was sure they wouldn't ignore it. Her expectations were fulfilled and all the Kins and Zukus looked up in panic, but only one pair actually looked at the kunao. Knowing her target, Sakura started running, but the piercing ring of the bells and the resulting headache threw her off and she stumbled. No, she had almost reached them, she couldn't fall down now. Konoha SHF. Leaf rising wind. The ground shook and for a moment, the sound of the bells was distorted. Sakura regained her sense of balance and managed to catch herself. Kin noticed her, but while she was still too far away to attack her, Sakura managed to grab the barely visible bell strings and pulled, forcing Kin to let go of them. The ringing stopped. Turning to her ally, she realized that Lee had seemingly dug his leg into the soil and then, in an impressive feat of strength, had kicked a large chunk of the forest floor into the air. The resulting air current had disturbed the sound waves, temporarily weakening Kin's jutsu. Unfortunately, Dosu had also recovered, and the fingers of his gauntlet were grasping Lee's head. The older Genin's expression went blank and his body crumpled to the floor. He probably would have been able to fend Dosu off, but had chosen to sacrifice himself so she could stop Kin. I'll protect you with my life. He had said. And he had done so. Thankfully, she could see he was still breathing. Dosu rejoined his team, pulling the shuriken out of his back. There wasn't much blood on it. The thick fur cape he wore had likely prevented it from penetrating deep. Still, he was clearly injured. The four stared each other down. Okay, what now? I'm close to my limit, I have to decide this quickly. I may have enough chakra left to use one ninjutsu, but I'd need to get lucky to take out all three at once with that. They are pretty beaten up though, there has to be a way to do this. Come on, think. However, the sound trio had no plans of letting her think, Zuko already pointing his hand at her. Look out! Dumbfounded by the unexpected attack, Zuko couldn't react in time as his own teammate punched him in the side and then wrapped his arms around him. Dosu, what the hell, he wheezed as he tried to shake him off. I'm not doing this, I can't control my body. Well, then don't blame me. Zhang Kyoha. Weak decapitating airwaves. The weakened, but at close range still strong blast hit Dosu, breaking the grapple and flinging him backward. Mirroring his trajectory, a boy with a spiky, black ponytail and a leaf headband on his arm came flying out of the bushes in the opposite direction, hitting the floor at the same time as the sound ninja. Shikamaru. Sakura recognized her former classmate. What are you doing here? Don't ask me, he coughed as he stood up, forcing Dosu through their connected shadow to do the same. Ino said something about not letting you be the only one who looks good in front of Suzuki, and then we kinda had to follow. How troublesome. Ino? That means. Nakuden Sensha. Human bullet tank. Inflated into a huge ball due to his family's secret jutsu, Koji came rolling out of the undergrowth and barreled toward the sound trio. Shikamaru quickly brought Dosu into position so he couldn't dodge the attack. Kin and Zuko attempted to stop the human boulder but soon noticed that his size and fast rolling motion made him close to impervious to their attacks. The pressure wave just glided around him, and Kin's senbon simply bounced off. Hectically, they jumped to the sides, leaving Dosu to his fate. At the last moment, Shikamaru cancelled his shadow imitation so the attack wouldn't hit him as well. Too beaten up by now to be able to dodge in time, all Doso could do with his regained freedom was raise his gauntlet. Koji crashed into him, but Doso still managed to shoot his sound attack through his body. His expansion technique was forcefully cancelled after the impact and he tumbled over the ground into the pile of branches from Sakura's trap. Doso laid flat on his back, clearly having taken a lot of damage despite managing to somewhat weaken Koji's attack. He seemed still conscious, but together with the 2 air blasts that Zuko had hit him with earlier, it was hard for Sakura to picture him putting up much of a fight anymore, or even just standing up. Only 2 left. Great, Zuko grumbled as he stood up. More weirdos have appeared. Yes, Kin agreed, and Sakura noticed that her tone had changed. Despite her blood-smeared face, the smirk she wore was unmistakable to Sakura. The sound Kunoichi knelt down next to her fallen teammate and held a senbon at his throat. So how about you give up as well so we can wrap this up? A dumbfounded Zuko stared at her, and her smirk grew wider. Surprised? The Hidden Leaf's legendary Inoshikacho formation is unbeatable. Shit, that hurts, did you have to bash her face in this badly, Sakura? Sakura was about to answer when she noticed that Doso's arm had moved slightly, the gauntlet now touching Kin's leg. Ino! Get out of there! She screamed, but it was too late. Doso sent a sound attack through her and Kin's body crumpled to the ground. From the thicket, Sakura could hear someone throw up. You assholes! Ino spat as she stood up. Blood was running out of her own ear as well, and she had to lean against a tree to not fall over. Is that your idea of helping your comrade? Arg, what the hell just happened? Dosu, did you do that? The real Kin chimed in, holding her ear. Don't, get caught, idiot. Oh? Right back at you. She tried to stand up but instantly fell down again. Okay, Dosu is out, but so are Koji and Lee. Kin and Ino are in roughly the same state, Kin is likely a bit worse from earlier. Shikamaru is standing, but he got hurt by Zuko's attack. Zuko is more or less fine besides a busted lip. And my adrenaline rush had just run out. Sakura went down to her knees as her suppressed tiredness resurfaced, combined with the new exhaustion from the fight. She was panting heavily and barely managed to keep her eyes open. Zuko looked at her with disdain and pointed his palm at her. Kage main no jutsu. Shadow imitation jutsu. Trying to save her, Shikamaru's shadow shot forward, but Zuko noticed the attack and was faster. He spun around, and the pressure wave meant for Sakura hit the Nara air instead, sending him crashing into a tree. All of you are starting to royally piss me off. Zuko spat and now aimed with both his arms. Sakura could feel an immense amount of chakra gather in them, much more than before. His range so far had been limited, but with this much chakra, both the range and the power of his technique would likely increase greatly. Her eyes widened as she realized, if her assumption about the higher strength and distance were correct and he fired in this direction, he would hit Shikamaru, Ino, Lee, and maybe even Naruto and Sasuke. She had to stop him. Sakura cursed herself as her legs refused to listen to her. If she had just been rested, she could have done so much more. Or should she have played it differently? Had she been too stingy with her chakra? Should she have used more? Or should she have maybe acted more decisively in the earlier stages of the fight? Would it have been worth the risk despite not knowing her opponent's abilities? Now die. Come on, body, move. Move. Somehow, through sheer force of will, she managed to muster her last reserves and jumped forward, grabbing Zuko's shoulder with her left hand at the same moment the chakra in his arm surged. Zangkyakuha. Extreme decapitating airwaves. Sakura pulled Zuko back, causing his attack to go up a bit. The massive attack spread at a wide angle and tore bark and branches to shreds, but was just slightly too far above the ground to hit his targets. Time seemed to slow down for Sakura as she took note of the destruction he caused. The effect was not too dissimilar from Tanya-sensei's shrapnel jutsu, and she could only imagine what would have happened if he had hit her friends. No doubt it would have been lethal. Just like earlier, her sensei's words echoed through her mind. Recognize when it is necessary, and then do so without hesitation. The fingers of her right hand straightened and chakra burst out along the circumference of her palm. Using a jutsu now would likely bring her to chakra exhaustion, but that was fine now that only one opponent was left. Frequency 300 Hz. Amplitude 0.6 mm repeating. Width 0.1 mm. Just like during her training, Sakura thrust her hand forward. Except this time, her target wasn't just a balloon. Maha! Magic blade! It was one of Tanya-sensei's original ninjutsu. Or rather, an incomplete version of one. The complete version added wind release, creating a blade that could cleave through metal like butter and even penetrate some kinds of barrier jutsu. Sakura couldn't do that, one because she had no affinity for wind release, so learning it would have taken a lot of time that had been needed for other things, and two because adding any form of nature transformation to this technique was extremely complicated, and also consumed a lot more chakra. But the incomplete version was still very sharp, easily strong enough to cut through solid rock. And it was definitely strong enough to cut through flesh and bone. In one swift motion, Sakura's incorporeal blade glided through her opponent's neck. For a moment, the battlefield grew quiet. Then, Zaku's body collapsed, his severed head rolling from his shoulders. A/N, I know my explanation of Kin's sound illusion isn't canon, but the technique was anime only in the first place and only classified as genjutsu in Naruto Mobile. So since there is no real explanation of how it works, what she says in this chapter is my personal interpretation of how the jutsu appears to work. Otagaku is full of unorthodox techniques, so it fits. Chapter 20, Aftermath. A/N, and with that, we caught up. Chapters will from now on be released together with AO3 and FFN. The next one was supposed to be done already, but I had a little writer's block. It should be finished soon. Besides that, I don't have a fixed upload schedule, too busy, but I try to have a chapter done every 2 weeks. Aftermath. A slightly tickling sensation on his skin made Sasuke's consciousness slowly drift back into reality. He was lying on grass. As he tried to move, a stinging pain shot through the side of his neck. Right, that guy. Orochimaru had bitten him and left that weird mark. Sasuke mentally cursed. All this training and preparation with Tanya-sensei and yet, they hadn't been able to do anything against him. Someone shouted something in the distance. From his lying position, Sasuke began moving his limbs to wake up his muscles. Suddenly, a noise echoed through the forest. Something flew over him, crashing into the trees with so much destructive force that wood was torn apart left and right. His eyes instantly shot open and he jumped to his feet. In the same movement, he tried to draw a kunai, only to realize that his weapon pouch wasn't on his hip. With his Sharingan active he looked around, trying to quickly assess the situation. First, he spotted 2 members of Team 10, both seemingly injured. Had they attacked them while he was out? His question was answered when he spotted a beheaded corpse of a boy he wasn't familiar with that was just in the process of falling to the ground. Behind him stood Sakura, looking beaten up and very exhausted. 2 more genin with the same headband as the dead one were a bit further away on the ground, alive but clearly in no condition to fight. Sakura! He called out and rushed over to her. Taking note of his presence, his teammate sported a relieved smile before collapsing to her knees. Sasuke reached her just in time to catch her. Sasuke, she panted, and Sasuke noticed the dark rings under her eyes as well as the telltale signs of chakra exhaustion. Are you, okay? Then, all the tension seemed to leave her body, and before he could answer, she fell asleep in his arms. Carefully, he laid her on the ground, far enough away from the forming pool of blood so it wouldn't reach her. He then stood up and faced the other 2, eyes focused on the music notes on their foreheads. It was the same as Orochimaru had worn after he had dropped his disguise. I take it you are the ones responsible for this, he growled at the sound ninja. Sensing the hostility in his voice, the black-haired girl tried to stand up but appeared to have trouble with her balance and went back down to her knees, gritting her teeth in frustration. The bandaged boy didn't give Sasuke more than a side glance, but it seemed like that was all he was able to do in his current state. But before either of them could speak, another voice echoed from the treetops. Yes, I was about to ask the same thing. Sasuke looked up. A boy with empty, white eyes similar to Hinata and a girl with twin buns, both sporting leaf headbands, glared at the sound ninja with contempt. Sasuke remembered seeing the 2 briefly during the written test. I do not take kindly to people mistreating my teammates, the boy continued in a calm, yet threatening voice. Both he and the girl hopped down from their branch. Although it appears that whatever I could do to you, someone already beat me to it. And I am above bullying some beaten weaklings. He then addressed Sasuke. However, if you aren't, then by all means, go ahead. I had hoped for a chance to test my Byakugan against your Sharingan, but in light of the current situation, this doesn't seem to be the right place. Wait. About to go back to his teammate, he stopped and gave Sasuke a shoulder glance. Yes. You are a Hyuga, aren't you? I am. My name is Niji. So mark my words, Sasuke Uchiha. The veins around his eyes bulged out the same way Hinata's had done during training. When we meet for the next time in this exam, I shall prove that my eyes are superior. His eyes went back to normal and he rejoined with the girl with twin buns who was currently looking after the unconscious Lee. Sasuke returned his attention to the 2 sound ninja. The girl had slung the boy's arm over her shoulder and together, the 2 tried to stand up. The sound kunoichi gave Sasuke a defiant look, but the bandaged boy held her back. Leave it be, Kin, he said. He then used his free hand to pull something out of his pocket and let it fall to the ground. It was an earth scroll. Take it. Now please let us leave. Sasuke took a few seconds before he gave them a response. Fine, he said and picked up the scroll. But only if you answer me a question. He pulled his collar to the side and showed them the strange mark, surrounded by the 5-pronged seal. Judging by their reaction, they seemed shocked to see it. Why do you have this? Kin exclaimed. Is that why Pink over there knew about Lord Orochimaru? I am the one asking questions, Sasuke growled, but it was good to know that his guess about their allegiance was correct. Now tell me what this is. I don't know the stuff around it, but the mark in the middle is called Juin, the cursed seal, the boy explained. I don't know how it works. I only know that it is one of Lord Orochimaru's creations and that it grants power to those who have it. If they survive getting it, that is. It grants power? And what is he planning? No one but himself knows that. That wasn't very helpful. Then again, he didn't really feel anything coming from the mark aside from the bite wound, so the seal they had copied did its job. He needed to know more, but it didn't seem like the Sound Genin had any useful information. Then leave. But should I see either of you again in this trial? Lee. Snap out of it. A sudden shout interrupted him, and he could see the girl with the twin buns violently shake the unconscious Lee. Surprisingly, that did indeed wake him up. Yo, hey? Tenten? What are you doing here? Where is, Sakura? Sasuke rolled his eyes, but Lee was already hearing about the situation from Tenten and he elected to ignore them. Shortly after, however, a now calmed down Lee came hobbling over. Sasuke. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Could you tell Sakura something when she wakes up? He gestured for him to continue. Please tell her that I'm sorry I couldn't do more. But the lotus of the Hidden Leaf Village blooms twice, and the next we meet, I will be stronger. After that, Lee, Tenten, and Niji left. Taking their chance, the Sound Genin left as well, and Sasuke didn't stop them. Instead, he went over to Sakura to make sure she was indeed fine besides her exhaustion, but he then noticed movement from the bushes. Is he gone? Ino asked as she entered the clearing, leaning onto Shikamaru. Why were you hiding? Well, we had a run-in with that Niji guy earlier that almost ended badly, Shikamaru explained. Oi, Koji, how are you? A voice from the pile of large branches answered. Irks. I'll manage, was all Koji could get out before he threw up on the ground. Hungry. More importantly, Ino took the word again. How are you feeling, Sasuke? You were out cold. Sasuke looked from Ino to Sakura and back at Ino. Really? That is the most important question right now. He asked, raising an eyebrow. A question that seemed to make Ino uncomfortable. Oh, by the way, are we going to ignore that she just beheaded that guy? He threw a glance at the corpse of the spiky-haired boy. By now, a rather large pool of blood had formed from the severed neck. After that fateful night, Sasuke had promised himself that the first man he'd kill was his brother. But that was a promise he had already broken the evening before the exam in the TNI department. Tanya-sensei, Sakura had asked before they did the deed, if I may, how many did you kill so far? The golden-haired girl had gotten uncharacteristically dismissive in her response. It's hard to keep track of the unconfirmed ones and I don't like to pad my numbers. That had been quite the wake-up call for Sasuke. He knew shinobi took lives in combat. But accomplished Jainin or not, Tanya-sensei was still roughly his age and only had a couple of years of service to her name. And yet, she had already killed enough to lose track of it. How many could it be? Dozens? Hundreds even? Had she fought in the war it would have been a different story, after all, the fourth Hokage had famously killed 1,000 enemy shinobi in a single battle. But during peacetime? As you correctly pointed out, Sasuke responded, I was unconscious. But if Sakura did this, it means she deemed it necessary. What else is there to say? Ino didn't answer. In the end, Team 10 opted to keep going, as they still needed to complete the task. They also had an earth scroll, so at least that wasn't a point of contention. Before they left, Sasuke quickly asked them for the time, learning that it was the morning of the second day. He took another look at Sakura. So it is still fairly early in the exam. We can afford to take a day to recover. The tower in the center of the forest was quite the big structure, sporting a large arena, an expansive infirmary, multiple quarters, as well as other rooms. It was still rather early into the second task, and only 2 teams had arrived so far. Which was still a rather promising start, after all, only 3 to 4 teams passed the second test on average. Kurane seemed rather proud when her team entered the tower last night. And she had all right to be, Team 8 had been close to beating the old record. Even if their results were overshadowed by one team from San setting the absurd new record of 97 minutes, it was still a noteworthy achievement. To compensate for that, their fight for the other scroll must have been all the more brutal, judging by how distressed the trio looked upon arrival. I knew they were skilled, so this meant the exam had more than just a few talented participants. Not that I would complain. The stronger the competition, the more Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto could stand out during the third test. And as their sensei, their accomplishments would naturally reflect back on me. I was in the middle of my morning exercise when someone knocked on my door. "One moment, please," I called as I quickly grabbed my flak jacket and my headband. Currently, the only people in the tower were the proctors, the two teams who passed, and the Jainin sensei of all teams that made it into the second test. In other words, there was a chance that there was someone from outside on the other side of the door, and there was, I, as a member of the Leafs elite, needed to be presentable. As I opened the door I was greeted by a tall man with slanted eyes and long hair that he wore in a ponytail paired with two long side bangs. The music note on his forehead proved that I had made the right call. "Good morning. You are Tanya Umino, correct?" "I am, good morning. You must be Kobura Hebai, I assume." Surprised, Kobura raised his eyebrows. "Oh? I did not expect my name to be known here. Knowing the names of one's guests is just common sense in my opinion. Just because you come from a less influential country doesn't give me the right to place myself above you," I said with a smile. It wasn't the complete truth since because of Orochimaru's threat, the guests were screened much more thoroughly. I still believed what I said though. Plus, they weren't even that irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It had only been a few years since the land of rice fields had founded its own hidden village and renamed itself the Land of Sound. Not much was known about them except for the fact that they had a rather large amount of capable ninja for such a small nation, part of the reason why they got recognized so quickly. Now was their first time participating in the joint Chunin exams, so being diplomatic about this meeting was imperative. "Then I guess there is no need to introduce myself. If it is fine with you, I would like to converse with you a bit. Though the doorframe is no place for that I guess, would you join me for a cup of tea in the kitchen?" No would have been my honest answer, which was why I did not answer honestly. "It would be my pleasure." We went downstairs into the kitchen area where a couple of people were currently having breakfast. I didn't see Kurane or her team, but since the kids had arrived late at night, they likely were still asleep. Kobura made some tea on the stove while I looked for a free table. Shortly after, he put a steaming cup in front of me before taking a seat himself. "So, what did you want to talk about?" "Oh, nothing in particular. It's just that the last Uchiha is quite the name in this exam, so naturally, my interest was piqued. Out of courtesy, I took a sip from my cup. Ginseng tea. Black. It would seem my student is quite famous." "Absolutely. At least if we are talking in terms of this exam, otherwise you yourself are no less interesting if I may say so." Low-grade flattery mixed with the subtle implication that despite all, he is still the older one. At least if you only count this life. Let's see where he is trying to get with this. My guess would be that he wants to get some info that would help his team during the third task. They are the only team from Sound, so he wants to make sure they leave a good impression. But let's stay on the topic of Sasuke for now. He, as well as Gaara from the Hidden Sand, are basically the stars of this exam. I already heard people say that if these two are not in the third exam, they won't bother showing up, because seeing Sasuke and Gaara fight is all they care about. Gaara. Right, he was on the Sand team that had bested the record. There wasn't much known about him ability-wise, unfortunately. Sounds like the bookmakers are going to have a field day. No doubt, but I personally am more interested in their skills. In fact, my team was quite eager to test their skills against Sasuke. Ah, so that was what he wanted to achieve with this conversation. Well, you can't really blame newcomers for a bit of self-promotion. Responding to his competitive spirit, I gave him a friendly, challenging grin. If that is their attitude, they will have a problem. Sasuke is not alone, and his teammates are nothing to scoff at. I made sure of that. Ah, yes, I heard the proctors talk about them. A genin not only being able to use shadow clones but doing so as proficiently as him is not something I encountered before. And the same can be said about that girl being able to use both genjutsu and a bit of nature transformation. Did Sakura use that in the first part? Weird, I couldn't recall reading about that in the report of the first test. However, the one Ibiki gave me was an early draft, so maybe they hadn't compiled all the notes yet. Suddenly, a smell entered my nose. A smell I had sorely missed for a long time. Coffee. Not the cheap instant coffee you could get in the Leaf, but real, high-quality roast. But how? With a side glance, I spotted Baki, the Jainin sensei of Gaara's team, standing at the kitchenette. Him, I had actually known beforehand, having met him briefly during a mission a few years ago. He seemed to be in the process of heating a kettle, and next to him on the sideboard stood a small bag and, no doubt about it, a manual coffee grinder. The grin that now appeared on my face was not fake. But obviously, I couldn't just walk out of a conversation, and Kobura wasn't done. I also heard they seem quite fond of explosive tags. Well, that is only natural, I answered without hesitation. They are strong, yet accessible and simple to use. At the same time, they are easy and safe to carry and work against any type of opponent. There really is no reason for a shinobi to at any time have less than as much as they fit in their bag on them. Kobura blinked. Well, I can see where they got it from. But while most shinobi do have them as part of their arsenal, they usually see them more as situational tools and prefer to rely on their own skill as their main strategy. Plus, there is the cost. That's a non sequitur, like saying I can walk on my own so I don't need shoes. Outside of missions that require secrecy, explosions are great against any type of opponent no matter what other ninjutsu one knows. Sure, they cost a bit, but equipment is the last thing a ninja should save on. An interesting take for sure. Well then, I have claimed enough of your time for now. Maybe we can continue talking another day. The way he ended the conversation seemed a bit abrupt, but I wouldn't complain about it. Now I could finally see if Baki was willing to share some of his weight. Sakura's genjutsu was one thing, but how did he know about the explosive tags? Spewing a small flame, Sasuke ignited the dry leaves he had collected before putting them between the pieces of timber. It didn't take long before a small bonfire burned. Maybe she was sensing the warmth, because shortly after, Sakura began to wake up. Slowly at first, but as soon as she noticed him, she jumped up. Ah, Sasuke. Where are? Calm down, there is no need to be loud. The battle is over. The pinkette let out a relieved breath and sat back down. Is Ino gone already? I wanted to see if I could heal her ear. It would have been difficult for me if they hadn't shown up, I owe them for that. Although I guess healing cuts and healing eardrums aren't exactly the same and I only know some basics. What if I'd make things worse? Ah, right, what about you? Is that seal causing you any issues? Well, it certainly does its job keeping that strange mark in check. Besides that, I feel like it impedes the chakra flow into my left arm a bit, but as far as I can tell, that's it. What do you mean, that's it? Aren't you left-handed? Having the chakra in your main arm partially blocked is a big deal. I'm sorry that I couldn't do more. You did enough, Sasuke countered and held up the earth scroll, causing Sakura's eyes to light up a bit. Speaking of, what exactly did we miss while? Hey! Check this out! A drenched, half-naked Naruto joined them. With the help of 2 shadow clones, he carried a fish over 2 meters long. That's gotta be the biggest tuna I've ever seen. Feels like 200 pounds or something like that. Seems like insects aren't the only big things here. Ah, nice, the fire's already going. Tunas live in the sea, idiot, Sasuke mocked him. That's a catfish. If you're so smart, why don't you jump into the river next time? Naruto angrily responded, dissolved the shadow clones, and threw the fish to the ground. For just a moment, Sasuke thought he saw something in Naruto's belly, but it vanished basically in an instant. Rolling his eyes, he took out his kunao and began gutting the catch. Actually, Naruto, there is something I wanted to ask, Sakura interjected with audible concern in her voice. The blonde, who had just finished putting his pants back on, turned around. Sure, what's up? During the fight with Orochimaru, close to the end, you suddenly... I know you have huge chakra reserves. No other adult I've met since Tanya-sensei taught me how to sense chakra came even close, not even Jainin. But right before Orochimaru put that seal on you, it felt like your chakra had suddenly increased 100-fold. And not just that, your chakra somehow felt vile. Almost inhuman. What was that? Sasuke, who had only been listening with one ear, perked up. What was she talking about? It wasn't like he didn't trust her, but she sounded almost scared. What she was describing should be impossible. He noticed how uncomfortable Naruto suddenly looked. The blonde looked back and forth between the two, clearly conflicted. Sasuke knew how it was to have something you didn't want to talk about, but something like this was different. Naruto, Sasuke said with a sigh. Remember what Tanya-sensei said. Don't withhold information from your team that could be detrimental. His words didn't seem to convince him at first, but in the end he sighed. I guess you would have learned it sooner or later anyway. I don't exactly know what happened there, but thinking about it, there really is only one thing it could be. You know the story of how 12 years ago, the village was attacked by a gigantic, 9-tailed fox, and how the 4th Hokage sacrificed himself to slay it. The two nodded. Well, that story isn't completely true. The 4th wasn't able to kill the fox, he could only seal it, inside of me. Sasuke felt as if the forest air had just gotten notably colder. He had no idea how to react to this. Naruto's last sentence hung in the air for a while until Sakura found her words again. So, what I felt, that was the fox. I guess. Sometimes, when I'm very sad, or very angry, I hear this voice inside my head. It's hard to understand, but I can feel the unbound rage within it. And when it looked like Orochimaru was about to kill you, I just lost it. How do I explain that? You see, if normal chakra is blue, then this felt like red chakra? Does that make sense? To be honest, I don't know how I never connected the dots. But in retrospect, it has to be the 9 tails. Could you mold some chakra? Naruto blinked. Sure. He formed a ram seal, and shortly after, 2 patterns appeared on his stomach. The inner one was a whorl-like structure, while the outer one was the same one that held the mark on Sasuke's shoulder in check. So that's what I saw earlier. I guess Sakura noticed it as well. I think I get it, Sasuke concluded. Your anger for Orochimaru made this red chakra leak out, that's what Sakura felt. And then Orochimaru sealed it away. Oh, that's what he did? Is that why my chakra feels a bit harder to control? If I see that bastard again, wait, is that all you two have to say about that? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, unsure what his teammate meant. I mean, what else is there? None of us are proficient with seals, so we can't do anything about this right now. Which is probably better, if that scribble is all that's holding back the demon fox, we need a sealing master to have a look at it. Hang on, Sakura chimed in, could that be the reason why the village shuns you? Yes, damn it. It's supposed to be an S-rank secret, but somehow, all the adults know it. I myself only learned it a few months ago. Why are you guys so casual about it? I always thought people were just annoyed by your constant pranks. Yeah, that makes no sense, Sasuke stated. You're not the fox, you're its prison. If a dangerous criminal were incarcerated, no one would hate the warden. Why was Naruto now staring at Sasuke with his mouth agape? What he had said was just common sense. I mean, Sakura began, not saying I agree with the villagers, but I can kind of understand where they are coming from. They lost loved ones to the 9 tails. They wanted to hate the fox for what he did, but the fox was no longer there. Naruto, on the other hand, was. So? From what I heard, Tanya-sensei lost her parents that night, and I don't recall her treating Naruto any different. She was a baby back then, just like us. Maybe she doesn't know. It's Tanya-sensei, of course, she knows. Sasuke could feel himself getting increasingly angry. This is bullshit. Yes, obviously, Sakura quickly said. From a rational standpoint, I completely agree with you. It's just, grief doesn't exactly encourage rational thinking. That's maybe an excuse for a month, not for 12 damn years. I'm not trying to excuse it. It is messed up. But all of this is a lot to comprehend, I'm just trying to make sense of it. Make sense? There was no sense in this. Was that how Naruto's life had been until now? Hated by everyone, blamed for deaths he had nothing to do with? And I used to call him weak. How many people would have had the strength to endure like he did? Their heated discussion was interrupted by a quiet snivel. As the two looked over to Naruto, they noticed tears forming in his eyes, and his lower lip began to quake. Then, he started crying. They patiently waited for their teammate to let it all out. It seemed like he had bottled it up for a long time. When he had his emotions under control again, he thanked both of them lengthily. They then grilled the fish, and Sasuke had Sakura bring the 2 boys up to speed with everything that had happened while they were out. Suddenly, Naruto's cocked his head. Is something wrong? Sakura inquired. I had some shadow clones scout the area. One of them found another team. Then we should go, Sasuke decided. Let's finish this task and get to the tower. In the shadow of an outgrown root, a bespectacled, red-haired girl sat in hiding. She could feel her heart in her throat as she anxiously waited for her teammates to return. What if someone found her while they were away? She was a ninja only on paper, she had no idea how to fight. The headband with the grass insignia still felt foreign on her forehead. A noise made her look up, and a loud shriek escaped her when she stared into the face of a gigantic centipede. As she jumped back, a kunai whisked past her, piercing the arthropod's head and killing it. Quiet, useless. Do you want to tell the entire forest where we are? The insult meant little to her compared to the relief of knowing that Chihiro and Wara were back and she was no longer alone. When they stepped into her field of view, she noticed that the 2 boys were bleeding, sporting multiple cuts each. What happened? Did you find another team? She asked with the faint hope that they had acquired a scroll so they could leave this frightening place. Just some overgrown cat. This forest is a mess. Chihiro grumbled. He then grabbed her wrist, ungently yanked her to her feet, and pushed back her sleeve. A pained outcry left the girl's mouth as his teeth sank into her skin, adding to the uncountable number of bite marks that riddled her body. Quit whining and do the one thing you are good for. Wara reprimanded her and bit her as well. The girl's special ability allowed the 2 to suck out part of her chakra and slowly, their wounds closed. This isn't working, Chihiro noted once both were healed. This forest is too vast, looking just in the vicinity of our camp and playing it safe won't get us anywhere unless we get lucky. Then what should we do? We can't take her to a fight. She'll just die from a stray shuriken and then we get disqualified. Let's relocate. Maybe we have better chances if we get closer to the tower. Everyone has to go there, after all. They packed their stuff and departed. The girl followed, but something was off. Sometimes, she got this strange feeling, telling her that someone was nearby. She didn't know what it was, but right now, she felt it stronger than ever before. Startled, she turned around and looked up, but no one was there. And the feeling was gone as well. /N, so, just so nobody gets confused, Kobura Hebai is supposed to be Orochimaru's alter ego as Janin-sensei of the Sound Trio. You can see him wear this disguise at the start of the preliminaries. Just type Orochimaru preliminaries into Google image search if you need a reminder. The name is from me since I couldn't find one, feel free to tell me if I missed it. Since Orochimaru didn't leave the corpses out in the open this time, the village didn't get alarmed about him entering the exam, so he and Anko didn't meet, yet. Chapter 21, Gratitude. Gratitude. This is the place. My clone saw them here, Naruto confirmed. They had a camp here. Guess they moved. Sasuke looked around. There were clear signs that someone had camped under the roots. The grass was flattened and there were also some fresh drops of blood on the ground. Did another team attack them? That would be unfortunate, but he couldn't see any signs of a battle taking place here. There was a chance that they had noticed the shadow clone. Or it was simply bad timing and they had decided to change position for unrelated reasons. Look, Naruto called for their attention. Footprints. Sasuke and Sakura quickly joined him. Their teammate was right. They weren't very pronounced on the hard, dry forest ground, but still clearly visible once one paid attention to them. There was an issue though. It's just one set, Sakura voiced the very thing he was thinking. Where are the other two? Maybe the others are better at covering their tracks? Nah, that doesn't make much sense, hey. Naruto shrugged. It really doesn't, Sasuke agreed. But we shouldn't waste too much time. It hasn't been long since your clone spotted them, so they can't be far. We will follow the tracks. Naruto, make groups of 3 shadow clones and transform them into us so each group makes a copy of our team. Send one team following the tracks ahead of us so that if this is a trap, they spring it for us. Send the others in different directions in case the footprints are a diversion. Got it. Naruto did as asked and they followed Sasuke's plan to the letter, chasing after the tracks with the dupe team acting as bait ahead of them. Nothing happened though. After a while, Naruto suddenly got memories from the shadow clones. They stopped, he announced, and just a couple of seconds later, they had caught up to their target. It was indeed a group of 3, 2 boys and a girl, all wearing headbands from grass. The first boy wore green, with black hair peeking out under his bandana. He also had a sword strapped to his back. The other had brown hair, a grey scarf, and a blue jacket. Both boys seemed maybe 2 or 3 years older than Team 7. The girl, on the other hand, looked close to them in age, her most defining features being her glasses and her flame red hair. The girl stood hunched over with her hands on her knees, panting heavily. You're not seriously out of breath already? The boy with the scarf reprimanded her. I'm sorry. She panted teary-eyed, almost unable to get the words out. If you're sorry, get your shit together. Calm down, Wara, the boy with the sword interjected. If someone hears us, we're in trouble. Am I wrong, Shigeri? The first boy, Wara, asked his teammate in a quieter voice. We barely moved from our original position, we're never going to find another team like this. Do we now have to carry her or what? They didn't seem to have the best team dynamic, to put it lightly. Though to be honest, this Wara guy didn't seem completely wrong. Their old camp wasn't far away, the girl shouldn't be this exhausted from this distance. She seemed more heavily armored than the other two, a full body mesh armor visible under her clothes, but it couldn't possibly encumber her that much. Well. Naruto whispered quietly. What are we waiting for? Not yet, Sasuke stopped him. Naruto was right, now would be a good time to attack them while they were still distracted, but Sasuke still couldn't shake the feeling of this being a trap. They seemed too oblivious, and the singular set of footprints. Suddenly, the girl's head jerked up and turned. He immediately recognized the reaction, it was one of the things Tanya-sensei had drilled into him. Sensor. He quickly hissed before she was fully looking in their direction, notifying his team that stealth was now pointless. He rose from his cover and threw 2 handfuls of shuriken in their direction before she could warn the others. The boy with the sword, Shigeri, noticed them, pushed Wara to the side, and drew his sword to block the attack, but that wouldn't be enough. Guiding 2 of the shuriken on chakra threads, he made them curve. One buried itself in Wara's arm, the other got stuck in the girl's leg, although it couldn't penetrate the mesh armor fully. The redhead gave off a startled shriek and fell to the ground. But the relevant part was that all 3 got hit in some way or the other. His Sharingan had also shown that all 3 were real, but it was good to have another confirmation. His first suspicion, born from the single pair of footprints, that this was a genjutsu was therefore out of the window. While all of that was happening, Naruto had created 2 new shadow clones that charged at their opponents. Shit! Shiriji cursed. Take her and go. Sasuke gave Naruto a wordless look. His teammate nodded. He created 2 more shadow clones while Sasuke and Sakura jumped into the air. The clones raised their palms for them to land in, and from there, the 2 leaped again with a chakra-charged jump. Simultaneously, the clones expelled chakra as well, and the 2 got catapulted through the air, flew above their opponents, and landed in the exact right spot to cut off their escape route. They were about to engage Wara and the girl, who had started crying for some reason, but once they got closer, Sakura suddenly let out a surprised gasp and jumped backward. Confused, Sasuke stopped, but then quickly followed her while running through a set of hand signs. Katon, Kakabe no Jutsu. Fire release, fire wall jutsu. He spewed a stream of flames that hit the ground before them, expanding into a wide wall separating them from their opponents to prevent them from capitalizing on the moment. Sakura, what's wrong? Sorry, I just got surprised, she quickly apologized. That girl's chakra, can't you see it? I can see that she has more than the others, but it otherwise seems normal, he answered, keeping his eyes focused to make sure the 2 didn't try to escape on either side of the fire. Not just more, Sakura corrected. Her reserves are insane, she might have more than even Naruto. Well, at least Naruto without, you know what. Really? While his eyes allowed Sasuke to see the chakra flow, they didn't give him a very detailed picture while it was still in the body. Only when chakra was used could he see it clearly. Yet. But that shouldn't be a problem if we are careful, as I said, I just got surprised. Okay, then let's go. Each of them ran to one edge of the wall of flames. A few seconds later the jutsu ended and the flames disappeared. At the same time, Shijiri came flying and landed next to his team. He coughed heavily and didn't get up again, seemingly having gotten a bad hit from Naruto. With their new positions, Team 7 now formed a triangle around the opposing trio to make sure there was no escape for them. But then, something unexpected happened. The girl, still with tears in her eyes, looked between Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura in a panic and crouched down, holding out her arm. Shijiri grabbed it and bit her. At the same time, Wara did the same with her other arm. Sasuke could see chakra flowing out of the redhead into her teammates. Shijiri then jumped up again, seemingly well, and the deep cut in Wara's arm was suddenly healed. Was that a form of medical ninjutsu? Sasuke had never seen anything like that. But the healing was incredibly quick, and if she had as much chakra as Sakura said, then she could do this often. Take out the girl first. He ordered his teammates. The fear in the girl's eyes became pure terror upon hearing that. Sakura immediately began weaving hand signs while he pulled out a set of kunao, made them hover with his chakra threads, and hauled off to launch them. Wait! Naruto's unexpected call brought the battlefield to a screeching halt. Confused, they looked over to their teammate. Flanked by 2 of his shadow clones, Naruto held a pouch in one hand and an earth scroll in the other. Confused, Shiriji reached for his hip. What the, you bastard, when did you? Calm down, we got earth as well, he stated. Sasuke threw a suspicious look at their opponents. While unlikely considering their behavior, it was still possible that they had both scrolls already. Seemingly coming to the same conclusion as him, the girl suddenly grabbed Wara's pouch, tore it off his belt, and showed Sasuke the contents with a pleading look. Hey! What do you think you are doing? He yelled and took it back, but Sasuke had already seen what was in there, and more importantly, what wasn't. The girl meanwhile didn't seem to have a pouch on her, which was odd. Not even a leg sheath, and the jacket didn't have pockets either. That was just reckless. Using his enhanced vision he gave all of them one more close look, but he couldn't see any bulges that would hint at a scroll hidden under their clothes. Understanding your situation better than you, Sasuke sighed and guided the kunao back into his satchel. Sakura dropped her fighting stance as well. So why you'll leave us alone? The red-haired girl begged. Wait, hang on. Wara interjected. You attacked us out of nowhere, and now you just want to pretend that nothing happened. Got a better idea? Sasuke responded, his voice dripping with sarcasm. None of us have anything to gain from a fight, we would just pointlessly waste energy. Something you should be specifically wary of considering your team tactic seems to be a war of attrition. I mean, technically it's not nothing, Sakura chimed in. A second scroll can be a bargaining chip, plus it would reduce the number of teams who can pass. Naruto, who had gotten closer to the grass team, crossed his arms and tilted his head. I guess, but that sounds kinda shitty. I'm just saying, the pink-ed answered with a shrug, but Sasuke shook his head. Well, shittiness aside, it would also give them a reason to chase and attack us. And I don't see how reducing the number of teams who can pass helps us. I agree there is an argument to be had, but I don't think it's worth it to take the scroll. Yup, same. With that, Naruto went over to the grass team and, sporting his trademark grin, presented the scroll to the girl who, eyes still red from crying, gave him a puzzled look. So, you gonna take it? She blinked a couple of times, but by the time she slowly extended her hand, Shigeri had already taken it, giving him an angry look in the process. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but then he shrugged. So, what's your name? The girl gave him another confused look. Hey? Me. Yeah, I heard these two call each other Shigeri and Wara, but I didn't get your name. I'm Naruto. The girl blushed, but Shigeri answered before she could. Why would you care? Sheesh, calm down. We just said we have no reason to fight. That doesn't suddenly make us friends. Why not? Wara now also stepped closer. The girl attempted to say something, but he stopped her. I am. Because, shut up. Because she belongs to us and is none of your business. If that's the case, she can tell me that herself. We are telling it to you, Shigeri insisted, so mind your own business, you twerp. This twerp just took you out with one hit, Naruto reminded him. Without her, both of you would still be eating dust, so why do you treat her like that? Isn't she your teammate? She. Sasuke noticed the body flying in their direction and readied himself. Moments later, the dull impact on the ground interrupted Shigeri. Heads turned, and when the dust settled, they saw a bespectacled boy with silver hair lying on the ground. His face was twisted in pain, and his hand clutched a heavily bleeding wound in his abdomen. Kabuto. Naruto called and ran over. Sasuke and Sakura joined him. It was indeed Kabuto, the boy from the Leaf's Genin Corps whom they had met at the start of the exam, and who apparently had just fallen out of one of the trees. Sakura quickly knelt down next to him, trying to heal his wound. Naruto then pulled out a Kitsutag and created a momentary barrier, shielding them from a barrage of shuriken that came from above. Realizing that they lost the initiative, 3 figures landed a bit in the distance. All 3 wore headbands with the sand sigil. One of them, a boy in a fern-colored, thickly padded shirt, stepped forth. Step aside, this doesn't concern you. You didn't seem to have that opinion 2 seconds ago, Sasuke pointed out. The sand ninja merely scoffed. Don't act like some great moralizer. He has a scroll, we want his scroll. End of story. That's how this test works, in case you forgot. He might die like this. Naruto countered. At least let Sakura heal him. I can't. The short sentence coming from behind them threw Naruto off. Hey. I can't heal him, Sakura reiterated solemnly. I only know the basics. His wound is far too severe, this is beyond my abilities. I could treat the cut, but not the internal damage. See. The Sand Genin said with a grin. He's basically dead already, so why the fuss? Just let us get what we earned, or we'll take your scroll, too. Taking our scroll, hey. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan flaring to life. Funny, I just had a similar thought. Next to him, Naruto cracked his knuckles. Same here. Sakura stood up and stepped next to them. Count me in. Karin watched as Naruto and his team attacked the sand ninja. Why had a boy who didn't even know her been so friendly with her? No one but her parents had ever been this way with her. Well, maybe it was because he didn't know her. On the ground, the silver-haired boy coughed, blood running out of his mouth. They had said he would die like this. She didn't know him, but considering the leaf sigil on his forehead and how they had talked about him, he seemed to be Naruto's comrade. The way he was laying on the ground, writhing in pain, he reminded her of. Suddenly, Shigeri grabbed her wrist. Come on, what are you waiting for? This is our chance to get away. Unsure what to do, Karen's gaze wandered between him and Kabuto. What? Don't tell me you want to save him. Your healing belongs to grass, no one else. He doesn't concern us. But. No buts. Now come. He pulled her with him. Karen tried to resist, but Shigeri was much stronger than her. Futon, Toppa. Wind release, breakthrough. He suddenly let go of her and she fell on her butt, the sand ninja's stray wind attack not meant for them hitting the ground between them. Dust got blown up and she quickly scrambled to her feet, hurrying over to the silver-haired boy. Bite me. Quick. She told him and held her wrist before his mouth. Kabuto, barely conscious, gave her a confused look. I can heal you. You need to bite me and suck. He seemed still bewildered but nodded and did as ordered. His bite hurt, but not as much as it usually did. He was much gentler than the ninja of the hidden grass village. It didn't take long until the bleeding stopped. His wound wasn't fully healed yet, but she knew from experience that he would recover soon. Her moment of relief was cut short though as Shigeri stood in front of her again, visibly angry. What the hell do you think you are doing? He scolded her. He was about to grab her again but then, Naruto suddenly was next to them, slamming the face of one of the sand genin into the ground. His takedown had enough force behind it to crack the dry soil. Shigeri startled and jumped back, stumbled, and fell down. The sand ninja, while still breathing, seemed unconscious. Naruto stood up. When he noticed Karin and Kabuto next to him, his eyes grew wide. Whoa! Did you heal him? Karin tried to answer, but for some reason, her heart beat so fast she couldn't form a word and simply nodded instead. Before she could do anything else, Naruto closed the distance between them and pulled her into a hug. Nice one. You're amazing. She could feel her face getting hot. She tried to say something, but none of the stuttering sounds that left her mouth came even close to something that could be called a word. I concur. Amazing is indeed an apt description. Kabuto, fully conscious again, sat up. Naruto let go of her. That was an incredible feat. You just saved my life, I can't possibly thank you enough. How did you do that? The pink-haired girl asked. Karin hadn't noticed her and the other boy approach, but it seemed like they had already dealt with the other two sand ninja. And where did you learn that jutsu? Can anyone learn that? Once again, she had no idea what to say. Her cursed ability had never been treated as anything but a matter of course, and certainly never with this level of admiration. It is. A secret of the hidden grass village, Wara interrupted her. Be thankful she showed it to you. Now, no need to be so hostile, Kabuto said with a smile. As I said, you just saved my life. Let me make it up to you. You got nothing to give to us, Leaf Ninja. Oh? You already got both scrolls then. Shigeri's and Wara's silence told him everything he needed to know. To reiterate, let me repay my debt. This isn't my first Chunin exam, I know some tricks. I can help you get the scroll. He then turned his head and looked up at the black-haired boy in Naruto's team. I would make the same offer to you, but it seems a bit too late for that, he said, nodding at the heaven scroll in his hand. They probably got it from the sand ninja. Yeah, we're good, Naruto affirmed. Glad that you made it. Thank you, Naruto. But how did these guys get you? They weren't very impressive. I got separated from my team, and then those guys ambushed me, Kabuto admitted. Luckily all of you were around. I really can't thank you enough. He looked back at Shigeri. So please, let me help you. I can't just ignore what you did for me. And how do we know you won't betray us? I have nothing to gain from that. We already got both scrolls, I just need to reunite with my team. We agreed on a rendezvous point near the tower, helping you on the way there would be no issue. Besides, do I look like I could take on all three of you? Wara and Shigeri didn't answer immediately, but they seemed to consider it at least. Karin hoped they would agree so they could finally leave this nightmarish forest. Meanwhile, Naruto and his team said their goodbyes. As they were about to leave, Karin called after them. Wait. They stopped and turned their head at her. Karin. My name is Karin. A wide grin appeared once more on Naruto's face and he gave her a thumb up. Alright then. See you in the tower, Karin. About an hour later, as the sun was just about to set, Team 7 reached their goal. See? Told you we could just brute force it, Naruto stated with a grin while behind them, a literal battalion of shadow clones rampaged through the area surrounding the tower. Not wanting to trip at the finish line, they knew that the risk of getting ambushed increased exponentially the closer they got to the tower. An issue Naruto had decided to solve by simply flooding the area with shadow clones. 400 did he make, insisting that he could have made 1,000 had Orochimaru's seal not interfered with his chakra flow. Still, with all the clones spreading out and drawing as much attention to them as possible, sneaking past potential adversaries was a trivial matter. They did notice some other participants but ignored them since they had nothing to gain from any further engagements. And so, hiding in plain sight, 3 of the hundreds of Narutos reached the tower's entrance. Sakura and Sasuke dropped their transformation, then they entered. I never said it wouldn't work, Sasuke clarified. I just wanted to weigh every option before doing it. Inside, an empty vestibule greeted them. A large sign hung on the wall across, the text sounding like a riddle. By the time Naruto was done reading, Sakura had already solved it. They want us to open the scrolls. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Because if not, we're disqualified. Yes, I'm sure. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other, both taking out their respective scroll and opening them. They recognized what was written there as a summoning formula, the same one Tanya-sensei had used to call them back from the great Dormyo-Dashudo tree. Chakra surged in the scrolls and they dropped them. Seconds later, a man they all knew appeared in a puff of smoke. Iruka-sensei. Naruto called out in surprise. The academy teacher gave them a wide smile. Long time no see. Well done, kids. You have passed the second test. Each of them celebrated with varying degrees of loudness, relieved to know that they had passed another hurdle. Afterward, Irika explained the true meaning behind the riddle, that it was the motto of the Chunin exam, written by the Hokage himself, and how heaven and earth represented mind and body, telling the aspiring Chunin how to work on their weaknesses. He seemed like he wanted to add one more thing, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, he told them they had a room where they could stay the remaining time until the end of the exam. Reaching the floor they were told, they opened a door to the room with their number. The way each of them tilted their heads to dodge the kunao which came flying at them from inside was almost casual at this point. "Tanya-sensei," Suzuki greeted. The young Jainin crossed her arms and gave them an affirming nod. "Good job on passing. You could have been a bit faster, but your time was still decent. We would have been faster had we not run into that weirdo." Naruto insisted, but the golden-haired girl just shrugged. "Excuses don't change the result, Naruto." Speaking of, Sakura chimed in and looked at Suzuki. The Uchiha hesitated for a moment, but then he nodded. "Right. Tanya-sensei, do you know anything about this?" He pulled his collar aside and showed her the curse mark. She frowned but shook her head. "Seals are a very vast field. I know some of it, but I haven't seen this particular one." "Who placed this there?" "A guy from the Hidden Sound village. He called himself Orochimaru." Suddenly, the trio felt as if the room temperature had dropped several degrees. Tanya's face was distorted by seething rage, and she gnashed her teeth so hard they seemed close to the breaking point. "Do not leave this room," she growled. Then, she stomped out, slamming the door shut behind her. Kabuto watched the patch of red hair disappear into the tower, grinning as he allowed himself to drop the act. "You took your time, Kabuto. Suzuki already entered a while ago." Two veiled figures appeared behind him. "I know, but it was worth it." "Was it, now?" a new, calmer voice asked. A slight chill went down Kabuto's spine when a third figure approached. "Then please, do enlighten us. How was the harvest?" "Not as good as hoped, Lord Orochimaru," Kabuto answered and handed him a small stack of info cards. By the time Suzuki awoke, Dosuo and his team were already defeated. "That's disappointing." "Was it the Jinchuriki?" "No, the civilian girl. All the info I could gather is written down on the cards. But I noticed that when he woke up, the curse mark didn't even seem active. He also didn't need long to recover afterward." Orochimaru went quiet for a while, seemingly thinking about a potential explanation. The first awakening of the curse mark had so far always resulted in a state of bloodlust, regardless of whether or not the subject had a target to direct at it. But when Suzuki had woken up, he seemed calm, and no marks were spreading over his body. Kabuto would have loved to get a closer look, but he had to keep his distance. "How interesting," he finally said with a smile. If he had reached a conclusion, he didn't voice it. "I didn't think it was possible, but now I want Suzuki even more. Still, it's unfortunate that he's not aware of his gift." "True, however," Kabuto continued his report, "Doso was nice enough to give an ambiguous explanation of the mark. He knows it grants him power. That's something, but Suzuki should feel the power I gifted to him rather than just hearing about it. Yorowi, we'll arrange things so you battle Suzuki in the third test. Use your unique ability and force him to use it." One of the veiled figures bowed. "I will, Lord Orochimaru." "Now, Kabuto, you said your delay was worth it. Care to elaborate on that?" "Yes. While following Suzuki, I coincidentally met an interesting specimen. I then staged a little act to confirm her abilities. She is unfortunately being hindered by her circumstances, so I made sure she would make it to the third task. If my suspicion is correct, we might see something interesting." Chapter 22, I Believe in You. I believe in you. Team 7 looked at the closed door, mildly perplexed by their sensei's reaction. "Do you think do not leave this room included the bath?" I'm pretty sure she was way too pissed off to be anything but literal there. "About what though?" Suzuki shrugged. "I guess we'll learn that momentarily. So, we just wait then." Relaxing on the beds for a bit was still a pleasant change from the forest, so none of them really complained, not that there was anyone to hear it anyway. However, their sensei didn't leave them alone in their confusion for long. Upon hearing the door open, the trio sat up. This time, Tanya wasn't alone. Next to her stood a strange, tall man with long, spiky white hair, red lines painted under his eyes, a piercing in his nose, and an oddly shaped forehead protector that bore the kanji for oil for some reason. But the biggest surprise was the man standing in front of the two. "Lord Third." Sakura called out in surprise and quickly stood up from her bed. The air around the Hokage was very different compared to the other times they had met him. His face was stern, and a quiet anger burned in his eyes. He no longer felt like the kind old man who occasionally had visited them at the academy and who would give them their missions with a gentle smile. Right now, Sakura truly realized that she stood in front of the village's strongest ninja. "I heard you met Orochimaru in the forest." The tone made clear that it wasn't a question, but the trio nodded regardless. Tell me about the encounter. Do not leave out a single detail. And so, they did. Most of the talking was done by Naruto, with Sasuke and Sakura adding details or how things were from their point of view. When they reached the point where Orochimaru had left them, the tall man with the white hair spoke. You kiddos have no idea who you faced there, hey? Of course we do. Naruto refuted. Didn't you listen? Tanya-sensei seemed like she wanted to say something, but the man was faster. That's not what I meant, he chuckled. Have you ever heard of the Hidden Leaf's legendary Sunin? Of course. Sakura immediately answered, recalling their history lessons from the academy. The Sunin were the Leaf's strongest ninja of their generation and great heroes during the Second Great Shinobi World War, their greatest feat being their fight against Hanzo the Salamander. Guess the names aren't part of the curriculum anymore. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. Well, let me enlighten you then. The Sunin are called Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Sakura froze. She had heard the name Tsunade before, albeit in a different context. But more importantly, was this strange man speaking the truth? Had they really fought against a Sunin? But why would a hero of their village attack them? While Sakura was still processing the situation, the Hokage had ordered Sasuke to show them the curse mark. Who put the 5-element seal there? Sakura did. Hearing her name pulled the pink out of her stupor. With all eyes now on her, she hastily shook her head. And no, it wasn't just me, we did it together. You were the only one with the presence of mind to attempt it though, Sasuke countered. But and in the first place, I only could do it because of Tanya-sensei's training. To prevent any further misunderstanding, she quickly explained how they copied the seal. When she was done, the Hokage threw a glance at Naruto. It's fine, I told them. He raised an eyebrow, causing the blonde boy to scoff. What? Half the village knows anyway. You mean the fox? Sasuke chimed in. Yes, though I wouldn't talk so loudly about it, the white-haired man said. Despite everything, it's still supposed to be a secret, you know? Well, anyway, since you already know, Naruto, please show me your seal. Naruto hesitated for a moment before he obliged. He pulled up his shirt and mesh armor and, just like in the forest, molded some chakra to make the seal appear. Ah, so the fourth used to hack a sealing method, that's just like him. But the rough work of the 5-element seal, yeah, that's definitely Orochimaru's handwriting. Let me guess, you're having trouble using your chakra since he put that on you. Naruto blinked. Hey? Yes. I can still do it, but it's a bit like breathing through a straw, you know what I mean. Yeah, I get it. See, the fourth Hokage intentionally made the seal in a way so that tiny bits of the Nine-Tails chakra can seep into yours. The second seal stops that, that's why your chakra flow is now messed up. Seeping into, wait, is that the reason why Naruto has so much chakra, even if he isn't using the fox's power? It's one of two reasons, the man affirmed before turning back to Naruto. You know, with some training, you could learn to use the Nine-Tails in a controlled way. Would you like to learn that? Most Jinchuriki can do it in one way or the other. Shishu, what? And what do you mean, use it in a controlled way? Naruto asked with his voice full of doubt. His teammates could only agree. The fox was a natural disaster that not only caused many deaths but was also the very reason why the village shunned Naruto all his life. And this guy wanted him to use it. Well, according to your report, you basically already did. Right before Orochimaru sealed it away. You just need to learn how to do it consciously and without losing yourself. Jiraiya, we're going off topic. The Hokage reprimanded him. Ah, right. Sorry, sensei, so, yeah, about the seal. Before any of the three could react, Jiraiya ran through some hand signs and pressed his fingers on Naruto's belly. Gajikin. 5 elements unseal. Naruto yelped in surprise, but the man just gave him a satisfied grin. There, that should do it. You shouldn't have any problems with your chakra now. Sakura and Sasuke tensed up as the 5 symbols around the original seal vanished. They hadn't dared to touch the seal in the forest out of fear that the demon fox might break out if they messed up. And yet, this guy just handled it so nonchalantly. Also, why wasn't Tanya-sensei saying anything? Being respectful in the presence of the Hokage was one thing, but treating this weirdly dressed person without any doubts and wait. Lord Thur just called you Jiraiya, Sakura realized. Jiraiya as in. Oh, good job paying attention, girl, he said with a grin. Yup, I'm also one of the Sunin. Except that unlike a certain snake, I didn't desert. From the corner of her eye, Sakura saw Sasuke flinch at the word desert. Sakura wasn't sure why, but if Orochimaru was a traitor, things made a lot more sense. Jiraiya meanwhile struck a strange pose. Straight from Mount Maiboku, I am the great toad sage, Jiraiya. Remember my name. He went back to standing normally and crossed his arms with a smug smile. And also a famous novelist, on a side note. Yes, before this goes out of hand, the Hokage took the word again. Jiraiya is, as stated, Orochimaru's former comrade. I called him back once we learned about Orochimaru's plans. The last sentence made Sakura's eyes widen, something that the old man noticed and immediately understood. As you probably guessed, yes, we knew beforehand that he was trying something, but not what exactly. No one thought he would pretend to be an examinee to get close to one of the genin. An oversight on our part for which I can only apologize. Had we known, we would have done things differently. But we can't change the past, the important thing for now is how to proceed. Jiraiya nodded and got serious again. When did you guys put that seal on Sasuke? He asked. Right after he bit me. That's good. The Juin is like a parasite, infesting the chakra network of those who have it. That you sealed it away before it could take root is a huge deal. We might even be able to remove it. You sound like there is a but, Sasuke pointed out with narrow eyes. Well, your case is kinda unprecedented. We were only able to examine one Juin, and unlike yours, that one wasn't stopped. We'd first need to study it extensively, which will take time. Also, we likely can't do anything while the 5-element seal is still there, and we have no idea how the Juin will react if we open it. We need to handle this with care. Would you take me out of the exam for this? Well, yeah, obviously. Then we'll leave it as it is, the Uchiha stated firmly. While your resolve is admirable, the Hokage commented, are you sure about this? You could always try again next time. Yes, he said again without hesitating. Master Jiraiya, Tanya-sensei finally spoke, if we left the curse mark sealed away as it is now, do you believe that would be an issue? Nah, the Toad Sage said after giving it a quick thought. The 5-element seal is crude but effective, and the kid's copy is decent enough. It should hold the Juin back. The only thing that might happen is that the seal itself might give you some trouble. Sasuke crossed his arms. Yes, the chakra flow in my left arm is a bit impeded now, but not to the point where I couldn't handle it. I'll be fine. The Hokage was quiet for a while, but then he gave an affirming nod. I shall respect your wishes then. You may continue with the exam. But there are other things to do. We need to investigate how deep Orochimaru's involvement with the Hidden Sound Village goes, and if the Hidden Grass Village also has something to do with it or if they were just a victim of opportunity. Tanya, stay in the tower with your team for now but see if you can find the Jainin sensei from Grass and Sound. Going by the registrations, the 2 grass teams arrived without their sensei, Lord Third, Tanya recalled. And the sensei of the Soul Sound team, I was actually able to speak with him already. He raised my suspicions back then and I haven't been able to find him since. I have an idea why. I see, then I'd like a quick report on your find. You 3, rest for now. You earned it. But keep this matter to yourself for now. Wait. Sakura called after them as they were about to leave. What about Naruto's seal? Will there be any risks? Don't worry, girl, Jiraiya assured her. The 4th Hokage was one of the greatest sealing masters the village has ever seen. A seal crafted by him would never get damaged by something like that. Speaking of, Naruto, I also know my way around. I could teach you some things if you want, once the exam is over. See. They left and Team 7 was once again alone. A few seconds passed until Sakura had fully processed the last interaction. Did A-Sunin just offer to tutor you? You think I should take that weirdo up on his offer? Weirdo, didn't you listen just now? He is one of the legendary Sunin. Do you even realize how amazing he is? You think? Well, he's still weird. Tanya-sensei seems to trust his skills though, Sasuke rightfully pointed out but with his eyes narrow for some reason. I guess. Whatever. I'll think about it, Naruto shrugged and threw himself on his bed. Hey, do you think Karin and her team are gonna make it? Her healing abilities are great, but I didn't get the impression that her teammates are anything special, Sasuke shared his thoughts. We didn't see much of them though. Plus, Kabuto is helping them. I'd say it's at least possible. They continued to chatter, the tension slowly leaving them, although the vigilance Tanya-sensei had instilled in them obviously remained. Should we go and see who else passed already? Naruto asked after a while, but Sakura wasn't sure if they were still supposed to stay in their room as ordered. Plus, night had already fallen by now. But it soon became a moot point anyway as the door burst open and Anko, the proctor of the second task, stomped into the room. You. Uchiha boy. Come with me, we need to talk. Why? Sasuke asked. What's going on? I'm not in the mood for discussions right now. If you want to stay in this exam, you'll follow me. Now. Naruto awoke in the early morning. After a good night's sleep, the exhaustion was completely gone. Now, he was simply pumped. They had successfully passed the second task. Only one more trial remaining, then he would be a Chunin, and one step closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. As he got up from his bed, his gaze fell on Sasuke, who was currently in the process of putting on his sandals. After the proctor had pulled him away last night, he had returned with a scowl that was very reminiscent of the way he had been back at the academy. Apparently, the proctor knew a lot about the curse mark and had told him some more stuff about it, but when pressed for details, he simply said that it didn't matter since they wouldn't unseal the mark in the near future anyway. Naruto tried a few times to dig deeper, but Sasuke blew him off each time. This reaction was strange considering what he himself had said in the forest. Well, anyway. They had some free time until the rest of the 5-day test period ended, and Naruto wasn't planning to spend it all in their room. They likely weren't the only teams who had already passed, maybe he could talk a bit. Also, he was hungry. His exploration of the tower quickly led him into a larger room with a kitchenette on one side. Nice, perfect timing. Surely it was fine if he helped himself with the storage, right? Who else was the stuff here meant for if not for the examinees? Why do they have so many different teas? He wondered while rummaging through the cupboards. And of course, it's the blandest cereal brand in the village. Who even eats this stuff? The bonito flakes could do for a heck if they have instant ramen. With that, his breakfast issue was solved. He quickly made hot water, poured it into the cup, and sat on one of the tables with a grin while waiting for the 3 minutes to pass. Color me surprised, I thought you'd be feeding the beasts by now. Hearing more or less the last voice he wanted to hear right now made Naruto clench his fist so hard he almost broke his chopsticks. Of course, the asshole from Sand had also passed. You are so damn lucky you didn't meet us in the forest. Naruto grumbled as he looked up. Did that guy always run around with that hood and makeup? Lucky, hey. He mocked. For the record, literally, by the way, we've been here since the first day. Didn't even take us 2 hours. Guess that's just the difference between us and you leaf losers. Stay calm, don't get yourself disqualified. Suppressing the urge to knock the wannabe Kabuki's teeth out, Naruto readied a purely verbal response instead. Before he could do so though, a third voice cut through the room. Kankuro, stop it. The voice was calm, but the menacing undertone was unmissable. The asshole, Kakuro, apparently, flinched upon hearing it. 2 more people had stepped close to them, a blonde girl who looked a few years older than Naruto, and a red-haired boy with a huge gourd in his back, about the same age as him. Just leave it be, Kankuro, the girl sighed. You already got us in trouble the day we arrived. Hey, how was I supposed to know that brat was the grandson of the Hokage? Besides, he still deserved it. Hearing that, Naruto clenched his fist so hard his fingernails drew blood. If the third task wasn't something combat-related so he could finally beat the shit out of this guy, he was gonna lose it. He was about to start yelling when the red-haired boy spoke again. You're embarrassing our village, he said and narrowed his eyes. Stop it before I kill you. Kankuro paled. Wait, was the redhead being literal? Still, it was satisfying to see Kankuro scared like that. Whatever, Kakuro mumbled and walked off. The girl meanwhile walked over to the kitchenette, and the boy with the gourd gave Naruto a quick glance. Then, he left as well. A part of Naruto wanted to call after him, but his mind was stuck on a single thought. Man, that guy has some awful eyes. But they seemed familiar somehow. Well, at least his noodles were done now. A bit past the point, but still good. Slowly, more people showed up to get breakfast, primarily adults. Those had to be the Jainin sensei of all the other teams. He then saw Kaiba, Hinata, and Shino come in. So they had passed, too. They quickly spotted him in return, and Kaiba joined him at his table while the other 2 went over to the kitchenette first. Ramen for breakfast, seriously? He asked with a grin. Why not? Ramen is great, the clock doesn't change that. Heh, if that's all you ever eat, I guess it's no wonder you're out of shape. Took you a while to get here, we've already been here since the first night. Naruto looked up from his cup. You're kidding. Seriously. They were also here that quickly. Nope. Guess we're just that much more amazing than you guys. Like hell you are. Cry all you want, fact is that we beat you. I don't think saying that we beat them is an apt description of the result, Shino commented as he sat down next to his teammate. Why, you ask? Because, unlike the first task, there were no points this time. There are only those who passed and those who didn't, passing better or worse is not a concept applicable to the second task, and thus no metric by which we could be said to have beaten Team 7. The only way to do that would have been to fight them in the forest. While he spoke, Hinata sat down as well, placing a steaming bowl of rice in front of her over which she cracked an egg. Okay, fine, Kaiba admitted. But if we had an easier time than them, it still means we're stronger. Oh, screw you. Naruto retorted. We had to fight against one of the legendary Sunin, I want to see how you would do in that situation. Yeah, right, Kaiba snorted. And what do you dream at night? I'm serious. Ask Sasuke or Sakura. Aren't the Sunin heroes? Why would one of them do something like that? Hinata asked in a concerned voice. Oh, come on, Hinata. Don't tell me you believe him. Well, I just... Thanks, Hinata, Naruto grinned. At least someone was on his side. But sorry, we're not, As he looked over to her, he realized something. Until now, like during the written test, he always had to concentrate on something else and had only given her fleeting glances because of that. Now that he looked at her properly, he finally realized just how different she looked compared to when he last saw her 2 months ago. Her hair was longer and not combed to the side anymore. She also wore her big jacket open now, her posture had changed, and while it was subtle, there was something different about the air around her that Naruto couldn't quite put his finger on. Damn, was Hinata always this pretty? Ahem, what I meant, we're not allowed to talk about that. It's a secret. Well, isn't that awfully convenient? Kaiba mocked. From his head, Akamaru yipped in a way that almost sounded like laughter. Oh, shut up. You'll see how great I am when I ace the 3rd task. Then you better hope it's not another written test, huh? Maybe a real one this time. I doubt that, Sasuke said, he and Sakura suddenly standing next to them. We had intel gathering and survival, it only makes sense that the next task will be combat-focused. Tanya-sensei more or less confirmed it. Hey! Naruto wondered. Wait, when did she say that? She obviously didn't. I asked her about my conclusion, and while she wouldn't comment on it, there were some hints between the lines that I was right. And I did that just now, she gave us a quick update on the situation shortly after you left. By the way, she didn't seem very pleased that you skipped your morning exercise. I was going to do it. I just wanted to explore the tower a bit. Sasuke merely shrugged. Tell her that. But you're lucky, right now won't be able to draw much ire from her since she's mainly occupied with. He gave a side glance to Team 8. Well, the other stuff. The last line earned him some suspicious looks from Kaiba. And maybe also from Shino, it was difficult to tell with his shades. Sakura and Sasuke sat down as well and Naruto quickly returned to his breakfast before the noodles got cold. By the way, Hinata? Sakura asked after a while. Yes. On the way here, I saw someone who looked a bit like you and had the same eyes, is he from your clan? Oh. Yes, that was probably my cousin, Niji. He's Lee's teammate, Sasuke added. He showed up in the forest, shortly after you passed out. Ah. Then Lee is here as well, I should check up on him later. And I still have to thank Ino. She returned her attention back to Hinata. Anyway, what I wanted to ask, I recall you telling me that it's something like a family tradition that you don't cover your forehead, but he wore his headband normally. Did I misunderstand you? And no, you didn't. Niji belongs to the side clan, they have different rules. Sorry, I am not allowed to say more than that. It's okay, I was just confused. Hinata ate a mouthful from her rice bowl before speaking again. By the way, why you never told me why you wear your headband like that? Oh, only if it's okay for you. I don't mind. But it's more of a personal thing, so I don't know if it's interesting. It has to do with Ino, she and I. She glanced over to Sasuke. Well, it's complicated, let's just say we have a bit of a history together. Our headbands are part of a promise we made to each other when we parted ways. The day we would wear them the normal way would be the day we face each other, the day we meet each other as equals. Naruto was only listening with one ear, not particularly interested in all the girl talk. But as he slurped the remaining broth out of his cup, he noticed that Hinata's eyes had gotten big from the story. Had it been that interesting for her? Once they were done with breakfast they parted ways with Team 8. Finally alone with his team, he addressed Sasuke with his arms crossed. So, you found your voice again then? Did you decide to not go back to being a brooder after all? I had a lot to think about after my talk with the proctor, Sasuke retorted. I know that seems hypocritical next to what I said in the forest, but I need to sort things out with myself first. Can't you let us help you with that? We're a team, Sakura pleaded. I know, but we should focus on the last task for now. I will tell you everything once the exams are over, and I promise it won't be important until then. Karin had to hold her hands in order to stop them from shaking. She was much more nervous than she thought she would be. Thanks to Kabuto's tips, they had managed to ambush another team close to the tower who happened to have the right scroll, allowing them to pass the test. Shortly after, they were told to gather in the tower's basement. Down here was what looked like an arena of sorts, with a stone monument of 2 hands forming a hand sign at one end. She stood here alongside Shigeri and Wara, next to the other teams who had passed. She saw Kabuto and his team, and also Naruto. The latter was right next to them. Would her teammates get mad if she talked to him? She counted 7 groups, so 21 people. Were those really all who had passed? Across from them stood the exam proctors, some more shinobi she didn't recognize, only one of them not from Leaf, judging by the headband, and in front of them, the Hokage himself. The old man somehow had a crushing presence, but no one besides her seemed to notice. Were trained ninja used to this? What was also strange was the golden-haired girl who stood among the adults yet couldn't possibly be much older than Karin. And why was she staring so intensely at Karin with those scary eyes of hers? Lastly, someone she also couldn't avoid noticing was the boy with the large gourd on his back. For some reason, she felt like he was similar to Naruto, but also, different. Like the distorted image coming from a broken mirror. Just what was this feeling? All these impressions made it difficult for her to concentrate on the Hokage's speech. Something about a replacement for war? Her mind was too occupied to listen. A sudden coughing sound distracted her enough to pull her back into reality. A new person was now standing in front of them, a man with heavy bags under his eyes who didn't look very healthy. Hello everyone, I'm Hayate Gek, the proctor for the 3rd task. Cough so, we got a problem here, you're too many. It took a moment before everyone had processed his bluntness, but then it got loud. Many felt cheated after all they had been through, and frankly, Karin could understand them. Just thinking about the forest, no, never again. Hayate explained that the 3rd task was also a big event, which was why it couldn't take too long, and they had to reduce their numbers through preliminaries which he planned to hold immediately. So, yeah, that's the gist of it. You can also quit voluntarily if you want. Yeah, I'll take you up on that offer, Kabuto said with his hand raised. Karin was surprised about that, and Naruto even tried to talk him out of it. But Kabuto stated that he still hadn't fully recovered from his injury, and he didn't want to risk it. That's strange, he should be fully healed by now. Her healing ability, no matter how much of a curse it was, had been the one thing about her that had always been reliable. Had she somehow managed to mess that up as well? Was she really that inadequate? Kabuto walked away and left the arena. Strangely, his team didn't follow him. Ah, right, I forgot to tell you something, Hayate spoke again. From here on out, you're no longer being tested as a team, but as individuals. So you can cough, you can quit without disqualifying your team with you. Well, that's your cue then, Shigeri quietly told her. Right, her job had to simply get them through the exam with her healing. If they were no longer tested as a team, then she was no longer needed. She flinched as a shiver went down her spine. Quickly raising her head, she realized that the golden-haired girl was suddenly standing next to Hayate. The proctor lowered his head and she whispered something in his ear, causing his eyes to narrow. Then, the girl disappeared. Okay, seems like we have some technical difficulties. Shouldn't take long, my colleague is taking care of the matter. So, yeah, does anyone else want to quit? Well? What are you waiting for? Shigeri whispered. Slowly, Karin raised her hand. Hey? You, too, Karin? Really? Naruto's voice called out before she could speak. Well, She didn't know what to say. What was she supposed to say? Stay out of this, Wara reprimanded him. I wasn't talking to you. Hey, Karin, you made it this far. Do you really want to quit now? It's her decision, leave her alone. Yeah, exactly. It's her decision, why don't you let her speak for herself? Karin could feel her cheeks getting hot. Why? Why was this boy supporting her so much? Especially after she had failed to properly heal his comrade, shouldn't he be angry? Well? Are you quitting or not? She is. Shigeri stated, but the proctor crossed his arms. That's not your call to make. She's only out if I hear it from her. Come on, Karin, Naruto pleaded. Do you really want to pass on this chance? Shut up already. You shut up. I've seen your performance, if it weren't for her you would have never made it out of the forest. That's a completely different matter. Be quiet. The proctor called loudly, throwing himself into a coughing fit afterward. If you say one more word, I'll disqualify all of you, he panted. So, girl, do you want to quit or not? Karin hectically looked back and forth between Naruto and her team. If looks could kill, theirs, not all directed at the same target, definitely would. The adults also gave them strange glances. Karin began to panic. She had no idea what to say. Unable to get a word out, she ended up saying nothing. After a few seconds of silence, Hayate nodded. Good, now that that's over, allow me to explain the preliminary matches. Since you're an even number now, we'll have 10 matches. It's very simple, each of you will fight 1 versus 1 against a randomly selected opponent. Those who win make it to the third round. You win if your opponent surrenders, gets knocked out, dies, or if I call the match. No one is allowed to interfere with someone else's fight. Besides that, there are no rules, meaning once the fight starts you can do whatever you want. So, yeah, that's pretty much it, now we just need to wait for a moment until the golden-haired girl returned. She said some hushed words to the Hokage, whose eyes widened. He raised his hands and masked figures appeared, received some quiet orders, and disappeared again. What was going on? The girl once more whispered something in Hayate's ear before going back to the other adults. Alright, seems like our technical difficulties have been resolved. Let's not waste any more time and start with the first match. He pointed to an electronic scoreboard that showed the names of the first combatants. Karen's heart stopped. Masumi Tsurugi vs. Karen. Alright, everyone else, go to the upper level please. The others began moving to the stairs. This wasn't the plan, Shigeri whispered into her ear as he passed her. Your life belongs to the hidden grass village. Die here, and you'll die a traitor. Karen said nothing. She simply stared at her opponent who had to be years older than her. Like her, he was also wearing glasses, but the rest of his face was hidden behind a black cloth. The older boy crossed his arms. Don't think I'll hold back because I'm fighting a little girl. But I'll give you some advice. If I catch you in my technique, it's over. If you don't surrender, you'll die. Karen said nothing. Not that she could. Ever since her name had appeared on the board, her body was frozen in place. By now the arena was empty, and Hayate raised his arm. Alright, the first match begins now. In an instant, Masumi moved. Before Karen knew what was happening, he already was in front of her. As her reflexes took over, she closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her face. Her opponent's punch connected right afterward. And yet, it wasn't painful. In fact, she barely even felt the impact. There was a strange feeling instead, one that moved along her arms and around her body. Her eyes shot open, but it was too late. As if he had no bones, Masumi had wrapped himself around her. His snake-like appendages forced her arms and legs apart, while one of his arms was wrapped around her throat and pressed her chin upwards. She couldn't move anymore. She could barely stand with the older boy's weight sitting on her back, and even breathing had become difficult. I warned you, she heard his voice right next to her ear. This jutsu is meant for espionage since it allows me to hide basically anywhere, but it's useful in combat as well. I could easily break all your bones. Damn it, surrender already. Shirigi shouted from the stands. Do you really have a death wish? He was right. Why was she even down here in the first place? She was no shinobi, she couldn't fight. Heck, she didn't even want to fight. Why hadn't she just quit when she was given the chance? She could do nothing other than heal, and apparently not even that properly. What in the world had she thought how this would go? She had to surrender now before anything worse happened. Come on, Karen. You got this. Karen blinked in confusion. Why was Naruto cheering for her? Wasn't Masumi a leaf ninja? Why would he want her to win? I wouldn't listen to that guy, Masumi said. It's too late for you to escape. I can break your neck before you can do as much as move a finger, and I will do that if you don't surrender now. Tears began to run down her cheeks as her memory of her mother's corpse flashed before her eyes. She didn't want to die. She just wanted this nightmare to end. And yet. Kick his ass, Karen. Show us what you can do. What she could do. But, she couldn't do anything. She was a useless nobody. Why had he so much faith in her? If she didn't surrender immediately, she would die. The image in her mind was replaced. She now saw Naruto in the forest again giving her thumbs up. She saw Naruto calling her a friend. Below her overwhelming fear, she felt a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. She was scared, she didn't know what to do, and yet, all the faith Naruto put in her, for some reason, she didn't want to disappoint him. I don't know how, but, if there is a way, just this once, I want to fight. I want to win. A duality of noises interrupted her thought. The sound of metal hitting flesh, followed by the sound of metal hitting stone. Suddenly, everything got quiet. Masumi clinging to her no longer felt heavy for some reason. A warm wetness spread over her back and the snake-like appendages loosened, now only hanging down her body limply. What was going on? Her limbs were hers again, and yet, she couldn't move from her spot, as if something pulled on her shoulder blades. Slowly, she turned her head, staring right into Masumi's eyes, which were widened in shock. Then, she saw it. Somehow, 4 shimmering, spiked chains had shot out of her back. They were now stuck in the wall behind them and suspended Masumi's impaled body in the air. Chapter 23, An Offer of Repentance. A few minutes prior. Kabuto smirked under his mask as he stepped to the controls of the scoreboard. It was truly laughable how easy this had been. At first, he was alarmed when he found out that the Hidden Leaf had somehow learned about Lord Orochimaru's plans, but his worries were quickly quenched. Their intel was so vague they practically knew nothing. Actually, that wasn't true. Had they known nothing, he might have had more trouble. Yes, the bolstered security was annoying at times, but since they seemingly couldn't even fathom Lord Orochimaru's plans, they used it completely wrong. So much manpower spent on guarding the arena, and for what? To guard the children? As if they could do anything with the Hokage right there. Not yet at least, that part of the plan would still need a while. But in the room behind the scoreboard? One solitary Chunin who hadn't even known what had hit him. Now he only needed to wait until he heard the proctor announce the first match. Once Yoroi sapped Sasuke's chakra out of him, he would have no choice but to use the curse mark, and Lord Orochimaru would be one step closer to his ideal body. The best would be to have that fight first, just in case anyone noticed something was wrong. Then, he would test the girl who he suspected to be a surviving pure-blood Uzumaki. Who would be good for her? He thought, mentally checking all the info he had gathered on his cards. Maybe her own teammates? They didn't have the best dynamic, to put it mildly. With Gaara, it didn't matter who he fought against as long as it wasn't Sasuke. He would win against anyone. The other children didn't matter. Although, having the two Hyuga fight each other could be interesting to watch. If he could get his hands on. He whipped around as he noticed someone behind him. His face under the mask turned into a scowl when he saw a certain golden-haired girl glare at him from the doorframe. "I think you took a wrong turn there, Kabuto Yakushi," she stated dryly. "Will you surrender peacefully?" Kabuto put the clearly useless mask away, revealing his grin to the much younger girl. "Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much?" he asked and drew his unique, curved kunai. He would have preferred to avoid this matchup. Famous as the young girl was, his intel on her was annoyingly lacking. There were things known about here, sure, but most were retellings and very little of those were reliable data. Likewise, Tanya answered as she drew closer. She then raised her own kunai and swung it, down. Kabuto's eyes widened in realization. She wasn't attacking the corpse he had made to look like him and then puppeteered through his dead soul technique. She was attacking him, the real him, who was lying on the floor pretending to be the dead Chunin. Kabuto quickly rolled to the side to dodge, but at the last moment, her blade changed course, piercing the three snakes that tried to attack the Pixie and pinning them against the wall. Kabuto used the moment to get distance, joining his master at the door. "You've made yourself rare, Mr. Kobara," Tanya commented with her back turned at them. "Or should I call you Orochimaru?" She then turned around, the ice blue eyes narrowing. "I don't mind getting informal," Orochimaru smirked. "It seems you had a little hiccup there, Kabuto." Kabut shrugged. "What can I say? Censors are annoying." "Well, our little gold piece is impressive," he chuckled, directing her gaze back at her. "But do you think you are enough to stop me?" "I don't need to." That caused him to raise an eyebrow, and Kabuto was a bit confused as well. "You have failed already," she continued. "Jiraiya figured out what you are up to, and you won't succeed." "Oh, but I will. I know Sasuke's type. He will seek me out. And don't you think you are standing quite high and mighty here when even that pervert Jiraiya can make you kowtow?" "Rank demands respect," Tanya countered. "Treason demands only death." Something wasn't right. While his data on her wasn't very reliable, going by what he had heard, it seemed atypical for the Pixie of the Hidden Leaf to talk this much instead of attacking immediately. Unless, was she biding time? It would make sense, she wouldn't be arrogant enough to think you could win this, right? Surely Lord Orochimaru had to have noticed it as well. "Death, hey!" he repeated with a smirk. "Then why don't you give it a try?" Cold sweat ran down Kabuto's body as Orochimaru released his full killing intent, and he wasn't even the target. That was it then. Kid genius or not, even Jainin were nothing before his master's true self. The only question now was whether he would kill her or humor her a bit longer. "Sasuke will soon see the difference between us. What I can give him, you cannot offer." So it would be the latter. "So lost on the wrong path, now you're trying to lead another down there with you as none made you see the way out." Tanya's sudden, seemingly nonsensical answer caught the two off guard. Not only could she still face him, but her speech pattern had completely changed. She raised her head and opened her eyes, golden shimmering irises looking at them. A gentle smile decorated her usually hardened face, and a strange warmth radiated from her. Not a soothing one, no, to Kabuto, it felt eerie, unnatural, and wrong. "Child who has lost his way, heinous sins taint your soul. But even you are not beyond saving. Repent, seek the Lord's forgiveness, and salvation may still await you. Your, arg." With a pained outcry, Tanya grabbed her head, her features distorting into a grimace. It reminded Kabuto of some of their test subjects when they tried to fight against a genjutsu they weren't able to release. Her body jerked, and through her fingers, an icy blue eye fixated on the two with a gaze of pure hatred. Would you look at that, Orochimaru, after having been seemingly speechless for a while, finally mused. Kabuto, I think it is time for us to leave. Kabuto turned his head in surprise. Lord Orochimaru, we haven't yet. It's fine, he interrupted him. With his hands in his pockets, he turned around. There will be other chances, and I was able to see something interesting. He wasn't wrong, if they stayed too long, someone else might see them and alarm the Hokage before they could retreat, and his master wasn't ready to face him yet. But still, what had they just seen? I was pissed. Probably more than I had ever been in this third life of mine. I knew it. I fucking knew it. When signs appeared that some things might go wrong with the Chunin exam, I first thought this was once more a ploy of the accursed being X to throw a wrench into my plans. It seemed to be the only thing this self-proclaimed god was doing with his life, or whatever else was an apt description for his twisted existence. But once I gave it a second thought, it seemed unlikely. Back in my second life, things like Mary Sue, or in this life, the Nine Tails or Itachi Uchiha made clear that being X preferred to be blunt with his methods and messages. It had always been obvious when he was intervening. Using Orochimaru to almost cancel the exam and then almost have Sasuke taken out of it, it would have hurt my plans, sure, but it was too subtle. If being X schemed, it was for something big, not just a minor annoyance. It appeared as though this was indeed just a very annoying coincidence. But then, for the first time in my third life, being X had decided to finally go mask off. Actually, no, that wasn't completely true. Back during my own Chunin exams, there had been this feeling I had brushed off as imagination. In hindsight, this might have been his doing after all. Either way, this time he hadn't pulled any punches. With gross familiarity, I had felt his power overcome me, just like the times when I had been under the corrupting influence of the Elenium Type 95. And then, similar to occasions like the selection of the 203rd Aerial Mage Battalion, my memory went dark. By the time I became aware of myself again, Orochimaru was gone. Even his chakra signature, which I now knew, couldn't be felt in the tower. The traitor Kabuto had fled with him. Thinking of his smug face made me even angrier. He really had what would have been called an Arfijanggezicht back in the Empire. When I alarmed the Hokage, he immediately sent out the Anbu, but I didn't need to wait for their report that they would return empty-handed, and he likely did so, too. It was decided that the preliminaries would continue as planned. Why Orochimaru had wanted to manipulate the matchups one could only guess. Then, there was the question of whether Kabuto's teammates were in cahoots with him as well. They hadn't been a team the same way Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were though. They had simply all been part of the Genin Corps and joined together for this exam without much prior shared background. For the same reason, they didn't have a Genin sensei. I, of course, still suggested detaining and interrogating them immediately, but the Hokage decided to allow them to continue the test under close surveillance instead. He quietly ordered us to keep an eye out for them and take them for interrogation once the preliminaries were over. Was this supposed to be the trick of the false sense of security? Well, either way, orders were orders, so I told Heiei to continue as planned. As it turned out, one of the suspects, Masumi Tsurugi, was the first to be called for battle, against the red-haired girl from the Hidden Grass Village. I was only watching the fight with one eye though, as most of my focus was spent on keeping my facial expression under control. I couldn't allow my face to show my anger, not with the Hokage watching. Shinobi were supposed to always have perfect control over their emotions, and after all the other disturbances of my plan, being seen by my superior as unprofessional was the last thing I needed right now. I was already furious enough as it was. How the hell had being X even done it? I wasn't wearing the Elenium Type 95 anymore, it didn't exist in this world. Nor had I spoken any prayer. Had he found a way to corrupt my mind without it? Even at times when, during my second life, it had reached the point where I had blackouts in my memory, it had been after a gradual build-up due to overusing the cursed item. But all of a sudden and like this? And why now of all times? Orochimaru had been about to say something, and then it was suddenly there without any warning. I was able to fight it off, but too late it seemed. Had I dropped my guard? Had I been too sure that being X was limited to corporeal threats like Kaijus and new Mary Sues in this third life of mine? But still, how? Chakra itself would need to. Come on, Karin. You got this. The sudden increase in decibels from the so far rather quiet fight tore me out of my thoughts. As a good sensei, I was of course with my team as we watched the fights, but unfortunately, that also meant standing next to Naruto. This was the second time the boy almost blew my eardrums with his voice. And why the hell was he cheering for a ninja from another village to defeat a comrade of his? Sure, said comrade might have been a suspect at the moment, but he didn't know that. Panicking, I glanced over to the Hokage, but the old man was smiling for some reason. Was he fine with this? Didn't he himself say that this exam was a substitute for the war? Why would he be fine with one of his own soldiers cheering for a substitute enemy? It had been clear ever since his subtle message after the bell test that he was giving Naruto and Sasuke special treatment, but this seemed a bit much. Well, at least for now it meant my student wasn't making me look bad, so I would let him be. He would still get an earful once we were alone again. At least he was distracting enough that I could finally push down my anger. There was nothing I could do right now, so it would be best to just do my job and think of potential countermeasures while I was at it. Why aren't you cheering for our guy, you airhead? Kaiba asked in my stead. Hey? Because I don't know that guy and Karin is a friend. Kick his ass, Karin. Show us what you can do. What the hell was he even talking about? Well, as I said, he would get an earful later. Just then, the redhead decided to end the fight in a rather spectacular manner. My eyes got wide. I had never seen this technique before, but I had read written reports, and if this was what I thought it was. Unbelievable. I heard Guy, whose team stood left of us, say. They are, just like Kushina's. Damn, if Kakashi hears this. So I was right. That certainly explained the absurd amounts of chakra I could feel in her. I glanced over to her teammates who just stared at her in shock. Considering she was only registered under her first name, Grass likely wanted to keep her heritage a secret, but that was out of the window now. After a few seconds of silence, the chains disappeared and Masumi fell to the ground. The girl hectically tore the veil from his face and pushed her arm into his mouth. I could feel her chakra going into him, a form of medical ninjutsu, perhaps? Shortly after, Medical Nin rushed into the arena and carried him away. Two of the assistant proctors discreetly followed. The battle is over. Hey-8 called, breaking the silence. Karin wins. With that, he had opened the floodgate and wild murmuring began all over the stands. Oh, crap, Naruto gasped. Do you think he'll survive? Maybe, depends on where exactly she pierced him. Masumi was a good bit older than the kids, 23 already, so he could hardly be called a child soldier at this point. His death would, of course, still be a waste. If he was a traitor he had valuable information, and if he wasn't, then his survival would be the preferable outcome for obvious reasons. While no one would hold his death against the girl, this was the reality of these exams after all, they still tried to minimize the mortality rate. Well, time would tell. What was that jutsu, by the way? Sakura asked. Adamantine sealing chains, I explained. I myself only read about it, but apparently, they are an incredibly rare ability of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki. All three kids called in unison. Scratch that, it wasn't just them. To our right stood Team 8, and Kurene's students had joined in on the surprise. Yes, Uzumaki, Kurene affirmed, her crimson eyes fixated on the girl who stood in the arena in her blood-soaked clothes with seemingly no idea where to go. She's likely Naruto's distant cousin or something like that. I nodded in agreement. The question now was how the Hokage would handle the situation. It wasn't like Grass had done anything wrong, if she lived there it was perfectly fine to make her a shinobi if she wanted to become one, by the standards of this world, at least, but I still doubted the Hokage would simply ignore her. I unfortunately only had third-hand accounts about the Leaf's relationship with the Uzumaki clan, so it was difficult for me to gauge the exact impact her presence had. Hey-8 exchanged some words with the girl and with shaky steps, she walked up to the balcony opposite of ours. He then jumped up to the middle stands where the Hokage stood. I didn't know there was an Uzumaki clan. Naruto stammered. That's because they aren't anymore, I recalled. The surviving Uzumaki got scattered all over the continent. At least one made it to the hidden grass village it seems. Hey, would you look at that, Kaiba grinned. Well, you know what they say, even separated the pack will always find each other. I need to talk to her. You can do that later, I stopped Naruto before he could rush off. She isn't going to run away, concern yourself with your battle for now. The look on his face made clear how much he wanted to do it now. Damn it, what if he was too distracted and underperformed? Looking to the other side of the stands, I could see that, strangely enough, she just stayed close to the stairs and wasn't regrouping with her team. The two boys didn't walk over to her, either. Look, she seems exhausted. Why don't you give her some time to recover? I asked him. Not the way I would usually approach things, but I couldn't risk some fleeting surge of emotions killing his will to compete, not now. Once you had your round, you'll have all the time in the world to talk with her. Naruto took a deep breath. Yeah, you're right, Tanya-sensei. He raised his arms into the air. Alright, let's go. Let my fight be the next one. He shouted much too loudly again. Ouch. Well, at least he was motivated now. No, let mine be the next. A boy from Guy's team shouted, Rock Lee if I recalled correctly. Oh, such fighting spirit. This is the power of the youth. Guy joined in. Why was everybody shouting now? Better hope you won't go against me, Naruto, Kaiba remarked. True, Naruto countered. I wouldn't want this to be too easy, after all. That started another bickering match between the two, but at least they weren't shouting anymore. Kurane decided to leave the two alone when she addressed me. Do you think some from our teams will fight each other? They will in the finals at the latest, I answered honestly. I knew firsthand that Kurane was an excellent teacher, so her team would likely make it. But I had also given my all when it came to training the kids. Let's see how they will do then. Kurane's eyes narrowed. Yeah, let's, she said with a stern face. Wow, I didn't recall her being this competitive. Oh well, nothing spoke against some friendly rivalry. Sorry for the delay, Hayate announced, jumping back down into the arena. We will now continue. The scoreboard lit up again. Temari vs. Akimichi. Damn it! Naruto shouted while merely Lee hung his head dejectedly. The girl from Sand jumped down into the arena, while the son of the Akimichi clan was apparently getting some encouraging words from his teammates. I didn't know what they were saying to him, but it seemed to work, and he stomped down the stairs with fire in his eyes. Really? The girl mocked with a fake yawn. First the rubber guy and now you, is that all Leaf Ninja has to offer? Start? Hayate called before they could continue to banter, and Chi instantly formed a hand sign. Baika no Jutsu. Multi-size Jutsu. Using the secret technique of the Akimichi clan, he inflated his body into a 2-meter wide ball. Nakuden Sensha. Human bullet tank. He then started rolling, closing in on his opponent, but the girl simply jumped to the side and drew the large, beam-like object she wore on her back. Before she could use it, however, Chi rolled a curve and was now once again barreling at her. You won't get away! He shouted, his voice slightly distorted from the rolling. Not trying, she answered with a smirk and opened her weapon, revealing it to be a fan, and swung it at her opponent. A howling gale blasted toward Chi to intercept him. Won't work, Sakura commented shortly, and just as she said, Chi simply barreled through the wind without slowing down. Surprised, Temari folded her fan and used it to push herself off the ground to leap to the side at the last moment. Close one. How did you know it wouldn't work? Naruto wondered. It already didn't in the forest, Sakura responded. This is a bad matchup for her. Hey! Whatever, Gochi! He cheered, joining in with Ino on the other side, who did the same. I could see the gears in the wind user's head turning, trying to find a way out of this. In a smaller arena where Chi didn't have as much space to turn, things would be easier for her. But her arsenal seemed limited, and I doubted she would bet on being able to dodge longer than Chi could keep up his jutsu. She barely evaded another attack, now standing close to the arena wall. Ah, so that's her plan. Crush her, Chi! Ino shouted. As Temari was about to get sandwiched between him and the wall, she jumped up. She likely expected him to crash into the wall and finally stop so she could attack him. Her eyes widened in surprise when he, still a ball, jumped as well. Having no time for a ninjutsu, she extended her folded fan. This caught her in Chi's momentum and the rotation pushed her downward, so she slammed into the ground, but she at least avoided getting flattened against the wall. Considering how deep the Akimichi had buried himself into the concrete, the fight definitely would have been over if Temari had gotten hit by that. She scrambled to her feet and opened her fan, firing a wind blast at the finally halted Chi so strong that she propelled herself backward. Was that a drawback or intentional? I wondered. She didn't have any luck though, as Chi cancelled his jutsu and reverted back to his normal size. No longer stuck in the wall, he fell down, causing the wind to miss him. Temari readied herself for another attack, but she appeared to now stand a bit more hunched over than before. Irks. Chi heaved as he got up, seemingly having a hard time not throwing up. Was he not used to rolling for this long? Had Asuma not trained that with him? You're kidding, Temari scoffed and swung her fan again. Chi frantically tried to jump to the side but still got grazed by the wind and knocked backward. Temari didn't leave him any time to recover. The next wind blast hit him square in the chest and his back hit the wall. I've had enough of your antics, you stupid fatso. This ends now, she flouted and swung her fan 3 times in rapid succession. I was all Chi managed to get out before the first blast hit him, knocking the air out of him. The second wind blast hit. I'm in. The third blast slammed him into the wall once more. Temari then swung her fan in a wide arc, readying, judging by the movement of the chakra, her biggest wind attack yet. I'm not fat. Chi screamed back at her. I'm just chubby. Pleasantly plump. Baika no jutsu. Multi-size jutsu. Inflating again, he managed to jump high enough to evade the attack. As soon as he landed, he began rolling again, picking up speed before she could use her wind again. Now she's in the middle of the arena. Naruto smirked. She can't pull the same trick again. She doesn't need to, Sasuke responded, and I silently agreed. As she was about to get hit again she jumped once more, and Chi again did the same. A smirk appeared on Temari's face. She quickly opened her fan again and swung it upwards. Feet on, Kiri Renbu. Wind release, air current wild dance. A howling turbulence rose, pushing Chi high up into the air and herself to the ground. As soon as she landed she twisted her fan, the whirlwind snaked to the left, then curved and swallowed the still airborne Chi from the side, spinning in the opposite direction as he was. The wind and his rotation cancelled each other out and both stopped. Hey? Oh. He began to flail wildly, but there wasn't much he could do as he helplessly plummeted to the ground. Temari swung her folded fan like a baseball bat and struck him square in the head. Chi was knocked unconscious and his jutsu was cancelled. He also was a bit thinner now than before the fight. Told you, Sasuke shrugged, and I gave him an approving nod. The battle is over. Team Temari wins. The Sand Kunoichi put her fan into its sheath on her back, casually stretched her arms over her head, and walked back up the stands while two medical nin carried Chi away. Ino crossed her arms and made an annoyed face. I can't believe he lost. What was even more annoying was that the bitch from Sand was so smug about it, and it was exacerbated by the fact that Ino had been annoyed from the start. She wanted to watch the fights next to her beloved Sasuke. But when they had cleared the arena, she had noticed too late that he was on the other side of the balcony. She didn't even get the chance to talk to him since the start of the exam. Sakura was hogging him all to herself, it was so unfair. Oh well, Asuma shrugged. I guess we can still take him to eat some steaks later. You could at least try to sound like you think we have a shot, Shikamaru countered and rolled his eyes. Nah, don't worry so much. I'm sure you two will do great. Well, I certainly would have won against her. Ino announced. Yet, because you are amazing, Shikamaru rolled his eyes. How about you show that right now? Hey? What do you mean? Her teammate wordlessly pointed at the scoreboard. Ino Yamanaka. vs. Sakura Harano. Oh. Ino balled her hand into a fist before relaxing again. After a deep breath, she walked to the stairs and down into the arena. Sakura did the same. What a coincidence, hey? Ino asked, no smile on her face this time. Sakura didn't answer immediately, taking off her headband instead. This is not a fight over Sasuke, she finally said. And I have no intentions of making it one. Ino crossed her arms. Aren't you getting ahead of yourself? But then, a smirk appeared on her face as she thought back to the forest. The Sakura she had witnessed was clearly different from the crybaby she had met in the academy. That she had beheaded the guy from Sound had taken her aback at first, but she later learned about the circumstances and had to give it to her. Sasuke's words might have also helped with that. Has the little bud finally bloomed? Well, we'll see. She took her headband off her hip. I get it, she stated and tied the headband onto her forehead, just like Sakura was doing. Then let's go all out. Both went into fighting positions. Begin. Sakura closed the distance between them faster than she had anticipated and threw the first punch. Ino raised her arms to block, but instead of her rival's fist, a strange concussive force hit her and sent her flying. She had a hard landing and slid over the concrete floor. When she finally managed to catch herself and get to her feet, Sakura already stood in front of her again. Ino didn't know what the pink Ed had done just now, but until she found out, she would be at a disadvantage while on the defense. She quickly tried to retaliate, but Sakura ducked under her fist and struck her in the stomach. The weird concussive force appeared again, but this time it was much worse. Ino was flung backward, crashed into the wall, and crumpled to the ground. Sitting on the floor and limply leaning against the stone she tried to gasp for air, but she almost couldn't do it. What had just happened? This was nothing like the Sakura she had seen in the forest. Weakly raising her head, she noticed the pink Ed had begun to weave hand signs. She tried to scramble to her feet in panic, but she felt like she had no strength left. Her limbs didn't obey and her head was spinning. How had a single hit messed her up this badly? Sakura didn't continue with whatever jutsu she had tried to start and tilted her head. What are you doing? Get serious, Ino. Ino croaked but got thrown into a painful coughing fit. She felt blood trickle out of the corner of her mouth. All tension seemed to leave Sakura's body and she dropped her fighting stance. Come on Ino, this can't be all. She was right, this wasn't all. Or at least, it shouldn't have been. And yet, as much as she wanted, she couldn't do more than sit on the arena floor and gasp for air. Didn't even have the strength to lift her arms. All of that from just one punch. How? This wasn't how this was supposed to be. After a few seconds, Sakura sighed, took off her headband, and put it back on the way it was before. If that is all our promise meant to you, then this is pointless. I guess I was the idiot for taking it seriously. No. Ino managed to get out. It's just as important to me. I am, taking it seriously. Sakura blinked. Then, what have you been doing? There was no mockery or malice in her words. Had it been, they would have hurt a lot less. But it was nothing of the like. No, Sakura genuinely couldn't comprehend the difference between them. Ino didn't give her supposed rival an answer. She didn't have one. A/N, I felt a bit bad for Ino here, but considering she didn't get much of Tanya's butterfly effect, this is still more or less the same Ino that tied with Canon Part 1 Sakura, so, yet. The fight will still have important ramifications for the two, just different ones. As much fun as I have writing fights, I plan on finishing the remaining 7 in the next chapter and wrap up the Chunin exam arc. What do you mean, the exams aren't done yet? Yes, but from the way they are paced and the mental break the month before the third task gives us, plus the fact that the tournament seamlessly goes into Orochimaru's attack, I always considered the preliminaries the end of the Chunin exam arc and the third task part of the Konoha Crush arc. But in the end, that's largely semantics. Addition, now that the first comments are in, it seems like I should clarify something. What happened with Orochimaru was neither a deus ex machina nor was I railroading Tanya there. It was the result of a very specific sequence of events as well as a setup for later, which I won't spoil here. But I know being X can be a dangerous pitfall and I have no intentions of falling into it. Chapter 24, Growth. A/N, in hindsight, 7 fights in one chapter may have been a bit ambitious, and that I got sick again didn't help either. Even the short, quick-paced ones need planning, aftermath, etc., and I didn't want to make it feel rushed. I at least hope I didn't. But I also didn't want to drag out the preliminaries. So, yeah, I'm very sorry for the long wait. Enjoy the longest chapter yet. Growth. The fight is over. Sakura Haruno wins. After the announcement, the arena fell quiet. As Sakura went back up to the upper level, the only sounds audible came from the 2 medical nin who carried Ino to the infirmary. Slowly, murmuring spread through the stands, and I bit the nail of my thumb in thought. The issue wasn't that Sakura won, that had been the point of the last 2 months after all. The issue was how quickly the fight had been over. Even if the Yamanaka were less combat-oriented than other ninja families, they were still one of the Leaf's great clans, and Ino wasn't just a member, she was their heir. In a way, it reminded me of my spar with Hana Inyazuka right after I had entered the academy, which had almost led to a disaster. But, no, that couldn't be the same. I had only actively trained Sakura for 2 months, and she didn't have any special abilities to her name when we started. Sure, she was a quick learner, but maybe Ino had underestimated her, allowing Sakura to land a lucky hit? Yeah, that had to be it. Hopefully, this wouldn't have any negative ramifications. Inoichi Yamanaka was one of the Jainin I hadn't really been able to network with yet, but he did appear to hold his daughter in high regard. He might not like hearing that his daughter suffered such a humiliating defeat. Maybe I should talk to her first. Right now, she might be more receptive to my offer. I would give Ino a bit of time, then I would seek her out. I couldn't leave right now anyway, not with the Hokage watching. Going away while 2 of my students had yet to fight would be a bad look. But while previously, good relations with the Yamanaka clan would have been useful, I now really needed them. I didn't know how being X had managed to corrupt my mind this time, but what I did know was that he chose the wrong world this time. As messed up as the ninja world was, unlike the Empire, it could give me tools against the false god. Whatever he had done earlier must have left a trace, and if I managed to find that trace, I could seal it away. But the Hokage couldn't know about this. Anything that might cast doubt on my ability to perform would only diminish my chances of becoming his successor. I had to do it in secret. Ino could be my ticket to Inoichi, who was unparalleled in the secret mind techniques. And Jiraiya was, by the Hokage's own admission, potentially the best sealing master currently alive, and he showed clear interest in Naruto. Those 2 might be my best shot at ever getting rid of the accursed being X I ever had. But I needed to be patient and play my cards right. I didn't just need contact, I needed their complete trust. Reputation alone couldn't give me that. Sakura rejoined us, leaning on the handrail with an expression that could make one think that she was the one who lost. Everything all right, Sakura? You won. Naruto tried to cheer her up. Don't want to talk about it, she grumbled, and I could very well understand her. While this wasn't the actual third task, it had still been her first chance to prove her strength outside her team and as an individual, and people like the Hokage were watching. But from an outsider's perspective, it now might look like she only won because of a lucky hit, even if she could have defeated her opponent without it. I know how you feel, but this isn't the end of it. Your promise doesn't just hinge on a single moment. Sakura looked at me in surprise. How did you know about? Hey, did you forget who you're talking to? Seriously, I had been the only other person who was there when she promised herself to become stronger. She got quiet for a moment before a faint smile appeared on her face. You're Probably right, Tanya-sensei. Thank you. Of course, I was right. She would have plenty of time to properly prove herself in the actual third task. Then, no one could claim she'd just been lucky. Granted, she didn't know that yet, but the important part was that her motivation was restored. Not that it was surprising, I knew my way with words after all. With my speeches in my last life, I had strengthened the morale of soldiers who were much less indoctrinated into combat than the children of the ninja world. The latter was something I would need to think about once I was Hokage, but for now, it was useful for my goal, so I might as well use it. With a sideways glance, I noticed that Naruto had turned to teammate next to us, and a look at the scoreboard revealed the reason. Hinata Hyuga vs. Wara. The words of encouragement had given Hinata a faint blush, but she still looked a lot more confident than she had during our joint training. Well, this was Kurane we were talking about. Considering her abilities as a teacher, it would have been more surprising if she hadn't managed to help the girl. Her bizarre crush was clearly still present, but maybe that could simply be explained by pubertal hormones. I myself had so far been spared from those, maybe my early start on my ninja training had delayed them? But it would likely still happen sooner or later, and I was not looking forward to that. The war gave me little time to waste thoughts on the matter, but this time of relative peace unfortunately did. While I was convinced that my mind would triumph over my body, it could still be annoying. Both Hinata and the kid from Grass now stood in the arena, facing each other. Hey-8 gave the go, and immediately, the blue-haired girl charged at her opponent. Startled, Wara quickly jumped backward and threw some shuriken at her legs. Hinata sidestepped them with little effort. The Grass Genin meanwhile began weaving hand signs, finishing just as Hinata reached him. Doton, Moguragaku no Jutsu. Earth Release, Hiding like a Mole Jutsu. At the last moment, Wara sank into the ground and managed to evade his opponent. Hinata resumed her combat stance, appearing to look straight ahead with veins bulging out around her eyes. Of course, anyone who knew how the Byakugan worked knew she wasn't doing just that. But did he know? That was the question. The answer followed shortly, as behind Hinata, the earth quietly opened and Wara broke through the surface, attempting to stab the girl in the back. But Hinata had already spun around, grabbed the wrist of the hand holding the kunai with her left, and then used her right to deliver a palm strike right to the forehead. The effect of the gentle fist technique knocked Wara unconscious and, with his lower half still buried, he collapsed. I was pleased to see that Hinata's movement seemed much more natural now, even if she hadn't shown much in this fight. But while it was just as fast as the last one, no one could claim a lucky hit this time. It had been a clear difference in skill. The fight is over. Hinata Hyuga wins. Woohoo! Both Kaiba and Naruto cheered together as Hinata came back to the upper level. Nice one. Naruto congratulated her, giving her a thumbs up and another blush. Yes, good job drawing the one opponent even you wouldn't lose against, a calm voice came from the side, causing heads to turn. The one who had spoken was from Team Guy, the other Hyuga present to be exact. What the hell is your problem? Naruto was quick to defend the girl. Problem? Do you expect me to cheer for someone because they managed to step on an ant? Actually, forget the question, you would probably do that. But since we are talking already, Lady Hinata, you should have left when the proctor gave you the chance. You may have won this joke of the fight, but the next task will be public, and there, you will only make a fool out of yourself. You simply don't make a good shinobi. I quickly grabbed Naruto's shoulder before he could start screaming again, maybe a bit harder than necessary, but I managed to stop him. You couldn't see eye to eye with every colleague, that was an unfortunate reality of human nature, but showing open hostilities among each other in front of guests was highly unprofessional. Hey, Niji, don't you think that was a bit much? Guy interjected before any of the other kids could say anything. Good to see that he saw the situation the same as I did. Why? I merely stated the truth. With her soft heart, Lady Hinata would never be Chunin material. In the first place, she only entered unwillingly because she has no confidence and couldn't turn down her teammates' request, as they had to enter as a team. Kaiba now joined the group and seemingly also wanted to get loud, and I sensed that Naruto also wouldn't remain a listener much longer either. You're wrong, Hinata replied in a soft yet certain tone before either of the boys could, though her hands were balled into fists and shaking. I was actually the first one to speak when Kurane-sensei brought up the exams. And I will gladly show you that I have changed. Changed? Don't make me laugh. People are who they are, nothing can change that. Just like a genius will always be a genius, a loser will always be a loser. You should have simply accepted your fate. I raised an eyebrow at his statement. Niji didn't seem to have high regard for the girl he was supposed to be subservient to. Considering how traditionalistic that clan was, I had assumed Nichiren had been an outlier. But it seemed like the current generation of the Hyuga branch family really had an issue with authority. Twice ironic considering what Niji said about change being impossible. While I didn't envy Guy for having to deal with such a student, he really should be less lenient with him. Shinku-sensei had shown what that could lead to, climaxing in the events of the Kisaram mission. You sure love to run your mouth, Suzuki now chimed in, stopping both Kaiba and Naruto. You already did in the forest. In fact, that's about all I've seen you do so far. Niji was quiet for a while, but then, he scoffed. I am merely accepting the reality of this world. He then turned to face both Naruto and Hinata. As will the two of you once your luck runs out. If our names are the next up there, I will kick your ass, believe it. Naruto gracefully countered. I rolled my eyes, hoping that the relatively low volume of the conversation had kept it private. 2 more minutes passed until the medical nin had finally gotten the lower half of the unconscious Wara out of the ground. Once the arena was clear, the scoreboard lit up again. Kankuro vs. Suzuki Uchiha. Naruto's knuckles turned white as his grip on the handrail tightened. Suzuki. Yes. Beat the crap out of that guy. Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life. That was my plan, don't worry. I raised an eyebrow. Had something happened between them? Well, Suzuki didn't seem like he was allowing the anger to cloud his mind right now, and if it gave him motivation to win, I was all here for it. The two of them reached the arena. The hooded boy with the kabuki makeup took off the bundle he wore on his back and placed it next to him, holding it with one hand. If my assumption was correct, this might get interesting. Start? The moment the command came, Suzuki threw a handful of shuriken at the bundle. Kankuro quickly pulled it out of the way, giving Suzuki all the time he needed to close the gap between them. He threw a high kick and Kankuro protectively placed himself before the bundle, trying to block with his arm. The impact sent him flying, but in the air, he turned around, flew at Suzuki, and slashed at him with a hidden blade that sprung from his wrist. Suzuki dodged by jumping backward without much effort. Meanwhile, the bundle unraveled itself, revealing the real Kankuro. You noticed, hey? Almost got me by surprise there. Tricks like that can't fool my Sharingan. Hat. I still got a lot more tricks for you. The disguise fell, revealing the true form of the puppet. It was an ugly thing with a vaguely humanoid shape, albeit with 4 arms. The puppet flew at Suzuki and attacked once more with its blade. As Suzuki blocked the slash with his kunai, more arms came out from under the cloak and tried to wrap around him. Chakra surged into his feet and he jumped, avoiding the grapple. Now behind the puppet, he charged at Kankuro who hastily flung his arms to make the puppet turn. When I learned about the technique for the first time, I had heard that the greatest puppet masters only needed a single finger to control a puppet, and thus could steer up to 10 at once. It would, of course, be a bit unfair to compare the kid to that, but in my opinion, he should at least learn to use the puppet with one hand so he could fight with the other. He was too vulnerable otherwise. Utilizing some form of spring mechanism, the puppet fired its blade arm at Sasuke's back, forcing him to duck. That moment was enough for the puppet to close the distance, allowing it to attack with a switchblade that came out of the newly freed joint. Suzuki quickly followed into a crouch to dodge. The mouth then opened and another blade sprung out, but Suzuki raised his leg and, with a blast of chakra from his soul, kicked the puppet toward the ceiling. Considering the 2 clean hits, it was impressive how little damage that thing had taken so far. Whoever had made it clearly knew what they were doing. Back on his feet, Suzuki ran through some hand signs, finishing before Kankuro could attack again. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kankuro barely managed to pull back his puppet to shield himself from the fire. Suzuki instantly followed with some kunai, but the blade could be heard bouncing off of something. The fire faded. The hair and cloak of the marionette had been burned off, but otherwise, it didn't get more than a few scorch marks. Sorry, Kankuro taunted, but this beauty was made by the great Sasori himself. A simple flame won't destroy it. And I also gave it a few upgrades. The puppet was once again sent flying at Suzuki. Kankuro also used a chakra thread to pick up the severed blade arm, attacking Suzuki from 2 angles. However, catching the arm was trivial for Suzuki as he tried to close the distance. As the puppet had almost reached him he swung his left hand, barely visible chakra threads redirecting the course of the marionette so it missed him. Where did you learn that? Kankuro shouted in surprise. He tried to pull the puppet to him, but while Sasuke's own puppeteering couldn't wrestle the control away from his opponent, it was enough to hold it at bay. Meanwhile, he used the severed blade arm he had caught like a knife to attack. Then, his chakra threads tore. Kankuro regained control over his toy. I scowled. Suzuki had used the kunai from earlier to connect his chakra threads to the marionette without his opponent noticing. However, he had thrown them with his dominant, left hand, so the threads had come from that side as well, but seemingly didn't get enough chakra due to the seal that held the curse mark in check. Deciding against a reckless charge, Suzuki evaded to the side but still threw the blade arm at Kankuro, managing to catch him by surprise and pierce his leg. The Sand Genin grunted in pain and went down on one knee. Shit, he grunted. I didn't want to use that yet, but a mechanism opened in the puppet and fired something at Sasuke. The black-haired boy took a deep breath in anticipation, and his prediction proved to be right. The projectile exploded, enveloping him in a dense cloud that could be smoke, but was likely poison. The arena fell quiet. A child doing to an even younger child what, in a sane world, would have been a war crime, I thought, stopping myself from scoffing. And the people cheer for it. I might have lived in this world for 13 years now, but things like these were hard to get used to. I felt chakra surge through the handrail. Someone seemed to have set up a barrier to shield the audience from the gas. Some people meanwhile showed concern on their faces, but judging from what I had seen, Sasuke let himself get hit on purpose. With my sensory skills, I could feel what was happening in the cloud, could sense the complex chakra construct that was being formed. And despite my earlier thoughts, I couldn't help but grin. Ha! I guess that's it then for you. Freaky eyes won't help you now. Katon, Kayaka Enden. Fire release, high explosive flame bullet. A fast-moving flame projectile shot out of the gas and struck the puppet, rapidly expanding into a wider fire blast and engulfing it in a blaze. This time, the heat was much greater than the previous fireball and was therefore enough to ignite the thing. And while it wasn't a true explosion, there was still some force behind the expansion and the puppet got pushed back. Kankuro panicked and jumped to the side, barely avoiding getting hit by his prized possession on fire. Even if it was built resilient to being ignited, now that it had properly caught fire, it burned brightly. Sasuke had meanwhile left the cloud and, with an explosive burst of speed, charged past the puppet. His kick connected with Kankuro's chest, who couldn't react in time and was flung backward. His chakra threads tore and Sasuke, this time with his right hand, used the opportunity to connect new ones. Kankuro hit the ground and tried to get up, but the burning remains puppet crashed into him and knocked him against the wall. Sasuke might not be able to finally control the thing, but flinging it around was no issue. He then closed the distance again, hitting Kankuro in the side and sending him flying again. After a hard landing, Kankuro weakly tried to raise his hand, but Sasuke used his own threads to guide another kunai right through his palm. Heiei seemingly wanted to raise his hand, but then looked up to the stands. I didn't turn my head fast enough, but whatever he was seeing made him shrug and he put his hand back into his pocket. Is he not calling the match? I wondered. Seems pretty over to me. Does he want to give him another chance? Maybe it's a political move. The Kazekage is a guest in the next part, after all. They don't want to make it look like they are biased against Sand. A bit unfair, but nepotism wouldn't exactly be something new. Kankuro barely managed to get up on his healthy leg when Sasuke was already in front of him again. His desperate attempt to connect some chakra threads with his uninjured hand was easily evaded, and the following strike to his face was accompanied by the telltale sound of a breaking nose. A pained grunt was all the Sand Genin could get out before Sasuke grabbed his collar, lifted him up, and shoved him against the arena wall. I warned you, he said with a smirk. He then slammed his fist into Kankuro's bloodied face, hitting him over the eye with enough force that the back of his head hit the stone behind him. The taller boy then sank to the ground, unconscious. Sasuke Uchiha wins. Heiei finally announced. He then went over to the cloud of poison with had started to disperse, put an open scroll on the floor, and formed a hand sign. The gas got sucked into the scroll and sealed away. Sasuke meanwhile rejoined us, but I sent him to the infirmary anyway. Even if he had done everything right, slowly exhaling while in the gas, it would still better to be safe rather than sorry. But this fight had also shown that we needed to do something about the curse mark. Leaving the seal there wasn't a permanent solution. I also noticed Kankuro's teammate, the girl who had defeated Koji, rush after him. The red-haired boy didn't seem to care. Kaiba Inyazuka. vs. Yoroi Akad. Hat. Finally, my turn. Guess you got lucky, Naruto. You wish. The blonde responded before crossing his arms and tapping his foot. Damn it, I want to have my fight already. Down in the arena, Akamaru jumped from Kaiba's head and growled at their opponent. Not what I expected, Yoroi said with a shrug, but oh well. Let's see how smug you are in a minute. Kaiba countered with a grin, and his dog yipped in agreement. Heiei gave the signal to start, and the Inyazuka immediately went down on all fours. Jijnin Shikyaku no Jutsu. Imitation Beast Ninja Arts, 4 Legs Jutsu. Jijin Nin, Jaijin Bunshin. Imitation Human Ninja Arts, Beast Human Clone. Kaiba's fangs and nails grew while Akamaru transformed into a copy of his master. So he had finally learned to do it without a soldier pill. Yoroi meanwhile formed a single hand sign and his right palm began to shimmer. Gatsuka. Fang passing Fang. Not intending to give their opponent any chance to react, Dog and Master immediately attacked with their clan's signature technique. Yoroi only barely managed to evade the spinning tackle, his glowing hand grazing one of the two. On the other side of the arena, the duo came to a screeching halt, but the transformed Akamaru looked rather tired. Even behind his veil, it was clear that Yoroi wore a smug grin as he raised his right hand that had just drained Akamaru's chakra. Seems like your little pocket rat doesn't have a lot of chakra yet, he taunted, to which Kaiba responded with a snarl. He looked between his partner and opponent, then, he dropped a smoke bomb. Yoroi went into a stance ready for the next attack. One of two Kaibas jumped out of the smoke and attacked him directly while the other ran a circle to flank him. When the former reached him, Yoroi ducked under his swipe and pressed his right hand on his chest. That Kaiba seemed to lose his strength, collapsed to the ground, and turned back into Akamaru. That's it already? So much about that. He then turned to face the other Kaiba. If I were him, Naruto commented with his arms crossed, I would have been the one to attack and then transform into Akamaru to trick him. The other Kaiba charged at him. He then lunged forward, but when Yoroi extended his right hand, he transformed into Akamaru to evade before sinking his teeth into Yoroi's arm. At the same time, the seemingly unconscious Akamaru transformed back into the real Kaiba, his punch connecting with the back of Yoroi's head. The older boy fell over, right into a headbutt from Akamaru, followed by a kick to the stomach from Kaiba. A bite in the ankle made him lose balance and he fell to the ground where another hit to the head knocked him out. Hey, pronounced Kaiba the winner of the fight. Naruto needed a moment until he could close his mouth again. So he finally learned to use his brain instead of just frontal attacks. Ironic that he had the same idea as Naruto, considering how often the two butted heads during our joint training. I gave Kurane an affirming look, but after a quick glance at me, she merely crossed her arms. Oh well, when it came to one's own students, it was normal to be a bit more critical. Tenten. vs. Shikamaru Nara. URG. Of course I would draw the one girl left on the roster, Shikamaru complained with a sigh. For once, Asuma didn't comment and just quietly watched as the last of his three students. He hadn't paid all too much attention during the last few fights, not because he didn't care, but because his mind kept wandering. Koji's fight hadn't been too bad, he'd simply been outmatched. But what exactly had happened there? Asuma knew close to nothing about the civilian-born Pinkette, but Ino had mentioned her every now and then. However, what she had told him didn't fit what he had seen at all. Did I miss a lot? Oh, nice, Shikamaru's on. Koji suddenly standing next to him pulled him out of his thoughts. The Akimichi had seemingly recovered, considering he was already stuffing his face with potato chips again. He wore a bandage around his head instead of his headband and his hair was a bit disheveled, but otherwise, he seemed fine. How are you feeling? Hungry, that fight was draining. We'll be getting those steaks you promised, right? That got a chuckle out of him. Let's see. How's Ino, by the way? No clue, wasn't in the wake-up room. I asked one of the medical nin, said something about a concussion. No, wait, not concussion. But it sounded similar to that. What could he be talking about? But it sounds serious, I should ask them myself and go see her once she wakes up. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Tenten had gotten into position and Hay-8 gave the go. Kage main no jutsu. Shadow imitation jutsu. Shikamaru didn't waste any time and sent his shadow forward, but he didn't even make it halfway before he had to cancel the jutsu in order to evade an incoming kunao. I won't let you. Tenten announced with a smirk. Quick. Koji commented, making Asuma grin. According to Guy, she can hit a fly 100 meters away. Let's see what he comes up with. While Shikamaru hated to put in effort, he hated losing even more, and Asuma never got tired of seeing his head at work. With both hands, Tenten threw 6 kunao fanned out, and while Shikamaru was able to evade most, he still suffered some shallow cuts. He quickly dropped a smoke bomb, enveloping him in a thick cloud. In response, Tenten quickly pulled out a scroll, unsealing 2 big cleavers which she threw into the smoke. A single loud clang could be heard, followed by the sound of something clattering to the floor. He had apparently managed to dodge. Maybe he had anticipated the move and was lying on the ground? In response, a single kunao came flying out of the smoke, a bomb tag tied to it. Tenten quickly jumped to the side to get away, but at the same time, Shikamaru exited the dissipating smoke and threw 2 more rigged kunao, this time at her ground left and right in front of her. Too close to the wall to retreat much further back, Tenten did a backflip and then jumped off the wall and high up to not get hit by the explosions. But no explosion followed. A second look revealed that the bomb tags had just been scraps of paper, maybe torn from a scroll. A sour look appeared on her face as she realized it. Shikamaru sent his shadow forward again, and this time, Tenten was airborne. That didn't seem to faze her though as she unsealed a sickle on a rope and threw it at the balcony left of her. The blade caught the handrail, allowing Tenten to pull herself to the side to get away from the shadow. Her feet caught the side of the balcony and she used chakra to stand horizontally. The shadow retreated. So that is your maximum range, hi, she concluded. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. He ran closer to her but Tenten threw a handful of shuriken at his feet, forcing him to retreat again. As she jumped in the guardrail and then high into the air, he picked up some of the kunao she had thrown earlier and returned them to sender. But they were fanned out wide, only a few came even close to hitting her, and by twisting her body, Tenten could evade with little trouble. Only the lamps behind her got hit and broke. Tenten opened her scroll further and more weapons fell out, one after the other. Skillfully catching them, Tenten unleashed a barrage of blades at her opponent. Shikamaru hastily ran across the arena trying to dodge, but Tenten was too precise. Despite his best efforts, he took multiple hits, not all of them shallow. When Tenten was done he was bleeding quite a bit, with the deepest wound being a kunao and a sickle that stuck in his right shoulder and left thigh, respectively. With his uninjured arm, he threw one of Tenten's cleavers at her. That was why Asuma had only heard one hit the wall. The throw was sloppy though, maybe due to his injuries, and Tenten only needed to sidestep to dodge. She was now at the upper end of the right wall while Shikamaru stood at the hind wall. You can always surrender, you know. Shikamaru just smirked at the taunt and formed a hand sign. Oh no, you won't. Tenten shouted and unsealed a huge shuriken, pulled back her arm for a throw. And froze. Phew, finally, he groaned. That was annoying. Wow. Tenten wondered aloud, eyes fixated on the floor. You never even sent out your shadow, I always looked at it. And what do you think we're standing in right now? He tilted his head, forcing Tenten to mimic the motion to make her look at what he wanted. With the lamps over there destroyed, all the light now comes from one side. So, unlike before, the shadow of the balcony, at least this half of it, now reaches the ground. It might go around the corner, but it's still the same shadow we're both standing in. And I can use other shadows to extend my own. You were aiming at the lamps from the start, weren't you? Yup. The ceiling light makes my shadow rather short, unfortunately, so I knew your Byokaijutsu would prevent me from getting in range normally. But, as expected, you felt too safe once you figured out the range limit. Anyway. He forced Tenten's arm to move, holding the tip of the oversized shuriken at her neck. Thanks for getting that thing out, makes it a lot easier. Say, what was that offer you made earlier again? Tenten's eyes widened, but then she couldn't help but chuckle. Well, guess that's what I get for underestimating a newbie. I surrender. Heiei nodded. The fight is over. Shikamaru wins. Come on, let mine be next. Naruto complained, eyes glued on the scoreboard. Even though the previous fight had ended a bit ago already, it was still blank. Tenten had thrown a lot of weapons around and now had to pick them all up again. Even with two proctors helping, it still took a while. Shikamaru meanwhile was brought to the infirmary. Kind of weird that the winner is the one who needs medical attention, Naruto thought while he waited. Sasuke returned at some point during the fight, confirming that there were no issues from the poison. Finally, the arena was clear and the weapons sealed away again, and Tenten hurried up the stairs, apologizing profusely for making everyone wait. The scoreboard lit up once more. Rock Lee vs. Niji Hyuga. Damn it, still not me. I want to talk with Karin already. Lee, who had been very pumped for his fight so far now seemed rather somber, but determined nonetheless. He gave his teammate a look, and wordlessly, the two of them walked down into the arena. So teammates fighting each other can also happen, hey? Maybe I can fight Sasuke at some point in the third task, that would be cool. He watched as the two boys went into position. Considering what Sakura told us about the fight in the forest, Lee seems like a cool guy. The other guy's a jerk, why was he mean to Hinata for no reason? I hope Lee wins this. So it has finally come to this. Niji, I have put my all into surpassing you. I'm grateful for this chance to prove myself. If you'd ever listened to me, you would know the result already, Niji responded as the veins around his eyes bulged out. I will not deny your dedication and effort. But in the end, the two of us are who we are. But, while it won't change the outcome, do you truly believe right now is a time when you should handicap yourself? Naruto wondered what he was talking about. Unsure, Lee looked up at them, and the other adult next to them, probably Lee's sensei, gave him a thumbs up. Naruto wasn't sure what was weirder, the fact that this guy had even bushier eyebrows than Lee or that on him, that look somehow worked. Lee's eyes lit up and pulled up his leg warmers, revealing that he wore training weights. Was he wearing those all the time? Wouldn't that slow him down? He walked over to the wall and dropped the weights. Naruto didn't see him there since he was under the balcony, but he heard and felt a heavy impact, and the people on the other side gasped. Why would he walk around with those? Then he returned, and the proctor gave the go. Within the blink of an eye, Lee closed the gap between them. If perception training hadn't been a big part of the last 2 months, Naruto's eyes wouldn't be able to keep up, and even now it was difficult. Konoha Rep. Leaf Gale. Lee's series of kicks came so fast that he was little more than a blur, but surprisingly, Niji was able to keep up. Even though his speed allowed Li to attack from various angles in incredible succession, Niji hardly moved at all, using only his hands to deflect the blows and occasionally tilting his head or shifting his body slightly to evade any near hit. Is he always wearing those weights, guy? Naruto heard Tanya-sensei ask next to him. Pretty much, yet. His dedication and unbreakable spirit make him surpass his limits again and again. That is the true power of youth. His speed is certainly impressive, but wouldn't that also mean he is used to his kicks having a lot more weight behind them than they have now? Don't worry about that. He worked tirelessly to surpass Niji, and while both might be my students, it is hard not to honor his efforts. Once more, Li appeared behind Niji and struck. The Hyuga turned in a fluid motion, evading and attacking in response. Naruto noticed that, while similar, his movements were different from Hinata's. Li continued the motion and fell on his hands, doing a cartwheel to evade and get some distance between them. When he came to a halt, both opponents stared intensely at each other, allowing the heated battle to calm down for a moment. Seems like they're evenly matched, Kaiba noted. That you didn't pay attention, Sasuke responded dryly, and Naruto noticed that he watched the battle with his Sharingan active. What's more, Hinata was using her dojutsu as well, a concerned look on her face. Li attacked again, changing his tactic. Since Niji's omnidirectional sight made him hard to outmaneuver, he instead switched to more focused attacks. But while Niji may not have been able to move around with Li's speed, his reaction time could keep up with him. Attacks and counterattacks glided past each other, all looking like near misses, or grazes at best. Konoha Otoshi. Leaf drop. Li spun, twisting his body before delivering a heavy kick from above. Niji leaned into the movement and spun, the most he had moved so far during an exchange of blows. Suddenly, Li seemed to get a new burst of speed. The bandages around his arms loosened and he went down to attack from below, but Niji was once more able to evade. When he jumped over a low sweep, Li got behind him, seemingly trying something with his bandages, but a spinning kick from Niji forced him to abandon the attempt. Both combatants moved in a blur once more, and when they separated again, Li was panting and holding his chest. As always, you are truly incredible, Niji. And yet, you refuse to accept the difference between us, Niji responded, barely out of breath. An ace in the hole becomes a lot worse if the opponent knows about it, and you're already paying the price for what you just tried. What is he talking about? Naruto wondered aloud. The 8 gates, Tanya-sensei explained. Special tenketsu that function like safety limiters. Those who can open them can temporarily gain incredible strength, but the drawbacks are significant and exponential, with the opening of the final gate guaranteeing death. But even just opening the lower gates is highly self-destructive and rarely worth learning in my opinion. It seems like the technique he just attempted to use opened the first one. It gave him a quick boost, but the drawback came right after. If he tries to fight now, he will lose. You might be a genius with few equals, Li admitted to his opponent, but if my limits stop me from reaching you, then that simply means I have to surpass my limits. The lotus of the hidden leaf blooms twice. Second gate, gate of healing, open. Guy, you didn't. Kurane called in surprise while Tanya-sensei's eyes narrowed. Li charged at Niji with speed surpassing his previous feats. I told you, his dedication is unparalleled. How many can he open? Tanya asked. The tall Jainin grinned. 5. If the second gate made Li this much faster already, what would the fifth do? Naruto couldn't help but wonder. And what would be the drawbacks? Li shot past Niji and spun around in the air. His feet touched the balcony and he pushed himself off with enough force to make cracks appear in the stone, flying at his opponent once more. He looked less like a fighter and more like a projectile at this point. Tana-sensei, his chakra network. Sakura murmured. So you noticed it, hey. Guy, you need to stop him. Kurane insisted. Even if he can open it, there is no way his body can withstand the strain of the fifth gate. He might win the fight with the boost it gives him, but he could suffer permanent damage from it. It's not worth it. If nothing else, you at least don't need to worry about that, Kurane, Tanya stated, eyes still fixated on the fight. He won't even open the third. What makes you say that? Tenten wondered. The reverse lotus is Li's best shot at defeating Niji, and he needs to open at least the third gate for that. Down in the arena, Li came to a sudden halt and instantly was on the move in the opposite direction, becoming a blur of speed that relentlessly attacked from all sides. Niji could still somewhat hold his ground, but no longer attempted any counterattacks, focusing solely on defending. I will show you. Li shouted, the speed distorting his voice. Because this is my ninth. Third gate, gate of life, OP. Suddenly, Li's speed fell. Naruto could see him stumble and he crashed to the ground, tumbling over the floor. When he finally came to a stop, his face was twisted in pain and his hand clutched his chest. He tried to get up again, but he suddenly coughed out a clump of blood. Then, his body seemed to fail him. The proctor waited for a few seconds before calling the match. I told you, Niji said once more. In the end, we will always be what we are. Wah, what happened just now? Naruto didn't understand. Didn't the others just say what Lee was doing gave him a boost in power? Why had he collapsed? Did the gate's drawbacks come this fast? So that's why his chakra network felt so strange all of a sudden, Sakura mumbled, seemingly realizing something. I don't get it, what's going on? Precise gentle fist users can seal off tenketsu with their strikes, Tanya-sensei explained. And the gates, while certainly different from the normal ones, are still tenketsu. He prevented Lee from opening them, plus, there is also the normal effect gentle fist strikes have on the body. Trying to force the gates open in that state. She gave a side glance to Guy who only stared at the arena with wide eyes. Niji, he knew this was the only way he could lose, Tenten realized. Like he said, if your opponent knows your trump card. He aimed at them from the start, Hinata confirmed, her Byakugan fading. Naruto balled his fist, Niji's arrogance really starting to rub him the wrong way. Medical Nin carried Lee away. Guy still said nothing. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Shino Aberame. Naruto's face hardened as his name appeared on the scoreboard. The last fight had put a damper on his excitement, but his determination was all the stronger. On his way down in the arena he passed Niji, giving him a glare that didn't get any reaction out of the Hyuga. He clenched his fist tighter but then left it at that. Down in the arena, he closed his eyes and did the breathing exercise Tanya-sensei had shown him to calm down. I can always kick his ass later. Now concentrate on the fight. He looked up. With his shades and high collar, Shino's expression was, as always, hard to read. During the joint training, he was only with the Aberame during physical exercises, so Naruto didn't know much about his fighting style except that he used bugs. Better be wary of those. Start. Concentrating chakra on his solace, Naruto boosted himself forward. Shino ducked under his punch, so he continued the momentum into a spin, followed by a kick from above. Shino managed to jump backward in time, and utilizing Tanya-sensei's Imperial Fist technique, Naruto's heel cracked the stone where he had stood a moment earlier. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Not giving his opponent any time to counter, Naruto summoned 12 shadow clones that surrounded Shino in groups of 3. In each group, one placed a Kitsu tag on the ground while the second jumped on the third's shoulders, holding up another tag. Nin, Hachiiten Kekai Ninja Art, 8-point barrier. The tags lit up and a cubic barrier formed, trapping Shino inside. The original Naruto stood up and smirked. Learning Tanya's barrier technique had been surprisingly fun and during the training, he had also thought of some other ways they could be used. Not that he had dared to try them on the scary girl. An effective tactic with quick and efficient execution, Shino stated in a neutral voice after he and Naruto had looked at each other for a while. And yet, it won't be enough. Why, you ask? Because while a swarm might gather attention, lone insects can be hard to spot. They can gather in secret until it is too late. Naruto raised an eyebrow but then he saw the black dots on one of his clones. Right after, in a puff of smoke, the clone disappeared and the barrier collapsed. Shino spread his arms and more bugs flew out of his sleeves. Naruto quickly created more clones all around, 30 in total for the start. The arena wasn't big so too many would be a hindrance, but hiding among his copies should make the swarm less effective. Reforming the barrier would probably be pointless so he went into the offensive. 3 more of the first batch of shadow clones disappeared, the smoke obscuring his sight for a second, while the big cloud of insects swarmed another clone and made him quickly disappear before he could reach Shino. Okay, he really needed to look out for these things. Leaving a clone behind to trick his opponent, Naruto attacked together with his other clones. Only a few could strike at once, but the numbers quickly overwhelmed Shino, and 2 kicks landed in his stomach. Then he melted into a cloud of insects. Naruto's eyes widened. When had he? Probably when the clones had disappeared. The insects gathered into another swarm and attacked, aiming for the real him. His arms disappeared first in the black cloud, but before they could get any further he ejected a large amount of chakra from his hands, blasting them away. The swarm reformed and attacked again. Was it a lucky guess? No, they were too focused. Damn, what had given him away? And where was the real Shino? A singular barrier tag warded the bugs off momentarily before they regrouped again and went around. Bomb tags could have been good here, he thought. But unfortunately, Sakura had used all the trio had gotten from Tanya-sensei back in the forest. 3 clones threw themselves at the insects to shield the real one while he sprinted away, but he knew he wouldn't be able to run from them forever. Okay, think. Even with the smoke as cover, he was surrounded. So he either hid in the ground, or he went up. His guess proved true and he finally spotted his opponent, standing upside down on the high ceiling. Kage Bushin Henge no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Transformation Jutsu. Naruto summoned 2 shadow clones transformed into Fumashuriken which he hurled up, both getting stuck in the concrete after Shino sidestepped them. Transforming back, they managed to catch him by surprise, grapple him, and pull him down with them. The swarm meanwhile was on Naruto again and he swatted them away with another blast of chakra before he retreated, but they got increasingly harder to get rid of. They closed in once more. Naruto stopped paying attention to what his remaining shadow clones were doing, assuming they were focused on taking out Shino. Something tickled under his mesh armor. Had some of them snuck up on him? Suddenly, he felt a tugging on his mind, similar to the feeling he had back in the forest. Was it the fox? But this time, he wasn't in emotional turmoil and managed to suppress the feeling. Just from very far away, it felt like he heard a voice. Are you scared? Insects aren't to be feared, they are to be crushed. Naruto ignored the voice. Memories returning told him more shadow clones were gone. Shino held a second cloud of insects close to himself, and whenever they managed to swarm a clone it disappeared shortly after. But then, as the fox's words echoed in his mind, he got an idea. The bugs came again, but he didn't stop them this time. He merely formed a single hand sign, then he let them swarm him. Toge Bushin no Jutsu. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Clones flooded the arena. Naruto couldn't see whether they all fit, he focused on dogpiling them on himself. He could feel the pressure coming from each side, together with the gross wetness of squished insects. Some clones disappeared, then he heard a pained grunt. Memories of a clone came in, other clones had vanished under him, and he had spotted Shino before pouncing on him. The pressure disappeared as the clones on their own realized which ones were needed. When he stood free again there were still insects around, but the swarm's number was greatly reduced and Shino kept the remaining close to him. Naruto charged. The remaining shadow clones got into groups of 2, one of each transforming into a Fmashuriken which the other one threw. Transforming back once they got close they attacked, and the diminished swarm couldn't attack them all at once. Shino's taijutsu wasn't bad but he was quickly forced into the defensive. The real Naruto had now reached him and summoned a clone transformed into a Konoha which he slammed down in an overhead strike. Shino jumped back, evading so closely that his jacket got a tear, but then the cudgel hit the ground. Naruto's clone expelled enough chakra through the tip to dissipate, making the ground burst open from the impact. Shino lost balance. 2 clones attacking from both sides forced the swarm to split, and with chakra in his soles, Naruto generated another burst of speed, tackled Shino to the ground, drew a kunai, and held it to his neck. It seems like you got me, he admitted. Why, you ask? Because I failed to anticipate such an outlandish tactic. I placed a female bug on you during your first attack so the male bugs could track the pheromones. When that happened, I was certain my victory was a matter of time. I was wrong. How ironic that I was the one getting swarmed in the end. I have one question though, did you even notice that the Kikaike ate away your chakra? They can do that? Oh, that's how they defeated the clones so quickly. I withdraw my question. I surrender. The battle is over. Naruto Uzumaki wins. The proctor announced, jumping down from the stone finger monument he had apparently retreated up to. Naruto helped Shino up, the latter stating he would seek the medical nin for a quick check. Gaara vs. Shishiri. Asked to leave the arena, Naruto hurried up the stairs on the other side. He wanted to finally talk with Karin. As he reached the top, Old Man Hokage suddenly stood in front of him. Congratulations on your win, Naruto. Thanks. But, yes, I can guess what you want to do. That's why I am here, to be precise. He formed a hand sign and a flush of water hit Naruto, followed by a gust of wind blowing him dry. That should be better, he chuckled and went back to his part of the balcony. Naruto was thankful, he had almost forgotten about the dead bugs on him. He went on, and when he reached her, the redhead stared at him with wide eyes. Your name? Yeah. Seems like we're cousins, he grinned, though he could feel his lip tremble. He couldn't believe it. He had a living family member. Both stared at each other, overwhelmed with emotions and unsure what to say next. Don't cry, don't. Sabaku SS. Sand waterfall burial. Karen's eyes widened. She shrieked and clasped her hands in front of her mouth. Naruto turned around, seeing how the guy from Karen's team fell to the ground, his body crushed into a bloody pulp. Sand hovered in the air, dripping with blood before retreating into the gourd on Gaara's back. Behind him, Naruto could hear Karin puke out her lunch. Naruto quickly returned his attention to her, just in time to see her legs get weak and catch her before she fell into her own vomit. The fight is over. Gaara wins. Now, all winners, come down in the arena. Are you okay? Can you walk? He asked. Karin didn't answer, but her grasp on his hand tightened. Naruto nodded and guided her down to the others. Hiruzen observed as the 10 finalists gathered in front of him. The preliminaries had certainly been full of surprises. He eyed Gaara, who simply stood next to his remaining teammate with his arms crossed. Deaths happened during these fights, but the fast and brutal way he had killed the grass genin was certainly exceptional. His teammate, the girl who had outed herself as a surviving Uzumaki, looked pale as a ghost while holding onto Naruto. He would need to think carefully about how to handle this situation. For now, he would have some Anbu trail her until he made a decision. Lastly, there were the genin from Leaf. While he was supposed to be impartial, he had been quite curious about how Tanya's kids had developed. When it came to Janin-sensei, there were varying philosophies. Some took on more of a background role, giving the genin freedom while providing guidance. Others, like Guy, preferred a more hands-on approach. Tanya seemed to have taken a page from the latter's book. Sakura had unfortunately not shown much considering how quickly her fight had ended, though that had been a surprise in and of itself. Sasuke, despite being handicapped by the seal, had shown a great performance in a ninjutsu Hiruzen hadn't seen before. Had Tanya developed another original technique? Or had it maybe even been Sasuke, under her guidance? And when it came to Naruto, he couldn't help but be proud. And yet, he had a feeling that this had only been the beginning. The tournament would undoubtedly be interesting. The Hokage had them draw numbers before explaining that the third task would consist of further 1-versus-1 fights in a tournament bracket, but unlike the preliminaries, they would be a public event with many visitors expected. Wait, does that mean only one can become Chunin? No. Your performance during the fights is what decides that. It's possible that all of you pass, or none. Remember that strength is not all a Chunin needs. Make sure you display the right qualities. Ibiki meanwhile drew up the tournament tree and showed it to the kids. This will be your fights, Hiruzen stated. The last task will take place in a month. Use the time to prepare. Dismissed. A/N, part Iniji vs Lee is a highly debated topic within a fandom. I like Lee a lot, but he is a very matchup-dependent fighter. After looking into all the available information, this seems like the most plausible outcome of their fight, though I can certainly see scenarios in which Lee would win. I'm sure there are people who will disagree with me, which is perfectly fine, but I ask you to stay civil about it. Also, in a different timeline, Tanya was reborn as a Hyuga branch clan member. Not trying to hint at something, just wanted to say it p. But, on a completely unrelated note, what is an apocrypha and how do I set one up? Chapter 25, Plans for a Month. A/N, this thread is more than 20 days old. It is very likely that it does not need any further discussion and thus bumping it serves no purpose. Gee, thanks for rubbing it in SB. No overly long chapter or something this time, just good old writer's block. I apologize. Plans for a month. A good bit away from the Leaf Village, 5 figures could be seen. 3 of them were lying on the ground dead, the trio making up a random patrol that happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Of the remaining 2, one was sitting on a tree stump, arms crossed, one leg over the other, and a smile on his face. To an outsider, he might have looked calm. But the other figure knew that he was anything but. Well, Orochimaru began. I'd say all in all, that didn't exactly go as planned. Wouldn't you agree? Kabuto didn't say anything in response. At least he knew when to be quiet. With your cover blown, Yoroi and Misumi will likely get suspected as well, he continued. If Dosa and Kin prove to be smarter than I think they are, they might weasel themselves out, but considering their lackluster performance so far, I doubt they will be of much further use. And Sasuke hadn't faced off against Yoroi. That was probably what annoyed him the most. He was still convinced that Sasuke would accept the power curse mark eventually, but he couldn't wait forever. His current body would likely expire by the end of the year, maybe even sooner. If he got another spare, he would need to wait 3 full years before he could take Sasuke's. Also, he still needed to find out whether Kabuto's hunch about the girl had been correct. You're lucky I still have use for you. And that, with Jiraiya suddenly appearing in the tower, he couldn't have stayed there much longer anyway. Now, tell me, Kabuto, do you know why it is so bad that your cover got blown? The silver-haired boy swallowed. It means I won't be able to follow the original plan. If I enter the arena, that girl could recognize me. It depends on how good her sensory skills are, but the chance isn't worth the risk. We will need to adjust the plan. That we do. I will still be able to enter the village thanks to the vanishing facial copy jutsu, but you likely won't. But I wonder, why just likely? How come you can only assume that rather than knowing it for sure? Well, Lord Orochimaru, the Pixie of the Hidden Leaf might have acquired a name for herself, but information about her skill set is surprisingly difficult to come by. Except for the summons from which she earned her name, she knows how to limit what is known of her. I knew things about her personality, the tactics she likes to employ, and had a rough grasp of her skill level, but I didn't know she was a censor. That's why I don't know for sure whether or not she would recognize me by my chakra alone. That won't do, Kabuto. Variables aren't good for plans. At least we have a full month and likely won't need to adjust our plan much. He stood up and went over to the corpses to see if they were usable when Kabuto spoke. Lord Orochimaru, if I may, do you know what the Pixie did there at the end? Orochimaru halted. Right, that had been the one positive surprise of this day. Thinking back at it even improved his mood to a surprising degree. Well, what do you think, Kabuto? I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru, I don't know. I've never seen anything like this. At that moment, everything about her felt wrong. As if she had become something that shouldn't exist. Kabuto's description, uncharacteristically clumsy as it was an interesting insight. Indeed, even Orochimaru himself had felt a shiver run down his spine when he had looked into these golden eyes. There was more to the Pixie of the hidden leaf than met the eye, something that excited him in a way not many things did. His two current main goals obviously took priority for now, but this was a contender for the third place. For now, make yourself useful and oversee the preparations for next month. Thankfully, and amusingly, my former sensei isn't aware how much he played into our hand. The sun had already begun to set when the group of examinees, proctors, and Jainin exited the forest of death. Most of the supporting Chunin like Irika weren't with them as they had been sent out to retrieve all who had failed the second exam and were still alive. Sakura couldn't help but wonder how many of the dozens who had entered had survived. Just how many had entered this test naively, believing it to be nothing more than a simple trial. Sure, they had signed the waiver, but how many had truly understood that they were wagering their lives? Some might have thought it to be just another ruse, like the 10th question in the first test, and went in wholly underprepared. Her thoughts wandered back to Ino. She wasn't with them, apparently still recovering. And still, her team had made it to the tower. Just how unprepared had some of the others been then? Thank you, a meek, embarrassed voice mumbled next to her. Right, speaking of unprepared. Shortly after exiting the tower, the group came to realize that Karin not only had no stamina, she knew neither tree jumping nor sustained running. Not wanting to delay the group, one of the Hokage's guards had carried her the rest of the way and was now letting her back to the ground. Meanwhile, the group began to dissolve as everyone went their way. Hey, Karin! Naruto immediately called. Want to go eat ramen together? In a way, it was incredible. To think that Naruto still had living relatives and ended up meeting one of them by pure coincidence in a place like this, despite everything, Sakura couldn't help but smile. However, before the redhead could answer, her teammate stepped in front of her. Don't get too chummy, she still belongs to the hidden grass village. Oh, screw you. Hinata took you out in one hit, so why are you acting so high and mighty? And the other? Naruto. Tanya-sensei's calm but commanding voice cut into their conversation like a knife as she stepped closer and put a hand on his shoulder. I need to talk to the three of you, come with me for a moment. Naruto hesitated, making the golden-haired girl sigh. She just lost her teammate, give her some space. It's not like she'll be going anywhere the coming month, you'll have plenty of chances. She then pulled him closer and quietly added something only he could hear. Fine, he grumbled. But we will go eat ramen eventually, believe it. You Yes, now come already, Wara once more interjected and dragged her off. Sakura noticed that the Hokage's gaze followed them and wondered if this was the right call. To her, it hadn't looked like Karin wanted to be alone. Should I say something? No, I shouldn't doubt Tanya-sensei, she must know what she's doing. After all, Sakura had never experienced that kind of loss, while Tanya had. Therefore, she stayed quiet and joined the two boys as Tanya-sensei had the group gather to discuss their plans. But won't we be gone the coming month? Naruto voiced one more complaint as they walked. We'll go back to the tree, right? We would if we could, Tanya responded. Alas, one-time favors have the unfortunate quirk of being one-time. Shocker, I know. As I already said, I only have one more favor with the Moth Queen and I will save that one for emergencies. But you are right on one point, I have indeed made plans for the coming month regarding you three. Seemingly satisfied with the distance they now had from everyone else, she stopped, turned around, and faced them with her typical straight posture and hands behind her back. Now, there is a lot to do and little time, so I'll keep this quick. Unlike the past 2 months, general training is not what the coming weeks are meant for. You know what fights you will or might have, and you are meant to prepare for those. Lord Third already hinted at it, but to spell it out more clearly, to qualify yourself as Chunin, you need to demonstrate not just your combat prowess, in fact, that is one of the less important factors. You need to show that you have the qualities required for this rank. A single battle can be enough to achieve that, even if you lose. Obviously, winning means more fights, and thus more chances to prove yourself. I hopefully don't need to explain why that makes the first battle so important. She made an intentional pause before continuing. As always, the key to proper preparation is information. For this, the preliminaries work both for and against you, you already saw each of your opponents fight, which allows you to prepare better, but they also saw you. We'll meet tomorrow at 8 at our usual spot. Until then, I want each of you to think of your options for your first fight. It doesn't need to be a complete strategy right off the bat, but you at least need a starting point. Think about what you know about your opponent, but also what they might know about you. Sakura, Sasuke, you're dismissed. Naruto, you stay here, I have some more things to say to you. I will tell you everything once the exams are over, and I promise it won't be important until then. Those had been the words Sasuke had told his teammates in the tower. As it turned out, that had been a lie. He had thought the exam would end soon, not that there would be an entire month of downtime. Because now, it definitely had become important. He closed the door to his home behind him. He was about to head for the bedroom but then changed his mind, deciding to check whether there was something left in the kitchen that had survived his 2-month absence. Most hadn't and got promptly thrown into the trash bin, but there was at least a bag of potato chips that still looked edible. As he absent-mindedly munched on his dinner, he used the moment of calm after the hectic week to finally collect his thoughts. Obviously, there was Tanya-sensei's task of coming up with a strategy until tomorrow, but his first opponent would be Kaiba, someone whom he had ample information about. That didn't mean he would take him lightly. His old self would have gone into the fight with no special preparation, simply training normally and assuming he'd win anyways, but he knew better than to piss off his young sensei by doing something like that. He could very well do without getting chewed out by her. However, unlike his two teammates, he wouldn't be able to fully dedicate the month to his training. There also was the other issue. As he ate, his free hand slowly wandered up to his neck. The place where Orochimaru had bitten him still stung a bit, but the bite itself had mostly healed by now. What was still there was the mark, and the seal around it. The missing nin had called it a gift, one that apparently granted him power in some way. And yet, everyone else treated it like he had a bomb tag stuck to his body. And then there was the exam proctor, Anko. After pulling him to the side, she examined the mark and the seal for a while before revealing to him that the same curse mark had been applied to her, many years ago. You are so insanely lucky, kid. If your friend hadn't immediately sealed the thing, it would have eaten itself into your chakra network like a parasite and there would have been no hope of removing it. Trust me, I tried. But you might actually have a shot, we'll have to see. Until then, don't do anything stupid. Some part of him wondered why he had even bothered not telling his teammates about it immediately. They might not have the exact details, but they knew the mark was bad and that they were looking for a way to remove it. And yet, another part was hesitant to let them know. Power. For the past years, his mind had been solely focused on two things, kill Itachi, and once that was done, rebuild his clan. And for the former, power was exactly what he needed. A year, no, even just 5 months ago, he probably would have accepted all the power he could get, no matter the price. Avenging his family would have been worth it. But now, his gaze fell onto the picture frame on the shelf. It was the photograph they had taken together once they had passed the bell test, apparently an old Leaf tradition. It depicted him standing next to Naruto, with Sakura in the front. At first, the two boys only had angry stares for each other until Tanya-sensei intervened. The golden-haired girl stood behind the trio. Straight posture, arms behind her back, and a stern look on her face, which seemed to be the default for her. The stool she had to stand on in order to be a head above him and the others was not visible in the picture. In a way, there were parallels one could draw between her and Itachi, objectively speaking. Subjectively though, she felt completely different. After looking at it for a while, Sasuke stood up. The night was dark by now, the garden only dimly illuminated by the light of the moon. He went to the small pond in the middle, stepped next to the water, and began to weave hand signs. Katon, Gaki no Jutsu. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. For a moment, bright light pierced the darkness as the fireball roared over the water's surface. It wasn't exactly a secret jutsu, a fair amount of people outside the Uchiha clan knew it, but it was still something of a tradition in his clan to pass the technique on. Just like his father had done that day. And yet, that had only been after Itachi had effectively been disowned. Once the flames disappeared, Sasuke quietly stared at the once again dark body of water. Despite the aforementioned circumstances, it had been a part of his skill set he had always been proud of. After a few silent minutes in darkness, he raised his hands a second time. Katon, Kayaka Enden. Fire release, high explosive flame bullet. The small but fast projectile impacted the surface and immediately expanded into a massive blaze. The rapid expansion blew a crater into the water as a good portion of it evaporated, the extremely hot flame triumphing over its supposed weakness. When the water had calmed down and the steam had dissipated, Sasuke looked at his left hand. He could still remember vividly how during his fight, the reduced chakra flow had broken off at a moment that could have cost him the win. It felt similar to how a tight noose would cut off the blood flow, just with chakra. As much as Sakura's seal might have saved him, it needed to go. And for that to happen, the mark needed to go. He would not fall behind Naruto and Sakura during the coming month. Walking down the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village alone, Sakura's mind was on the tactic she was supposed to come up with. Tanya-sensei had done multiple strategic exercises with them, so she had a rough idea of how to ideally go about this. Temari was a wind user, so her first thought was fire. However, while she had learned how to mold fire chakra, that was only the first step of the marathon of learning a new ninjutsu. Her chakra nature wasn't fire, so learning a fire technique in a month that was strong enough to beat someone who had honed her wind for probably years was difficult. And it wasn't like that would be an automatic victory. Not to mention that the first fight, important as it may be, hopefully wouldn't be her only one. She also needed a way to fight her other potential opponents, and while Tanya-sensei's training had certainly helped, her chakra reserves still weren't big. She couldn't waste all her energy on one fight, she needed a way to win that also conserved her strength. Genjutsu might be a good idea as it didn't consume much chakra, but then she would also need a plan B in case the Sand Kunoichi knew how to counter it. There is also the question of whether I should outright plan to only win twice. Because after that, I will have to face Sasuke. That would be difficult even when fully rested. But before thinking of that, I need to win the second fight. Unfortunately, Shigeri hadn't done a good job revealing his opponent's abilities. Sakura now knew he could control sand to use it both offensively and defensively, but that ability hadn't exactly been pushed to its limits during that fight. The silver lining was that she hadn't revealed much about herself either. To outsiders, her fight against Ino was probably not even worth mentioning. However, as disappointment once again began to creep into her thoughts, her sensei's words echoed in her mind. I know how you feel, but this isn't the end of it. Your promise doesn't just hinge on a single moment. Sakura still had no idea how Tanya-sensei had known about her promise to Ino, but she was right. For now, the next month was what counted. She looked up at the sky. Only a few rays of sunshine were left by now, and she couldn't just walk about forever. She needed a calm place to think, but where could she go? Oh, right. Home. How had that option slipped her mind? Besides, she still needed to reconcile with her parents after their falling out. Including the 5 days of the exam, over 2 months had passed since she had last seen them. She had managed to make excuses to herself once she returned from training, but now she really couldn't put this off any longer. The walk home took rather long since she hadn't been walking in that direction, not even subconsciously. She could have made it there in no time by jumping over the rooftops, but she didn't feel like doing that right now. By the time she opened the door, stepped into the hallway, and took off her shoes, it had already gotten dark outside. She followed the sound of people speaking into the living room where her parents sat at the dinner table. The hole from the kunao was still in the wood. Once she entered, they too got quiet and turned their heads. Sakura. Her mother began but seemingly didn't know what to say. Even though they had been ones, no, that wasn't helpful right now. I'm home, Sakura greeted. All right, that was it. No more hiding. Compared to Tanya-sensei's grueling training in the Forest of Death, this was nothing. All she needed to do here was talk. How hard could that be? And yet, no word reached her lips. After a while in silence, she walked closer to the table. Once more, the three of them stared at each other in silence. Finally, Sakura managed to say something. I made it to the finals, she announced somberly. You mean, the last portion of the exam? Her father carefully asked. Yes, she confirmed. Then, it got quiet again. Sakura reached into her pocket and put something on the table. Tickets. According to the Hokage, the third task was a public event with prominent guests, many of which came from far away and naturally had seats reserved for them. For the Jainin sensei of each team and some other important people from the Leaf, it was likewise. Because of that, ordinary seats were hard-fought, which was why each of them had been given 2 tickets to hand out to whomever they wanted. Hers now lay on the table, looked at in silence. In case you want to come, she ultimately said. When no response came, she turned around, walked up to her room, and let herself fall onto her bed. Slowly, she raised her head and began to repeatedly slam her face into the pillow. When admonishing Naruto for his behavioral missteps in the tower, I was thorough. Not more thorough than I would have been under different circumstances, of course, that would have been highly unprofessional. The last couple of days might have put a great strain on my nerves, but I most certainly did not allow myself to get worked up over it at that moment. Anyway, by the time I was done, Naruto didn't try to object anymore and looked rather tired once I dismissed him. Psychologically speaking, I could certainly comprehend what was going on in him, at least to some extent. Unfortunately, the world wasn't so simple. Allies and friends were 2 very different things, and he needed to understand that he and the girl were ninja first and relatives second. Otherwise, their allegiances might get called into question, and then, things could get ugly. Clans didn't split to different villages for a reason. And that she had apparently inherited an incredibly rare ability didn't exactly make the situation less complicated. Considering how long lecturing him had taken, it wasn't surprising how late it had gotten by the time I got home. Finally, within the privacy of my own four walls, I let out a sigh I had been holding in for the entirety of the last 2 days. I took off the headband and the flak jacket and sat down. I wasn't sure whether I was more angry or more exhausted at this point. Why on earth was catching a breath asked too much? I didn't know why there was this general conception that during the exam, Janin-sensei had a bit of time to relax, but it most certainly wasn't the case right now. Even without Orochimaru or Karin, there was a lot to do. While I was pleased that all three had passed the second round on top of making a good figure in front of the Hokage during the preliminaries, it also meant I had to prepare all of them without splitting myself in 3 this time. I sensed Iruka approaching long before he knocked on my door. "Good evening, brother," I greeted after letting him in. Hi. Have you eaten yet? I brought some takeout with me." "I haven't, thank you. I wasn't really hungry, maybe from the stress, but skipping meals wasn't the greatest idea in this profession." Iruka put the bag on the table while I went and got some plates and chopsticks. Each of us got their portion and we began to eat in silence. "Tanya, He began after we had gone through about half of it. "I'm sorry for what I said to you right before the exam. I was convinced I knew them, but when I saw them fight, I barely even recognized them. Naruto has grown so much since I gave him his headband. The others as well. It's hard to believe that wasn't even half a year ago." "Ah, so that was why he had come. Well, the matter was rather trivial and there was no point in holding a grudge over it. Apology accepted." The words were simple and yet, the relief was visible on his face. It seemed that he hadn't judged the matter as trivial as I had. While we ate, I contemplated how to proceed the following month. I could stick to my original plan with some adjustments, but unforeseen developments had offered new possibilities. Not just for the trio, but myself as well. Unfortunately, there were just as many headaches waiting for me. Where are we going?" Karin stammered as she stumbled after Wara, who still held an iron grip around her wrist. "ISNT the hotel that way. We're not headed there. We're leaving," the older boy snarled as his free hand grabbed his head. "Shit, what did that blue-haired girl do? This damn headache just won't stop. Why doesn't your healing work on it?" "Leaving? But, the third task." Wara finally stopped and spun around to face her. "What about it?" he barked. "What, you think you're going to fight? You, representing our village in the arena? Don't make me laugh. You're forgetting your place. We were supposed to show that despite everything that's going on right now, grass is still strong. Your job was done as soon as we reached the tower. But those who passed, they're all monsters. You lucked yourself through the fight because that weird body of yours awakened another freakish ability at the most convenient moment, but do you honestly think you can suddenly fight because of it? You will end up just like Shigeri did." As his name was said, the scene that had happened mere hours ago once again flashed before her eyes. She had already seen a lot of injured and dead shinobi in their field hospitals, but none of it compared to the end their deceased team leader had met. Just thinking about it made her stomach turn and she just barely managed to stop herself from puking. "Yeah, that's what I thought. Now come." When she didn't follow immediately, his eyes narrowed. However, she couldn't just forget Naruto. After her mother's death, she had been alone, merely tolerated by the people of the village because of her healing ability. She knew she couldn't disobey Wara, and yet, the thought of a living relative made her hesitate. Even if she wouldn't partake in the exam any longer, couldn't they stay for a few more days? Could she really voice such a thought? "Finally you see some reason." Karin blinked, confused by the statement. "Yes, exactly. Was that so hard? What? Was he talking to somebody else?" Now that she thought about it, there was a strange feeling coming from Wara. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but somehow, he felt wrong. "So you do know your place after all. Well, better late than never, I guess. Now let's leave before that annoying blonde shows up again." What are you talking about?" He didn't answer. Instead, he walked off, leaving a puzzled Karin behind. What had just happened? Instinctively, she turned her head and flinched when she suddenly had a feeling as if something quickly came closer. A startled yelp was all she could muster when suddenly, a tall man was looming over her. His lopsided headband covered one of his eyes, making his spiky silvery hair fall to the side, and a black mask hid the lower part of his face. "Hi. Sorry about your buddy, but he was getting a bit loud. Don't worry, the genjutsu will wear off before he'll reach the gate. Anyway, your name's Karin, right? You can call me Kakashi. With your traveling plans now cancelled, I was hoping you had time for a little chat." Chapter 26, Caution. Caution. The singular lantern could not give off enough light to illuminate the dark cave. Only within a small circle around could it provide vision. Inside this circle stood 3 figures, mirages that barely consisted of an outline and a pair of eyes each. The trade is slowly but steadily gathering traction, Kakuzu explained to their leader. Once everything is properly set up, we'll have a steady flow of income. Obviously not nearly enough to finance our operations on its own, but still a nice amount. Especially when considering that we hardly had to do anything for it. I will leave the financial aspect to you, the figure across from him spoke. I am more interested in the general situation. The people here don't seem to be aware that their country is effectively under our control now. And even if, they see the Akatsuki as the ones who freed them from the oppressor. We will be able to use this place as a second base of operation however we see fit. Not much to say besides that, as most processes are still being set up. GAT did a good job running this country into the ground, which makes this a lot of work. Although it also makes it easier to make them dependent on us. I see. There was a pause before he spoke again. Tell me, Kakuzu, Keizui, what do you think about this entire ordeal? Was the land of water really pulling the strings, or was it just hearsay in the end? Difficult to say, Kakuzu commented. There were no clear tracks that would confirm it, but then again, wiping tracks is just common sense. And I can't rule it out with certainty either. Zabuza seemingly got wind of Gat's death and fled, so I never encountered him. It annoys me that we lost his huge bounty, but it also means that if Gat was a figurehead, he was not one easily replaced. But to be safe, we should operate under the assumption that this conspiracy is indeed real and finish setting up our second base of operation before they try something new. I bet he ran straight back to Yagura, Keizui spat. I wonder if that bastard has gotten my gift by now. But yet it could be either way. I would tend to say that if not the land of water as a whole, then the hidden mist village had at least some degree of involvement, but I admit that this could also just be my personal bias speaking. He tilted his head. Unless, of course, you would know something about this that we don't. Purple eyes fixated on the former mist ninja as the cave fell silent. I can't move as freely as you can. I was merely hoping your evaluation would give me a better view of the matter. Then maybe we should go there directly already. You guys have yet to live up to your promise, and besides, didn't you want Yagura's head as well anyways? Why wait? The civil war is the perfect opportunity. Patience, Keizui. You will get your chance. The apparition disappeared. In the land of waves, Kakuzu and Keizui cancelled the jutsu and opened their eyes. Bah, I'd say I've been patient enough. On the risk of repeating myself, we're not an organization if we're not acting organized, Kakuzu reprimanded his partner. We're talking about a cage, in case you forgot. This matter needs careful planning. Ugh, fine. I think I heard something about some of Gat's former mercenaries causing trouble at the shore. I'll go and try to vent on those a bit. Naruto was lost in thoughts as he walked down the village's main road. He didn't hurry since he was still a bit early, but he knew Tanya-sensei would get angry at him should he be even a minute late, so detours were out of the question. The tirade yesterday had been more than enough. It sucked that she hadn't allowed him to meet with Karin. All he wanted was to chat a little bit. Okay, maybe more than a little bit. But that was justified. But instead, he had gotten an earful for cheering for her, among other things. It had long gotten dark by the time she finally had allowed him to go home. Why was she always so concerned about image anyway? Karin didn't exactly seem to enjoy the company of her teammates, and frankly, Naruto thought they were assholes. Or, well, the one who was left was. His mood certainly didn't improve as he remembered that part. No matter how much of a jerk he had been, he hadn't deserved that. And Karin's reaction, despite his behavior, he had still been her comrade. How Naruto would have reacted if the same had happened to Sasuke or Sakura was something he didn't even want to imagine. Like when Orochimaru had gone after Sakura. Was that freak right? Could I really learn to control the fox? And would that not put the others at risk? Just as he thought about her, he spotted a familiar patch of pink hair a bit further down the road and picked up his pace. Hya! He greeted her as he caught up. Mornin', she mumbled, neither slowing down nor turning her head. She seemed somewhat down. Is everything all right? Oh, yeah, she quickly said, finally looking up. Sorry, it's just. I had a lot to think about last night. Oh, right, Tanya-sensei's task. Knowing you, you were probably pretty thorough in coming up with a strategy. Sure, let's go with that. The way she worded her answer confused him a bit, but he simply shrugged it off as the two walked through the gates of the training area. Sasuke was already there, and as soon as they joined him, Tanya-sensei appeared as well. Alright, there is a lot to do and limited time, so let's get right to the point. Today, I will go with you through whatever you came up with for your first fights, then we'll decide how to prepare you optimally and what to focus on specifically during the next month. Also, Sasuke, you are expected at the TNI at 2 p.m, and how you proceed will heavily depend on how that goes. Finally, and that concerns all three of you, since the entire month is technically part of the exam, the rules dictate that you are not under my orders during that time. While I hope you realize that being here is in your own interest, you alone are responsible for your tournament preparation. Now, Sasuke, let's start with you. To what conclusions did you come regarding your first opponent? Naruto half expected Sasuke to say that he'd win against Kaiba either way. Back at the academy, that would have definitely been his mindset. But apparently, it wasn't anymore. Kaiba fights together with his dog. He is fast, skilled with taijutsu, and will likely want to fight up close. His biggest advantage is his ability to fight 2 versus 1 since the dog counts as a ninja tool according to the rules. His weakness is his lack of options for ranged combat, but his high speed allows him to close in quickly, and keeping 2 opponents away at once is difficult. But while the dog can imitate him, he is not as strong as Kaiba and has little chakra, so it's the best call to take him out first. The trick they pulled in the preliminaries won't work as long as I use my Sharingan to keep track of which one is fake. Not all you could have come up with, but it's a solid enough foundation. Considering his emotional attachment to his pet, your idea might also make him angry and thus predictable. Gee, that's kinda dark, Naruto chimed in, earning himself a sideways glance from his sensei. You mispronounced smart. However, for the sake of long-term relationships, Sasuke, you should try to avoid killing the dog. Anyway, let's hear what you came up with, Naruto. You have the handicap of 2 possible opponents, but I'm sure you considered that. True, but they both use, what was the name, Gentle Fist. That is the name, but you're not entirely correct. It seems that Hinata followed my advice to make the technique her own, so her Gentle Fist is notably different from Niji's. Naruto shrugged. Okay, but they still both fight melee and with both, the effect builds up over time, so I need to avoid getting hit when possible. But most tricks I could pull won't fool either of them because of their eyes, so I think the straightforward approach is the best. It still was a bit of a dilemma. On the one hand, he wanted to fight Niji for how much of a jerk he had been, but on the other hand, that would mean Hinata would lose against him, and that wasn't something he wanted to happen. That depends on your execution, but it is a valid assumption with the information you currently possess. We'll come back to it, for now, Sakura. By the mention of her name, Sakura flinched ever so slightly, as if she had only listened with one ear. Oh, Temari seems very proficient with wind release, and her fan allows her to use it without hand signs, at least to some degree. She seems to prefer to keep her distance since the wind is both defense and offense at once and can push me away on top of that. I could use earth walls to shield myself from the wind, but I need to get close to take her out. Plus, I can't use too much chakra on her, or else I won't have enough for the rest of the tournament. And you're first. Sakura blinked. I'm sorry. Your fight will be the first one. Do you have any ideas regarding that? The pink's eyes began to wander quickly from side to side, indicating that she was trying to come up with an answer but seemingly couldn't. Naruto thought about it as well but just like her couldn't think of anything. Sure, it annoyed him that his fight would be the last one of the first round, but he couldn't see what Tanya-sensei was trying to get at. Was he overlooking something? Alright, each of you put at least some thought into it, albeit to varying degrees, the golden-haired girl eventually said. The next step is to come up with a strategy and from that, plan your preparation. What about Gaara? Sasuke asked before she could continue. Tanya-sensei let the question hang in the air for a few seconds before answering. I wasn't planning on tackling that topic today, but you are correct, we need to talk about him as well. Hey? Why about him specifically? Naruto wondered. And isn't Sakura the only one who has to face him anyway? As admirable as your trust in your teammates' abilities is, you always prepare for the worst case, she scolded him. I thought I had made it clear what happens when you underestimate an opponent, especially when you didn't even pay attention during his fight. I saw how he wrapped sand around the guy from grass and then killed him with it. Did something else happen? The fight was over pretty quickly. It was, but you still missed some things, Sasuke said with a stern look on his face. He let his opponent attack for a while, using only his sand to block. It can move pretty quickly and he's precise with it. That's not all, Sakura added. Was her voice shaking a bit? He never moved from where he stood. I don't think either of his feet ever left the ground. He just stood there with his arms crossed. Even when the other one got behind him, he didn't turn around, and yet, the sand blocked every attack perfectly. The only time he moved at all was when he stretched out his arm to make the sand attack. And then, well, then came the part you saw. And because of that, preparing to face him is your second priority after preparing for your first fight, Tanya-sensei finished the thought. Yes, Naruto, for you as well, even if you have the lowest chance of facing him, and I can tell you why. Judging by what I've seen in the preliminaries, each of you is already equipped to, theoretically, face any of the upcoming opponents. In fact, I could pick any of them and have them fight against either of you right now, and while obviously, nothing can be certain, I'm fairly certain that you could win any of these matchups as it is if you play your cards right. Of course, in a month, your opponents will also have made their own preparations against you, but that's not my point. My point is, he is the one exception to this. At the end of her last sentence, the area suddenly felt colder. Naruto could feel the tension in the air as he swallowed heavily. Are you saying we have no chance against him? He asked. Not necessarily. I'm saying he has an ability that is not only very powerful but that we also lack a good understanding of, and that's why you can't approach the fight against him the same way you would the others. I would go so far and say that he is someone each of you needs to prepare at least one specific countermeasure. What about the Maha? Sakura suggested. Shouldn't that be able to overcome his San's defense? The complete version? Yes. The incomplete one you can perform? Maybe. We know too little about his abilities' limits, that's the main problem here. But that's not what we'll be focusing on today. Wait, Naruto chimed in. If that's a big problem, shouldn't we focus on that? Neither of you will fight him first, Naruto. And if, despite everything, you should end up facing him without being ready, well, think like a Chunin, that's all I can say. In the early afternoon, Sasuke left his team behind and went back to the village. To his surprise, Tanya hadn't opted for single lessons with clones for the first half of the day, instead, she had the three of them develop strategies together. I wonder how she would have done it if two of us had to fight each other right away, he thought. That aside, her reasoning made sense. Her dictating each of them a strategy would completely miss the point of the exam. The prior training was one thing, but now, they were the ones deciding on how to prepare. And while he hadn't wanted to admit it, Naruto's idea of using stink bombs against Kaiba's heightened senses wasn't completely stupid. He, of course, wouldn't need them, he was more than capable of defeating the Inuzuka with his own skill. But then again, there wasn't really any harm in having a few on him, just in case, right? You're late, kiddo, Anko greeted him as he reached the TNI, sporting a smug grin that was already getting on his nerves. I'm not, he stated truthfully. It was still a few minutes until 2 p.m. Yes, you are. I've been waiting here for you for 10 minutes. You made me wait, therefore you're late. Now come in. Sasuke had no idea what kind of mental gymnastics he would need to perform for that logic to make any kind of sense, but it was clear how pointless arguing with her would be, so he simply followed. They walked through the dimly lit corridors and down a flight of stairs, and Sasuke noticed that so far, they were taking the same route as Tanya had with them a week ago. It made him remember something he had overheard back then. It hadn't really been important, but now that it had re-entered his mind, he was getting a bit curious. You work here, right? He asked. I know you're an exam proctor at the moment, but this is where you primarily work when you're not on missions. I don't know, is it really work if you're having fun? What? Forget it, Anko sighed. Yes, I mostly work for the TNI. Why? Interested? No, I just heard that there was apparently something here called Tanya-sensei's special room. As soon as he said it, Anko stumbled, seemingly over nothing. She managed to catch herself, now standing hunched over with her hand supporting her against the wall. Sasuke could hear her breathe heavily. Her head then snapped around, a poisonous glare fixating on him. Why do you ask? The way she said it sounded less like a question and more like a threat. I just wanted to know what it's about, he clarified, slightly startled by her reaction. Ask your sensei. Fuck, Tanya-sensei, that sounds so wrong, she grumbled and walked on, Sasuke quickly following her. The mere mention of the topic seemed to have significantly soured her mood which, in Sasuke's opinion, was a welcome improvement as her annoying quips and comments had now ceased. Multiple flights of stairs followed until they were deep underground in a large, empty room with a surprisingly high ceiling. In a way, it reminded Sasuke of the Sarutobi's training facility, at least in terms of the overall layout. Seems like we're the first ones here. It's almost as if I wasn't late after all, Sasuke deadpanned. Oi, don't start getting smart on me, boy. How about you appreciate what we're doing for you, I first and foremost appreciate it if people don't waste my very limited time. Before Anko could respond, another voice joined their conversation. I'm afraid we won't get around that. We'll need to do a lot of experiments and be very cautious while doing so, I doubt we'll be done in a few days. Sasuke turned, spotting the man with the wild, white hair and the nose piercing they had briefly met in the tower. Master Jiraiya, he greeted with a bow, mimicking the way Tanya-sensei had addressed him. Nah, no need to be so formal, kiddo. Just call me Jiraiya. Or uncle, whichever you fancy. I was never one for big titles. If anything, I very much prefer big. His sentence was interrupted by the door opening behind him. A few more people joined them, although Sasuke didn't recognize either of them. He also noticed that at some point, Anko had seemingly decided to wear her jacket closed, but he didn't care enough to think too deeply about it. Sasuke spent most of the afternoon sitting shirtless on the floor while the others investigated the seal on his shoulder. Most of the work was done by Jiraiya, though Sasuke had no idea what exactly he was doing. Every now and then, he would use ink to draw something on his back, probably some form of seal, all while continuously scribbling on a note scroll. "Alright, that'll be enough for today," he eventually announced and handed Sasuke his shirt. "I made all the tests I wanted, I'll let you know once we can continue. Will probably take a couple of days though. Till then, kiddo." "Wait." Sasuke, now dressed again, stopped the Sunin before he could leave. "Everyone keeps saying how dangerous this mark is, but no one tells me anything specific. And now, you expect me to just sit here without even knowing what exactly you were doing all the time?" Jiraiya shrugged. "You want to know? Sure. The first step is to get to the mark without activating it. Only then will we be able to see whether it can be removed. My current idea is to modify the 5-element seal so it only works in one direction rather than both, but that'll be tricky since it's such a rough work. More elaborate seals are easier to modify. Luckily, both the 5-element seal and the cursed seal are uneven numbered seals, so that's a bit complicated if you don't know much about seals. Let's just that it's at least one potential cause of headache less. But you don't need to worry, just leave it to me. I might not be an Uzumaki, but I still know my way with seals." "Uzumaki?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, Uzumaki? How is that relevant?" "Oh, did you not know that? When they still were a clan, the Uzumaki were famous for their sealing arts. Many of the things I know are, in fact, Uzumaki techniques, learned right from the source. Is that why you want to teach Naruto?" Jiraiya stopped and made a thoughtful face. "You know, that's not even a bad idea, haven't thought about that. Do you think he would be interested? I guess it's his family's legacy, in a way." "Highly depends on how you plan to teach him," Sasuke shrugged. "Tanya-sensei knows how to make him listen if you have trouble. But if it helps, he already knows a bit about barrier seals." Good to know. But no, that has nothing to do with it. I can't deny that the Nine Tails isn't a factor, but it's not just because of that. You see, I knew Naruto's father." Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto's father had been friends with one of the Sunin? Exiting the TNI, Sasuke thought about their conversation a bit more but ultimately let it go. There had been more things he had wanted to ask him, but Jiraiya had suddenly disappeared when he hadn't looked. His stealth capabilities were no joke if he could go unseen that easily. It was annoying, but he would see him again in a few days, so there was no point in wasting time on these thoughts. And so, Sasuke's mind returned to more pressing matters, namely the tournament preparation. He didn't think Kaiba would give him too much trouble as long as he didn't allow himself to get cocky. Other than that, he might have to face both of his teammates. If Sakura won? No. Sakura will win. Despite what Tanya-sensei had told them, for some reason, his brain refused to accept any other possibility. However, he had to agree with the golden-haired girl that Gaara's jutsu seemed very powerful and that they lacked a good grasp of his limits. It truly was as Tanya-sensei had said. Information was the lifeblood of any shinobi, and the lack thereof could spell their death. He needed to find out more about this strange sand manipulation jutsu. But Gaara certainly wouldn't just tell him. Sasuke hadn't interacted much with him, but he had never shown the amount of arrogance necessary to boast his skills to his opponents before the fight. Arrogance? Hang on. Following a sudden idea, Sasuke turned on his heel. Soon after, the Leaf's hospital came into view. "Do you have an appointment?" the man at the counter asked. "No, I just want to visit someone. A friend, from another village who got injured during the exam, his name's Kankuro." Unlike Gaara, the slightly older Sand Genin had shown nothing but arrogance whenever he had opened his mouth. He loved to brag, that much was clear. And he hadn't just presented himself as great, but also his village as a whole compared to theirs. So maybe this could work. "Ah, I know who you mean. The kid looked pretty bad but thanks to medical ninjutsu, he's scheduled to be discharged tomorrow. You can visit him, but since he's from another village, the law dictates that you must leave all your ninja tools with me, I'm sure you can guess the reason." Once unarmed, he went down the hallway and soon found the room in question. "What do you want?" Kankuro asked with audible annoyance once Sasuke entered. Without his hood and kabuki makeup, he looked like a completely different person. His face was still bruised and swollen, but not to the degree that he wouldn't recover soon. "Didn't you have enough in the arena?" he continued. "What, do you now want me to say that I'm sorry?" "No need, I know you're sorry. I made sure, in case you forgot," Sasuke countered with a smug grin. "Come on, bite." "Haha, very funny," Kankuro deadpanned. "Okay, fine, maybe I went overboard on that brat. Happy now? Sasuke didn't respond, and the room fell quiet for a moment before Kankuro spoke again. You know what? You really have other things to worry about right now. Like what? The grin returned to Kankuro's face. Temari told me she'll fight your teammate first, the pink one. And? What, and? Your girlfriend will lose. Temari's nothing to scoff at. Neither is Sakura, Sasuke responded and ignored the comment about her being his girlfriend, but Kankuro simply shrugged. You think that'll save her? Honestly, you should hope she loses. Because if your girlfriend ends up facing Gaara, she's dead. I would be more concerned if you didn't have a history of misjudging people's strength, Sasuke pointed out. That's different, I was being literal. Pink will lose against Gaara, and he will kill her. If she beats Temari, her only chance of survival would be to forfeit. And I don't mean during the fight, I mean immediately. If the fight has already started, heck, even if it hasn't started but Gaara already has begun lusting for the battle, he'll ignore her surrender and kill her anyway. And then he'll kill you. Chapter 27, Teachers. A/N, well, that hiatus wasn't planned. Sorry about that, work has unfortunately been incredibly stressful for a while and I barely found the time and energy to write, and then I needed some wind up to get into the flow again. But I'm back now. I'm also really sorry for the long silence. Should something like this happen again, hopefully, it won't, I'll make sure to post some updates every now and then so you know what's going on. 27 days until the third trial. I stood in silence as I watched Kakuzu count the money had laid out in front of him. While that made the ordeal last longer than necessary, I didn't voice complaints or anything of the like. It was because I understood that this was not a show of mistrust. He didn't count the money to make sure. After all, I could tell that there was a certain level of respect between us. No, the reason he thoroughly counted the money almost ritualistically was much simpler, it was his way of showing his appreciation for the sanctity of the trade. He, of course, didn't explicitly voice that, but I was good enough a judge of character to understand his intention. As such, I simply leaned against a tree with my arms crossed while he went through each stack of grey banknotes. And it was, if I were to use informal terms, a crap load of money, at least for a private account. Sure, after 8 years of active service I had amassed a decent sum, but paying this much out of my own pocket still hurt quite a bit. And unlike my last dealing with Kakuzu, this one wouldn't get compensated by the Hokage. That was not to say I had nothing to gain out of this purchase. Obviously. I wasn't someone who would willingly strike a bad deal. I had already expected Kakuzu to ask for an outrageous amount of money and had deemed it worth it. After everything I had learned about a shinobi's way of thinking, the true gamble had been whether or not he would have been willing to strike that deal at all. Thankfully, he had accepted. We had then met in the early morning outside the Leaf Village, quite a bit away in fact. The Hokage had expressed his desire not to associate with the Akatsuki too much, at least publicly, so inviting him directly into the village could have sent the wrong message. Seemingly done with counting, Kakuzu put the money back into its bag and stored it somewhere under his cloak, then turned to me with a confirming nod. I pushed myself away from the tree and went over to him while he produced a scroll from his sleeve. This should contain everything you need, he declared as he handed it to me. Keep in mind that this was a one-time deal. Of course, I responded as I quickly confirmed the scroll's contents. I am well aware how unusual this request of mine was. All the more grateful I am that you were willing to put up with it, not to mention come all the way here on such short notice. He simply shrugged. The land of waves isn't far and I needed to go in the general direction anyway. Although, this is not the type of request I would usually answer to. Didn't stop you from presenting the bill, figuratively, at least. Wait a minute, why was he still in the land of waves? That matter should have been resolved months ago. Unless the bridge is complete by now, then he probably went there to collect the way tax they collected from the merchants. Yeah, that has to be it. Then I am glad you did this one time. A pleasure to do business with you. Likewise. He didn't stick around after, not surprising considering he was the kind of person to operate on the time is money philosophy. He had other stuff to do and so had I, so I made my way back to the village, armed with the knowledge that could hopefully prevent a death. On paper, my focused training in the last months had prepared the trio for everything they could realistically expect to face in the Chunin exams. And with that as a solid basis, the month of preparation was meant to be used to develop strategies for the individual opponents. Unfortunately, life didn't happen on paper. As if Orochimaru going after Sasuke hadn't already been enough. Speaking of Sasuke though, I really had to commend him. He had applied my lessons flawlessly, allowing him to learn some crucial details about Gaara's sand manipulation abilities. We obviously needed to treat everything we heard from this, singular, source of information with a grain of salt, and I was also sure that even that blabbermouth hadn't bragged about everything. But it gave us a better understanding of his technique, and I now knew enough to know that the sand kid could throw a massive wrench in my plans. In essence, the trio just needed to do two things in the third trial, make a good figure during the fights, and survive. Winning wasn't necessary as long as the other two requirements were fulfilled. And so, rather than focusing on battle tactics, I now needed to ensure that none of them died. New plans needed to be made, plans for which I had little time considering the first of the 4 weeks was almost over. Sakura obviously was the number one priority as she would face Gaara first. But that didn't mean I could ignore the other two. Unfortunately, time was likely too short to allow me to spread my attention to all of them. It seemed as if I had finally reached the point where I couldn't do everything on my own anymore. So far, I had been hesitant to delegate their training because Team 7 was my means of showing off to the Hokage. Their success was supposed to be my achievement and mine alone. But success and failure weren't a simple quid pro quo calculation, especially not in a situation like this. Death and humiliating defeat were the two things I could not allow to happen under any circumstance. And, well, a good leader would be using all the options available, I guess. Long story short, I needed help. The first option that came to mind was to cash in my final favor with the Moth Queen. She seemed to get rather impatient about it anyway considering how often she was reminding me of it lately. But said favor could prove vital in an emergency, a type of final backup plan I shouldn't throw away lightly. Alternatively, I could ask somebody else to teach them during this time. I wasn't planning on just dumping the two boys on somebody else, obviously, that would look terrible for me. But if I could at least outsource certain aspects of the training, I could use the limited time I had more efficiently. The question was who I should ask. The people whose skills were sufficient and who were close enough to me to ask them were limited. Asuma and Kurane had their own students to worry about. Shikako had no reason to train someone to defeat his son. Everyone who worked as a proctor was also out since they had to be impartial. I also couldn't just ask any Jainin, I needed someone whose expertise was compatible with what I had in mind for my students. For Naruto, as absurd as it sounded on paper, maybe Jiraiya would be willing to help. After all, he had already offered to train him after the exam, so why not start a bit earlier? Sure, he was busy with the curse mark, but maybe he could find some time in between? When it came to Suzuki, my first thought was on certain Anbu members. But they had better things to do, and I wasn't close to most of them either. Kakashi Hatake would also be an option. He was the only other living shinobi in the village with a Sharingan, so his fighting style was likely compatible with Sasuke's. Unfortunately, I had also experienced his lack of discipline, and he was incredibly difficult to get a hold of. We were on speaking terms and had gone on a couple of high-ranking missions together, but I never felt like we truly saw eye to eye. Sometimes I wondered whether he was unprofessional enough to be miffed that I broke 2 of his records, as if I'd care about something like that. I also hadn't seen him once since the preliminaries, even though the village was still on high alert. Had the Hokage sent him somewhere? As I quietly walked through the streets, lost in my thoughts, an idea suddenly popped into my mind. I didn't know if he was willing to hear me out, but it was worth a shot, so I turned around and picked up the pace. It didn't take long until buildings were rushing past me and soon, I left the road and changed to roof jumps. Below me, the village was beginning its day as the streets began to fill. Finally, I reached my destination. I stopped, took a quick breath, and knocked. Seconds passed without an answer until finally, I felt the resident's chakra approach the door. It opened, crimson eyes fixating on me. A few more moments of silence passed. Tanya, a rough, surprised voice greeted me. It was a voice I had used to hear frequently years ago, but we had barely spoken since, well, ever since the disaster that had been the Kisaram mission. I responded to the greeting by putting my hands together and bowing slightly. If you are willing to hear me out, I would like to ask you to lend me your assistance, Shinku-sensei. 26 days until the third trial. Closed. That was what the sign on the door of the Yamanaka's flower shop said, despite it being business hours. Asuma sighed and walked around the building to the back door. With one final draw, he finished his cigarette and flicked a bud away. Deciding against pulling out a new one, he knocked. It took a few moments, but eventually, a woman with brown hair tied into a messy bun opened. Judging by the deep, dark rings under her eyes, she hadn't slept well lately. Asuma. She recognized him with surprise, seemingly embarrassed by her appearance. Morning, she. How's Ino doing? She Yamanaka closed her eyes and shook her head. Not well. The doctors said her contusion is no longer life-threatening and she was finally allowed to leave the hospital, but, honestly, I don't know what to do. Just what happened to her? My husband and I didn't see the fight, but you did, right? Can you tell me? Asuma scratched the back of his head. The honest answer would have been not much considering how quickly the fight had been over, but he couldn't exactly say that. Well, she took a pretty bad hit, but I doubt the physical injury is the problem. Sorry, but can I come in? The doorstep isn't the best place to talk. Oh, right, I'm sorry. I guess you want to see her, right? He nodded. She sighed before letting him in and leading him to her daughter's bedroom. Closed curtains created a gloomy atmosphere that felt like the antithesis of everything Ino embodied. The girl herself sat on her bed with her legs close to her chest and arms resting on her knees. The incredibly long hair she was so proud of wasn't in a ponytail anymore and spilled down onto the mattress. She didn't look up when he entered or seemed to react to his presence in any way. She just blankly stared at the ground, her signature sky blue eyes dull and lifeless. "Good morning," he said in his first attempt to get an answer out of her, but to no avail. "It's a bit stuffy in here. Mind if I open the window?" No answer once again, so he went and did it anyway. Sunlight shone into his student's face as he pulled the curtains away, eliciting a short twitch of her right eye. Not much, but now he at least knew she was still alive. "By the way, we're going to Yakiniku tomorrow. We decided to wait with it until you're out of the hospital." Even Koji, can you believe that? His joke couldn't get a response out of her either. He sighed internally. This isn't working. Changing his approach, he went to the middle of the room, sitting down in her field of view. When it came to his team, he had always put more emphasis on their mental development rather than the physical. He wanted to prepare them for the world, wanted them to learn the lessons he himself had learned too late, leading to his falling out with his father many years ago. He wanted the kids to see him not just as a teacher but as someone they could depend on and turn to with their worries. It was for that reason that he often played Shikai with Shikamaru, why he listened to Ino's monologues, and why he engaged with Koji's gentleness rather than telling him to get rid of it. Raw power was something that could come later. It was for that reason that he always preferred a more of a hands-off approach when it came to training itself. He made sure to keep an overview of their abilities but believed it to be best if he allowed them to set their own priorities. Each of the three had a strong personality in their own right, even if they manifested differently. That meant that letting them realize mistakes on their own would be far more effective than him simply telling them, so rather than giving lectures, he preferred to allow them to make said mistakes in a controlled environment. Underestimating your opponent was certainly one of the biggest mistakes a shinobi could make. Unfortunately, Ino had committed it at a moment when he couldn't be there for her, and the resulting reality check had hit her deep. And the worst part was how difficult it was for him to fault her for it, as the result had blindsided him just as much as her. For a while, he matched her silence. The matter clearly affected Ino deeply, so he needed to tackle this with patience. Minutes passed. Maybe more, he wasn't sure. The only clock in the room was the alarm clock on the nightstand, and that was facing the bed. But eventually, Ino opened her mouth. "Sensei." "Yes." He responded, doing his best to sound calm. "What have I been doing?" He raised an eyebrow at the question that came seemingly out of nowhere. What was she referring to? The last few days? Her fight? In general? He took a few seconds but also didn't want to wait too long with his answer. "Well, a lot of things, I'd say. You've been training, went on missions, worked at the flower shop, spent time with your team, thought about private matters. And, of course, you've been following the path of becoming a great ninja." Was I? Oh boy, this might take a while. The room turned quiet again. Asuma didn't press on with the conversation and instead. Before Hayate had called the match, it had seemed like Ino and Sakura had exchanged a few words, unfortunately too quietly for him to understand. Could the cause of Ino's current mental state lie there? After all, it couldn't just come from the fact that Ino had lost. While her demeanor and all her boasting might make it hard to believe, the girl actually always had a good grasp of her limits. Losing a fight might make her angry, or disappointed, but it wouldn't be enough to utterly crush her like that. Even if one were to factor in how devastating her defeat had been. So it had to come from her previous relationship with Sakura. Whenever he had listened to Ino, after her gushing over Suzuki and boasting, the topic of Sakura was an easy third place. Through Ino's eyes, he had always seen the civilian-born girl as someone trying to catch up to the Yamanaka heiress, aiming to be at eye level with her. The idea of Sakura surpassing her didn't seem to cross her mind. But the apparent reality of the matter told a different story. Sakura hadn't just surpassed Ino, she completely outclassed her. As the morning passed, he kept trying to get through to her, but her responses were sparse. In the end, he decided to give her a break and try again tomorrow. However, just as he exited the Yamanaka estate, he ran into someone he certainly hadn't expected to meet here. Tanya. "Hello, Asuma. I take it you were also visiting Ino." "I was, yet." "Wait, also? Why would Tanya want to visit her? How did she even know Ino was home again? She had only left the hospital yesterday." "Indeed. Not long ago we had a rather fruitful conversation and, together with wishing her a speedy recovery, this seemed like a good opportunity to resume our talk." Asuma sighed and pulled out his pack of cigarettes. "I'm sorry, but I don't think that's a good idea right now," he mumbled as he lit one and took a draw. Actually, do you have some time?" "Not really, but if you need someone to speak your thoughts to, I can spare a minute." He nodded and leaned against the wall. As he told Tanya about the talk with his student, the golden-haired girl went through several expressions, ending in a frown. He didn't tell her about his personal thoughts though, just the state Ino currently found herself in. And that's it. You wouldn't happen to have an idea how to approach this best? Not really, I'm afraid, although, someone she can relate to on a personal level might have better chances to get through to her. Maybe, Ah, do you remember Enko? She was the proctor of the second trial. Ah, her. Yes, I know her, though I don't think we spoke much. She's a Takubitsuha from TNI, right? Yes, and I happen to be acquainted with her. Her personality is surprisingly similar to Ino's in some ways, so maybe she'll open up more with her. She technically still owes me a favor from a bet she lost, you can cash it in on my behalf. Thanks, Tanya. Maybe this is a good approach. 25 days until the third trial. Once again, Sasuke was sitting on the floor, getting ink scribbled on his skin. In a way, it was interesting how quickly Jiraiya would drop his carefree act the moment he started working with his seals. Maybe that was a sign of a true master. Seals had never sparked much of an interest in Sasuke. Bomb tags were strong, storage scrolls were handy, and beyond that point, he had never cared. It wasn't like he looked down on the art, he simply didn't find much use in things that didn't directly translate into fighting power. And now, his life quite literally depended on seals. Jiraiya didn't really speak with Sasuke when he worked on the curse mark, but he often mumbled to himself. Sasuke didn't know half the words he used in those instances, but it was enough to allow him to understand just how vast and versatile the art was. It was enough to spark some interest in him. Too bad she isn't here, Sasuke heard the Sannin behind him while he scribbled. Who? Oh, nothing, just talking to myself. See, I just had a thought. Considering how thoroughly your shoulder is separated from the rest of your chakra network, I thought maybe it could be possible to remove the curse mark surgically instead of what we're doing here. But even if it is indeed possible, there's only one medical nin who could pull off an operation like that, and she's not here. Where is she then? Probably either in some backwater gambling den or on the run from debt collectors. What? Anyway, let's wrap things up for today. I think I know how I can get to the mark without triggering it. Then I can think about our next step. Basically, I'm gonna take a page from the fourth book and use a haka. The Sannin went into another barrage of jargon that Sasuke didn't understand. The Uchiha meanwhile stood up and put on his shirt, not caring about the ink smudges. He then turned around, Sharingan active. But modify it to an odd-numbered him? What, did I say something that made you angry? Jiraiya asked with a grin. No. But whenever we're done, you suddenly disappear the moment I look away. I can't have that today because I want to ask you a question. Sheesh, someone is committed. Hehe, alright, ask away. It's about Naruto. Your offer to train him still stands, right? Hasn't changed the last few days, why? Well, why? Him and not me? If it was the old him, that would have definitely been the only thought he would have had. One of the legendary Sannin offered his guidance, but not to him. Not to the avenger of his clan, the one who had a true use for his wisdom, no, to the academy's greatest loser who only got his head banned through dubious means. Sasuke mentally shook his head. They were a team. Tanya had not just trained them as individuals, she had made sure their abilities complemented each other. In other words, Naruto's strength was his strength. Not now? The remaining time until the third trial is short, and our sensei always told us to use all resources available to us. He would definitely appreciate your help. You think so? No doubt. And, maybe you could even tell him about his father. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head. I'd rather not. Not that I don't want to, but there's a lot of classified info there. Truth be told, I probably shouldn't have even told you I knew him. Maybe I can let some minor details slip. If I can get the seal done by tonight, Tell you what, if he comes to the hot springs tomorrow we can see what comes from it. Sasuke's narrowed. Classified? Why? Because of the fox, maybe. He had dismissed it last time, but perhaps he should look into that after all. Not now, but when he had time, after the exam or so. There had to be some records he could search through. I will tell him, Sasuke stated with a nod. He deactivated his Sharingan and bowed to thank him. When he raised his head again, Jiraiya had disappeared without a trace. Sasuke sighed, even though he had grown used to it over the last week. He collected his stuff and left. Tanya-sensei already waited for him on the street. And he's making progress, Sasuke reported. He seems to have some ideas, but I understand too little about the topic to know details. Well, that has to be enough for now. Did you manage to talk to him? Yes, I said what you told me to. Pretty much all of Sasuke's talking points had actually come from Tanya, he had merely been a conduit to reach out to the elusive man. Except for the bit about Naruto's father. That part hadn't come from Tanya, in fact, he had never shared that information with her. Or anyone else, for that matter. He'll do it. Perfect. I also found someone to help me with your training. I'll explain my ideas to you later in detail, just follow his instructions for now. Go to training field 2, he should be waiting for you. He was indeed. Behind the fence, Sasuke met the gaze of a pair of crimson eyes that somehow felt familiar. The man they belonged to was already on the older side, clearly having experienced a lot. If he was completely honest, Sasuke still wasn't sure what to make of this. Sure, Tanya-sensei clearly trusted his abilities, otherwise he wouldn't be here, and it wasn't like he doubted her, but still. You are Sasuke, he said in a rough voice as he stepped through the gate. It wasn't a question, and Sasuke didn't answer. If the man was bothered by it, he didn't show. Instead, he tossed a bamboo sword to him. My student said you may have an aptitude for kenjutsu. So, for your first lesson, take this. Sasuke caught the training weapon and narrowed his eyes. It was true. Kenjutsu, the art of the sword. Close to the end of the 2 months of training, they had tackled the topic briefly. There wasn't enough time left to add something new to the packed training plan, but Tanya-sensei had told him that this was something they might come back to in the future. Was this it then? Wait. My student. That was what he had called the golden-haired girl. And there was no way this guy was a retired academy teacher, which left only one option, this was Tanya's Jainin-sensei. The man who had made her into the Pixie of the Hidden Leaf. Sasuke gripped the handle of the training sword tightly, his determination flaring. 24 days until the third trial. Before we start, I said, eyes fixed on Sakura, tell me, how does the information Sasuke managed to get change how you tackle the fight against Gaara? The Pinkette had spent the last few days finalizing her strategy against Temari. I had offered guidance but really, most of it had come from her. She had accounted for the 3 biggest advantages the wind kunoichi had over her, bigger range, higher power output, and the ability to rapid-fire her wind blasts thanks to that fan, and had come up with a decent way to work around all of them. It wasn't the most complex strategy, but it was solid and I had little to complain about. Now, with it out of the way, focus could be put on the trickier fight. For that, I met up with Sakura again while the boys were off with their respective teachers. My plan to get closer to Ino had, unfortunately, not been successful. Was she really that vain? A one-sided defeat like this should have shown her where she was lacking, motivating her to work on herself, and preferably making her remember my offer. Instead, it had apparently sent her into some form of depression. How? Or was this another teenager issue? Either way, I had neither the time nor the nerves to deal with that right. She would pull herself together again sooner or later, and then I would try again. Well, at least I managed to appear concerned and helpful. I had no idea whether what I had said to Asuma truly held merit, but as often when it came to appearance, it was the thought that counted. Maybe this was already enough for Inoichi to seek to contact me himself. Either way, for now, I had something else to focus on. Sakura closed her eyes and thought for a moment before she answered. Well, my best idea to overcome the sand defense was genjutsu. But if it's true that the sand protects him automatically, then it's pointless. Do you think it's true, Tanya-sensei? I shrugged. I never heard of this kind of automatic defense, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Maybe he just has very good spatial awareness, can therefore block without looking, and used it to build a reputation of being untouchable. But better be safe than sorry, so assume it's true. Yes, Tanya-sensei. Well, the other option would be to get either past or through the sand, and we already discussed the problems with that. I'm not fast enough, and even if the Maha can pierce it, I would need to instantly kill him with it or I'll be too close to avoid the sand, which will likely be my death sentence if he's really that eager to kill. The thought made the girl shudder, not too badly, but still notable. It seemed like she still hadn't fully come to terms with her mortality. After all, a soldier needed to respect and avoid death, but also accept its possibility. I could also stay at a distance and stall for time? Constantly moving the sand around has to cost a lot of chakra, right? Then again, I don't know his range. Or his chakra reserves, for that matter, I never got close enough to sense them. She sighed. Okay, so if the automatic protection aspect of his jutsu turns out to be false, genjutsu should be effective. If it's true, honestly, I don't think I have anything in my repertoire to deal with him. Tanya-sensei, do you know a ninjutsu that could get around his sand somehow? Yes, but none that you could learn in this short time span. And most of them cost a lot of chakra, I explained, causing Sakura to sigh. So no way in that regard either, hey. No, not yet at least. Sakura blinked. She had gotten better at reading between the lines, but it still took a moment until the hinted meaning in my last sentence surfaced. Wait, are Are you serious? Am I ever not? But, are 3.5 weeks really enough to create a new ninjutsu? Sakura asked flabbergasted. Isn't the creation of an original ninjutsu supposed to be a big deal? How can you be so casual about it? No, it obviously isn't enough. But that's not what I meant. We, or, you, to be exact, will simply take an already existing technique, tweak it a bit, and then transfer the concept over to an earth release because learning a new element is really not something you should attempt in a month. It's still going to be a close call though, so let's not waste any more time and get going. Is this really fine? For me to be hogging all of your attention? It's good that you worry about your team, but right now, you need to first and foremost worry about yourself, I countered. But don't worry, they're in competent hands. Shinku-sensei was the one who taught me when I was still a genin, so I know I can trust his abilities. And since Jiraiya agreed to help, Naruto is in even better hands. That man taught the 4th Hokage, after all. Lord Third also said he had a gentle nature. Add to that Naruto's fascination with heroes, and it's clear as day to me that the two will get along perfectly. Stop with your attitude already. I'm not having an attitude, I don't get why my sensei ditched and left me with some old pervert. Humph. Okay, first of all, I'm not just some pervert, I am a super pervert. Secondly, the great and amazing Jiraiya himself offers to train you personally, and you can't even appreciate it. I have mastered techniques that little girl can't even dream of. Oi, don't talk down on Tanya-sensei. Sure, she's nuts, but she knows more about ninjutsu than anyone. Oh please, she's just barely out of her diapers, just like you. Bullshit. Besides, I bet Tanya-sensei was born toilet trained. And her moth summons are the coolest thing ever. Moths? My toads eat any stupid moth for breakfast. 20 days until the third trial. Sparks flew as two metal blades collided. Sasuke angled his weapon to prevent a bind, let his opponent's blade glide off, and ducked forward. He then attempted a vertical sweep, but with a quick flick of his wrist, Shinku brought his sword around quickly and managed to catch his attack in time. After some basic instructions, his teacher had quickly put away the bamboo swords, switching to blunt training swords instead. They were lighter than Sasuke had expected, and after a couple of days, it seemed like had indeed a knack for this weapon. But that alone wouldn't be enough, as the genin from grass had already demonstrated. You learn quickly, Shinku commented. Though your Sharingan certainly makes it easier for you to memorize the movements. But don't get too reliant on it, true mastery is not something that can be copied. Now, be ready. This time, Shinku was the attacker, closing the gap between them in an instant. Despite his age, Tanya's former sensei was fast. Sasuke managed to lean back to avoid an upward strike, then followed the trail of the sword with his own to get behind his defenses, but again, Shinku redirected his blade with a simple flick of his wrist and blocked. Then, he was back on the attack. With his Sharingan still active, Sasuke could see chakra flow down Shiku's arm and into his hand. Was he reinforcing his limb? If so, the next strike would hit hard. Sasuke opted to meet the attack with his weapon angled again, letting it slide past him. However, the expected strength wasn't there. On the contrary, Shiku seemed to have used less strength than before. Suddenly, a numbness spread in Sasuke's arm. He suddenly couldn't react in time anymore, and with little power left in his fingers, the next strike disarmed him. What? He looked at his teacher's weapon again. Then, he saw it. Lightning? Did you direct lightning chakra into your blade? Correct. It is a simple trick at its basis, but subtlety can be as deadly as large power. Not everything needs to look impressive, creating a second of opportunity can do a lot. Lightning is the easiest element since metal conducts electricity. However, there are certain metals that can also conduct chakra itself, allowing the user to create all sorts of effects. Thinking back, Sasuke remembered the time when Tanya had used that strange shovel of hers to plow an entire field in one swing. This meant the shovel was probably made from this kind of metal. But how would that help in the fight? Wait. In the fight with Zabuza, hadn't she cleaved through the gigantic blade with her shovel? Can this also be used to make your weapon sharper? Yes, wind, and to a lesser extent, lightning, can achieve such an effect. In fact, a friend of my daughter fights with that exact technique. Sasuke smirked. I see. I was wondering what Tanya-sensei was getting at. At his words, Shinku's eyes narrowed. You hold your sensei in high regard, don't you? I acknowledge both her skill and all she does for us. Why do you ask? She was your student, don't you know her a lot better than I do? Know her, HM. He sheathed his weapon and sat down under one of the trees. Yes, I once thought that I did. Thought? What do you mean? Let's take a break, shall we? Sasuke raised an eyebrow but sat down next to him. A few moments of quiet followed before Shinku spoke again. I've been a sensei a couple of times. More often than most. Then, after my daughter was born, I returned to active duty. You see, traditionally, taking genin teams is mostly done by younger genin who haven't started families yet. A while later, the Third Great Shinobi World War broke out. Countless ninja died, many of them younger than you are now. And shortly after we had achieved peace again, the Nine Tails attack happened. Back then, many young genin wanted to fight the beast, far too eager to throw their lives away. I managed to turn them away before I joined the fight. I got injured badly. Still can't move my leg like I used to. Sasuke's eyes widened. If he was still suffering from a leg injury, just how fast had he been during his prime? I sometimes think I was meant to die that night. And yet, I survived, although just barely. It was then that I decided to once again guide the next generation and pass down the will of fire to them. 3 years after my recovery, a team passed my test. Among them was a certain golden-haired girl, barely older than a toddler. His gaze fell a bit. She was talented and smart, yet mature and disciplined. She often butted heads with one of her teammates, but overall, she was a great student. Many eyes were upon her, at the latest after her performance in her Chunin exam. The team was dissolved afterward, but the kids had given me hope for the future. However, on the first mission she was in charge of, things went horribly wrong. I was there when she gave her report in the Hokage's office, but I barely recognized her. Had the mission, the decisions she had to make changed her? Or was this her true self? I didn't know. Since then, we haven't spoken a word. Until last week when she knocked on my door. A/N, seems like Ino's mother is another of these characters who never got an official name. Feel free to tell me if I missed it. I'll do my best to get back to bi-weekly uploads. We have caught up with latest chapter, last updated October 17, 2024.